beginning to pop. There you go. That's a thick tower. That's a crisp tower going up. That's going to be a storm here shortly. Go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, David, we're in Sarah right here on I-40, looking back to the northwest and the west. One thing that's changed here, probably in the last half hour since we've been coming west, is we're starting to see a lot more vertical development along the I-40 corridor back to the west, probably right on the state line, just into the Texas Panhandle. So that's probably a precursor of the line developing even further south, or trying to develop even further south from what's going on up towards Arnett. So we're pretty far to the east right now, just kind of letting things percolate and see what's going to happen and let this thing play out. And as soon as something really starts to go, we're going to attack from the east, and we'll be all over it and underneath it, because we know how fast things can change, especially in this environment that we're sitting in right now. Back to you.
What about it? Explosive environment, extremely unstable, strong jet stream. And this is a outbreak classic event, right? You look at textbook, strong system swinging at what we call negatively tilted. The jet stream is swinging through like a pendulum on a bell, like the jet stream is the ringer, and it's going to swing through. And as it does, it just really, really excites the atmosphere, and you get big storms producing bad things, and that's the kind of setup we have today. Now, I want to point this out. Yeah, sure, not everyone's going to have a tornado. Not everybody's going to have severe weather, but definitely more people will see more wind and hail, okay? But again, most people will not see a tornado today, but those that do, that's the problem. Those that do, we could be dealing with strong to possibly, violent tornadoes. The jet stream suggests that today. And long track tornadoes, right? A tornado that's an EF 2, 3, or 4 that's on the ground for a mile, that's a big deal. But a tornado that's on the ground for 10, 15, 20, 30 miles, that's a whole game changer, because you're going to run over more people, more cities, more towns, and things like that. And we will see severe weather in Oklahoma City, in the metro, later this evening. It'll be well after 8 o'clock, but we will see storms in Oklahoma City. But we have some time. That's what I'm telling you. Here in Oklahoma City, we have nothing really this afternoon, only a slight chance for a thunderstorm to develop before, at least making its way into Oklahoma City before 8 o'clock. I think it's well after that. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and here it comes. You can see these, each time we go back to this view, supercells are now getting stronger, rotating thunderstorms now, north of Buffalo and northwest of Woodward, and then over Arnett. And again, Tom's coming in from the west. He's going to get on this. Marty's going to make his way a little farther east. We'll see what happens with these two cells up here. And then Brandon's going to stay down here. So what's going to happen is this whole area is going to fill in with thunderstorms. So we still have the low to moderate to a high risk of severe weather. The high risk is going to take in many reports of large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. And some of those tornadoes, strong to possibly violent. Also, this will include long track tornadoes that start in the west, that are on the ground for a number of miles and possibly, yes, a number of counties doing damage. All right, so our tornado zone, it includes Oklahoma City, starts in the west. I think we'll see more numerous tornadoes in this event as this gets a little farther east. Right now, the storms are, again, just now beginning to go up, and they'll keep moving east, become more numerous, all the way down to I-40, and big hail, up to baseball, up to softball-sized hail. Now, here's future radar at 4 o'clock. One of our in-house models is breaking out a couple of storms on the east side of Enid up to east of Medford. These would be supercells and rotators. So we're watching this area carefully, and then the big show starts out here, and that's what's happening right now. So there's 6 o'clock today. So we have a broken line, individual supercells running from Medford to west of Enid, back down into Dewey County, back down into Custer County, and these are all going to be little individual storms close together, but still far enough apart where they're going to be in their own environment producing, again, large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. All right, so there's 6 o'clock. And again, this will change some. This is just a future model that we use. And then as we get into Clinton, that area finally takes off, and then we get additional storms at 8 o'clock taking off. But notice Oklahoma City, most of the metro at 8 o'clock, this is to our north and to our northwest. Here in Oklahoma City, we're doing okay at 8. Now look at 9 o'clock. These are in the north metro, and they'll look at 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. And these are going to be rotating thunderstorms capable, again, of large hail, damaging winds, and strong tornadoes. That will include Oklahoma City. So it's after 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock when they develop and come into, let's say, Guthrie, back to Okarche, and then into the metro, the heart of Oklahoma City. That'll be after 9 o'clock, towards the 10 o'clock, towards the 11 o'clock time frame. And then we're going to try to build storms all the way down to Lawton. And these are going to be rotators. These are going to be supercells producing large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. They finally clear the metro before midnight. Southern Oklahoma, tornado warnings will still be ongoing. Severe weather for Garvin County, up into Shawnee, up into, or barely south and east of Shawnee by that point, but Seminole, Pottawatomie, Hughes, into Henrietta and Okemah, right, Ofuskie County. So this will be the main show at midnight tonight. And then we'll keep bringing everything off to the southeast. And finally, these move out of our viewing area. All right, but the damage will have been done at that point with the big wind, the big hail, and all of that. So either way, it's starting now in the west. And Lace, you got something?
The storm you were talking about and watching in the west, severe, as you know, David. That storm moving at about 45 miles per hour coming in over Arnett. The storm strength definitely going up on it, just as you would expect. And Tom's in Visay. He's closing in on that area now. So I'm going to switch over here on links. I know you've got through that forecast and kind of show you where these storms are, what they're doing. And we'll kind of switch radars here. There you go. There it is in Arnett. And Cassie has the storm track on it for you, David.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, is that on links
3?
3? Let's go to links 3. Take a look at the storm track here. And there it is. And we kind of have it on a narrow. This is just one of many. This is a supercell. And we got another supercell up into Kansas. This is a rotating storm. Marty's kind of in between these right now. And I'm looking at Marty's shot. And then this is going to be Tom right here. And these might be splitting at this point. There might be a split going on. Is that a split, guys? Lapse that. No, it's a new storm. Okay, so we have actually a merger going on. Thought maybe that thing had split in the last 10 minutes, but it looks like we have two cells. Yeah, we do. Like maybe the flanking line has come up.
Yeah, flanking line.
Yeah. All right, so on this one storm here, remember, this is another supercell near Durham. On this one storm here that is severe, Moreland at about 4 o'clock, Quinlan 4:15, Winoka 4:26, Avard 4:33, and Alva at about 4:43, and Byron at about 5:14. So if you're out ahead of this line first in western Oklahoma, know your safety plan. If you live in a mobile home, that's perfect. That's great. Life is good. 99.9% time of the year. But on a day like today, if you have a tornado coming at you and you live in a mobile home, you got to be thinking about where your plan is going to be. What are you going to do here, right? You can't stay in a mobile home during a tornado. Winds of 100 miles an hour will flip a mobile home, and you throw in turning winds with, say, a low-end tornado, and it will easily destroy it and either injure you or possibly take your life. So you got to have a backup plan. We've done this before. Where is that? Aunt, uncle, cousin, friends, whatever. Now, if you live in just a built home, lowest level, center part of the house, all right? Okay, we all know where to go. Storm shelter, obviously, first. But if you don't have a storm shelter, lowest level, center part of the house, as these things start to ramp up and move northeast, and the tornado threat will begin to increase here. It's already cranking out right now, and we don't have anything tornadic yet, but a little bit of an inflow notch trying to build on this lead storm, and it was trying to develop some cyclonic shear right there, and it did, and then that kind of went away. So, hey, we're doing all right. But
yeah, the cell near Durham is coming up as well.
Yeah, it really is. And it's got a part of the flanking line is coming into that on the backside. So basically these storms are being born right now, and they are severe over Arnett. Right now it's going to be quarters and golf balls in that, but we certainly could see hail sizes much larger than golf ball. We could see tennis ball, we could see baseball size hail today. Not everywhere, but for some of us and some of the strongest updrafts. Okay? All right, so let's go to links 1, and you can see what we have happening so far. Tornado watch, again, in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. It includes all of western Oklahoma, all of Oklahoma City. Only place it doesn't include in our viewing area is eastern Oklahoma. And I think over there later tonight, they're going to get a tornado watch for them. Just it's going to be way late. But right now, everybody in our viewing area is included. We're all included in that, except for Hughes County, but you need to be in it. You'll be in one here next little bit. And Hughes County is clearly in our viewing area. All right, so that's the only severe storm we have. And once again, moving off to the northeast. Next storm coming up down the line, quickly going up. And that's going to be making its way quickly northeast. Let's go to Tom again, and then we'll go back and do a storm track. And let's get an update from Tom Pastrano. Tom, as you look back to your west to southwest, give us an update. What do you see? Go ahead, Tom. Do we have Tom? Well, we have a shot. Shot looks good. And here's the deal.
Hey, David, I'm here.
Go ahead, Tom. Give us an update.
Okay, so I'm looking at that storm to my west, and it looks like there are two crafts to the west. The bigger one, the base is slightly elevated, so that might be a good thing for right now. I can't see a big core coming out of the storm, so it does look very intense. I'm going to get up to Sharon, and I'm going to point that way. That way you can see it here in a couple of minutes. Back to you.
Okay, all right, nice job, Tom. So get up close to this thing. Don't let it overrun you. I can see the base there back to the left. Here's the anvil taking off right here. Here's the right side of the base, a little bit of a feeder band coming in from the north side. And there's the base of this as it makes its way to the northeast. So it is severe, big hail right now, but it is getting stronger and it is rotating. It is going up, rotating right now. So let's go back to Lynx 1. And we're going to switch radar modes here for you. And let's see. Marty's here. Okay, so here's one supercell. Here comes the next one. And again, this radar, these images you see here, they're going to change. I mean, we're going to look at stuff that's like right now, then an hour from now. This is going to look a little bit different because we're going to have storm mergers. We might have a couple of storms that go up, they die, they weaken. But you see the trend here, right? This is the beginning of storms firing on the dry line, making their way off to the northeast. You folks in Laverne down to Shattuck, you're looking off to your east at those big, big thunderstorms going up. Just an incredible shot. I can imagine running from Laverne back to Shattuck, looking off just to your east as these storms are erupting in the sky. Okay, but storm strength, storm now coming into Arnett, and the storm strength continues to get stronger. And before it's all said and done, we're going to be up in here. We're going to be way up into the orange and yellow and purple. All right, storm strength category today. As these storms are going to peg it up here, this is where we're going to end up. But they're already still strong and already severe now. And looking at a little bit of shear out of that one over Arnett. And nothing crazy, but yeah, a little bit of, that's that little hook I was pointing out. Just a little bit of an inflow notch. Nothing crazy, but just out to the east of Arnett, crossing Highway 60 or close to it. And that's going to make its way off to the northeast. That's going to Sharon, basically. So right now, it's a strong storm. It's a severe storm, large hail damaging winds. Winds are going to be about 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at about, what do you guys have it at, 45?
45.
Okay, 45 to 50. It's moving right now. They will slow down. When they become larger, they slow down. On a day like today, they're going to be full of water. They're going to be full of hail. And they will start to come down some on speed, right? All right, so that's moving to the northeast. Cass, you have another storm track on that?
I do, and I've got it moving into Sharon at 3:53, so about 23 minutes from now.
Okay, 3:53, coming into Sharon, and that'll be for you folks in Sharon. So if you live in Sharon or from Sharon back down to the southwest, heads up. I also want to point out a new storm going up over Fargo. That's on the north of this, and that storm is going to Woodward. Marty Logan's right there. He's looking right at it. Let's go to Marty. And let's bring Marty in and get an update from Marty as he looks back to the southwest. Marty, your storm, the northern storm there, the northern cell near Fargo, just taken off. It'll make its way through Fargo and Tangier, and it'll come into Woodward. We'll see what it looks like when it gets there, but that storm is getting stronger too. Go ahead, just now becoming a storm. Go ahead, Marty.
Okay, we are just coming in the west side of Woodward. We're going to get on a hill, move south just a little bit, and watch both of those storms as they come towards Woodward. Really concerned about that one that's coming up towards Sharon in that area. Anyway, we're getting in place where we can watch it. And also, I'm looking back at the one up in Harper County, still high-based, and that one's continuing northeast. So got my eyes on three different ones right now. Back to you.
Okay. All right, Marty, you and Kyle, great job, and glad to see Kyle's with you today. You guys will get it done and hunt down whatever craziness we get out here for sure. Okay, so look at the anvil here. I want to point out, just by looking at that, look how crisp that is. See how sharp that anvil is and how thick it is all the way to the end? Anytime you see that, you know you have some big-time explosive development going on. Also, it tells you how cold the air is aloft. When you start to see anvils, and that's the tops of the thunderstorms being blown off downstream with the jet stream. That's the anvil. That's the top of the thunderstorm. And when those are clear and on the rim, and then they're crisp and they're thick, and they get thinner, but they're razor sharp on the edge, that's a sign of a big storm going up. And that's exactly what we have in here. We made that turn. I could see the anvil over here, and it was pretty sharp. Okay, back to Lynx 1. And nice job, Lace. So this storm, up to 45,000 feet. Your average cruising altitude in an airliner taking a vacation is about, they'll get up to this high, but 30, 35. So we're already about 10,000 feet above that. No airliner is flying through this right now. Trust me, they're avoiding all this. But up to 45,000 feet, so that's the strongest storm. The other storm near Roll is up to 40,000 feet. And once again, the 30,000 foot topper is up here near Buffalo. But those haven't completely taken off yet. And what might happen is that the Fargo, and we'll call it the Arnett storm, merge and become one, and then come into Woodward County. So if I live in Woodward County, between Woodward and Mutual and Vici, I'm watching that storm, and I'm watching this storm down here near Roll. Okay? I'm watching those, and we'll see what they do as they start to go up and start to spin. And they are spinning. Again, we have some rotation, not very strong. All right, looking at Tom's shot. And let's see here. Okay, Vaughn's coming in.
Marty has a shot of both storms there, looking at the southwest, the Fargo and the Arnett.
Okay, nice. Yeah, let's go back to Marty's shot here. And Marty looking at both updrafts. Go ahead, give us an update on both those storms now coming in. Go ahead, Marty.
Okay, we just turned off 48th in Oklahoma, came south about half a mile, and we're looking to the southwest, and you can easily see the division between the two storms. I'm going to lower that down just a little bit. And you can see daylight in between the two storms. So the one on the right, Fargo storm, the one on the left, that's going to be our storm that's coming up from Arnett. So we've got them both in eye shot right here. Going to keep an eye on them as they come on in towards Woodward. Back to you.
Yeah. All right, great job, Marty. So Marty's on the northern storm, looking back at the southern storm, and that's his shot. There's a northern storm, so remember this. That's the northern smaller supercell. Here's the larger supercell. That is the severe storm, which is going to be southwest of Sharon. And bigger, stronger updraft, little smaller storm. So there's storm on the right, storm on the left. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Let me point those out to you. Storm on the right, storm on the left. Right? Storm on the right, supercell, small, but still a spinner, moving northeast at 45. And then the other stronger storm that is severe now, coming into where Tom is. And Tom's looking off again to the southwest. I'm looking at Tom's shot here, and he's making his way off to the west. Another supercell going up northwest to Roll, right over the Antelope Hills. That's going to make its way off to Camargo, back down towards Leedy. Here's Val.
And that one's strengthening pretty rapidly.
Yeah, it's severe. You folks in Crawford, north of Crawford, up to 283 here north of Roll. Along the Antelope Hills, you got to go to your, again, you got to be thinking about your safe spot, not right now, but in just here in a little bit. Just keep an eye on this. Anybody out here, be thinking about where you're going to go today. Again, I'm going to say that a lot today. Just know where you're going to go, right? If tornado's coming at you, you got to go, well, just make sure you know where that spot is. And we've done this a long time. We've done this a lot this year, right? This year's been busy. We've had our fair share of severe weather. Last count was over 50 tornadoes so far this year. We average about 57. So, okay. All right. And we're going to be live streaming, obviously, of tornadoes and severe weather. We're going to have severe weather and tornadoes, obviously, for the afternoon and evening. We're going to be on Tyler Media on our radio partners in Oklahoma City. That'll be late afternoon and really this evening before we have to flip that mode, and we'll be on the radio. So, and just Google, they've got a ton of stations. We'll be live on those. And we are live right now on YouTube and Facebook, as well as our apps currently, David. Yeah, YouTube, TV, live, Facebook, live, News 9 app, News 9 weather app. We're streaming all across the board here. It's just about nearly impossible not to see us, right? So that's what we're doing right now. Everything, again, going up out west. Storms are getting stronger. And we have Val coming in. Val's going to be here shortly. And I want to bring Val in. He's a little bit farther away, but I want to see his shot And let's bring him in. Val, looking at the anvils, what do you think? Your storm is basically severe now, right on the Antelope Hills, just north of Durham, northwest of Crawford. And it's going to make its way up towards Camargo and Vici. So what do you think as you make your way to the west, looking at that storm? What's that anvil tell you there, Val? Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're watching it right now, and, it did go up very rapidly. The anvil, well, just keep in mind it is building. It's not rapidly building to where I would say, oh, man, we're going to have a tornado in 30 minutes, nothing like that. But I would say it's definitely steadily building and getting stronger. You can see the anvil, and you can see the updraft in behind right there. There's also some other towers in southwest of that they're watching also. I think the whole dry line is going to pretty much go probably here within the next 30 minutes to an hour. But the hail sizes are slowly coming up. The vills are coming up. The strength of the storm is coming up. It's also, keep in mind, it's in an environment just west of where the best moisture is. The further these storms out here come east, the stronger they're going to get, and they're going to be moving into I guess you could say, a much more explosive environment. And those are the things that we got to watch very closely. David, back to you.
Okay, so again, like Val's talking about here, we have single storms now, and that's what we're going to have a lot of the afternoon. Eventually we'll have some line segments and all this going on, but this is the storm that is now quickly becoming severe. That's going to be, again, along the Antelope Hills. It's going to be southwest or northwest of Roll, southwest of Arnett. So that's the other storm down the line. All right, so by the way, it's nice to see how green it is out here. They've had some rain, and western Oklahoma sure looks good green for sure. Okay. Okay, new cell going up, and that's going to be the one that Brandon is on. Let's go back to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And that cell's going up now. And Brandon, we know, there it is. This is the beginning. This is what we call cumulus congestus, and now becoming cumulonimbus, right? These are now going into the thunderstorm phase. That one is, and that one is. These will probably turn into one big storm, and this is going to be out here where Brandon, he's at Sayre looking off to his west. So we have the storms covered. Let's go to Brandon and get an update. Brandon, it's yours. You are hot. Brandon Pennell, go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're like I said earlier, we're on I-40 at Sayre. What's in my shot right now is actually looking back to the northwest at those developing storms that Val and Tom and Marty are on. I'm going to show you this. So right there you can see that one, and then we have another one going up just on the southwest side of it. But as I swing my truck, I'm going to show you what it looks like. This is what I would call borderline explosive right here. Like, it's gone up in about the last 5 minutes. It's pretty vertical on the south side, which you can see. I know you got to look through some clouds, but it's pretty crisp, and it just it's been continuing to billow for probably the last 15 to 20 minutes. But here in the last 5, it's kind of taken it into a little bit of another gear. So this is probably a sign of what Val was talking about too, that the dry line further south may just eventually just explode, even south of I-40, just the way the trend is. And I can see even more towers as I look off even further to the southwest. I don't know if you'll be able to see those in the shot or not, but this whole thing is just continuing to set and boil. I mean, it's almost like a powder keg. And really in this location that we're at, for May, our dews are like 63 to 64, and just about a county to the east, they creep up into the upper 60s and then 70. So just to piggyback again off what Val was saying, the further east that these things continue to creep, another county or so, and they're just going to continue to come into a better environment. And we know that the later in the day that we get, the conditions just continue to ramp up for tornadoes. So we're literally right here looking at it develop. We're going to jump on it as soon as we see that something's imminent, as it's going to go severe. And we'll be right here the whole way with it as it continues to track east or northeast down the I-40 corridor towards the central part of the state. Back to you.
Metric. All right, good job, and great job, Brandon. So Brandon is going to be out on I-40, and look at this, folks. This is the beginning. Remember, what's happening is here, you have a parcel or a piece of air, right? And as it lifts higher in the sky, it releases heat, but the sky or the atmosphere, as you get higher up, is colder. So as this gets in the atmosphere, this just keeps growing. And on days that we have like a cap, you have warm layer of air up here. Well, not today. The atmosphere just continues to get colder, and that's exactly what this storm needs to survive. And the colder the atmosphere is, as you get higher up, the more unstable it is, and the bigger the storm's going to be. You throw in a strong jet stream that will evacuate the tops of the storm, so there's always new convection developing. That's exactly what's going to happen. So I call that a big chunk of cauliflower. And that thing, I mean, the video is incredible, but if you were there in person looking at that, you could see this in real time going up and folding back at you because it can only go up so fast, and it's actually kind of knuckling back, and it's kind of knuckling back at you as it's billowing up. And it's just a high velocity of a piece of air releasing heat, but at the same time going up in a cold environment. So it just keeps going, and it just keeps building. And that's what we're going to do today. And this is how storms develop, but then you throw in high instability, strong jet stream, and that changes everything. Suddenly your storms become, yeah, they're pretty bad to, oh my gosh, we have big hail, we have big wind, and we have that tornado threat, right? And we certainly do have all of those today. And we're going to have tornadoes today. I mean, every piece of data we're looking at, well, we've been talking about this last week and over the weekend, and today should not be a surprise to anybody that's been watching us for over a week now. We've been talking about May 6th, May 6th, May 6th, and it is certainly here. But this is quickly now going into overdrive mode right now. And take a look at our full screen here for our sister partner stations here, talking about severe weather coverage, streaming on our Tyler Media, and those are all the stations we will be on. If there's a tornado in the metro in central Oklahoma, they will carry us live. Okay? And those stations right there. All right, back to it. Go ahead,
David,
Justin.
I just noticed on Tom's shot and also looking at radar, mesocyclone really starting to develop on the Sharon Harmon storm that Tom's looking to the southwest.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Here's Visay. Okay. Yeah, so there's the meso right here, and it's getting stronger, and that's that right there. This is that. Okay? There's your mesocyclone. There's your mesocyclone. Let's go to Tom's shot. By the way, it's going to go head northeast. And on the right side, you have all the wind, right? Lots of wind here. You have the hail and the rain. The mesocyclone runs just from behind my head back out here. And this is the whole mesocyclone. So this whole thing above me is a cylinder of air that's from here all the way up. Air is flowing into this from where I'm standing, like at my back, into it. And then what you have on the right is going to be the downdraft with the big hail and all the heavy rain. But this is the mesocyclone that continues to get better organized, and Tom is right there. Let's get an update from Tom Pastrano. Tom, it continues to spin. It's getting tighter. This storm is getting deeper. The mesocyclone is getting deeper, Tom Pastrano. What do you think now looking off to your west? Looks like we had some tags kind of hanging down in there, a few tags hanging down as the pressures continue to lower and the mesocyclone becomes stronger. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. So a few minutes ago, we had two distinct updrafts, and those have merged officially. And as that was happening, we started to see some scud rising into the base. There's some slow rotation in there, and it's definitely getting better organized. That base was pretty high just, when it was going up, but even that has begun to lower. So there is some scud that continues to rise into that base, and it is slowly getting organized. So we'll be here. We're going to head back east with the storm. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So that's the severe storm at Leedy. There's your updraft. There's your mesocyclone. There's your rain-free base, right? And this is the area that's spinning. And from left to right, okay, this whole area is slowly spinning right now. It's not tornadic, but the mesocyclone is developing. It's already there. It's just going to get stronger now. It went up spinning. It went up basically developing a mesocyclone as this whole thing was evolving. And we start to look for little tags in here. And you'll start to see what we call scud, or just little pieces of condensate. And they'll start to develop because a low pressure or a tornado or a mesocyclone is just an area of low pressure. And as it gets stronger, it's going to tighten up, it's going to tighten up, it's going to tighten up, it's going to tighten up. And as it gets stronger, it starts to pull in warm, moist air from the east, and we'll start to see these tags hanging down. They might be attached, they might be detached, but either way, we'll start to see some scud developing. That'll be the beginning of the wall cloud into this thing. Now, sometimes you get big, big wall clouds that are tree huggers that hang down, they're low hanging. Other times, you don't. You just get a big rain-free base. This will turn into a swirl, and we kind of get into that cinnamon roll kind of a deal. it'll start to spin, and then you can get a tornado to come out of that. But right now, it is a mesocyclone. It is rotating. And again, this is the area that we're watching. Okay, back to Lynx 1. Let's take a look at the storms. And right now we have 2 severe storms. The one that Tom's on, that's that shot right there. And then the one that Val is almost on, that's now crossing the river and the Antelope Hills, crossing 283. That's the one that's going to be making its way to the northeast. New cell going up where Brandon is. This is going to be a big storm. So we have 1, 2, 3 thunderstorms. But that's it. That's all we have right now, are 3 big storms that are just continuing to get stronger. And they're going to get stronger into the afternoon. And they're going to get stronger this evening. And they're going to change. And they're going to morph. And they're going to move east. And they're going to come down I-40. And they're going to, a lot of these are going to be north of I-40 across the northwest half for the afternoon. They're all going to be back out in here. We still have a slight chance we get something a little farther east. But right now, this is the big show. And the tops are still at 50,000, it looks like.
Yeah, and getting taller.
45.
I was just checking the top of Brandon's storm down further to the south. And yeah, it's still coming up, still growing taller and taller. We keep getting pictures from viewers in western Oklahoma, David, just showing is what you were showing from our tracker shots. I mean, it looks ominous when you look back to the west and you can see those towers growing so freely and rapidly right now.
Yeah. Are there pictures from the backside looking east?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
No, they've been mainly looking west.
All right. But either way, yeah, it doesn't matter. Front and then looking at it from the east side or from the backside, the west side, it's big convection for sure. See the scud? That's what I was talking about here. So scud developing now, and it doesn't look like that's a gust out problem. It looks like it just continues to spin slowly. We have not gone into that hyper drive mode yet. Storms are still a little bit stretched out, but right in here, a little bit of an inflow notch right there. You can see it on reflectivity and throwing velocity data. There's your mesocyclone, and it's going to be south, just basically south of Keenan.
Oh, it just came up on that last scan, a little
And
tighter.
there it is, right there. And look at the picture. Look how they go together. There's your mesocyclone. Look at that picture. See the scud developing? It's getting stronger. So as this tightens up and the pressures get lower, right? It's an area of low pressure, just on a very small scale. Look what happens there. You start to see scud developing now under the mesocyclone, and this is beginning of our wall cloud developing to spin there.
12 miles southwest of Sharon.
Okay, yep, and inflow notch right here developing. Okay, so we'll get a storm track on that. Look at shear rate now.
Well, David, we can do a storm track, but I'm also looking at this in the 3D perspective as well.
Let's do that.
Yeah, because
Lynx 3?
the back end, yes, on Lynx 3, the back end of that storm has been growing. I know you were talking about that storm strengthening, and you can definitely tell earlier this was just under maybe 30,000 feet where you can see that back end of the storm in that red, but now it's definitely continuing to grow. And you can kind of also see, obviously, where Tom is, and he's not very far away from that.
Now he's right here, and then kind of fly in here, Cass. Let's take a look at this at in our volumetric mode, we call it, and you can see the mesocyclone. See how it's tilted? Okay, so today, because of the jet stream winds, this thing right here is tilted over like, gosh, it almost looks like it's 45 degrees. It's not quite, but it's not far from it. So let's just say that's north. This is tilted off to the northeast, right? The mesocyclone is tube of air that's rotating. You can see that in here. See this? That's the mesocyclone. That's the mesocyclone. And back in here there's an inflow notch, kind of spin around the other side. And also take off some of that yellow and green here, Cass. No tornado warning yet. No tornado warning yet. But this is the updraft. This is the mesocyclone. And it's very, very tilted over, running from Keenan back down to the southwest, which is going to be north of Hammond. Okay, so we'll see. It'll go up, it'll go down, it'll go up, it'll go down, but eventually, these become established, and then they start to do what they're going to do. And then down the line, the other storm, about the same, and then we have other storms down here near Crawford and Durham, and again, a lot of storms. Okay, back to Lynx 1, and there's your meso. Tom's looking at it, and the tags that we had, the little tags hanging down, little scud tags, those have disappeared. So it looks like it's gone up, and it's just kind of like, yeah, okay, we're going to hang around for a little bit. We'll see what we do here. And that's fine. We just, don't do anything, right? Just give us some rain, but conditions are very favorable to get, again, high-end severe weather. Large hail, very large hail, damaging winds in excess of 80 miles per hour around a mesocyclone. And also we're looking at, a real possibility of tornadoes today. Today is still looking very much like a tornado outbreak, starting where it is now down to I-40, and then along and south of I-40, have storms down there, out there just a little bit later. But here's your meso, right here. That's it, and that's going to be making its way right to Tom, and then from there it's going to keep heading on to the northeast. All right, let's go to links 1. I'll stay with that. Let's go back to reflectivity.
All right,
I
there
just
you go.
want to see what it looks like. So
It's still lifting to the north as well.
yeah, a little bit.
Pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's going to go on or just south of Woodward. It's going to go to Moreland.
David, I do have a track on that on links 3 when you need it.
Okay, let's go to links 3. And we'll get a storm track on this. Definitely going to Moreland, it looks like.
I did the whole line.
Okay, that's fine. That's good, yeah. So not everybody in here is going to get, but you folks to the north, keep an eye on that. I think it's going to Winoka for sure. And you have Winoka in your list here?
Let's see.
I don't see Winoka. We got to get Winoka.
There it is.
Okay. 4:30. Winoka at 4:30, and there's a chance this thing goes to Avard and maybe even up towards Alva if it doesn't start to make a turn. You're for sure going to get these storms back to the west. But Sharon, 4 o'clock, Moreland, 4 o'clock, Byside, 4:12, Quinlan, 4:16, Winoka, 4:31, Carmen, 5 o'clock, Cherokee, 5:13, Clio Springs, 5:28, Orienta, 5:29, Jet, 5:30, and Helena at 5:33. So 2 established supercells. By the way, you're watching News 9 at 4 o'clock. If you're just now joining us, tuning in, we've been on the air here for a while. Severe weather outbreak underway, starting in the west and the northwest. Going to be a long afternoon, going into a long evening, and for some, even a long night. We're going to get through this together. We've got to make sure, though, that if we do get the high-end severe weather, including the tornadoes, conditions are very favorable for that we keep people safe, right? Where's the tornado? Where is it? Where is it going? So that's our job, is to tell you exactly where the tornado is, what it looks like, and how long do you have. So with that being said, you got to have a plan, right? Know where your plan is, know what your plan is, know where you're going to go if you got to get out of the way, whether that's storm shelter, basement, or if you live in a mobile home, you got to get out, period. Okay, Lacey, you got something?
No, I was just looking at Jim's location, David, as he closes in, and also the tornado watch, since we are at 4 o'clock, if you want to show that on links 1.
Yep. There's the tornado watch,
Until
goes
11.
until 11 o'clock. And this is the kind of watch that basically the verbiage is strong and violent tornadoes are possible. Doesn't happen very often. It's called the PDS watch. We don't get those very often, but we do. We had them last year, and so just got to keep that in mind that there's a lot of verbiage out there talking about strong and damaging and long track tornadoes, and for good reason. And we hope it doesn't happen. That would be nice. It would be great, but it is what it is, and we're being handed what we have in front of us here, so we just got to take it head on. But that's why we're on the air continuously. We're not going anywhere.
Tornado warning in Kansas, so the
Okay.
line's undipping. Just to show you, David, look how far the line's undipped up into Nebraska.
Yep.
As we knew would happen.
Storm goes all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Tornado warnings again for Kansas now, north of Dodge City. That storm took off over Dodge. And tornado warning with that. Hook on that one. Another hook on this one. And then back down the line. The Cheyenne storm, we'll call it, just now getting its act together, growing quickly, it looks like. And Val's going to be on this storm right here. We're going to bring Val into this, and he'll be on that cell.
And David,
go ahead.
That Cheyenne storm, if you want to take links 4 real quick, I know we usually keep lightning off of our radar because they can kind of clutter things, but this is the last 45 minutes. The Cheyenne storm has started to see some lightning recently, but also notice how at the beginning of the lapse 45 minutes ago, not a lot of lightning, and then over the last 45 minutes, they've really intensified, and that lightning count has stayed high, 70 plus strikes.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. So everything's coming up together, right? Big storm, big lightning, and it's increasing. And that was Andrew Adams there. Thank you, Andrew. Nice job. And you can see the lightning strikes here. So lightning's increasing. Storms are getting taller. Storms are getting bigger, at least for now, right? And that's the trend for sure. Okay, back to links 1. And let's see what's going on as far as this storm and looking at storm strength. And now we're getting up into the yellows here. It kind of peaked out, and then it kind of weakened, and now it's starting to come back up again. Just on in south of Woodward. That storm's going to head up towards Winoka and Bouse Junction. It is severe, but see how it's a little bit linear? And so the storm they have mesocyclones in them, but they've not done the big, hang on a second, we're going to tighten up and try to do something as far as a tornado. They are definitely getting stronger, but slowly. They're both severe. This one went up. It was severe as it was west of 283. It looks like it might have come down a little bit, but still a big storm for sure. All right, so let's go back down the line here again, and we'll get a storm track on that. And let's take a look at Brandon's storm and see where he is. And Brandon, we're going to bring you in here. That storm now went over Sweetwater, a little bit of an inflow notch developing just northeast of Sweetwater here, like maybe just a few miles. What do you think when you look back at that, when you're looking off to your northwest there? It's kind of hard to see. You're not quite under the anvil. When you get under the anvil, you'll be able to see everything. But I see the base back in there. What do you think? What do you see when you look back in there? Also, Brandon, what's going on back to your southwest? What's happening to your southwest?
Okay, David, so we've come north out of there, 3 or 4 miles. We're almost to the intersection of Highway 6 where it goes back east to Elk City, or you can continue north. I think it's 283 up into Roll and Cheyenne. So as we're looking off to the northwest, I know it's hard to see in the shot. We're still kind of far away. The storm is continuing to intensify. I wouldn't say that it's anything that's just screaming that it's explosive development. It's kind of just holding its own. It continues to percolate, and then it kind of goes up and it comes back down. We see other showers kind of try to develop around it, and they get pulled into the updraft, and that's when it has an uptick. And then there's a lot more towers that we can see visually that I wouldn't say they're explosive either, but they're gaining vertical height. Like as every 10 minutes goes by, they're getting crisper, they're getting firmer. The vertical development's getting taller. So it's just a sign and a precursor of probably what's to come even further south, even south of I-40. As I look back right now, there's a couple of really good towers back to the southwest. Actually, it's kind of hard to see them because there's so much haze and other cloud cover. But the storm that we're actually on, the base is still kind of high. It's nothing screaming that we're going to have a tornado in the next 5 to 10 minutes by any stretch. But as we've been saying, the further east that the storm continues to go, the better it's beginning to look. It's tapping into better moisture, like literally mile by mile. So we're going to get up underneath it, get an eye on it, see what kind of inflow we may or may not have going into the updraft. Just kind of search things out, and then if it does something crazy or it looks like it's going to try to do something crazy, especially over the next 15 minutes to a half hour, we're going to be right underneath it, and we'll bring it right there to you, back to you.
All right, nice job, Brandon. All right, so multiple storms, again, out west and southwest, and these are now all becoming severe quickly. Brandon's on the storm down here that's going to become severe here shortly. Let's go back to Tom. Tom has a great shot of the storm right here. He's looking right back at the mesocyclone, and wow, okay, there's so much going on in here. I could talk about this for an hour. The left side of the mesocyclone's right here. We have feeder bands coming in from the left or from the south and southeast. This is where the warm, moist air, this is the feeder band that's feeding into this where the moisture is. And then on the north side, look at this right here. See this? See the scud developing now? And then also notice this feeder band coming out of the rain cool there to the north. That's being pulled in from the northeast. This is being pulled in from the southwest and is trying to localize right in front of Tom's shot. To me, it looks like it's trying to localize right there. Tom Pastrano, we have your shot up. You're looking right where you should be, and wow, what a shot. We'll see what this does, but that is definitely a more impressive looking storm than it was about 10 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, David. As this storm is moving east, it's getting better and better organized. The rotation is definitely increasing. Just looking for any spot where it's tightening up. Just right there in the middle. So far, it looks like the strongest rotation, and it kind of goes through cycles. Right now, it's kind of on an uptick. But, yeah, it definitely has that look, and it is booking it to the northeast right now. So we're going to have to move here shortly, but just wanted to give you this shot. It is definitely increasing. Back to you.
Yeah, and you can see what's going on here. So remember, from here above, the mesocyclone's going 10, 15, 20,000 feet, and sometimes it's even higher. But the mesocyclone's right here, and this whole thing is spinning. So as it spins, it's pulling in air from all directions, right? Pulling in it from the northeast, where Tom's looking back to the southwest, from the east, from the south. in this whole area just continues to rotate. And if it's going to produce a tornado, that looks like that's really coming in there.
Storm strength has ramped up.
Right there. Hang on. What'd you say?
Storm strength has ramped up.
Are you on?
Yes.
No.
Hello. Storm strength has ramped up for sure as this is moving to the northeast. And also it looks to me, David, on radar that it's slowed down just a little bit. Like it may be anchoring as it gets a little stronger, which is very common as storms start to strengthen.
Yes, for sure. And on a day like today, that's a
see
problem.
there,
Yeah, these storms start to slow down. Right now they're moving at 45, but this one might be going back down to like 30 or 35 after it gets its act together. And it certainly is. Look at the storm strength now. Remember, we were hanging around the yellows. We pegged orange for a minute. Now we're pegging this, and look how much bigger the storm is. Look at the size of the storm. All right, so clearly a supercell, clearly rotating. And I want to go up top, and we're going to bring in Jim Gardner, who's a little farther south and east, and he is in the ionosphere. He is way out here. And Jim, looking off to the west there, looking off to the west at that storm. Once you get inside the shadow and the storm gets a little closer to you, the visibility is going to be much better. But go ahead, Jim. Again, you're nothing but sunshine, but man, big storm just to your west. Go ahead, Jim. He's got a great shot up.
Evidently, I'm in a dead zone.
I can hear you, Jim. Go ahead. Jim Gardner. Okay.
I don't know if you got me, Greg, but evidently I'm in a dead zone.
Okay, let's cut his mic until we figure out what's going on. Let's get him in the clear here. But you can see his shot. He's panning to the right at both of these cells. That rain-free base is tucked back in here, and you're going to have all the wind and the rain and the hail over here. And there's part of that rain-free base and that flanking line going into that, and then back to the left, a little bit of a window in here. And then we have the other storms developing down south near I-40. But Jim is going to be obviously in between and flying all around these storms, okay? All right, let's go back to Lynx 1 and looking at hail sizes. Talked about big hail today, possibly what we call, I don't know, this word came in my head, 1980, 85, talking about, gorilla hail.
You can say, oh, okay.
Yeah, gorilla hail.
Okay.
I said, yeah, no, it's nothing. It's not a new word. Been around forever. What you think I was going to come up with something weird? Yeah, I mean, that's
You're
not,
known for that.
I know,
so
but
I was bracing.
You're right. No, that's not bad.
Okay.
Gorilla hail, Mondo hail, okay?
There you go.
There you go. But yeah, and big updraft, big rotator. The wall cloud in Tom's shot. Tom's getting back in position, but once again, moving up to the northeast now at about 35 miles per hour. There's shear rate. Tom's and Sharon looking right at it. Marty's up here in between Woodward and Moreland. And this thing is, again, now becoming a little more V-notched. Notice that.
And look at this strength now, David. I'm going to switch modes here.
We're starting to get the, hey, Justin, just want to make sure that Tom has good roads, northeast, east. We want to stay on this thing. We want to stay ahead of it. So let's get Tom on the move. Let's get him back north and east. And the roads up here, a little bit squirrely, a little bit fruity. Once we get up into here, you got this thing going on 270. They kind of get all this little going on in there. So we just got to keep an eye on that, right? As talking about the roads for Tom. All right, so look at the strength now. Now we're up in the purple. We're pegging it on storm strength. Okay, let's go back to shear rate, the circulation. Okay. It's going to go south of Woodward, but not by much. Let's go back to reflectivity. And there it is. So it's raining now in Woodward, heaviest rain, south side of Woodward. And there's Marty. What is Marty looking back at? And I'll tell you what, Justin, let's get Marty to stop. I'm going to see what he sees back to his southwest.
Yeah, he was just getting out of the rain, so he'll stop and I'll let you know.
Okay, but get him east of the bad roads. You know what I mean? Get him out of the river basin in there. But Tom is right there. And also, yeah, let's keep Tom moving. Let's keep Tom moving. And Marty is going to go a little farther east, and then he's going to drop in and drop south. Okay, let's go back to Tom Pastrano. I'm going to get an update from Tom. Yep, exactly. And let's find out what Tom's doing. Tom, give us an update. Your shot's going the other direction. You're trying to make your way to the east. But, Tom, your storm is the strongest it's been all day today. The strongest it's been, Tom, right behind you. What do you see when you look back towards the northwest? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, looking towards the northwest, there's a pretty big wall cloud. I don't see anything on the ground yet. There's quite a few tags that are hanging out of the wall cloud. and I can see some rotation. It looks like the rain wants to wrap back into the wall cloud. So right now I'm going east. I'm going to go north. That way I can see the wall cloud that's going to be tucked in the rain. But it is substantial right now. It's a lot more organized than it was just even 5 minutes ago. So we'll get back with you when we have a better position and we can get you a shot. Back to you.
Yeah. Let's get Marty a little farther east and then a little farther south. I want a view of this. And I kind of wish Tom had made a harder left right here. Hey, Justin, let's do that. I don't want Tom to go all the way over to the highway. How far is that?
1, 2, 3, 4. He's 5 miles from 270.
Okay. Justin, yeah, get him going north. And they're dirt roads, but they haven't had that much rain up here. Let's get him north he overshot it. He's going to have to turn around, and then I want him north. I want to get close to this thing again. All right, let's go up top again. I want to see all this from the air. And there it is. Jim Gardner, we have, 3 big storms out here, nearly 4. And Jim, give us your location. I know you're looking off to the west and northwest. You're in sunshine, but man, it's a wall of storms. Now to your west. Go ahead.
Well, that's right, David. We are over Putnam right now, or just a little west of Putnam, shooting back to the west, northwest. And you're looking at that storm that you've been talking about. Now, that's the upper back side of it that you're seeing right now. Now, as DJ pans to the right here, we'll show you as it goes all the way up to the northwest, and it is traveling east. But if we zoom in a little bit, you can kind of see that cigar cloud that is building in there. But, David, right now we haven't seen too much cloud ground lightning or anything, but we'll keep you updated. Jim Darpoint live for Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
Get 10. Okay, all right, nice job, Jim. So here's it. You're thinking, oh, it's like a dark mess. It is. This is the one storm on the right, then the other storms are developing back in here. And once you get out so far from the range of the choppers from the city, again, you got to get up pretty high to be able to see what's going on. And these will become clearly more visible to Jim here shortly, all right? But Jim's out here. He's in the air. And let's go back to, there you go. Let's go back to Tom. And whose shot is that? That's Marty's shot. Marty Logan. Let's bring Marty Logan. He's looking back at the wall cloud. And Marty, there it is, coming right at you. Nice shot. Looking back to the southwest. And it looks like more scud beginning to develop. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, so the folks in Moreland need to really think about taking shelter pretty quick, I would say. We've got a lot of rising motion right there on the right side of that base. We are just about a half mile south of 412 on Highway 50. You're looking southwest at this storm. We raced over here where we could get set up. There was a trooper headed this way to help watch it. We also have chaser convergence in this area. But look at that right there. Close in on that on the right side. It's got a point. Hurry, right over that feeder. Right there. We've got an area right there. Look at that rising scud on the right side of it.
Yeah, hang on.
Have a little bit of a point coming down, huh?
No. You might have. This is it. This is tornado genesis.
Yeah.
You're dead on, Marty. Go. You got it. Yep, that's it.
So probably 2 to 3 miles southwest of Moreland. Probably 3 to 4 miles southwest of Moreland. We have rising motion. Looks like we're starting to get some circulation. We have a wall cloud right there starting to form right in front of you even more. Wrapping rain. All right, look right underneath it. You can see the rain curtain going from right to left. So there is rotation with this storm. Moreland, you probably want to think about that siren real quick now. Real quick, probably within 5 to 10 minutes. This is going to be at Moreland. We do have slight rotation, nothing tight right now. We do have a wrapping rain curtain behind it. Rising motion right there just on the right side of that base. A little bit of rising motion coming up. There's some more tags underneath, a little bit of scud. Go to the left just a little bit right there. Are you seeing anything on that right part there? No, rising scud still right there on the right side of that base. A little bit of a point. Looking for rotation, wrapping rain. There's more scud there on the right, coming down to a point a little bit more. Again, probably over the Woodward County landfill. That's real close to where this is at. Maybe just south of the landfill between Woodward and Moreland. This is southwest of Moreland. We have a working base, wrapping rain. It's headed east-northeast. That other base there is looking interesting, too. right there on the right that's just out of our picture. Yeah, there's another area right there that's looking interesting. On the right side is another base that's starting to show up a little bit more. And this thing is coming straight at us. We are a half mile south of 412 Highway 50 on the west side of Moreland. All right, the base, I can see the base of it start to go from right to left, so there's still rotation in there. The right side, we see a little bit of a point. There's some clouds that are peeling off of that and going right to left, still have some slight rotation. I'm looking at the rain curtain. Our rain's almost stopped now. I'm looking at the rain curtain, see if I can see it wrapping. I don't see it wrapping. I just see heavy rain. A lot of movement in there. We've had 2 or 3 points come down from it. Right there, the double pole. There's another little point coming down.
Yeah, I see that. So, Marty, here's the deal. It's a little bit disorganized. It's still very organized, but it has slightly become disorganized in the last 5 minutes compared to what it was. But I'll say this, Marty, it's still the biggest storm in the state for sure. Marty, we're going to jump south. We'll come back to you. Marty, make sure your roads are good to your northeast. I know they get a little squirrely as you get north and east of where you are, so map out your roads. I know you guys are, but just make sure. And I'm telling 2 firefighters to map out the roads. I'm guessing they're probably okay. Anyway, all right. I got a clue in here. I got to get a clue. All right, let's take a look. Let's go back to it here. Big storm now south of Moreland. There is small hail. Lacey, what was that dime-sized hail in Moreland?
South of Woodward.
Excuse me. Yes, south of Woodward.
It's likely larger, but the circulation has crossed 270 now to the southeast of Woodward, heading up towards 15, which is 412.
Yep, and here's the circulation, like Marty said. If you live in Moreland or west of Moreland, you got to be thinking about safe spot, lowest level. Just be thinking about where to go. If we pull the trigger on this right now, there's no tornado on the ground. If it does happen, you're going to see it right there. It's not on the ground. Tom's coming in from the southeast. And let's get an update from Tom Pastrano. And Tom, go ahead. Tornado watch in effect for all of our viewing area until 11 o'clock tonight. Nothing in Oklahoma City right now. Nothing headed for the metro right now. But that will happen later this evening. We will see severe storms in Oklahoma City late this evening with the tornado threat. All right, let's go to Tom. Tom, I'll be trying to tighten up one more time. Same storm that Marty's on. Go ahead.
Yeah, a few minutes ago, it kind of disorganized, but right now we're in an organizing stage again. I have some rising motion. At this very moment, though, all of the clouds, everything's kind of moving in one direction. I don't see the rotation that I did earlier, but I do see that rising motion in the wall cloud. And I do see some rapid, just to the northwest of it, I see some inflow that's the clouds are moving pretty rapidly there. So looking for any rotation. I don't see it at the moment. Back to you.
All right, Tom, nice job. And great job there, Tom, as he, again, is on the southern side. See this? Yeah, this is a little concerning. How this is trying to fold up in here. So this cloud right here, sometimes if we're going to get tornado genesis, okay, that's the feeder band coming out of the north right here. And then here's the bottom part or the back side or where the wall cloud is trying to form. So this is coming in out of the rain-cooled air behind this, and this is coming in and then rotating around right here, right? Another feeder band coming in from the east. That's at the lower levels, not so much down at the surface, a little bit higher up. But this stuff is this is what we call a tree hugger as far as this cloud goes. I mean, it's not all the way on the deck, but it's definitely lower. All right, let's go back to, wow, there's a lot going on. The big view, nothing headed to Oklahoma City, not now. There will be later this evening. Everything is going to be out across western Oklahoma where the big storms are going to be, the large hail, the damaging winds, initially with the tornado threat. Highest in the northwest, the west, and the southwest. Okay, so all you small towns and communities out here, I know you're plugged in, but stay plugged in. Don't go anywhere. Hang with us. We don't have any tornado warnings in effect right now. We almost did on that. We almost pulled the trigger on that one. We were a step away from a News 9 tornado warning as that thing was really ramped up. That's going to be the Woodward storm. And now we have the storms back to the southwest. Let's go ahead and zoom in on these. And this is going to be, Val has kind of 2 clusters in here. Val's looking right back at this, right in here. He's looking right back right here in southeastern Ellis County, right here at this meso. Let's go to Val. Let's bring Val in. And Val, nice shot. Big rain-free base, looking right at it. This is going to be storm number 2 down the line. It continues to rotate. and your storm is getting stronger as well. What do you think? Your winds ought to be pretty gusty here coming in from the east or southeast.
Yep. So, David, this storm about 10 minutes ago, this was just a flat, high base. And then we started seeing small scud, just little scud clouds developing beneath the base. And that was the start of this pretty good-sized lowering right here. You could almost call that a wall cloud because there's some pretty decent rising motion in there. I can't really see if there's rotation. I think there's slow rotation in it. There's definitely rising motion. And the base is in the process, David, of getting lower. This is how bases lower. They just start pulling in more air, and they get stronger, and scud forms beneath it, and you get a wall cloud and a lowering form. And that's exactly what's happened here. It's not, I wouldn't say it's getting so fast that we're going to see a tornado in 5 minutes or anything like that, but it is definitely getting stronger. And the base is getting lower. The rotation or the upward motion is getting stronger on it slowly but surely. And it's about 3 miles, or we're 3 miles southwest of the town of Camargo. This storm is probably more like 6 or 7 or maybe 8 southwest of Camargo, pretty much moving in that general direction. But we're here on it. We're watching it. We're tracking it. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Okay, so Val's on the southern, or we'll call that the middle storm, actually. So again, big storm up here, rotating storm here, another one here going up, another rotator here, and another rotator storm down to the south. So they're all spinning, and they're all going up spinning. Not every storm that spins produces a tornado, but today the likelihood of getting a tornado out of any one of these storms is high, right? Big humidity, big jet stream winds, high instability, big moisture, and everything is maxed out today on all the ingredients that we need to get high-end severe weather. And what I mean by high-end is, big-time damaging winds, big-time damaging hail, and big-time tornadoes. And everything is at the top of that right now from everything we've seen. All right, so here's Marty. We have Visay down to the south of Woodward. This has got a hook on it. Tom's looking at that. And that's going to make its way off to the northeast.
David,
Vaughn's coming in from the east. Go ahead.
David, that
Andrew?
storm near Woodward, we just got a picture of some hail from that storm, larger than the size of quarters, just to give an idea of what we're seeing come out of that storm already.
Okay, you have a picture?
Yeah, it's on Links 4.
Okay, Links 4, and this is from Woodward. And there's your quarter, and that's going to be just about on the golf ball side. And that's going to be in Woodward. So Woodward on the north side of this storm getting the big hail. So we've already had that from Woodward today. All right, so again, that's the least of our problems, right? All right, let's come back to radar here. Then we're going to go back up top and get an update from Jim. And big broken line of rotating thunderstorms running from west of Freedom. The storms west of Freedom are not severe, but we got to watch them. Still producing some wind and some hail as they make their way to the northeast at 40 to 45, a little bit faster up here. Our storms are still moving at 30 to 35. With the hook developing here, we already have the hook on Marty storm, Woodward storm, Cheyenne storm getting better organized. And we have Hank now coming out of the Clinton-Weatherford areas, making his way off to the east. All right, so big storms up here. They're all severe pretty much. Okay, let's go back to Jim Gardner. Let's go up top and get an update from Jim. And we'll bring him back in. And he's looking at, again, between two storms here. And Jim, we have multiple storms out there just to your west, northwest, and even southwest. And again, these storms are pretty much all rotating. No tornadoes right now, but certainly some big storms. Go ahead.
Well, that's right, David. They just keep building on down that line from up to the northeast all the way back down to the southwest here. We're looking through a hole right here. You can see the backside of that one storm that Marty and all them are talking about. You can kind of see the back edge there. Now, as we pull out, David, you're going to see the tops of these storms, and then as we go back to the left, you're going to see more storms developing on down towards the south there. I'm sitting over Highway 47, just south of Putnam, shooting these big storms. You can see the amble coming over us right there. This is about as far as I can go out, David, where we can get a signal in. So that's why we're staying right here and showing those big storms. We go back to the right. Right now, I haven't seen too much cloud-to-ground lightning out of this, but big storms, David. We'll keep watching it. Jim Garpering live for Bob Mills. Got his 9. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So, folks, you can see the anvils here in Jim's shot. Big rain-free base, big thunderstorm anvils blowing off. Jet stream winds are taking the tops of these thunderstorms and ripping them off to the northeast. That's what's going on with Jim's shot and big rain-free base. Next storm down the line going up. Next storm down the line. Now we're back into southwest Oklahoma. Now we're down here, down into northern Harmon County with that thing taking off. So, again, the whole dry line is going to try to pop today. We'll see how many storms we get out of this. We're going to have more than our fair share. But you can see the tops of the anvils here of these storms. This one's beginning to anvil off. This one hasn't anviled off yet, but just a great shot from Jim Gardner in Bob Mills Sky News 9. So, okay, so Jim's on that. Here's your main line. Again, out west, as these storms get east, they get into better moisture, they get into deeper moisture, and the dynamics are better. And also the fact that the upper storm, the main jet stream energy, will be swinging through into the afternoon and into the evening. So the tornado conditions become more favorable. The tornado numbers, everything increases. So the likelihood of a tornado or tornadoes gets higher this afternoon and into this evening. We talk about the low-level jet that kicks in, and that's a jet about 3,000 to 5,000 feet up and out here at different heights, but it'll be just a low-level jet that's ripping in from the south, and that is such a huge part of tornado genesis. And with this type of a setup, the low-level jet is strong right now, but it's going to get even stronger, and it's going to become more southeasterly. And it's ripping southeast wind coming in, again, several thousand feet up, combined with the jet stream winds that are about 20,000 feet up. So you have big-time turning, right? Winds changing with height, changing direction with height, and the conditions become more favorable for tornadoes for the afternoon and into the evening. All right, so tornado watch, once again, in effect until 11 o'clock tonight for our entire viewing area. Let's go to the visible satellite picture here. I want to show you what's going on.
Links
and you can clearly see what's happening. What's that?
Links 2.
Links 2. And here's the dry line firing the storms. But see down here, we have these other plumes going up. So you folks in Hobart to Clinton, obviously, you know, Chickasha, still, you're in it. Okay, we got to watch what happens with this down here. And you can just see the motion. Also, we have little pocket showers coming out, cold air loft coming out in Colorado, New Mexico. And that's the main cold air loft. So conditions just become more favorable for bigger storms through the evening and for a while, even into tonight. But look at all the storms out here going up. And they extend, again, all the way down to the south. All the way down to the south. All right. Moisture now clearing out, at least the low-level moisture. The sun is, again, burning some of this off. So now we're seeing sunshine in Oklahoma City. And that's just going to make us unstable. Plenty of daylight left to get lots of instability along I-35. More than enough. Okay, let's take a look one more time. We have Vaughn and control room. We need to bring in Vaughn's shot. Do we have Vaughn's? Is it what?
123? 123,
okay.
David. Can
Also, can we get somebody? We need to label this up here for me so I don't lose my mind, which I already did. Let's go to Vaughn, and he's on that shot there. That's going to be the Moreland storm. Vaughn Castor, give us an update. Looking back to the west, David. You're far enough east where you can clearly see the updraft there. Vaughn, go ahead. Give us an update. Near Moreland, looking back, due west. Go ahead.
He's dropped off for a second.
He just dropped.
Okay. Oh, we just lost him. Okay. But that's his shot. He'll get back in here. And see how this is all ramping in. This is being pulled in to the updraft. And right here, this is going to be coming in. Can you guys get me a sticky for this, please?
Marty also has a great shot after you're done with that.
And this is where this is coming in from the southeast and east. This is going to be coming in from the southwest. Okay? So that is, again, the rotation right here. That's the wall cloud. What'd you say?
Marty also has a great shot.
You're not on. Hey, control room.
Yep. I can hear it.
Are you good?
I think so.
Are you good?
Cassie can hear me.
Okay, you can? Okay, my microphone, my IFB.
IFB.
Okay. All right,
so there's Marty's shot, and he's just east of Moreland.
Okay, yeah, let's go back to Marty here. Marty, go ahead, give us an update. And, wow, area of spin is going to be just on and north of you, just now, about ready to cross 412, it looks like. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I'm doing, I'm starting on the south end. This is the south side of 412. A lot of motion in here, and I'm going to back up. Now then, you are looking west at Moreland, and I can see heavy precip in Moreland, and now I'm turning you northeast. Northeast. It looks a little
Yeah, go ahead, Marty.
Outflow. Yeah, we're just watching this thing.
All right. Well, Marty is there. Do we still have Marty? Is he still online? All right, Marty, go ahead. Give us an update one more time.
Yeah, so now you're looking to the north of Highway 412. I took you from the south side of 412 back over to the north. Nothing like what we had earlier. I mean, it's not no wrapping rain curtain, anything like that. A little outflowish look to me right now. And chaser convergence is a big thing out here. So they're all coming by right now. We're going to continue east and keep watching it. Back to you.
Update there, Marty. And we also have Vaughn right there close. Marty's under kind of the back end, this far southwest end of this storm, the supercell. There's another area of circulation north of Quinlan, so a little bit further to the east of Marty, but you can see it's starting to get that more of a configuration where you can tell the updraft is very strong. You can see the hail core kind of splitting around the updraft, gives it that V notch, and then the hook developing. So as far as how this looks on reflectivity and intensity, it's got more of a supercellish look than it's had all day. And if you take a look at it also on the storm strength, we're back up into the purples is where we kind of peg it. It pulses down, it pulses up. So David, this storm's still strengthening. As Marty just said, he has circulation. It's not as tight as what it was when it was south of Woodward.
Yeah, but the storm is just as strong, right? I mean, it's still look at the hook now. Look at the V notch. We talked about this. We call this a screaming eagle. You can clearly see why V notched. And then the hook, again, going right down 412. Marty's right there. There's your hook. And wow, that is an impressive storm. And this is quickly becoming a monster storm with a big hook. Let's go to velocity data, and let's see what it looks like here. This will be impressive. There it is, tightening up. The tornado is going to develop now just to the northeast of Moreland. There, you folks in Moreland, you're good. This is to your northeast. Let's go to shear rate. Watch right here. There it is. Right there, velocity data is getting stronger, the storm's getting stronger, and once again, that's going to make its way off to the northeast, okay, as it heads up towards Winoka. And look at it now, folks. Every couple of minutes here, it just keeps getting stronger, Okay, let's go a little farther south, and I want to talk about what's going on down here. Tom is down on the southern storm now, and Justin, Tom's going south? Okay. Let's get him on this, and I'm looking at Tom's shot. This storm is severe, west of Visay, and it's going to make its way off to the east-northeast towards Mutual, and there is a mesocyclone in here, right here. It's getting a little bit stronger now. That storm is severe, southwest of Sharon. Folks, keep an eye on this. This thing's coming up. It's coming up. So we have Tom there. Let's go to Tom Pastrano and get an update from Tom. And Tom, what do you see when you look back to your southwest?
Yeah, it's a storm. Doesn't look as intense as the one I just got off of to my north, but it's big and it's bad and it's moving my way. So I'm going to head it off probably by Mutual right now. So I'll have you a better report here in a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Great job. So Tom has been on now 2 supercells of the day, making his way through northwestern Oklahoma. So again, we've got multiple storms going on. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, give you the big view. I want to point out again, nothing in Oklahoma City yet. We can take a look at some of our future model data to kind of show you what's going on and what's going to happen over the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Here in Oklahoma City, it's quiet, and we look good for now, right? But everything is lining up on the dry line. Big storms going on now, beginning to ramp up southwest of Elk City. We'll see what those do. And yeah, so what's going to happen is we're going to get individual storms. We still do have those, but they're going to become stronger down the line. Once again, that tornado watch is in effect until 11 o'clock for every square inch of our viewing area. Okay?
And David, I do have future radar pulled up on Lynx 3 when you need it.
Let's go to this. Take a look at this on Lynx 3 control room. And this is what's going on right now. Let's go to 4 o'clock. Let's go to 6 o'clock. We were trying to get some storms earlier. They try to go in K County. That's not locked in yet. There's 6 o'clock. Our storms are still severe. Big wind, big hail, tornadic, running from Medford to west of Enid, back down to Clinton. That's 6 o'clock. All right, here's Oklahoma City. Let's take you to 8 o'clock. Notice where these are, still northwest of the city. Now, this is a model. Can it be wrong? Yes, but this model does a pretty good job, and it's initializing well, which means it's handling what's happening well right now. Okay, there's 8 o'clock, Oklahoma City, still fine. And then here's our problem. See that? That's a bad problem. That's a supercell. That's the potential, again, a tornado producer on I-40 in Canadian County coming right into the city. We said after 8 o'clock, there's 9 o'clock. Look at this, folks. That is horrible if that happens. That's at 10 o'clock tonight. That is a long-track supercell coming out of Canadian County down I-40 into the city, producing tornadoes. And then other additional storms fire out of Caddo and Grady County. And those make their way to the northeast, through Norman, through Moore, down to Chickasha. Is everybody in here going to get a tornado? No. But the ones that we do have, again, strong to possibly violent, and at the same time, these storms are going to move through the highest populated area, which gives us more room for, well, not some, for error in a bad way, right? More people impacted more. Tornado, traveling over northern Dewey County is still horrible. We don't want it, but a tornado coming through Piedmont to North Edmond, it's going to impact a lot more homes and a lot more people. And then by 3 a.m., midnight on, it finally shoves on out and we can kiss this thing goodbye. Okay, let's go back up top to Jim here. I want to get an update from Jim Garner. Big supercells now. Tom's on this one. Val's down here. And we have multiple supercells lined up from north to south. North of Freedom, I'm not too worried about that right now. But there's your storm track. And what we've done is the whole line, Quinlan 437, Leedy 440, Camargo 441, Morewood, 448, Chester 5 o'clock, Taloga 513, Cherokee 531, Cleo Springs at about 537. Okay, so 1, 2 established supercells. These are smaller storms for now that continue to grow, getting better organized. And Hank's going to get in on this stuff down here, and we'll see what comes out. That one cell that was northwest of Vincent has now moved into Beckham County, and these storms are worrisome. We're really watching these carefully as they come down I-40. Let's go to Jim Gardner and bring his shot back in. And Jim, what direction are we looking there? If you're at Putnam, okay, you're looking back at the Visay storm and then the storm south of that. And you can see the rain-free base there on the left. Go ahead, Jim Gardner.
Well, that's exactly right, David. We were shooting back at that storm that's around Cheyenne, Visay, down in that area. And yeah, we were just talking about that. You can see the rain-free base on that. You can see the heavy rain. If we zoom in to the rain-free base, David, you can see a wall cloud. A minute ago it was a little more prominent, but it's trying to build right back in there. So that's that storm that's coming up out of Cheyenne, Visay, in that area. We are just on the east of 183, east of Putnam here, shooting back to the west, southwest. Right now, they will keep you updated. Jim Garner live. Bob Mills got his 9 back to you.
All right. Nice job, Jim. So again, we're going to keep bringing these things east. And that's the supercell way out west. And you can see the feeder bands coming in from the left. That is clearly a example of the updraft, the mesocyclones here. And this is all coming in from the south and the southeast. Updraft here, your mesocyclone's about right here, right? And it's tilted. It's actually coming at you, right? Because the atmosphere, this is looking off to the west, and the supercell is coming up and tilting to the east. So the cylinder here, the supercell goes up and over, and then on the right side, we're going to have the hail, big hail, and the wind and the rain in here. So updraft, what goes up must come down. And this thing is a cycle. It's got a life cycle. It was born on the dry line, it grows from all the moisture, and it just keeps going. Okay, tornado warning now, here it is. And we've been talking about this. This is that first storm, V-notched, screaming eagle. You don't want to be in the beak. The beak's a bad place to be. And that's the beak right here. Look at the wings on the screaming eagle. It tells you how much diffluence we have going on. Basically, the jet stream is over the top of the storm, and it's venting the top of the storm, taking off the old convection, basically making it where it continues to grow. If the convection stays on top of itself, it dies, like in summertime. Thunderstorm goes up, collapses, and dies. On a day like today, when you have venting like you do, you're going to get, again, a big storm that lasts for many, many hours. That's why these storms are called supercells, because they last many, many hours. Okay, so let's check back in with Marty and get an update. Who's that shot there from Mutual? Is that, okay, Tom's on the next storm down the line. Okay, we'll go back to Marty. What's that? Yeah, let's get an update from Tom here. Tom, what do you think? Your storm, that wall cloud there, is getting better and better organized. That's going to be the storm down the line, looking better. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, David. I am starting to see rotation increase. It's looking a lot like this last storm I was on that's up by Moreland. Yeah, looking in the middle there. I did have a funnel cloud just a second ago, and it's trying. It's really trying really hard to produce something right now. The rotation is definitely increasing. It's becoming better organized. You see that funnel that's right underneath the wall cloud right there. It's really, really trying hard right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the rising motion is increasing, the rotation is increasing, and I have seen now 3 funnels. They've dissipated, so it's probably not going to do anything in the next few minutes, but it's getting better and better organized, and the rotation is increasing. Right now, it's going to be just to my west, probably about 3 miles. Probably about 3 miles to the west of Mutual. So if you're in Mutual, you really got to keep an eye on this one. It's really trying hard. Back to you.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's going to be the storm down to the south. That's our supercell big one of the day. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Here's what Tom's looking at. Okay, so here's what's going on. That's Tom's shot. That's right here. He's looking right back here towards Visay. And Jim Gardner's on that. We're going to Jim here coming up in just a second. And velocity's coming up. Tom's in Mutual. You folks in Visay, north of Visay. If I live north of Visay, between there and Mutual, I'm thinking about my safe spot and where I'm going to go in the next 10 to 15 minutes because we think it's going to try to do it. The other tornado warning is going on to the north now. All right, the one that Marty's on. And no tornado on the ground yet, but the tornado warning continues for that. And Marty Logan, Justin, he's made the turn, right? All right, let's go back. Let's go in the air. Look at Jim Gardner's shot. And let's go to Jim. And Jim, there you go. There you go. Great shot from Jim Gardner. Jim, is it two questions. Is that the storm that's near Moreland, or is that the storm that's by Visay?
Well, David, right now I'm not, like I said, I'm on right almost over the top of Putnam right now, just on the east side of 183, shooting directly back to the west, a little south. That may be the one coming up out of Cheyenne and Strong City, or just look. I'm looking at maybe just north of Strong City now. But you look how sharp that back edge is, and that's been trying to form for the past couple of minutes here. So we're watching it very closely, David. But I'm trying to think. It looks more from my position and what I'm looking at on my maps and stuff that may be the one that's north of Strong City and coming up through and towards Leedy in that area, David.
Okay, no, Jim, you are exactly right. Valcaster has the same thing from the ground. That's going to be the kind of, we'll call that the middle supercell. Wall cloud trying to develop here. Big hail on the right. And on the left, this is going to be the updraft here. And this is the beginning of your wall cloud. That's going to be kind of that middle storm. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1, and we'll go back and check in with Jim. Folks, there's a lot happening right now, and it's happening quickly. It's happening quickly. Tornado warning now for Woods County. Moving out of Woodward County, eventually into Woods County. That could produce a tornado at any time. The other one down the line is getting better organized. And that's the one that Tom is on. And that's going to be that shot right there. Marty Logan's shot is right here. Look how crisp the anvils are. And Marty's going to make a turn so we can see this thing. And I want to see what it looks like. Justin, let's get Marty in position. There we go. Okay, there it is right there. Okay, that, folks, okay, so we have you covered. That right there is that hook. That right there is this hook right here. That's getting better organized. So we have both of the big bad storms looking at them right now. Let's go to Marty Logan. Let's bring Marty back in here. Let's take, and okay, let's, it'll unlock here in just a second. Marty, go ahead and give us an update. Your shot's kind of freezing up, but go ahead and talk to me as you look off to your west-northwest there. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just turned north of Bouse Junction, and that's quite a good-looking wall cloud back on over here. We're going north of Winoka, so Winoka, Belva, the Sand Dune Park, all of those areas need to really watch this storm as it's moving its way. I'll turn it more that way. You can just, there we go. Now I think you can see that thing as it's marching towards us. So you're looking at it from east to west. We are down in some of the valleys here just before we get to the river. And we're going to, we got to get up here where we can get an east road. So get across the river, get up to Winoka, and we'll turn and give you a good static shot of it. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So that's the lowering. This is the right side of the, we call that the bell, right? This is the right side of the bell, the mesocyclone, everything going up into it. The left side's over here. And right in the middle is where we're going to try to get this tornado. We're looking for anything sticking out that looks a little ominous. Ominous.
You got it.
Gee.
Ominous.
It's way early to not be able to pronounce that one.
You got another 6, 7, 10 hours to go.
Yeah, no, I'll be fine. I'll be good.
All right.
I'll be good. Ominous. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, so here's your hook. And again, right here is where the tornado is going to be, right back in here. By the way, this is going to be golf ball, tennis ball size hail right here. And this is going to be some big hail up in here. It's going to get bigger. And the hook's right here. Clearly, this is Winoka. You folks in Winoka, lowest level, center part of the house. Right now, it's going right for Winoka. I mean, but it might miss you by a half mile, but I'm not going to Vegas and taking that bet. No way. If I'm in Winoka, I'm watching it to the southwest because it's coming in from the southwest. Let's go to Marty Logan's shot. Here it is. Look at this shot. Look at Marty's shot. Look at the lowering down. That's your lowering. That's your supercell. That's your wall cloud from Marty Logan. Go ahead, Marty. We have your shot. Your shot is clean again. It looks good. And I tell you what, Marty, it just continues to get stronger as you make your way towards Winoka. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're on the south side of the river, and that is probably over the river, and that's going to be just west of the sand dunes, west of Winoka, and that's headed up this way. Rising motion. Kyle's looking at it while I'm driving. You know what? There's a little bit of a barber pole look on the left side, that left little point there. There's a little bit of a barber pole look, like it's trying to to the left. It'd be
all right.
Yeah,
a little
right
bit
there. There's a little barber pole look right there. So
yeah, right here.
We're glancing over there, trying to see if there's any scud lifting, and we're coming out on top of the hill right now. Oh my goodness, we got a lot on the road. So this is another big problem. Is there's a lot of us out watching storms today, so got to watch the traffic in front of me. And boy, look at that thing. A little bit of rising scud on that left point.
Right here.
I don't see circulation.
Yep.
And then that right side is really ragged, getting closer to the ground. So there's two areas in there I'm watching.
Hey, Marty.
I'm driving.
Marty, see that?
Yes,
I just see that. I call them a cigar cloud coming out of the right. Look how thin that is, but look how that's getting thicker to the right, coming out of the rain, wrapping into this thing from the right. So what's happening is here, right? This is the left side of the meso, right? Here's the right side. This is a wall cloud developing, right? The right side is funneling in, and you can sit here and see this little wave, these little waves. Those in real time are they're like waving over. And when it really starts to crank, I mean, literally, they're like this fast visually. You're like, oh my gosh, it looks like a conveyor belt. And this is funneling in. This is the northeast side of the meso, and this is just funneling into the meso on the north and northeast side. And at the same time, it's usually a little bit cleaner down here. It might get a little tail to come in on the south side. But great shot by Marty. This is the tornado warning. It's not on the ground. You can clearly see that. It is not on the ground. So that's good. We've done okay. But we've been close to a tornado or two a couple of times today.
While you're watching that, David, watching further down the line, Tom's storm also just as strong as this one, not as close to producing as Marty's. And really the strongest storm as far as strength is Val's storm, which is heading towards Morewood now.
Yep.
That storm is really pegging the meter on strength as well. So those are kind of the three dominant storms at the moment.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Those are the two supercells to the north. And this is a supercell down here. These are all supercells, but just some have become established that are large and turning supercells, right? But, okay, let's take a look now. Let's go to Val's storm. And here's Morewood. There's the hook. It's right here. Val's right there. Big hail in Val's storm. Let's go to Valcaster, him and Amy. And that's going to go, like you said, on Morewood, north of Morewood. And right now we're looking at baseball-size hail by radar, Val, west of Morewood. We have your shot. It's clean. And this thing just continues to get better and better organized. Your storm's a little bit small right now, but it's getting stronger. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, it's a small and compact storm, but man, let me tell you what, the core with it, the rain and the hail core is very, very intense. The most intense one that we've seen so far down the line. And I guarantee you this thing has big, big hail and probably a lot of hail also with it. Now, what we're noticing here as far as the lowering that you're seeing there, that scud just formed. I mean, the base, all in all, is slightly high still. I mean, it's a little bit high base like all of these started. But right now, you see that scud has formed and is trying to move up and attach itself to the base of the storm. That's how lowerings develop. And this one is just formed a big old scud bomb here in about the last probably 2 or 3 minutes. And that's what you're seeing right there. The base is in the process, David, of trying to lower. And that just means that this updraft is getting stronger and stronger, and it's starting to pull more air in from underneath it. Hey, we're starting to get hit with hail. We just noticed a couple of hailstones that were about nickel size. It just fell on top of us, and we're on the edge of the core here. But we're watching this lowering. This is the evolution of this supercell right here. It's very strong, and man, I tell you what, the further east this thing goes, it's going to move into some high octane air. We'll watch it. Back to you.
Yeah, and jet stream winds are getting stronger overhead. So this is the process of what we call tornado genesis. And we'll see if it produces, but right now it's definitely going that direction, right? Storms getting stronger, bigger, larger, taller, taking on a whole different shape, wall cloud developing. Let's go back up. Let's take a look at this shot from Jim Gardner. And that's going to be the middle storm here. And then we'll jump back north. We got to get to all these storms. There's Jim's shot. And Jim, Val is right underneath that wall cloud. You're just to the east of it, looking right back at it. No tornado on the ground, but it continues to get better organized. Jim Gardner, go ahead. Give us an update.
Well, that's right, David. It does. I really can't say too much more than what Val did. He was right. And if you look to the right, you can see the hail. You can see that strong, the back of the rain shaft there. And if you look, you can see the really white area there. That's hail, David, coming down out of that storm. That's those white streaks on the back side there. Right now, it's kind of went up. It's kind of gets, kind of scuddy, rough looking, and it starts to smooth out. It's still developing, David, and it's still moving. And then up north of us, we were starting to get more lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning north of this storm. So it's still building, still growing. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garber live from Bob Mills, Scuddy's 9. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Jim. So that storm there, Jim's had it on it from the air. Val has it from the ground. And once again, this is going to be lifting off to the northeast. This storm is not tornadic, not yet. It is severe. There's your updraft. This whole area is the mesocyclone on the left, air flowing in and flowing up. And if you look closely, you can kind of see some of the striations up in here. You can kind of start to see a little bit of the knuckling going on the mesocyclone. Just kind of gives you some indication of how strong the rotation is a lot. And remember, tornado conditions become more favorable for the afternoon and into this evening, okay? They just become more favorable as that low-level jet begins to kick in and the dynamics from the upper jet begin to overspread Oklahoma, okay? All right, scud developing
Tom,
down
David.
south now. Let's go to Tom Pastrano and bring him in, and he is on that storm now. Wow, over Mutual. Look at the hook now, developing over Mutual. Wow, it's getting stronger for sure. Go ahead, Tom. Give us an update. How strong is the rotation there in person?
Yeah, it's fairly strong. And just about 1 minute ago, I did see some dust being swirled around underneath that rotation. I can't say that anything was on the ground, but it is rotating pretty hard right now. I definitely watch in the next few minutes to see if this is going to produce a tornado. I don't see any dust anymore, but we did have that dust that was really concerning. We just pulled off the road and had to go back and look at it because it was there and it was a big swirl, but I don't see it anymore. Back to you.
Okay, so either we had a brief tornado touchdown or it could have been some gusting winds wrapping in on the backside. Tom, show me where the tightest area of spin is here. I see this area to the right. Is it right there of this little tags hanging down? Is that what you're looking at right here, that little tag?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at.
And that whole area is rotating from right to, I mean, definitely, I can definitely see it here. Right in front of it, this part is coming back towards. So, again, everything moving from left to right on this whole deal. And you can see it right here. I mean, it's right there. So all it has to do is tighten up one more notch, and we're probably going to get a tornado out of that. It's definitely going to be close. Okay, let's go back into northern Oklahoma. And here's Tom. This is Lynx 1 here. And you can see the big hail. This is going to be tennis ball, baseball size hail. Now hailing in Mutual. And then back to the west. Big, big hail here. Here's the hook. Let's turn on our shear rate. And again, this is Tom's, where Tom is. He's looking back to his west. And then velocity data. As it tightened up, let's see what it looks like on velocity. It's still pretty broad. It's still pretty broad. Circulation now is right over Highway 270.
You can see it was a little tighter
a
minute ago.
Right there.
Yeah. And that's, crossing right over 270, heading up towards Cedardale and eventually Bouse Junction, potentially.
Yeah, I think it's going, like you said, right to Bouse Junction.
And David?
Yeah.
It's just looking at some of the conditions across. We go to Lynx 5. I pulled up the dew points, and these storms, Lynx 5, these storms are in low 60-degree dew points, and we have more of a south-southwest flow, not only at the surface, but a little bit aloft.
Yeah.
Compared to out east, all those winds are southeast, so it's trying to pull in that higher dew point levels off towards the northwest.
Turn your banner on here real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So again, you're looking at dew point temperatures, not air temperatures, but dew point temperatures, or the moisture, right, in the air. And anytime you see anything that's 65 to 75, 65 or above, it's muggy. But what he was pointing out is, see the dew points here in the mid-upper 60s? These storms are out here. They're in lower dew points. Wait till they tap into this. Wait till this moisture, and it's ripping to the northwest at a high rate of speed. Wait till this gets here the next couple of hours, see what those storms do. In other words, the ingredients to get bigger storms, and again, more tornadoes, is right along this blue line that Justin was pointing out. And this is all going to be funneling to the west and to the northwest. So, all right. So
Val's got an excellent shot right now, David.
Okay, let's go back to Val, and then we'll jump back with Jim. And Val, how strong is the rotation there? Val's going to be on the, we'll call that the west of Morewood. It's going to be, boy, big hail west of Morewood. And Val, what do you think? Still a little bit high base right now. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about just a second ago before you came to us. The storm is still relatively high base, but I'm telling you what, there is some strong upward motion going on, and you know that this updraft has got to be rotating strongly up in the middle and high levels of the storm here because it is pulling in, it's sucking in air beneath it enough to condense it and bring it up to the base of the storm. So this lowering has gotten lower since we've been sitting here watching it for 15 minutes, and it continues to get lower. Right now, all I see is just general, very, very light or weak broad-scale rotation in the base of the storm. But what happens is this thing starts to pull in that juicier air that Justin and you were talking about a while ago. It's going to get stronger, and that rotation is going to come down lower to the base. Right now, not a lot in the way of cloud-based rotation, but there's a lot of movement going on, a lot of chaotic movement, a lot of upward motion here, and that is a sign of a strong storm getting stronger. So we're going to stay with it. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Val. So Val and Amy again on the, I guess we'll call this storm number 3, the big storm so far, number 3, that's a little farther south. Let's go back to Marty Logan. We're on the tornado warning now. It's up north. It's going to go on or just west of Winoka. I think Marty's in Winoka. And Marty, it looks like it's going to go just west and northwest of town, or is it going to move in over town? It's going to be close. Marty Logan, what do you think as you're in Winoka looking off to your west? Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, if I can find a place to turn around, it's going right over the north side of town, and right as we cleared town, you could see rising motion and real slight rotation. I'm going to turn right here. There's a lot of guys out here and gals chasing with us, so got to be careful. We're going to turn right in here and show you what we've got. And it's not far from us. That's only about a mile away. That's over the north end of Winoka. As we were coming out of Winoka, the storm sirens are sounding. Rising scud. Have rising scud right there. As far as rotation, are you seeing anything, Kyle? I don't see any rotation. But that is over town right now. Right now over town, storm sirens sounding. What's that off to the right? To the right. Is that a point? No, not rotating. Okay, so we're keeping an eye on this. Thing is moving rapidly to the east also. This is the first time we've been able to stop and turn and look at it since we were up there on Highway 412.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to move again.
Okay,
Back to you.
Okay, Marty, on the left side of your shot here, where we have your handsome face, it looks like it's lifting up right there and then going up and over. So is that going up and over and rotating around to the right? It should be. It's what it looks like to me, that your rotation is going to be right in that shot.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
okay.
it's right in the middle. Yeah, that's real wide.
Yeah, it's broad.
Yeah, I can see it now. I'm having to hunker down because this thing's almost over us.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's trying to turn just a little bit. Nothing. But man, it is moving. I mean, it is getting after it. So we're going to have to move again, David.
Yep. You got a great road east and back north and back east, and again, lots of good chasing roads going on. By the way, when Marty made that turn on the corner, you see those vans? Those are vans full of people from all over the world. The last 4 or 5 days since we've been talking about what was coming today and the potential, people have flown in from around the world and have flown in around from all over the U.S. to come to Oklahoma today. The roads are not just jam-packed with locals. They're packed with foreigners from literally all over the world. They hire these chase companies. They take them chasing, and they're everywhere. They do make our job a little bit harder as we're trying to warn people at home, but it is what it is. But there are people from all over the globe in Oklahoma right now chasing these storms for sure. It is the bullseye of today.
Storm to the south, David, that Tom and Jeremy are on, tornado warned. That's the one that Tom had a couple of funnels he could see earlier today.
Okay, so the next tornado warning down the line.
That one, yeah.
And look at the size of that storm, folks. Big hail going to Bouse Junction, on and south of Bouse Junction. You're going to get hammered. Big hail. Look at the meso. Dang. Hang on. Oh, God. It did tighten up, man.
Yeah, to Tom's north. So the circulation's going to go close to Cedardale.
Yep. Hey, Justin, when Tom makes the turn, holler. I want to talk to Tom.
Yes,
when he makes the turn.
Yes.
And Jeremy's had a shot of it. I'm not sure if
Okay, let's get a shot from Jeremy.
I don't know if you can see it. He's coming through town and Sealing.
Okay, there it is. He's going through town. And he's going through Sealing. Jeremy, we have your shot up, going through Sealing. And go ahead, give us an update as you make your way north. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, David, it definitely looks well organized to me. A lot of scud tags hanging out on this thing. Looks like some rising motion. I'm not really close enough to see if there's any spinning motion yet. However, I got a good view of it, and it's just right to the northwest of the town of Sealing. We're going to continue kind of watching this, and also the one back to the south. Back to you, David.
Yeah, so that's Sealing, right? Obviously, you can see the rotation. The wall cloud is up here. He's going to go through Sealing and then get on the north side, and he'll keep tracking this to the north. All right, so let's go back to Links 1, and here is Sealing. Tom and Jeremy are in Sealing. Here's Chester, and the area of spin that's in his shot you were looking at is right there. Tornado warning for you. So if you live in Cedardale, if you live north of Chester, if you live in Cheyenne Valley, tornado safe spot. We know the deal. We know the dance here. Lowest level, center part of the house. You got to be watching for this thing.
David, there are storm tracks on Links 3 for both of those tornado warning storms.
And again, this is not on the ground right now. It doesn't look like it, but it's not far from it. All right, let's go to Links 3, and we'll do a storm track. We're on the southern storm, and we've done a storm track on the area of spin, right? We're looking at Bouse Junction at about 514, Orienta 541, Cleo Springs 544. We'll say Carmen at 548, Helena 6 o'clock, and again, tornado warning for all of these cities, right? Tornado warning for all of these cities coming up. Now, this is way down the line, but we'll give you plenty of time here. Helena, you're down the line just a bit. You're at 6 o'clock, and it's 5 o'clock. You're an hour away. You got plenty of time, but you got to watch it. Cherokee, 6 o'clock. Jet, 6:10. And we'll say Enid at about 6:25. All right, that's Enid right here, and that's a supercell back to the southwest. And then they have the other storm to the north. All right, let's go down the line.
Okay, David, and while you're looking at that tornado warning that you're just talking about, the storm that Jim Gardner and Val Castor are on, watching the circulation become better organized with that one as well.
Okay.
And Jim's got a shot of it.
All right, yep, new tornado warning for that. Let's go back to...
There's not a tornado warning officially for that one yet.
Okay, there's not yet, but there will be. Yeah, there will be. It definitely, look at that, look at the shape of that.
Right.
There's the V-notch. It's just sign of it getting stronger. Val is about as close as you can get. Jim Gardner's right here. Let's go to the ground. Let's check in with Val. The hook's going to be, the area of spin's going to be just north of Morewood. And Val, tornado warning is going to be coming for yours. It's almost there. And I know you're in rain. You got to get back east. But can you see anything at all right there?
All right, so David, you're right. We had to get in the rain before we lost sight of it. Headed north into the core, the wall cloud was getting lower and lower all the time. And instead of having that hard, crisp, high base look to the lowering, it started getting that fuzzy, low base look. You know what I'm talking about, that fuzzy look to it. We are about another 1 mile or so. We're going to be completely out of the rain. We're going to be able to see the wall cloud again. But when we left it, I mean, it was becoming full-blown, lower base type of a storm. So now we're getting out of the rain. As you can tell, it's to our southwest, kind of south-southwest. What do you see there, Amy? Okay, we see the lowering. It's kind of hard for me to look over that side of the truck. But and I'd say another 2 miles, we'll be able to set up and take a good close look at it. Back to you.
All right, Val, looks like it's just to your south, about maybe 1.5 miles. There it is right there. So Amy, running the cameras, Amy Castor, and look at that shot. And a great shot from Amy, looking back to the south-southwest. Okay, so control room, let's keep this shot up, shove it over to the left, and put it back in the other ones here. Then I'm going to go to Jim. Let's go back to Links 1. So there's Val, and we'll get that shot up of Val's shot. And there's Val. There's your spin, and that's getting tighter. It's not on the ground yet, but we're close. We're close. We're very close. Okay, let's go up top now. So you know what it looks like on the ground, right? We just went to Val. There it is right there. That's Val's shot. Let's go up in the air now, and let's check in with you. Look at that shot, folks. Wow. Okay, there you go. There's a lot going on. We could talk about this for a long time. There's a lot happening in this shot. That is a large rotating wall cloud. Go ahead, Jim. Incredible shot from Jim Gardner in Bob Mill Sky News 9. No tornado on the ground, but we're a tick away. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. It just keeps getting organized and organized. Like Val said, it's a lot lower to the ground now than what it was. It is really trying to build that wall cloud and get low to the ground here. Like I said, we've been sitting in the same spot for the past 45 minutes just south of Putnam here, shooting back. It is coming towards me, and it is getting closer now, but you can see it. There is a lot of movement going on in there, David, a lot of movement. The rain and hail up in front of this has just got to be unbelievable. But anyway, we're watching it, David. It is still trying to organize. It is a lot lower than what it was. Val's in a great position. We're sitting here just to fill in for him. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garfone live from Bob Mill Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim. And I'll tell you what, looking at Jim's shot, you can't get a better shot than that, folks. And you're not going to get a better pilot than Jim Gardner in the air. He's seen more tornadoes, no joke, from the air than any other pilot, not just in Oklahoma, not just in North America, but on the globe. On the globe, that guy has seen more tornadoes over his career in Oklahoma City tracking this stuff. And nobody's better than Jim. And look at his shot here. See this coming in? See this right here? That is the, again, rain-cooled air coming out of the core. Here's the core. It's sucking in rain-cooled air from the north. And as it does, it begins to condense, turns into what I call a cigar cloud. Sometimes these will be big, long, hanging way down over here. And this one is getting thicker. At the same time, this is the left side of the wall cloud. And this whole thing right here, this is a major feeder band coming in from the south. The mesocyclone runs from about right there till about right there. It's a big meso, and it goes up and it tilts towards me. It's like a big tube in the air that's coming out towards you at home on your TV set. Because of the jet stream winds, it's tilted over. It's not a straight up mesocyclone. It's tilted over. And if you look back in here, you can see some of the striations, and it goes up and then it comes back out. I mean, there's a lot going on. And this thing is spinning like a top, and that circulation makes its way down. That's exactly what Val's looking at here. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val back in, and then we're going to jump back to the north here on the other tornado warning going on. And Val, we have your shot back up. Again, we're going back to you here. What do you think as you make your way back to the east here? What's that circulation look like now? Have you? Oh, okay, we lost Val. Let's go back to Links 1. Let's jump back north.
Okay, the circulation north is also tighter.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Here's Vaughn.
I'll show you what the hook looks like, David, on the storm.
Okay, we have Vaughn, and let's get Vaughn in position. Justin, tell Vaughn He's got to go through the. Yeah, he's got to go through
eastbound.
Okay, so who's down? Let me check in here. Who's down a little further south? Tell our guys to. I see Jeremy.
Jeremy and Tom.
Okay, what's Tom's shot look like? Justin, tell Tom stop. Let's see it. I want to see it back to the northwest. What's going on here?
Yeah, he's getting out of the trees
That's
right now.
Okay.
a shower being pulled in.
Just want to make sure.
Yep.
All right, so circulation's right over Cedardale. It's right here. It's right here, right over Cedardale.
And shear rates come up, getting close to Highway
There it is.
281, right
There it is.
between Bouse Junction and
Here
Chester.
comes Vaughn. And Vaughn's going to come in from the north. And there, folks, look at this. Look at the shape of this, too. This tells me a whole lot. This thing is really, really getting its act together. That's that northern storm now. That's going to Cheyenne Valley, right? It's going to go on or south of Bouse Junction. It's getting stronger. And Vaughn is going to make his way in from the north, from that. And when they get their shots figured out here, let me know. Justin? Justin?
Yes, they're trying to get.
Okay.
And Tom's trying to get you a shot.
Yeah, okay.
Vaughn's trying to get east to get out of the rain and hail.
Okay, all right. So let's back out of this. Talk about our northern storm. We got Marty up here, and the big hail's going into Alva. And let's go to Marty. Let's get an update from Marty. And there's the hook on this. The storm is not as big as the other storms, but no tornado on the ground. But we have all of these storms covered from north, south, east to west. Marty Logan, we have your shot. It looks great. It's clean. You are up now. And Marty, you're going to be now coming in on Hopeton, which is going to be south of Alva, and the hook's to your northwest. That is the hook right there. What do you think? How strong is that rotation? Go ahead, Marty.
It's it's about like it was there when we turned on it at Winoka. There's a lot of rain in there. Kyle and I are watching it. I mean, he's watching more than me. I've got to look straight ahead. This is off to my left, which is to my west. That is Rising Scud there on the left side of that picture, being pulled up into that storm. That base is rotating, though. It's just not tightened up. The rain curtains, can you tell on the rain curtains, Kyle? We're running in behind the trees. I'll find a place and turn. I'll tell you what, we're going to do it right here. You grab the camera, Kyle, and turn it as I go. We're behind some elm trees, so we're going to turn, give you a static shot of this storm. And we are 2 miles north of the junction. Luckily, a bunch of the trackers went that way. We're going up here about 4 miles and then turning back east to Tacoma. Yeah, a lot of rising motion. Still a lot of rising motion with this storm. As far as rotation, I'm looking at the rain curtains. I don't see rotating rain curtains. Oh, look at the right side, though. That's rotating, the right side. Go to the right. That's got a little bit of rotation with it there on the right side, David. It's pretty high, but it is turning on the right side of that base. About like what it's did ever since we were at Winoka, and now we are south of Alva. Back to you, David.
Okay, all right, nice job. So Marty's going to be south of Alva. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and this shot is that right there. There's your hook. It's a little bit smaller storm, and it's not as big as what it was. It's shrunk some. It's not as big. Doesn't mean that it won't produce a tornado, but it's not as big as what it was. Still has a hook. You folks that live in Alva or south of Alva, between Hopeton and Alva and Ashley and Ingersoll, you folks need to be thinking about your safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house. Hopefully it'll shrink and go away, but right now it is definitely headed off. It's going to cross 281 on or just barely south of Alva. Okay? All right, let's jump back south here. And then the next hook, tornado warning number 2, is going to be, there's the hook. Look at this thing. Look at the big hail in here. Look at the size of that storm versus the one to the north. A lot bigger. Baseball size hail now crossing 281. Tom and Jeremy are just to the south. What do their shots look like? Tom and Jeremy. And I see Jeremy's shot. Let's go to Jeremy and get an update from him. There's the Meso. And Justin, what do you have Jeremy doing here? What's he doing? Is he going back west? Let's go ahead and bring him in. Jeremy, go ahead. You're hot. Take it.
Yeah, David. So I can see the Meso. The RFD is pushing out. I can't
All right, we just lost him.
tell there's a lot of rain wrapped around the back of that Meso. I'm trying to get north. I need to find a north road and get a good view of it. David, back to you.
Okay, all right. And Tom's doing the same thing. All right. So that's what that storm looks like. Doesn't appear to be on the ground right now. Let's go back to links 1. So that storm is that storm. There's your couplet crossing 281 south of Bouse Junction. If you live south of Bouse Junction, east of Bouse Junction, this is Vaughn. Now I'm going to get Vaughn in here. When Vaughn can stop and give us a shot, I want to see Vaughn shot from the southwest, Justin. So let's get him to stop, turn around, and let's get a shot of this thing. Let's get a shot from Vaughn, if we can. And this is going to head again over towards Cheyenne Valley. This is the second tornado warning we have underway right now. Okay? And let's go ahead.
Tom stopped and got you a shot of the base.
Okay. And all right, there it is. And also, Justin, let's get Vaughn to stop.
Yes, he's looking for it.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at that. Now that's going to be, yes, that's going to be the second storm down the line. Look at the hook, folks. I mean, on radar, this thing is just crazy. Tom, looking off to the northwest, what do you think? What do you see? Give us an update as you make your way back to the north if you can. Roads are not good right there, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a pretty horrible road network over here, but I am looking at this storm. It is a beast. There is some really strong rotation. It's going to be just northwest of me. There's a pretty substantial lowering. I don't see a tornado on the ground. This lowering and the rotation has been coming in and out of the rain right now, and right now it's out of it. You can see that inflow coming in from the northeast. I mean, it's got everything going for it. It looks like the kind of storm that would produce a tornado. However, I don't see anything from my vantage point, but that's not saying that there isn't anything in there tucked in that rain, because I am looking from the southeast towards the northwest, and I do believe that a lot of it is in the rain, but we really got to keep an eye on this because it's got that look. Back to you.
All right, well, there it is. And again, this is what Tom's talking about here. We have, again, the feeder band. We have several, but this is coming out of the rain, cooled air to the north. This is going to be ripping up into it. This goes up and around. The left side of the mesos right here. And there's your mesocyclone. So it doesn't appear to be on the ground right now. Let's go back to links 1. And we're going to talk about all 3 of these storms, right? And there's your area of spin. It's now right over 281. Here's Vaughn. He's just to the north. And this is going to go down 412, again, making its way to the, look at this. It's really ramping up right here.
And David, I do have a track on all 3 of those storms on links 3.
All right, we're going to do that here in just a second. Okay, so tornado warning now. If you live, again, here's Vaughn, here's Cheyenne Valley. Luckily, this is a rural area, but people still live here. We get it. There's ranches and all kinds of farms all through here. But the circulation is going to go south of Bouse Junction. Tornado safe spot right here, south of Bouse Junction, over to Chester. And Vaughn is making his way again to the east and southeast. Yep, he's got it. Yep, there it is. Well, yeah, I can see it there, but barely. Justin, he's going to have to get it on the turn over here. If he can make the bend, he'll be better off.
Yeah, he's trying to get to the turn because a couple of those southbound roads were just a muddy mess.
Yeah, they are. I can tell by.
They didn't go that far to the south, so it wasn't worth the time to go south and just back up.
Right. Okay, so I see Tom's shot. Wow, Tom's shot's impressive. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano. He's on the next storm down the line. Look at this shot. And, oh, man, there you go. All of this is rotating from left to right. This level, that level, there's another plate. Plates are stacked up. Here we go. And look at that. Look at the spin. Again, you can easily look at that map and see that everything is, at this picture here, and see everything is rotating around, and it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and then this is where your developing tornado is.
And he's looking to his north, correct? So he's looking at the same storm that just crossed 281. He's just on the south side of it.
Yes. He's just south looking to the north.
Yep.
He's looking north-northwest. He should be. Tom, we have your shot. It's clean. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, I'm looking north-northwest. I'm in a really bad terrain and bad cell zone area, but this storm is looking stronger and stronger by the moment. I'm going to be going north, and then this road cuts east. So I will give you a report when I get a better view, but right now I'm going into some valleys and some trees up in western Oklahoma. Who would have expected?
All right. Hey, Tom, here's the deal. Your storm might be trying to produce right now. It might be trying to produce. It is swinging through like a ringer on a bell. It's doing it. All right, let's go back to links 1. This is what I'm talking about. Watch this come around right here. See how that really just, I mean, that thing's moving at 60 miles per hour. The storm itself's moving at 40. See how this accelerated? Watch the hook. See how fast that is? And anytime you tighten something up like that in Mother Nature, you got problems, or you can. All right, so there's Vaughn. I'm looking for Vaughn's shot still. He's going to get himself out. Here it is. Vaughn's going to get a little farther east to southeast. He can look back at it. And again, this is, all right, ooh, it's maxed out again. All right, south-southeast of Bouse Junction
and
here,
I'm
a few
looking for
miles.
debris, David. Can you just hold your finger there for a second and let's look? Okay, no.
It's not matching up, but it's not there, but it's thinking about it. Okay, so there's Vaughn's shot. Let's go to Vaughn. Vaughn's right here. There it is. That's what I want to see right there. Vaughn. Okay, lots going on. You have rain wrapping around on the southwest side. The wall cloud's on the right, but you can see underneath it, Vaughn. It's just to your west. What, 1.5 miles, 2 miles? Not very far. Go ahead.
Yeah, that ramp's wrapping around there on the left side of the shot. You had a lightning strike right there in the middle. I don't see anything on the ground, but of course, there's a lot of rain in there, a lot of hail. So right there on the left side, that almost looks like hail wrapping around the edge back on the left side over there, David. So it's moving right at me. I can't be but maybe 3 miles from this right now, so I've got a really good vantage point. North side of it right now is a really, really good vantage point. Back to you, David.
Okay, all right, nice job. So yeah, he's again on the Winoka tornado warning storm, and this is the wall cloud, right? Here's all the hail, the wrap that's coming around the hook. Okay, so remember this, right? This is going to be hail. This is going to be wind, damaging winds. Everything above you, and looking at this shot, is moving from left to right. So let's now go back to links 1 here, and that area of all that rain, that's right there. The tornado is going to be right here, and it doesn't look like it's on the ground right now. It's about 6 miles to his southwest, and Vaughn's right there, and that's going to be the tornado right here. But you just saw it live on News 9. It did not look like it's on the ground, but it won't take much to get there. It won't take much to get there. Okay, and actually shear rate's getting a little bit more pronounced. So it's actually coming up. There's where your tornado is going to be. Yeah, oh, it's tightening right now. Justin, hey, make sure he just stays with that. Just make sure he doesn't bust off, or because it's definitely tightening up. It's sure trying to.
Yeah, it's coming right at him where he's at.
Yeah, it's going to go right over him. I mean, it's going to go right over him and then back to Cheyenne Valley. So tornado safe spot if you live Bouse Junction, you're out of this. This is to your south and east, Bouse Junction. This is going to pass closer to Cheyenne Valley. It's going to cross 412 here in just a few minutes as it makes its way off to the east-northeast.
David, do you want to go on that track on Links 3?
Let's do it. Links 3 control room. And this is almost moving. Yeah, east-northeast. Good track, Cass. Orienta, 539. Cleo Springs, 542. Ringwood, 555. Helena Gultry, but roughly at about 6 o'clock. Drummond, 610. Hillsdale, 616, where you had the tornado last Saturday. Vance Air Force Base, 619. Enid at 621. And North Enid at about 622. So Enid about between 610 and 630, coming across the Enid area. The Marty storm, the northern storm, is no longer strong enough to keep that tornado warning going. It has shrunk some. It's not as strong as what it was. So that's good.
And the hook is very pronounced on Val's storm, the Putnam storm, which may come down Highway 33 or 51, kind of the way that it's going. Val's storm, and the one that also, that's the one that Jim Gardner is on.
Yep.
David also very strong. And this is the hook that Vaughn's on.
Yep. And this is
Cheyenne Valley.
Tornado warning for that. And down the road, folks, Orienta, Cleo Springs, you guys over here got to be thinking about it. What are we going to do? Because tornado warning's coming. Unless this thing dies or does something weird, really, Major County, Cleo Springs, Orienta, Ringwood, Helena up in here. Again, everybody downstream, tornado warning coming your way. Let's go back southwest here. Let's talk about what's going on with this storm, and we'll check in with Val and Jim. Here's Val looking off to the northwest, and Val's moving east. And let's get Val's shot in here. Justin, let's make sure Val gives us a shot. And this is going to be Webb, Oklahoma. This is going to be Tologa. This is Putnam. And Val's going to be down here, and big hail, baseball-size hail, maybe larger. Big hail up in here, big hail, southwest of Tologa, damaging hail. And then the couplet. And it's just not as tight as what it was. It's definitely still mesocyclone tornado strength, but it's not quite there yet. It goes up, it comes down.
Yeah, it's looked more impressive on reflectivity with the hook than what velocity has shown. But also, if it's sustaining hail like that, the updraft is so very strong in that storm currently.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. I mean, be able to keep a hailstone that large up for this long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just kind of bringing that out, that storm may end up coming into the North Metro in the next few hours. We'll see how much to the north it shoves, but right now it's moving almost due east.
Is that, and you know what? And that's what the data had it going to Guthrie.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the data.
It may go north, but but right now it's.
Or Hennessy or O'Keene or whatever. But all right, so the storms of the southwest are having a little bit of a problem, which is a good problem, right? And they're not going into hyper mode, but we'll see. I still think we get something out of this. I still think it happens. All right, let's go to the middle storm here, and let's go to Jim Gardner, and let's take a look at this hook right here. And there it is, Jim Gardner looking at this thing. Definitely a strong storm, big hook. It doesn't appear to be on the ground. Val's on the ground, you're up top. And what do you think as you look back almost due west now, looking almost due west at it? Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I can tell you the cloud to ground lightning has increased. It's starting to get a lot more rain under the base there. It's still pretty ragged, David. It's still trying to just get its act together, but it's real ragged and getting wide now. You can see the feeder cloud starting to form in the front coming into it. But right now there is a lot of motion in it, but nothing really significant. It's just wind, rain, and hail right now. That's really up to the north of this is the big factor right now. But we'll keep watching, keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So again, folks, this is going to be the storm that Val is on. Jim's on it as well. And look at that shot. I mean, clearly, big rain-free base, big lowering. The rain you see is on the back side of the hook, where it should be. And that's classic setup. And I'm going to point this out right here. See this on the right side, how this slopes down? You'll often see that on the right side of a supercell and on the left side of a supercell. And then that's the bell, right? Looks like an old-timey bell. And then in the center of it, if you get a tornado, it's called the ringer. And if you don't get a tornado, the wall cloud's called the ringer. And usually that wall cloud will center up somewhere near the middle. But this is really pulling in right now. I mean, it's really pulling air in for sure. And Val's right there on the ground. Hank's there. And this thing is moving. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Great job there. Great shot from Jim. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And from Putnam, looking off to the west, big hail right over Webb. You folks in Tologa, I don't see how you miss it. Prepare for a damaging hailstorm in Tologa. I mean, look at the, yeah.
Yeah, that's the path of where it's been. You can see where it's pointed.
Yeah, this is where the hail has fallen. This is a hail track. And this not looking at size. This has been golf balls, tennis balls, maybe even some baseballs in here. Right over Leedy, and it's going to Tologa. Okay, so Tologa, move the car in, do what you do to protect your property from a damaging hailstorm. Tologa. Okay, and also Bouse Junction just got hammered too, and also north of Winoka.
Yeah, you can see your 3 individual storms.
Yeah, 3 supercells producing big hail stripes or big hail streaks, and they all have strong mesocyclones. Right? All right, 1, 2, 3. Marty's storm has weakened some, no longer a tornado warning in that. But it's still a supercell. It'll spin till the cows come home. So let's go, yeah, look at that shot. Wow. Let's go back south here a little farther. Let's check in the tornado warning Bond has. And he's a little farther. He's at Cheyenne Valley, looking back at the hook. Folks, see this right here? That's that right there. Let's get an update from Vaughn. And wow, look at that. There's your mesocyclone. Impressive shot, Vaughn. What do you think? Do you see anything back in there? Looks like you got some rain wrapped around it, at least trying to. What do you think?
It's wrapped all the way around it, so it's going to be hidden right in the middle there. I know radar shows pretty good rotation with it, so we're just going to have to be right here up on top of to see it. But yeah, that's pretty impressive. We'll be right here watching it. Back to you, Dave.
Okay, nice job. And this storm is moving off to the east-northeast. So this is a mesocyclone. This is part of the lower part of the mesocyclone. So this whole thing's just a big donut, right? Big donut overhead that goes over here and then backs back around. And then what happened is the mesocyclone is now getting rain coming into the center of the meso, which is fine, but makes it hard to see the tornado. If the tornado develops, it's going to be right in the center of that but it is still strong. Okay, could produce a tornado at any time. Tornado warning continues for you folks out ahead of that. Let's go back to Links 1. Here's a tornado right there. Vaughn's looking right at it. It's just to his northwest.
It's coming up on Highway 412.
Yep.
And I want to show you this, David, the latest scan.
Okay.
Circulation really right on the bend at 412 east of Bausch Junction.
Yeah. It was stronger, so it might have come down some.
And I'll show you that on reflectivity, that's really in the core.
Yeah. Yeah, it is tucked back in. Your hook goes all the way down here, but the meso is right here. And that's what I was showing you, that rain. So it's wrapped with heavy rain and hail. Heavy rain and hail. All right, so tornado warning for you if you live in or north of Cheyenne Valley up to Cleo Springs. So our movement, we're still doing, yeah, it's still moving northeast. East-northeast, I guess.
Yeah.
So going to Aileen. Anybody have anything?
And Val's looking at the wall cloud with the storm that's heading up towards Tologa on 183, so north of Putnam.
Okay, that's his storm, right?
That is Val's storm.
Yeah, that's what he's been on. Okay, okay. So tornado warning again for Aileen up to Helena. You folks downstream, big supercell, screaming eagle, big hook, big beak on this thing, and that looks like an eagle to me. And there's your inflow notch, is where this storm is alive and breathing. The mesocyclone is tucked back inside the rain and the hail. So you're not going to see this tornado. Vaughn's right there, and all he saw was a big donut spinning in the sky, all surrounded by rain. So you're not going to see this tornado hanging out way far away, okay? And it's moving east-northeast. It's going to Helena, it's going to Hillsdale, it's going to Pond Creek. Possible tornado again, going to be just crossing 412 right now, just northwest of Vaughn. Okay, let's go back a little farther south now. Let's get an update. And big hook. Val's here. His storm is a little more what we call LP-ish, which is low precipitation, not as heavy with moisture. So visibilities are better, and that's ramping up. That just did a little spike here. Watch this. Look at the velocity data here. All right, let's go to Val and get an update. Let's see what this looks like. So this right here, let's go to Val's shot, and we'll bring Val in here, is that.
Just west of Putnam.
There's your couplet. Nice job, everybody. Okay, nice job. Val in Putnam looking off to the west, northwest. So, there it is. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, what you're looking at there is the wall cloud. Now, it weakened about 15 or 20 minutes ago. We went through a weakening trend. I guess you could almost call it a cycling. It's starting to ramp back up now. So the wall cloud almost went away. It got very fragmented and kind of ragged looking. It's still a little bit ragged looking right now, but it's definitely lower than it was before. It's becoming a much lower base storm. So you can see on the right-hand side, you can see inflow, the clouds flowing into it. That's a sure sign that we know that it's getting stronger, pulling air into it. You can actually see that a little bit on the left also. Still kind of a ragged, almost a little bit disorganized, but there's strong upward motion, strong just random chaotic motion right in the middle of it there. So it's not completely organized at the moment. It's still trying to get its act together, I guess you could say. It is one strong storm. Now, before all that happened, David, we got moderate rotation, what I would call moderate rotation. Looked like it might even have a chance to do something further back, but then something happened. It got disrupted. It weakened a little bit, but now it's strengthening again. That's the main thing. If you live in the path of this thing coming up, this needs to be watched. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Val. So Val and Amy on that middle storm. Actually, it's a southern storm, if you will. So there's a lot of storms, and they're all spinning. They're all rotating, all the above. Let's go to Jim Gardner up top, and let's look at this. Val storm just from the east, looking back at it. On the right side, you have your feeder band coming in from the right. You have your rain and hail wrapping in on the left. And it's trying to localize right there, right in here. It's trying to localize. We'll see if it can spin a little faster. We'll see. We hope not, but Jim's right there. Jim, what do you think? Looking off to your west-northwest, big storm, big supercell, and what a great shot.
Yeah, David, it's still trying to get its act together here. You can see it, I mean, there's a lot of motion in there, but it's real ragged right now, nothing really centralized. But it is definitely turning into a whopping of a storm here with a lot of rain, a lot of hail again, but it is still working, David. to get there. So we'll keep tracking and keep you updated. Jim Garforian live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
All right, Jim, great shot. Looking off to the west-northwest. That's going to be what we call tail-end Charlie, or that southern storm. I'll explain that later. And here's the deal. This thing is spinning. No doubt about it. It is spinning. Okay, let's go do links 3, and let's get a storm track on that storm. And I'll show you what it looks like here. It's headed to the northeast, and what Cassie has done here, this is not on the hail. This is on the area of circulation, the most dangerous part of the storm. You're still going to get big hail outside of this cone in here, but we'll say Oakwood, 549, Canton, 559, Southard, 6 o'clock, O'Keene, 618, Drummond, 641, Dover, 643, and Hennessy at 645. So the way it is now, this will, yes, stay north of the metro, but not too far away from Kingfisher, right? As it makes its way off to the northeast, east-northeast. So big supercell, rotator, winds 60, 70 miles per hour. Might have gusts higher than that. Quarter, golf ball, and up to some tennis ball size hail. Maybe some baseballs too now. Just crossing 183 between Taloga and Putnam. I would not be traveling there. All right, let's jump here a little farther south. And let's go back to links 1. And let's talk about the storms down here. Let's bring in Hank shot. And this storm is not quite severe, but I tell you what, it's almost severe over Morewood and Hammond. And let's go to Hank. And Hank, your storm continues to get better organized. Big rain-free base, big wind, big hail on the right. It's nearly severe. And that's going to be a problem for the metro later this evening. That's going to be our concern as it comes down I-40. Go ahead, Hank, give us an update.
Yeah, David, right now this is tail-end Charlie. We're looking due west. We're sitting in Butler, and this is the storm that's over Hammond. And we've been watching it for several minutes. And it's not exploding, but it is getting more and more mature. You can see there in the shot that you can start to see the base of this storm starting to rotate a bit. There's nothing real low hanging out of it or anything like that, but you can definitely start to see that base is starting to get a bit of a striation to it. So it keeps slowly coming up, and it's not moving very fast. It's just kind of drifting to the northeast. So once again, this is Butler, just north of Butler, looking west at the storm that's just north of Hammond. And you can start to see a little bit of an inflow notch, and that's indicative of the spin that this storm is starting to develop in the mid-levels, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice. Oh, really? Okay. All right. We'll bring that out. All right. Let's do it here. And, okay, so this storm is not severe, but like Hank was talking about, it is getting better organized slowly. And, again, once, if you watch this for any, Hank's a veteran storm chaser. He knows what he's looking at. We'll see if this thing ramps up. It is just barely south of where we have the tornado warnings. It's in the same environment, same conditions. And remember, the parameters to get tornadoes are going to increase into the afternoon and this evening. So that's kind of what's going on with that. They're going to get better or worse, if you will, to possibly get more tornadoes. So that's the problem. But that is a supercell going on. Let's go to
in quarters and ping pongs.
Okay,
right
let's go to links 1. And we'll go back to the storms themselves on radar. And these are the 1, 2, 3 big storms. We have 4 storms now. Near Butler, the west of Butler, the one that Brandon and Hank are on. We have Val Supercell, we have Jeremy, Vaughn's, and Tom Supercell, and we have Marty's and Brandon Wells Supercell. So each storm has 2, if not 3 storm trackers on it, and Jim Gardner in the air. It doesn't get much better than that. If you're just joining us from around the world, that's how you storm chase. That's how you do it. Okay. Let's go back to Val. Val's on the middle storm, and it's still the biggest storm right now. Southern storm, excuse me. Get an update from him. And Val, go ahead. Big storm, big wind, oh man, you are in it now. Let me see where you are. Oh, you're.
Whoa! 70, probably 60 miles an hour, maybe 70 from the west, and we're getting hail north, the Donslaw size hail.
Call back in. What happens is, here's another problem today. You got storm chasers from all over the world here. Everyone's on a cell phone. So what they're doing is they're taking up bandwidth. So normally, often, we can make a phone call pretty easy out here. Not today, because everybody's calling mama, letting them know, hey, I'm on something fun or whatever. from all over the world that people fly in. No joke. People have been flying into Oklahoma City the last couple of days for today.
He was reporting 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with quarters and ping pongs hitting the truck.
Okay. And is he, man, his roads are just nothing but chaos. What?
That's why he's punching the core right now, so he can get up to Tologa and he'll work his way to the east. He knows of a road that goes east there.
But, okay. All right, back out of this just a second. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do this. Let's get Jeremy. We got the northern storm covered. Let's get Jeremy coming south on this. But I want him to be out ahead of it. So bust him east.
That's what Jeremy is doing. He's going east on 60, and then he was going to get ahead of this storm.
Yeah, perfect.
And then drop south.
Great. Perfect. Yeah, get him east. Is he moving? Yeah, he's moving.
He is.
Okay, yeah, get him east, bust east, and then bust south. All right, so Lynx 1, and we'll talk to Val here in a second. He's in a hurricane right now, running for his life. All right, big supercell, big hook, and right now, Val Storm does not have a tornado warning on it.
Right, and Jim's still looking under it at the moment.
Yeah, there's nothing on the ground.
No.
No.
No, but here, I'll show you velocity on it. It's still, pretty broad. Every now and again, you get a couple of areas where it almost looks like a couplet's trying to form. You get an area that's kind of tight, and then it kind of stretches back out. So, for now,
we win. For now,
it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So far, it's looked impressive, but velocity data has been just a skip away from going into hyper mode here. So that's good. Each hour that goes by is an hour without a tornado. But look at the hook now, folks. I mean, pretty serious. Oh, Val is, man, he's got to be able to see this thing. All right, so I tell you what, if I live in Canton Lake, get ready for big hail. Canton, Southern, Eagle City, the hail is going to go north of you. But big hail going through Tologa, going to Canton Lake, and all the casinos up here, and a lot of folks are up here at the lake hanging out. So remember, you're going to have, you've got this big storm coming in. What about hail sizes in here?
We've seen some tennis ball as far as hail detector, and when Val punched the core, I know he said he had some ping pongs.
Okay. Yeah, that'll easily do damage. And at times, we've got probably some tennis balls in there. All right, so it's going to Canton Lake, it's going to Canton, it's going to O'Keene. After that, it's going to Ames, and then eventually down the line, it's going to go to Enid. We'll get a storm track
David,
on that here.
I do actually have a storm track on that. Okay. I went ahead and I did the entire storm.
The whole line?
The hail, no, not the whole line, just that whole
storm. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Lynx 3, and this is that whole line of this, right? Of this storm. Let me start over. It's just this one storm. The tornado, it's kind of backed off a little bit. It still clearly has a hook on it. Oakwood, 539, Canton, 549, Longdale, Southern, 6 o'clock, O'Keene, 608. Find your city on here, and these are all to downtown areas. Whatever your little downtown has, this is going to be in the cross streets of what we consider to be downtown, okay? Lacey at 624, Bison, 639, Vance, Air Force Base, 645, downtown Enid, 651, Douglas, 655, and Breckenridge at about 7 o'clock. All right, so that's with this supercell here.
And the one to the north, the tornado warning's been extended to include just the kind of the west sides of Enid to give Enid a heads up. Yeah, and again, here's Pond Creek. Enid's right here. If this thing turns right, it tries to come into Enid. And Vaughn's right there. What is Vaughn looking at from his shot? So, Justin, let's get Vaughn to give us a...
Yeah, he just stopped it was a flat base, and he was just getting blasted by west winds. So he's going to get a couple miles east, turn around, and get a shot again. Okay, and Tom's coming in from the south. Oh, yeah, let's go to Tom. So here's Tom. This is it right here. Look at the hook, folks. My goodness. Look at the hook, and look at the lowering. All right, Tom, there it is. And remember, Tom, these storms are becoming more favorable as they get into the deeper, richer moisture a little farther to the east. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So the last 30, 45 minutes, this meso was completely rain wrapped. Couldn't see much of anything. But right now, it's starting to get out of the rain. I do believe right now we are in the reorganizing stages. I don't see a lot of fast rotation, but I can definitely see the wall cloud there in the middle of my shot. But it is a very organized looking storm. I'm going to back the shot out so you can see the whole storm. And it's got a stack of plates. The whole storm is rotating. It's not one that you need to let your guard down on. I mean, it looks pretty impressive right now. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Tom. Nice job, Tom. I'm eating right now. It's hard to eat and talk at the same time. All right, so that's going to be the northern storm. I say that. There's several up here that are the northern storm. All right, so this is going to be the middle storm, if you will, up north. But the one with the tornado warning on it, that is up north. And you can see everything feeding into it. So far, folks, I'll be honest with it, we've been good. It doesn't appear like we've had any tornadoes today. We've been close, which, you know what? That's fine. Let's just keep this thing going here. Big storms, big wind, big hail. But hopefully we won't have any tornadoes. But conditions are certainly favorable for tornadoes, not only tornadoes, but strong tornadoes and tornadoes that are on the ground for quite a distance. That's a problem. Tornadoes that are on the ground for quite a distance here. So the one smaller storm west of Byron, no longer tornado warned, but it is spinning. It'll spin all the way into Kansas. And then we have the other supercell here near Oriented, the one that Tom's on and Vaughn's on. And then we have the other storm down to the southwest, the one that Val's on. And he's watching that. He's making his way north and back east, and no longer a tornado warning on that. So we have the one tornado warning, and that's going on for the Enid storm. Well, we'll call it right now it's going to go just barely west and north of Enid, but not by much. And the tornado warning continues on that. Okay, so back down the line here. By the way, the model data, what's the latest and greatest? I heard you say the TAC. I heard that, Justin.
Yeah, the latest high-res also brings the storms that you're talking about near Hank to the east, kind of north of I-40, and almost crashes some of the storms a little bit further to the south once they get into central Oklahoma. Kind of an arcing line to the south.
Does it still bring it to the metro?
Still coming to the metro.
Okay. Yeah. I'll lean a little bit towards that but I'm with you, though. You can't ignore it.
Yeah, I mean, some data that's been gung-ho and just trying to keep it in central Oklahoma and the metro.
Yeah, now it's
kind of backed off and said toward the north. So.
Yeah.
But the environment, like you've been saying, we've been saying for the last several days, the big synoptic environment is there for bigger storms here later on this evening. So we can't drop our guard, and we'll just have to wait and see if they make it all the way down to the metro, or maybe that cap holds those storms off to the north. But that's what we're watching right now. But those storms, especially down towards Interstate 40, Elk City, Sayre, are really struggling. But it is a very unstable environment here across the metro and central Oklahoma down to the southwest. So we can't drop our guard that one storm gets going, it's going to have a full moisture, unstable environment to work on. Also, those low-level winds here at the surface and just off the surface really crank up. And that's why we have always been saying the highest tornado threat will be after 6 to 7 o'clock this evening all the way through midnight. So those storms north central will still be going maybe down here across the metro as we head towards later on this evening. So the environment gets better as these storms go to the east.
Yeah, for sure. Low-level jet, like you said, and it's moving into a more favorable environment right now. And look what we're getting out of this so far. But as these get east, the environment becomes more favorable. So for tornadoes and big wind and big hail and all that. And we still think we get storms in Oklahoma City here later this evening. And with the threat of wind and hail and tornadoes, even here in the metro. All right, but look at the size of the hook on this. This storm back here is still struggling some. Part of the problem, it's going over a worked over atmosphere. But I think later this evening when these start to make their way east instead of northeast over the same area, that will begin to change, I think, the next little bit. We'll see how long it takes. But notice how this storm looks so much better because it's kind of out ahead of the line. It's by itself. While this storm is going in over the same area that this storm has moved through. So the atmosphere is a little bit worked over and turned over. So the instability is not quite as high, but...
Yeah, the hail course pulsed up just in the last scan.
Right here.
With the storm coming up on 270, yes, approaching Canton Lake.
It's going, Canton Lake's going to get trashed. Trashed and hammered going into Canton Lake. And there it is.
Yeah, golf ball. We've had at times tennis ball possible out of it. And still kind of broad circulation, but and kind of many areas of spin within that.
And this is why there's no tornado warning. You're thinking at home, Payne, really? Look at the hook. I mean, what are you doing? I get it, but I mean, if I live in Canton Lake or Canton or Fairview or Ames, I'm watching this like a hawk, because all it takes is 1 or 2 minutes here, 5 or 10 minutes to ramp up, spins, tightens up, boom, we get a tornado. But right now, it's a wind and hail producer, golf ball, maybe tennis ball size hail. And then the storm down to the southwest, as you can clearly see, is much smaller. And then other thunderstorms are going on down here near Berlin and Hammond. And Brandon is watching those. So we'll see what they look like. Let's go a little farther southwest to check in with Brandon and bring him in. He's looking off to the west. And Brandon, what do you think? Looking back to the west and southwest towards Cheyenne, what do those look visually like to you as you look back that direction? What do you think? What do you see?
Yeah, David. So we're just on the south side of Foss Lake, and we've been watching these showers, continue to go up, and then they come down, and they go up, and they come down. They're really struggling on the I-40 corridor right now. But as they continue east, the storm just to my north, north of Butler on the northeast side of the lake, it really looked like these down here probably 45 minutes ago. And as they've gotten just a little bit more east, they're starting to intensify. So we're hanging with this south end just to verify, closer to I-40 and Clinton and Weatherford and that area, Arapahoe, Butler, just to make sure that if any of these strengthen along the I-40 corridor, that we're going to be right here, because I'm just telling you, it's 85 over about 68 or 70. It's extremely unstable, so it's just going to take one updraft to finally decide to go, and it'll be game on the south end as well. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Nice job, Brandon. And he's on that southwest flank of this whole line down here, because we still anticipate, look how clear it is. Look at the sunshine. But he does have storms just to his west. But again, we do anticipate additional new storms to develop farther southwest down the line. That's why he's there. Okay? So we shall see. All right, so we have one tornado warning going on up north, other big storms, smaller storm here, rotating, big storm here with a big hook, not strong enough for a tornado warning at this time, but it's thinking about it, and that's going to go to Canton, up towards Fairview. This is the only tornado warning we have. Let's go back to this and get an update here, and see what it looks like on radar. Still looks impressive. What do hills look like on that? I'm just curious. Has it come up or? Huh. Yeah. God, it's a big storm. That's a strong storm, folks.
It's pulsed down and pulsed back up several times, but it goes all the way up, pegs the scale, holds strong for a few minutes, weakens a little bit, and it's still very threatening. I mean, the hail core with it's going up to Helena eventually, and we'll see how far to the south that hook kind of stays. But Vaughn and Tom are right there looking at it.
Yep. And big hail again up here. Again, from Aileen up to McWillie. I didn't say it like...
You did.
I did say it?
You did.
I did again?
Say it again.
McWillie.
Okay.
How's that?
For some reason, when he says McWillie, every time he adds a little Willie.
Yeah, add a little Guthrie to it.
Yeah.
When you're born there.
I'm sure they love you.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, so this, again, is going to... The hail core is, it's going over Aileen, McWillie, and Helena. And then from there to the northwest. Carmen, you're going to get some hail. You've probably already had some, but the big hail is going to go on or just south of you, right in here. Big hail.
Tom has a shot of that lowering.
Yep, there it is. Tom does. Yep, let's go to Tom. And Tom's right here looking back to the northwest. Tom, there's your hook. And there it is. It's right where it should be. Nothing on the ground right now, so we're doing okay. What do you think? How strong is that rotation? Looks like it might be trying to tighten up a little bit. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, right now we got moderate rotation. It did come out of the rain, which is good for us so we can see it. I have Daryl hanging out the window right now with the video camera, so it's kind of a little bit shaky. But, yeah, you can see it. I haven't seen anything on the ground as long as we've been following it for the last hour, so that's the good news. But it does have that look. I mean, it could at any minute now, but I don't see anything that's on the ground. I don't see any funnels right now. I've seen an occasional tag, but, yeah, we're still looking at it, and we'll report back if we see anything. Back to you.
Okay, Tom, looks like it might be tightening up here on shear rate. Looks like it might be trying to really tighten up again. So if it's going to produce a tornado, look at the band here, by the way. See this band coming off your screen to the right? That's a feeder band that is ripping to the southwest. Coming into this, it's being pulled in. It's part of the mesocyclone, but it's a cloud. It's at the base, but it'll slope. What's that going on here? Tom, is that a funnel or is that just a tag? What do you think?
It could have been a funnel for a brief second.
Yeah.
It's gone now, but I have seen a few of those here and there. They try to get organized and then they dissipate pretty quick.
Okay.
So we're keeping an eye on that right now. But yeah, that's gone right now. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's what makes me think it was a funnel versus a tag hanging down, because the way it formed so quickly and went away so quickly, versus a tag, which will come down slowly and dissipate slowly and condensate from a funnel, because it's an area of low pressure, can form quickly and disappear quickly. Looked like a funnel to me.
And Jeremy has a good shot of the Oakwood storm that is trying to tighten up. He's
nice shot.
Some rotation.
Yep. Let's go to Jeremy's shot here, and man, he is right there. Jeremy, okay, I'm looking for rain curtains here that are moving right there. Great shot, Jeremy Carter. Nice shot. You have what's your wind there? West, southwest?
But the winds are wrong. This is kind of outflowish, but David, this thing does have rapid rain curtains in it. It's definitely outflowish, but a well-established base. I don't know why that the winds are pushing out from it. I imagine it's probably just cycling. We're going to continue with this and watch it. I think it bears watching for sure. But take a look as I kind of pan my camera around. You can look at the storm here and get a real good feel for its structure. Definitely some good structure, but back in there, the rain curtains, they are circling around just a little bit. David, I'm going to move on so I can continue watching it. Back to you.
Jeremy, do me a favor. Use your camera there and kind of back out and kind of tilt up. Let's see if we can see the pancakes stacked up here. Let's see if we can see those in that shot at all. And then maybe try to go up if you can. And then go to the right. Wow, look at that shot. Okay, go to the right here. Let's see what we have. If you go to the right and then go up. Okay, trying to see. Wow, his camera goes all over. Okay, all right. Well, I thought maybe, okay, well, this is definitely feeding in on the northeast side, but, okay, yeah, he's too close. It's called precision storm chasing. And to be able to tell you folks at home where this thing is, you can't chase 2 miles back, right? You got to get tight. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and it's pretty much right on top of him. What's velocity data look like here? It's right here. Okay.
And there is base. Yeah, so it's feeding in.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, he's right there. Okay, and then Tom.
Tom had another needle funnel under that base.
I just saw that, yep. He's up north.
Hook developing on Hank's storm, the one that's now west of Putnam. It's not nearly as strong as you were saying. It's kind of moving over the path of the big supercell Val and Jeremy are on. But
Hank
a hook
is
developing with that one.
183.
Does Hank have, what's his shot look like? Can he see it in his shot?
It's a little far away. It's a little hazy.
There's a little bit of a hill still in between him and it.
Okay.
Yeah, but he is northbound.
Okay, he'll be close. Okay. Up north, let's get back to the tornado warning now, the one that, and then we'll go back down there again.
The hail cores come up with this.
Yeah. Right over Raylene, yep. Oh, there's big hail in there for sure. At least golf balls, if not tennis balls.
I don't see any couplet.
No.
But you know it's spinning.
Yeah, it's right here. Vaughn is the closest to it. And I see Vaughn's shot. He is in rain. He's trying to make his way east. Good thing about up here, your roads are all good. Now you're in chase heaven up here now because you can chase. These are all great mile by mile farm roads. Look at the hook, folks. I mean, there you go. Vaughn is his shot right there. And then that shot is Tom's shot, and he's right here. Okay. All right, let's go to Vaughn. Let's see what Vaughn has right now. Let's bring in Vaughn and get an update from Vaughn Caster. Oh, Vaughn, yeah, you're in it. Well, Vaughn, the circulation is going to be just to your north. It's not super tight, but it is certainly there. And, man, it's an impressive storm. Looking at reflectivity, looks really good on radar. I know you know that. Very impressive. Go ahead.
about 5 minutes ago, like Tom was saying, I think it's starting to reorganize pretty well. Each time it reorganizes, it's getting bigger and stronger every time. I just came through some quarter-sized hail. Haven't seen anything bigger than that, David, but no doubt there is some bigger hail in here. But I'm going to head up here to 45, and I'm going to go east and catch it as it crosses 45, David. Thank you.
All right, nice job. So Vaughn again. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and he's on the hook, and there it is. So
there's a couple areas of circulation there along Highway 8, almost just off to the east of Highway 8, David, east of Vaughn. See the kind of little fingers hanging out there?
Yeah.
And if you put on velocity data, you can see there's a couple of areas of circulation.
Yeah, but
I mean, the winds are picking up speed-wise as well.
Yeah, we're going to have damaging wind for sure, but it's not localized yet.
No,
I mean, it's still
it's not tight.
Very broad. Okay, we got to watch. This is down here in the southern part.
And I want to zoom out just for folks in Enid and kind of put a lapse on this, get kind of a better idea of the direction.
Right now, this goes north of Enid. Not by much. I mean, you folks in Enid can look to your northwest, and it's dark and west, but it's going to go up through, the big hail is going to go to Hillsdale, and then from there, really north, up towards Jefferson and Helena.
Say it. There you go.
Huh?
You got it. Say it.
McWillie?
Yeah.
See? No problem. I worked on it all weekend. Just kept saying it over and over again. But you can see the hook. It's wrapping in. Inflow notch. This thing, see how this thing sticks out? Right there? Yeah, right there. A little bit of
That's what caught my attention for a second.
It did, and you got to watch stuff like that because that's how quickly and how fast things change here. Okay, so let's kind of give you the big overview here of what's going on. Here in Oklahoma City, we're doing fine. We can show you some model data here in a second of what we think is going to happen as we get into the evening. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rotating storms.
I'm just going to turn off the trackers for a second because we've got so many of them, it's hard to see.
Yeah.
There you go.
And even turn on the warning. Turn the warnings off for a second. Let's just clean it all the way up. So 1 supercell, that's the first storm of the day. Kind of back out just for a second here. That's going into Kansas, so we're saying goodbye to that. And that was spinning like a top. That storm is actually smaller now. It's shrinking and dying. We'll see what it does, but it's moving into Kansas. This storm over Helena, big hook on that still, going to Medford. This is the biggest storm in the state. Right here now, about ready to go into Canton and Canton Lake, and then other smaller supercells down the line trying to get their act together. So we'll see. All right, we can put everything back on.
Okay, I was like,
storm strength
with them.
Yeah. The northern storm continues to weaken. The Helena storm, we'll call it, still very strong. Our Canton Lake storm is very strong.
Yeah, Val's getting golf balls right now.
And our Putnam storm it's coming up as well. So I know Hank's coming in from the south. Hank's down here, right? He's coming in on this storm?
Yes, he's on at 183.
All right, let's go back to Hank and bring Hank in here as he looks off to the northwest. And Hank, you're looking right at it. Your storm continues to get a little bit stronger, and it is severe. Inflow notch developing right there. You're looking right at it. What do you think? Looks like the bases might be coming down just a bit on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll pull over here real quick where you can see it. It's still not real super organized. It's, it's not high base, but then again, it's not scraping the ground. You can see that there's a pretty flat laminar base there to it. It's got a really heavy core in it with hail and rain, but I don't see any pronounced lowerings at the moment. I think maybe it's having a little bit of a struggle because of the wake of air that Val's storm has left. So right now, I don't see anything intimate, with it, but you can see we are just south of Putnam. Looking back to the west-northwest, I've got a little better turn off here in just a second. I can give you a little better shot. But like I say, it's a big base, but it's not. There's not a big lowering or bell shape or anything like that with it. It's just a big, pretty flat base at the moment, David.
We hope that it stays like that and continues to do what it's doing. But right now, it is getting stronger, and it is now severe, and it also is developing a hook. So the good news about what's happened today is that the storms are going over the same area. And sometimes they can produce tornadoes, but they're going over as the same air mass, and the air mass has been a little bit worked over. When they start to come east later this evening, they're going to have better moisture, higher velocity, low-level jet, stronger jet stream winds are overhead by then. So that's the deal. But right now, as long as they keep going over the same line, the lead storms are the ones that have had the tornado warnings on them, okay? The storms down the line, even though they are getting stronger, no tornado warnings on these yet. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at the size of these storms here. The biggest storm of the day is definitely this one. It's the one that Val's on. And Justin, is Val in position? Because he's about out of position. Yeah, he's in Canton right now. I don't think you're hot. Okay, can you guys? I can't hear him.
Can you not hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
I couldn't earlier.
Val's GPS is not working. It hasn't updated. He's in Canton right now.
Okay. All right. Well, that's better. His GPS. So he's still in wind and hail. God, look at them.
Yeah, and that's where he got golf balls as he was heading east on 51 just a couple minutes ago. But he's towards the Canton area, moving east, getting away from that hail core and getting in position.
Okay. All right. Hey, guys, take it here for just a second.
All right, so that's where Val is. Can we go? Can we hear Val maybe? Because he's in the hail right now. I know it's going to sound crazy, but to give folks an idea of what's going on in the Canton area, kind of the south side of the lake. Val, if you can hear us, give us an update of what it's like for you on Highway 51.
Okay, so it's very windy and there's large hail, and it's wind-driven hail. So the largest hail that we have seen has been golf ball size, and I mean to tell you, it was sideways golf ball size hail. So we have had winds up to 60 miles an hour on Highway 51 west of Canton. We don't have it right now. It's calmed down a little bit from what it was, but it's still blowing sporadically. We're 1 mile west of Canton at the moment, fixing to come into Canton. So I think we're going to be driving out of the core, and we're going to be driving under the rotation here in just a minute. There's more hail falling right there, but it's only about quarter size now. Our winds have been real sporadic, but definitely very strong. I mean, it's pushing us all over the road. It's that strong. And visibilities have been like whiteout. Couldn't see nothing going down the road. So in about maybe 2 miles or so, we're going to bust completely out of the core. We have a perfect view of the meso under this storm. It's starting to get a little bit lighter to the east of us now. So that's where we're at. We're working on the GPS. Sometimes you got to boot it, and that's what we're doing right now. Back to you.
Okay, great job there, Val. I know you're staying with it. And just to your south on 270, Jeremy Carter's there. We're looking at his shot in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Look at that, David, as that storm is crossing 270, heading over towards the east.
Yeah, I mean, still a huge storm. So Val's going through, he's coming through Canton, head to Southard, which is a great plan. And he'll get ahead of this thing here. He'll have a great shot of it coming up here in just a minute. But the hail sizes in here are crazy. All right, so it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. We're close to doing a tornado warning on it. It's ramped up. This is getting better and better. And we're probably going to get a tornado warning out of this. Look at the hook. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Hank storm to the southwest of Putnam.
Yep. All right, let's go to Hank. And we'll bring Hank in here. And Hank, your storm is quickly ramping up. Velocity data is ramping up. Shear rate is getting more impressive. And the hook is going to be west-southwest of Putnam. What do you think? What do you see? What do you know when you're looking right at it? Go ahead. Man, what a storm now, Hank. It's a big storm.
Yeah, give me just a second, and I'll be able to turn around and get you a shot here. I am looking back at this, so can you hear Hank?
We lost your picture, but now we have it back. Go ahead, Hank. We'll take it. Okay, you're on.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so you're looking to the northwest. I'm just south of Putnam. You're looking to the northwest. This is what the base of that looks like. There's just a little small tag that's formed. It's not really anything impressive just yet. You can see it right there, Patty, on the left side. Right there just in the center of the screen, or down a little bit, please. There's a little lowering there that's starting to form. It's like the very beginning of what will probably become a wall cloud. So there's some rising motion in it. The last time I showed you this shot, this base was just completely flat, and you can see that there's a bit of a lowering trying to form right there in the middle. Nothing spinning, anything like that at the lower levels. I mean, we do know that it's got some rotation with it, up above in the mid levels where it needs to have it at. You can see the core is starting to fill in around that. So we'll keep watching it. It's definitely coming up. I think what has happened is it's getting out of the air of the previous storms that were worked over just a little bit, and it's starting to get a little bit better inflow. So as it moves off to the east, I think it's going to get better and better. It's been moving to the northeast, and it kind of seems like it's anchoring and maybe starting to take more of an east-northeast track, David.
Okay, yeah, and again, your storm is definitely getting stronger. Okay, let's go back to Tom, and we're gonna leave Hank's storm, which is what we're calling the southern storm. We're gonna go back to the other storm to the north here, and look at that. This is all changing right now.
This is east of Enid, and the hook has been tightening up while you've been talking to Hank, David.
Yeah, let's go back to that. Vaughn's on the north side of this, and let's go back to Lynx 1 control room. Look at the hook now, folks. Look how much this is really, really ramped up. And again, here's Vaughn to the north. And look at the hook. Man, look at this thing right in here. Okay,
west of Enid.
Yeah, this is the one that's going to be west-northwest of Enid. And Justin, what's Tom's plan here? What's he thinking? Because he's got a million roads. He could be busted north right now.
Vaughn is 4 miles to the north. This is about 5 miles south of Helena.
Yep.
Shear rate's really ramped up to Vaughn's south, David. It's about to cross Highway 58.
That's what I mean. Justin? Yeah, Justin, we need Tom to stop. He's gonna miss it.
Yeah, he's getting northbound.
Well, he's too far east. I'm just being honest with you. He's got to get back on this thing. He's got to be able to see it. Does he have it in his shot? Okay, he's got it. All right, let's go to Tom. Is he northbound now? Okay, let's go to Tom. And Tom, I tell you what, this thing is ramping up now. We have two areas, though. Tom, are you looking off to the northwest?
Yeah, so okay. I had the original location of the rotation. I have two areas that are rotating. I have something that looks like it's a little bit down now to the ground. Okay, I'm going to pull off here so we can get a better look. But yeah, there are two areas of strong rotation right now. I'm going to zoom in here. Okay, there you see the two areas of rotation. I don't see anything on the ground. That one to the south is actually the one that looks the strongest right now to me. That one, I think, it is moderate rotation to strong rotation, and that just developed over the last maybe, 5 minutes. There's a storm that went up, and as that storm went up,
Justin,
it started moving towards the north, and that's where the rotation is, right there.
Nice job, Tom. Tom, we need you to get farther north, though. You got to get farther north. Take one of that road you're on or whatever, but just keep going north. If your road will allow that, I think it will. Just keep going north. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1, and then we'll jump back into, I see the shot. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and we have Vaughn here, and he's on the north side of the hook, and Tom's down here.
Yeah, this is heading up towards Goltry and eventually Hillsdale.
Yeah, let's back out of this. Just get a bearing straight for a second here. Okay, so the storm to the north is into Kansas. This is the northern storm, and this is the one, again, headed to Hillsdale, and then Medford after that, and Renfro. Big hail, possible tornado developing here. Let's go to Brandon Wells' shot, and he's looking right back at the lowering here from the northeast. Let's bring Brandon in and get an update of that. Brandon, great shot. You might want to drop a little farther south. Brandon Wells, you might want to drop a little farther south because your roads are good, and then you'll have a clear shot at the Mesocyclone if you can drop just a little farther south. I think that's probably what you're doing. But anyway, give us an update, Brandon, as you look back in there, a place you can get closer to it. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, right now we're just to the south of Nash here on 132, David, and we're looking southwest at that storm that's coming right up to us. And that thing looks very ominous. It's definitely hugging the ground. It's definitely rotating. It looks like it's really trying to get its act together. I do not see a tornado from our vantage point on the ground at this current time, but that thing is very ominous looking. It's definitely rotating. We're going to drop down to Hillsdale and try to get a little bit clearer shot, but
That needs to be watched very closely, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice shot there, Brandon Wells. And Brandon, again, look at the bowl here coming, folks. This is serious now. This is up near Nash. Let's go back to links 1. And also, that's Brandon's shot. Looking right at it, right? That's that big shot right there. Let's put that up in here, control room. Remote 124. Brandon's going to go south. Justin, make sure Brandon goes south. And I want to see this lowering coming at him.
Yes.
He's got to go south, 132, and then he can go back west. But get him south so he has a clear shot. Let's go back south on links 1 to the next storm down the line. Let's go south on the next, okay. And this hook right here, Val is now in Canton, and Jeremy's down to the south. And where's Tom on this deal?
Tom's he's up north, David. He was on the same storm.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He was further north.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I see. Let's go back to Tom.
Okay.
Let's bring Tom. Oh,
yes, he's looking at this right here.
That's why I couldn't see him. I was stepping on him.
You were on
My
his head.
bad.
Yeah, there he is. The
right.
hook is about to cross Highway 58.
Also, Justin, have him focus his picture not on the lens, but on the actual funnel and tornado. If it tries to develop, he needs to focus on that, not the lens. If it's in autofocus, take it out of autofocus. All right, Tom, go ahead. Give us an update.
Okay, David, I've had a pronounced funnel for the last 2 minutes. It's been rotating. It's been halfway to the ground. I don't see any spin-ups underneath it, and it's still there, but it looks like it wants to get better organized. It's not producing a tornado at the moment. You can see underneath it. The ring curtains are wrapping around it. They're right there to the right. Look at that inflow going into there. So we could be seeing the funnel reorganize there a little bit to the north of where the original funnel was. I don't see that original funnel, but right there, that wall cloud is becoming more and more pronounced. The rotation's becoming stronger and stronger. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, so this is a developing tornado, and it's been confirmed, right?
Yeah, just south of Helena. Tracker did see it on the ground.
Yeah.
I think it was about 5 miles south of Helena, but it was very brief,
Yeah.
just as Tom was seeing it as well.
Yeah, and again, if it lasted 30 seconds, that was the extent of it. And that's what Tom was saying. It might have touched down there. So Justin, get Tom busted north. Bust Tom north, as long as he can see it, but also back to the west. He needs to go back west. All right, but that's his shot. And we'll see. This whole thing is trying to make up its mind where it's going to localize. And so what you'll have is you'll have an area of spin hanging out of the meso, but it might actually spin and try and then maybe produce a couple of small tornadoes. And then the area to the right will tighten up, and this will be the bigger cone if it's going to happen, right? It doesn't always come out of that same area of spin.
And the storm near Canton has a couple of areas of circulation, David.
Okay.
The storm near Putnam continues to be more localized as well.
Okay,
So
all right, let's go back to links 1.
all 3 storms have really ramped up in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and these are getting into better dynamics, better moisture, and all that, or fuel for these storms.
Here, I'll
So
zoom out.
Tom's, yeah, okay, so let's back out all the way
Okay.
here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 supercells. 3 are serious. 1 is really serious. We've had the one brief tornado touchdown near Helena. Didn't last very long. Was on the ground for a few seconds, but it still counts. But we have Brandon Wells coming in from the north on that. And that's that shot. And then we have the big hook here that Jeremy's on. And then Tom's shot. And Justin, if Tom sees anything in his shot, get him north and back west. And then we have Hank down here on this one. And Hank's storm is looking stronger. What does Hank see in his shot? Does he see anything that looks like anything crazy? Going up 183 right now. There's a couplet just west of 183, north of Putnam. And it's definitely trying to ramp up. Look at the hook now, folks. Big hail just north of Putnam, right? Between Putnam and Tologa, we kind of split the uprights here. Big hail going on.
And David,
right.
Vaughn has busted through the core.
Yep.
And he has right there the circulation.
Yep, let's go back to Vaughn.
Okay.
And let's bring Vaughn's shot in. Then we'll go back to links 1.
He's
Vaughn
east
is
of
just going to
Helena.
be west of Goldtree, east of Helena. Vaughn, there's the area of spin. Talk us through us here. I tell you what, it looks like it's spinning. It did produce a weak tornado just a few minutes ago. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a little bitty funnel just a while ago as I was busting out of the rain. But this thing is definitely spinning. It's throwing out some quarter-sized hail just on the back side of this. I had to bust through that floor, which I really didn't want to do today, but it's a good thing. I'm out in a second. I'm going to be got a really clear shot of it for you. So you can see part of it right now, but not all of it. But I'll bust right through here, and we'll get you a better shot. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Vaughn. Okay, so Vaughn is on the northern storm, we're calling it. Let's go back to Lynx 1. So this is a bowl that's spinning. It's right here above him. It's right here above his head. And he's going to make his way. He's going to get east of that. So let's get him east over to Goldtree. Circulation's right here. And Lacey, go to shear rate. What do you see here? It's right here. It's right there. This keeps showing up down here. This keeps showing up. And yeah, I don't hear you. Should I?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
I do now.
Okay, if you take a look right here, David, that was the tighter area where the brief tornado touchdown came from. So it is 2 areas of circulation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We have 2, and they continue to be persistent, consistent, and over the same time frame, they're doing their own thing. All right, so Vaughn's here, Tom's down here, and Justin, do me a favor. Get him to 132, get him north up to Carrier, and then bus west.
Yes, that's what he's doing. He's getting off the dirt road, get a little bit faster.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Tom here. I know he's trying to back up. Roads are bad.
And Brandon Wells both have shots of that.
Okay, let's go back to Brandon. Brandon Wells, he's on the north side of this. Tornado warning. We've had 1 brief tornado touchdown. And there you go. Whose shot is that? That's Brandon Wells. Brandon, give us an update. What kind of motion do we have in here? It is definitely lifting and turning now. Looking off to your southwest. You're in Nash. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brandon Wells. Give us an update.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, David. You're right. The motion on this is it's definitely organizing. You can see there in the shot, it's trying to consolidate. It's trying to figure out where it wants to consolidate, but you can see there just to the right of the pole where the scud is feeding into the wall cloud. It's wanting to consolidate right there in the center of the shot. So if it's going to do anything, it's going to be right there. Right now, David, there is no tornado intimate at this time. And it doesn't look like it's going to. Doesn't look like it's really going to happen just yet, but it's really trying right there in our shot, David. And if it does, we will be right here to see it and let you know.
Okay, nice job. Go ahead and back out, Brandon. Back out on your shot. Let me see what it looks like on the big view, kind of on the wide view here. This is all being ripped in from the northeast, and this band over my head right here, that is going right where it should, right into the northeast side of the meso. That's the lower levels. And then down south, we have another band coming in from the west, and there's kind of your V-notched overhead. But this is where it's trying to localize, and this just keeps forming these scud clouds. They keep forming and ramping up and trying to be pulled into it. And, okay, it's not doing it yet. Okay, all right. All right, but it's still spinning for sure. All right, so he's right there. It's not going to do anything that we're not going to see. I mean, we're going to see everything that goes on. Okay, so let's come back. Let's go on the back side of this now to Vaughancaster. This is where the wrap is, or the hook. The tornado is going to be right here where Vaughn is. And Brandon Wells from his shot was right here, looking here. Let's look at that. And not quite a tree hugger, but it is spinning for sure. Go ahead, Vaughn, give us an update on how strong the circulation is. Go ahead.
It is definitely increasing in the circulation. You can see it right there. The big white cloud that is kind of in the middle of the two, that thing is spinning like a top. And then just a little further beyond that, that might be that second rotation you were talking about. But I'm telling you what, David, if this was to set on the ground, it would be a large tornado. I mean, it has all those looks.
Looks like it's consolidating right to its northeast.
Okay. Do we have Vaughn?
Yeah, it's trying to consolidate.
Yeah.
Justin.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll take you guys. Vaughn, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, it's consolidating right now. It looks like we got a little RFD cut right here, and I think we got tornado genesis just practically getting ready to happen right here.
Vaughn, it looks like...
Right on it, you can see it spinning.
Yeah, it looks like right here. It looks like right to the right. I see the cut coming in. Am I right on that? I see the cut right there, right on the right side of your screen.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
I see where you're pointing.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to Brandon Wells here. Let's see what it looks like from his shot. He's on the other side looking back at it. And look at that shot. Okay, this is much more pronounced. This is continuing to funnel into, and this sometimes can go like this and then go from horizontal into the vertical, and then you'll see it'll just slam down right here. Hang on a second. What's going on behind? What's going on, Brandon Wells? What's going on behind the wind turbine, the big one there in front of us? What's going on right back in there? It looks like it might be trying to. Go ahead.
David, it's really trying. Yes, it is. It's really consolidating. It's a lot much more pronounced than it was the last time I talked to you. It's like Vaughn said, it's really hugging the ground there. And if this thing decides to come down, it will be a big tornado. But it is definitely a lot tighter. It's got more motion to it than it did about 5 minutes ago. And it is very close, David. It's spinning hard, and it's just a matter of time before this thing comes to the ground.
Okay.
But if it does, we're going to be right here watching it.
Yeah, you are. And here's the deal, Brandon. The second you see any debris or dust on the ground, I want you to get our attention because I got to get you back on the air. But this is going to be a tornado warning now. Still continues for you folks in Goltry, Hillsdale, up in northern Oklahoma, moving into southwestern Grant County. Oh, hang on. I thought I saw something. I thought I saw a suction spot. Okay. I didn't, but I thought I did. I thought I saw something there. Okay. If it's going to do it, it's going to be right there from Brandon Wells' shot and also from Vaughn's shot. All right. Let's go to Links 1 and kind of give you the overview. We have now 2 tornado warnings in effect. The one up north at Brandon, Vaughn and Marty are on. Tom's right there. Back to the other storm where Jeremy's been. No tornado warning in that, but Jeremy keeps moving with it. And we need to keep Jeremy going. And Val's on that. And Val's looking right at it. We'll check in with Val. And then the new tornado warning is going to be the one down here where Hank's on. And Hank's got to get a little farther north, but he's still there. Let's get an update. And Hank, you're looking right at the lowering. You're looking right at where there's going to be a tornado. Let's take Hank's shot. And there it is. So, Hank, it's not on the ground. I don't see it. What do you think? What have you seen?
Yeah, this wall cloud sure has changed in the last several minutes that we've talked. So this whole area is rotating. This whole wall cloud is rotating. You can see heavy rising motion all underneath this wall cloud. So one area of circulation hasn't taken over yet. What looks like to me is where it's centralizing. I'm going to have Patty zoom in right here. This area here looks like that it's got the best rotation and rising motion with it. I'll have her back out so you can get a whole picture. But this whole wall cloud is rotating. So it's going to consolidate. It's going to, it's going to get better and better. But right now it's kind of fighting itself. But this, what went from a flat storm to a huge wall cloud that's probably, the wall cloud itself's probably 1.5 miles wide. Just happened in just a few minutes. So we're going to keep trekking it. We're going to have to jump around the river, but, we'll stay right underneath it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So Hank Brown on the other tornado warned storm we have. All right. So there's a lot going on, folks. There's a lot of moving pieces to this puzzle. And the day is still young. It's only 6:24. All right. Let's go back to Links 1. And Hank's on the other tornado warning. That's going to be for this. It is not on the ground. Hank's right there. He's going to make his way back north and back east. There's your hook. The tornado's right here. Let's go to shear rate.
Okay. And this is going to, can you hear me? It's going to be northeast of Putnam.
Yep, right here. And it's not tight. It's still broad. What is shear rate? Okay, yep. Yeah, it's there, but it's broad. And it's going to be, like you said, northeast of Putnam. From there, it's going to go to Oakwood, Eagle City. You're in the line of fire. And Cass, when you get a storm track, just holler.
I've got it.
Okay. And so this is the area of spin. It's right here. You can see it in Hank's shot. We were looking right at it. And it's going to Oakwood, going to Eagle City. Big hail, tennis ball size hail now. And that's going to be right there. Let's do a storm track, Links 3 on this. And we're going to take this north and east. And, okay, Oakwood, 637. Eagle City, 647. You're the 2 nearest towns that this is heading towards right now. Okay? Romanos, 7 o'clock. Omega, 720. Lacey, 732. Kingfisher, 742. Dover, Hennessy, about 7:45, and we'll see Bison at about 7:50. That is on this middle storm, tornado warning on that. And then we have the other tornado warning going on up north and west, again, of Enid here. So there's a lot going on. And then we have the other big storm that's not tornado warned, but it's still a big rotator that's moving off to the east-northeast. This is the one that's going to head towards, well, eventually towards Wacomas and Bison. That'll be that storm here. So tornado warning up far north, other tornado warning in the middle, and we have 2 other big storms down the line now that Brandon are currently on. He's watching both of these storms, and we'll see what they do. But let's see here. What does shear rate look like? I know it's way out there.
Do you want to go back to Lynx 1?
Yeah, let's go back to Lynx 1.
There are new showers all the way down into southwest Oklahoma.
Again.
So far, they're kind of struggling.
Yeah, that's
Hope
good.
they continue to do so. But
Okay.
yeah, the storm that's on I-40, just north of I-40, has been strengthening, David. Near
Yeah.
Berlin, north of Elk City.
Okay, who's right here? This is Hank. Okay, we're
Yeah,
going to have
Hank
to.
and then Brandon.
All right, we're going to have to make a decision here. Okay, I want Brandon to stay with either storm. Hey, Justin, we need to figure this out. We got to get somebody southwest. Yeah, that's what we were just. Okay, yeah, and I don't want him to leave it, but we want to play leapfrog until we know for sure. But then other guy needs to break off.
Yeah, Jeremy's heading down to the Oakwood storm, and then Hank, because of the river, is going to go back to the Butler storm, and then Brandon's going to drop south for the Elk City storm.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Okay.
We're just playing hopscotch.
Okay. Do we have Jim? Jim's good? Okay. Yeah, I think so. He's in Watonga, correctly? Correct? Okay. He's in, Gardner's in Hitchcock right now. Yeah, he's in a great spot. Let's go to Jim, and we might have him drop a little farther south and back to the west here, but I'm going to take him right here. And look at that shot. Look at that supercell that is rotating. Jim, I think you're looking at the storm north of Hitchcock right now. Am I right on that?
That's right, David. I am right over the top of Hitchcock, shooting back to the northwest. It's a huge supercell, and right now there's not too much going on. It looks like it's trying to roll underneath out to a gust front, so there's going to be a lot of wind, a lot of hail, and a lot of rain with this. Cloud-to-ground lightning is very prominent up front, but again, this is just a massive, massive supercell, David, dropping a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and right now we have no indication of any tornadic activity, but we'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotus 9, back to you.
In range. Okay, nice job. So, Jim, we're going to go ahead and we'll do that. Okay, great job, Jim. So what Jim's looking at is not on the ground. That's that middle storm, we're calling it. All right, back to Lynx 1. And the storm up north did produce a weak, brief tornado, and that was earlier near Helena. All right, let's go up north here and take a closer look. As Cass, you want to take over? Let's go back to Lynx 3.
Sure.
And let's go up north on Lynx 3. And we've got Tom here, we have Vaughn, we have Marty, and we have Brandon. I think we have it covered. And Tom's looking back to the northwest. Man, that is such an incredible shot from Tom. Let's go to Tom Pastrano, and then we'll get an update from Vaughn. Tom, looking off to the northwest, what do you think, looking back at it here? Big area of spin, but nothing on the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing on the ground. What I noticed is it's possibly it's reorganizing. We'd have the old circulation kind of north of what the new circulation is. I did have a shower or even a storm that developed to the south. And just like about 10 minutes ago, that's moving into it, and it's producing a new circulation that's just to my west. So we really got to watch that because the last time it did produce a really pronounced funnel with that brief tornado. So it's trying to do that again, and we'll watch it and see what happens once it kind of reorganizes. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So Tom, again, is on the northern storm. All right. And we're going to come back down the line here, back to Lynx 1. Or are we on 3 still?
We're going to go to 3.
Let's go to 3. So Tom's on this storm. Let's go ahead and zoom in on this. And this is the hook right here. And Vaughn's here, Tom's here, Brandon's here. I'm looking at their shots. And let's go back to Brandon Wells. This did produce a small, weak, brief tornado near Helena. And we had that live on the air. Let's go back to Brandon. Brandon, what do you think? What do you see? Is it localizing again, or is it kind of stretched out right now? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, it doesn't look near as impressive as it did momentarily ago. It's very stretched out. It looks like the area of circulation may be just trying to reorganized just a little bit. Well, actually here, let's see. This whole area is just rotating. There's several areas, but it's still not organized. It's still trying to figure out where it's going to localize at, and we are literally right under it, David.
All right, nice job, Brandon. Brandon Wells will stay underneath it. He'll just keep going east along with Vaughn, and I mean, it's all there. All the ingredients are there, but so far we've done okay. We've had that 1 week brief, tiny little tornado that briefly touched down, which it still goes down in the books, but it's a far cry from what could have been so far. All right, let's show you the big view. Lynx 1. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and we'll leave this. There's that storm, second storm, third storm. This has the tornado warning on it. Then we have the fourth and the fifth storm down here. And these are both big storms that are coming up, rotating thunderstorms. And we have the big hook right here. And let's go down to this storm here, and then we'll jump back to the southwest. Let's talk about our storm here that Hank is on. And Hank is right there. Hank, we're looking at it. We have your shot. We'll take you here. It's going to go right over and just north of Oakwood. Big, deep mesocyclone. I don't see anything on the ground, but the circulation, Hank, is going to be just to your northeast, now just west of Oakwood. And again, it's going to be west of Jeremy. Go ahead. Circulation now just west of Oakwood. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're looking just off to the northeast. And to tell you the truth, the wall cloud has gotten a little bit more messy. It looked really good about, 10 minutes ago. I can still see the circulation. Obviously, you can tell there's a meso right there, and we're looking to the northeast of it, at it, right back up in it. But I don't see any real localized area of rotation at the moment. Like I say, the wall cloud's gotten a little bit messy. We thought we might have seen a little bit of a funnel earlier, but, it wasn't pronounced enough to sound the alarm on that. But so right now, we're continue watching. You can see, Patty, zoom in on the right side a little bit. I'll have her zoom in on the right side of the wall cloud, just up just a little bit in that white part, that wraparound. You can actually see the rotation of that wall cloud. You can see where it's wrapping back, extending out to the east and then wrapping back up to the northwest. So it definitely has circulation with it, and it's definitely still posing a danger. But I do not see anything that's screaming tornado, at the current moment to me. Right now, David, back to you.
All right. Well, hopefully it'll stay this way. We'll see, but conditions are certainly favorable. Tornado watch is in effect until 11 o'clock tonight for the possibility, again, of strong tornadoes. So far, that has not happened, but again, we still think the tornado threat is higher late this afternoon and into this evening, or actually we're already into the evening, for this evening, is that it will become higher, is that low-level jet, several thousand feet up. It's a south jet above your head, ripping to the north. Gets a lot stronger. Okay, let's go back to Marty Logan's shot. He's got a lot of motion in this, and Marty's up near Pond Creek. And Marty, you're looking off to the west and southwest here. It looks like. What do you think? What do you see there? There's some pretty good motion in there right now. Go ahead, Marty.
Oh, this is tremendous motion. This is the one Vaughn, Tom, Brandon are on, and we are. Oh my, thought we were trying to funnel right there. We are south of the intersection of 6481, which would be southwest of Pond Creek, about 2 miles, and you're looking back west at the base of that storm. I understand why those guys are getting pretty excited about this, because this thing's got an awful lot of motion with it. And now I'm going to go over here to the left. There's something I can't tell what that is. It's back there in the rain. I can see it coming down kind of a sideways. Those guys maybe will tell more, but this thing's coming straight to us, and you can watch the rising motion with it. It's turning just a little bit of scud out there at the right, getting sucked into it. There's no wonder this thing is tornado warned, because it's doing everything it needs to do to put a tornado down. Back to you, David.
Yeah, nice job. Exactly. I mean, you can see it lifting and turning right here, but also good news at the same time, you can clearly see there's nothing on the ground, but it's changing quickly. The scud is becoming attached. This is the wall cloud here forming, and we'll see if this can get any faster, and if it does, it might tighten up. We might get a tornado, but right now it's doing all right. It's just kind of holding its own. Okay, back to Lynx 1. Here's that storm again. Marty, actually, he's in here. He's down by Pond Creek. Brandon's here. Brandon Wells, he's looking at it. And we have Tom right here. I'm looking at Tom's shot. And let's go back down the line.
Okay.
And let's check out Val. Okay, Val is right there. Can Val get us a shot? Does he have a shot? He does. All right, let's go to Val. Val's going southbound, I think. Val, what do you think? Looking right at it, you finally got out of the rain and all the craziness. What do you think looking right there? Give us an update. Circulation there, you're pretty close to it. Looks like it might be just to your southwest. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're actually 2 miles south of O'Keene right now, and we're looking at the storm. It's a very elongated base. I'm going to pull off here a minute so I can watch what's going on, but it's an elongated base, and there's a gust front that wraps into it right up here, and the rotation that we've seen has been right up here to our northwest. That's where we've kind of seen the lowered areas, the lowering, and the rotation. It's not super organized at the moment. I know I've seen other people reporting rotating wall clouds and all that, but it's not very organized at the moment. But it is a powerful storm, and as other people have said, it looks like to me that these things are cycling, still trying to get organized. This one's not completely organized just yet, but we're going to stay with it. Back to you.
All right, well, we'll see what it does here. Again, the dynamics and better moisture, higher moisture content, stronger jet stream, it's all kind of phasing together right now, and we'll see what it does. So Val's in O'Keene, or just about 2 miles south of O'Keene. Back to Lynx 1. Here's his GPS location. He's right here. This is where the area of spin is, just off to his south. And this is where the hook is. We'll see what it does. He's looking right at it. There's nothing too tight on radar. It is still spinning, but not quite tornado criteria. And then we come back to the west here, and I'll see what Jeremy has. And this is going to be near Oakwood. This is another tornado warning. Near Oakwood, going to Eagle City. You can see the spin, and it's moving almost due east. Hey, Justin, we need to get him south. He needs to keep the area of circulation to his north. Who are you talking to? Jeremy. Okay. He needs to be south, so we keep the area of circulation to his north, so he's not closed off. If his GPS is correct, he's got to get south of Eagle City and then look back to the west. Let's go to Jeremy and bring him in. I want to make sure that he stays on the clean side of this. Go ahead, Jeremy. Give us an update.
Yeah, David. Here's the area of rotation that I've seen approaching this, and of course I know I'm kind of up in the core a little bit, and I do want to be south. But right now, I see nothing that's really all that well organized. I do see some lifting and rising motion, maybe a little bit of possibly spinning movement, but nothing crazy, David. If you look in these clouds, you can see the lift. Literally, not a whole lot here at this point, but I'm watching it. I will also move south, let that circulation go to my north, David. Back to you.
Yeah. Just a little bit here. I just want you to be on the southeast side so you can keep moving east. Your roads are actually pretty good, so you can do that at about any time, it looks like. But lots of lift going on. Nothing on the ground. Lots of lift. He's kind of showing you there the whole line, and then, yeah, that's it. Okay, nice shot. Man, the wheat looks good right there. Goodness. I'll just point that out. Okay. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1, and we have multiple rotating storms. Notice this now, the hook beginning to develop on the Elk City storm. That's going to be west of Elk City. The hook is right here. Brandon is coming in on that, and Brandon's shot. Let's get an update from Brandon, see if he can see that lowering back there. Brandon, you're making your way back to the southwest. Did you see the lowering there at all? Give us an update. Brandon Pennell? Okay. No, Brandon? Well, we have a shot. Shot looks clean, looks good. We'll get him back in here. All right, back to Lynx 1. Once again, Tornado Watch continues for all of our viewing area until 11 o'clock tonight. Now, if you're behind this line, if you're back here like in Ellis and Roger Mills County, well, not Roger Mills yet, but let's say Ellis and Harper County, you're out of it. This is to your east now, and these storms are going up to your east. But we still think we get a big storm to come out pretty close down the I-40 corridor. We've been talking about it for quite a while now, that something tries to come out I-40 and then eventually developing and making its way towards central Oklahoma as a big storm, producing, again, wind and hail and all of that. But we have two other supercells here. We might be getting a split out of that. So we'll have a left mover out of that storm.
And tornado warning coming for Val's storm in O'Keene.
Okay, and another tornado warning coming for that. And that's going to be headed off to the north. All right, let's go to Jim Gardner and Jim is going to be on Val's storm in between both of these storms. And Jim Gardner, we have your shot. Looks pretty impressive here. Go ahead and give us an update now. Are you still near Hitchcock looking off to the northwest, or did you drop south?
Yeah, come back, David.
I just said, are you still on the Hitchcock storm, or are you farther south now, back into Blaine County?
No, David, right now I'm just about 7 miles south of Oakwood right now, shooting back to the north, just following these storms along. Like I said, I'm about 7 miles south of Oakwood, shooting back to the northwest. Let's go to the right, DJ. We pan to the right, David. That's the back side of that storm. We pan back right here, and it's just a lot of rain, a lot of hail, cloud ground lightning right now. I don't see anything significant, but you can see that green tint up top. That means there's a lot of hail involved with this. And right now, he's shooting about where Oakwood would be, David, in that heavy rain. But we'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So he's up near Oakwood, looking right back at this thing. Let's go back to Tom's shot here. Tom might have had a funnel. Let's get an update from Tom, and let's check in and see. Tom, is that the funnel right there?
Yeah, David, it's a pronounced funnel. It's not halfway to the ground. It's almost right over me. But, yeah, it's definitely a funnel right there. It's got strong rotation up there. We're going to see what it does. It's coming right over us, and I don't see any spin-ups on the ground, but it's definitely a pronounced funnel right there.
Yeah, it's right at the top of your shot here.
And Tom is near Hillsdale, north of Enid.
Yep. He's going to be west of Kremlin, southwest of Pond Creek. It's a small little funnel right here, and it's pretty high up. There's nothing down here on the ground. We'll see what it does if it tries to strengthen even more, but it's definitely not crazy, but it's certainly a funnel. And Tom's shot. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. And Tom is right here. Vaughn's right there. And Val's back in it again. Man,
yeah, Val's getting rocked with 60 to 70 and tennis ball size hail. So he's kind of in the bear's cage there in east of Okeen.
Okay, and we'll jump back down to him. But let's turn on shear rate. So we have Tom here. He's got the funnel down here near Hillsdale right now. Right here. It doesn't look like much. And again, it's not a big, fast area of rotation. It's very weak currently. And there's your hook. And there's also another area of spin that's been kind of tucked back up in here that Brandon Wells has been on. But so far, that's kind of done okay. But tornado warning continues for Pond Creek, for Kremlin, and then eventually down the line, we're talking about...
Val has a tornado on the ground.
All right, let's go back to Val Castor. Tornado on the ground. Let's go to Val. There it is. Val, let's see the tornado. Go ahead.
Right there. Zoom up a little bit. Tornado on the ground. This is going to be southeast of Okeen. Southeast of Okeen. It's a big cone. All right. We're going east. We're going to catch it as it crosses the road up ahead of us here.
Okay.
Man, we knew that thing was ramping up.
Okay, Val, put the camera back on the tornado here. Yeah, hold it to the right again so we can see it. Okay, folks, this is going to be a tornado on the ground just east of Okeen, about 2 miles.
Southeast.
Well, yeah. Well,
you're maybe 2.5. Okay.
Yes.
I want you to get a shot of it. Get a shot. Okay, we're going to get a shot right now.
All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Control, Justin, back to Lynx 1. All right, so here's Val. The tornado's right here. This is going to be southeast of Okeen. Here's Val. This is where the tornado is, 3.7 miles southeast of Okeen. And watch it. Watch the hook lapse through. See that? That's the tornado. And that's going to make its way up towards Highway 51 and Lacey and Parvin, the small little farm community of Parvin is right here. I don't see the tornado in Val's shot. It looks like his shot's frozen, but the tornado's going to be right here. What does shear rate look like now? And I know he's got a wrapping northwest wind, and it's going to be just southeast of Okeen. Here's the tornado. What's velocity? There's max rotation. It's right here. There's the tornado. There's the tornado.
Okay, you can see the winds over Okeen really picking up.
Yeah, 70. Yeah, strong northwest wind, blasting Okeen. There's again, this is the tornado right here. All right, so Val's GPS is locked up. Is he still in the system? Yes. All right, let's go back to him, but we don't have a shot. Tell him it's locked. Let's go back to Val. Val, what do you think? Is it still on the ground? Go ahead.
Absolutely, on the ground. The condensation is about halfway down, but there's reach still. All right, if you got our shot at all.
We got it.
There it is.
Yeah, stop right there. Yeah, stop. Just stop right there.
And it's a big one, David. It almost looks like it might be trying to get bigger. Oh, good grief! This whole side of the storm is rotating. This is going to be a big tornado.
Okay, all right, everybody, for joining us live. This is a tornado. Look at the left side. Look at this. This is bad. See, look at the motion. This is live. Look at the motion of how violent the motion is of the clouds above the mesocyclone. There's a tornado live on the ground from Val and Amy Castor. That's going to be a fairly substantial, yep. Zoom in. Okay, here's the tornado. Condensate all the way to the ground. Just about all the way to the ground now.
Multiple vortex.
Multiple vortex tornado now. This is going to be southeast of O'Keene, about 3 miles. Southeast of O'Keene, 3 miles. If you live east and southeast of O'Keene, lowest level, safe spot, you got to go now. This tornado is on the ground right now. And there it is. There's the cone, the right side of the cone, left side of the cone. The condensate from time to time whips to the ground, and we get multiple vortices in here. Val, go ahead. What do you think? What are you looking at? We see it. Tornado on the ground.
It's absolutely. Oh, there it goes. All the way. Condensation now going all the way down. I was going to say halfway to the ground on the condensation, but there's all kinds of debris on the ground. Okay, I think that this is going to be a big tornado. David, we're going to move down the road to the east. This thing is southeast of us, moving east, northeast. We're going to try to get a better vantage point here. Matter of fact, I'm going to stop right here for a second. Man, I'll tell you what, this whole part of the storm, this whole side of the storm is rotating.
Val, do me a favor. You're going to have to move. Your DeGiro's locked up. You're going to have to move out of that spot. You're in cell Hades right now. You're going to have to move out of that spot. We can't see your stream. It's up, but it's frozen. It's up.
Before it crosses.
Okay, there's the tornado right here. And this is it. Val has it live. It's right there. Leave his shot up till it comes back. This is a tornado. Watch it develop. It's a fairly fat tornado, it looks like, fairly wide. And Val's right there looking right at it. It's going to try to pinwheel north and east and cross 51. And he's going to make his way east. He's moving again. And let's see if we can get a shot back up. We might need to get an engineer just to make sure. Control room.
And just down the line is Bob.
You're not. Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you on?
Just down the line, can you hear me, is Bob. And Bob is now to the east of Lacey. He's getting in the location as well. So we've got him piped in as well, David, as this gets a little bit closer.
Okay. And he's going to be coming in from the east. Okay. Can we get an engineer to check on Val's stuff, please? That would be great. Find out what's going on with his unit. And again, this is the tornado right here, south of Highway 51. You can see the movement. It's moving northeast. Now, again, there's not any cities in here, but there's farms and ranches out here. There's your tornado. Let's go to shear rate. Tornado on the ground. And there it is. And shear rate maxes out just south of Val. He's just to the north. And he keeps making his way down east, down Highway 51. Do we have Bob shot in here?
Yes, that's what I was just saying. Bob is on 124 right now. He's too far away, but he's closing in. You can see it on 124.
Okay, there it is. So there's Bob's. Okay, he's right here, and that's his shot. We have his shot coming in. All right, so here's the tornado. It's right here. All right, let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val's shot. There it is, Val. Large tornado. Give us an update. Go ahead, Val.
All right, it's still on the ground, David. It's multiple vortex tornado. It's large. Sometimes the condensation pulls up a little bit, but there's always debris on the ground. This whole part of the storm, a large area, about a 3 mile wide updraft on this storm is rotating very, very strongly. We are busting east. We're trying to get in a better cell area. We're trying to get in better visibility here. Where we're at, we're getting buffeted with probably 60 to 70 mile an hour northwest inflow into the storm. The tornado is probably a mile and a half straight, almost straight south of us now, south of Highway 51. And the movement on it, I guess, appears to be east or east-northeast, is the best I could tell. But I know we're not in such a great cell area right now, and we're a little bit limited on that. We're going to try to get to where we can find a better spot here. You let us know when that video comes back on. But it's almost due south of us right now. And it's very possible, David, that there could be another tornado form very, very maybe just east of us, because the rotation is crazy out here. I mean, strong rotation. This is what's been hyped all day long about how bad the situation. I think it's finally starting to show itself, David.
All right, nice job. Nice job, Val. Val needs to stay with it here, and I know he will. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and this is Val. This is Bob. There's the tornado. It's right here. It's making its way. It was moving northeast. Now it's more just easterly, east-northeast. On its present course, it still crosses over, and hey, Greg, let's just get him right up in here. Just have him come right up in here. Lacey, go ahead and back out of this on Lynx 1. It's Kingfisher right here. Just have him get right up in here. Okay? He's right there, just right up in here, and he ought to be in a sweet spot. All right, all right, Val, we have your shot. You're still up. Tornado continues on the ground. So far, it's been a fairly wide tornado, a multiple vortex tornado that's been, I'd say, about 1/8 of a mile wide, no more than that at this point. Might have been a little wider for a minute. And that's right here, and that's what Val is looking at. Another tornado warning continues back east of Oakwood.
Let's zoom in on that.
Hank's right there. It's going to Eagle City and north of Eagle City.
Jeremy's just south of Eagle City.
Okay, I don't see anything in Jeremy's shot. I see Hank's shot. Where's Hank on this?
Hank is further west.
Okay, he dropped back to the southwest on the other. I see a funnel, looks like maybe in Hank's shot. And these storms are all severe down in here. All severe. We're gonna see what they do, but big hail, big wind, nothing tornadic right now, but that can certainly change. Running from Putnam back down to the southwest. Let's go ahead and jump back down in here and near Foss and Elk City. Again, these storms are increasing. They're getting stronger. More than likely, we'll try to produce tornadoes as they come down I-40 towards Oklahoma City. That's a little bit later on. Let's go back north. Let's go back to Val's shot. Val Castor, let's go back. Can we see the tornado again? It looks like we're getting a debris ball. Go ahead and give us an update on the tornado. Can we see the tornado? Go ahead.
Yeah, so we cannot see it, David. I think it's wrapped in the rain. If it is still on the ground, it is definitely wrapped in the rain. And I'll tell you this, the last time we saw it, right before we lost sight of it from the rain, it was getting bigger. I mean, it wasn't a cone anymore. It was more of a, wide, like I would say a very wide cone, if you will, something like that. And it was getting bigger at the ground. It was still multiple vortex from what we could see. And there's strong circulation all around it. I'm going to turn around and go back, and I can see if I can catch it coming out of the rain. But our shot back really good now, so we moved into a better area. But, man, this whole storm, it went from not really doing much, and it cranked up, just like a light switch turning on. Okay, right there. Okay, we're watching. Look at our shot here. That's looking back to the west, straight west of us.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's somewhere wrapped up in that rain.
Yeah, it definitely is. So, folks, we still think the tornado is on the ground right now, but like Val said, it has become wrapped in rain. We can show you that. Let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at the hook now. And where this thing is, the tornado did a complete wrap, and it's right in here. It's right there. That's the tornado. What does shear rate look like to you? Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, just south of Highway 51. Coming right on the county line now.
It's kind of parallel.
Into Kingfisher County.
Yeah, this is coming out of Blaine County into Kingfisher County, and that's the tornado right here. It's just Val's right there. He's looking right back to his west and southwest.
Now see if that's in the right spot for debris. It's close. That may be debris just southwest now of Val. Just south of 51.
Yeah, it could be a little bit. Yeah, and also I might have thrown it up and over him. That's maybe a little far away. Oh gosh, look at that. Okay, so tornado on the ground. Val has confirmed it with a multiple vortex tornado. It was a cone tornado, and it kind of got a little bit fat, got a little bit wide, and the tornado is right here. It's going to be west of Parvin and southwest of Cato and west-southwest of Lacey. So you folks in Lacey, Cato, small little farm communities, lowest level, center part of the house, and you got to go now.
David, there is a track on 3 for that storm.
Okay, let's go to Lynx 3 and do a storm track. We'll take it through Lacey at 7 o'clock, Cato 7 o'clock, Hennessy 7:15, Bison 7:17, Fairmont 7:41, Marshall 7:41, Covington 7:50, Lucene 8 o'clock, and Mulhall at about 8:02. That's going to be the tornado track. We've given you lots of big open space in here in case it makes a turn to the left or makes a turn to the right. Okay? And then we have the other tornado warning back to the southwest and Jeremy's storm. And what is Jeremy looking at, guys? And Justin? Where's Jeremy going?
He's getting east. He had to go east with the
roads.
The roads right there, and then he'll come back north out of Watonga.
They're not very good. I get it.
Yeah.
Right in here it's a tough area, but
and also just wanted to let you know that
go ahead.
Brandon Pennell is on I-40 with the Elk City storm. Just been watching on radar and also his shot. That base is getting very wide, starting to get some scud pulling up underneath of it, so it's maturing as it's pulling there just north of Elk City.
Okay, all right, we will go back to him in just a minute. All right, so now the storm back here, this is going to be in northern Blaine County. This is Canton Lake. Big hail coming into Canton. Talked about this earlier. The hook is now moving into Blaine County, right, out of Dewey County. It's already into Blaine County. It's right here. And let's go back to Lynx 1 and take a closer look at that and see what you think. Big hook, big hail, big wind. And what do you think here, Lace? It looks like it might have, well, that looks much more impressive.
Yeah, switching radars here still looks very impressive over Eagle City to Hitchcock.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the hook has been very pronounced with it. It's not been as tight as the one further to the north that Val is on.
Yeah.
But this storm has pulsed up and down ever since it first developed a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
There's shear rate.
Yeah, it's right here.
Velocity, over Highway 58, David.
Yeah, and it's going right over just east of Oakwood now. So over Highway 58, this is a spin right here. It's moving pretty much due east. Romano's State Park, Butcher, Hitchcock. If I live in Watonga, I'm watching this to the northwest as it moves off to the east. All right, let's go up top now. Let's get an update from Jim Gardner in Bob Mill Sky News Now. And look at the wrap on this. Look at the hook. There's that storm. Jim, looking off to the storm there that has produced the tornado. It's wrapped in rain. It's going to be in your shot, but wrapped in rain right in front of you. Go ahead and give us an update. Big hail in there too. Go ahead, Jim. Great shot.
Well, that's right. That's right, David. I'm just coming over Loyal right now, shooting back to the north. We're going to get around kind of to the southeast of that and look back in there. But, man, what an impressive storm. And that tornado that Val is on is right in there. Right in there. You can't see it because it's so rain-wrapped with the rain and the hail that is coming out of this storm, David. We've got a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, but you can see it in the shot there. But, again, what an impressive picture. That tornado is there in the rain. We'll keep tracking around and see if we can get a shot of it. Keep you updated. Jim Garber live from Bob Mill Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Jim. So, Jim, again, is on that northern storm. It is rotating, but the tornado is going to be wrapped in rain, which is not good. Yeah, great job. Perfect. Just hang with that and just keep it going. Yep. Thank you, Greg, very much. Appreciate you. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. Here's the tornado. Here's Val. Here's the tornado. Right here. And Val is in it. Let's go back to Val Castor. Val has found daylight, and the tornado is going to be, Val looks like just to your south and east where the tornado is. What do you think? What do you see?
So your GPS position for me might be a little bit wrong. Well, we think the circulation is straight west of us, maybe possibly on Highway 51 right now. And I'm telling you, there's so much rain. It's completely wrapped in rain right now. So what we're doing is we pulled off the road. We got the cameras pointed back to the west. And I think that, it's very possible these things come out of the rain. As you know, you've chased for a long time. You know they'll come out of the rain at certain points. So we're going to watch for that. Back to you.
At least on that part. Okay, yeah, great job, Val. Val had the tornado earlier. It was an 1/8 of a mile wide. It was pretty wide. It was a multiple vortex. We'll get that video here for you coming up. Let's go to Bob and get an update from Bob from Olaf here. And Bob, look at that shot. You think there's some hail in there? That looks like the waters of the Caribbean. Look how blue and green that is. Big hail in there, Bob. Also, that's where the tornado is. It is now wrapped in rain. And right now, it's a fairly substantial tornado. It was about 10 to 15 minutes ago. What do you think looking off back to your west and southwest?
Yeah, this is still a very, very strong storm. Along with what Val said, it's going to be rain wrapped where the tornado is. Up to the north, I think we've got a couple areas of rotation right now. And like he said, we may have multiple tornadoes out of this storm. Back to you, David.
Nice job. So again, Bob's going to be just east of Val, over near Lacey. That's where Bob is. And he's going to be west of Hennessy. And it's going to be well east of O'Keene. So this is the mesocyclone. This is a big donut hole that runs from the ground all the way up. And in that donut hole, we have nothing but wind and rain and hail and the possible tornado, again, inside of this. So you're not going to see it. If it's going to hit you, all you're going to do is hear it and feel it. So if you live, again, we'll show you where, up here, you got to go to your safe spot. There's the tornado. Again, it's going to be south-southwest of Val's updated here. Val's in Lacey. He's looking back to his southwest. The cylinder is going to be where the mesocyclone is. And again, it's going to be northeast of Paven. You can see the mesocyclone here. There it is. There's your cylinder. Well east of O'Keene, well east of Piper. And it's going to be, if I live in Cato or Barr, I'm going to my safe spot. There's your tornado developing. We have damaging winds on the north side. We might have something happening to the north. Is there a chance we have?
Yeah, if you look on shear rate, there's circulation to the north of 51 and then kind of coming right on 51 just west of Lacey. And it is those two areas that Bob had mentioned.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out which one's the stronger one. And right now it still looks like the one crossing Highway 51 is the stronger couplet at the moment.
Yeah. I'd say the tornado is on Highway 51, 2 miles west of Lacey?
Yeah, and a mile and a half or 2 miles west of Lacey.
Okay, Lacey, you got to go to your safe spot. You got to go now. This is going to be the tornado wrapped in rain. I've been through here a million times. On the north side of Lacey, you got the grain elevator there with the home on the left. Big, tall grain elevator. You know where you live, on the north side of Lacey, and you got to get out. You got to go to the safe spot. Or lowest level, center part of the house. It's coming right down Highway 51. Okay, you folks in Lacey, it's not a very big community, but there's people live all around here. You can see all the many homes, right? Lots of homes in here. And if you live in Cato, down to Lacey, you got to go to your safe spot. Look at the hook. Look at the hook looking right back at you. And we might have two areas of spin, one on the north side and then one here right on Highway 51. Okay, so tornado warning continues. Tornado warning continues back here west of Hitchcock. And Jeremy's right there. What does Jeremy see? He's looking off to the north. And it's going to be right up in here. It's not that tight.
Yeah, over in Roman Nose, that circulation's
right over.
A little more broad.
Yeah, it's right over Roman Nose State Park, and that's going to Hitchcock. And Jeremy's right there. Let's bring back Jeremy in here. Tornado warning for that storm now. Jeremy, tornado warning for you. That's going to be north of Watonga, over and just north of Roman Nose State Park. That's going to Hitchcock. And again, your storm, your tornado is possibly wrapped in rain, or at least rain wrapped around the area of circulation. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Most definitely, David. I had to go back south, back through Watonga, but right before I pulled off of it, there were a few figures of scud hanging down. There was actually a decent little amount of rotation in there, so I really hated leaving it whenever I did. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get back up in here to it where I can give you a better view. But we're monitoring, David. I don't see anything that strikes me as really crazy, but I will say that the inbound winds on these storms seems to be picking up to me. Back to you.
All right. Okay. Nice job. So he's on the western tornado warning. Let's go back up top. Let's get an update from Jim Gardner. And I think we have Jim shot. And he'll bring it around here. And I tell you what, it's a little too dark. It's a little too dark. Let's come back to Lynx 1.
And it's one of 3 tornado warnings.
Yeah, and we have 3 tornado warnings now in effect. Let's come back to Lynx 1. And Kylie, let's get with Greg and let's have him lighten that camera up just a bit. It's just a bit too dark to show. I can't see anything in it. All right, so there it is. Okay, Jim got his shot back up. Now we're talking. Let's go back to Jim Gardner. He's right here northwest of Dover. Let's go back to Jim. And there it is. Look at the right side, folks. Jim, look at that shot. The right side of the mesocyclone right there. An incredible shot. The tornado is back in there, tucked back in. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. It's definitely wrapped in rain back there, and you're looking at the front of that, man. It's just very impressive. You can see that blue-green in there. That it means there's a tremendous amount of hail in there. You can see all the lightning in there, cloud-to-ground lightning, again, a heavy rain. But this is one of the most dangerous situations because it's buried back there in that rain, and you really can't see it, David. So we'll just keep tracking it, keep you updated. Jim Garforn live from Bob Mills got his 9 back to you.
All right, thank you. Nice job, Jim. So he's looking back at this thing. And this, folks, this is what it looks like. You're not going to see the classic tornado hanging out with a cone on the ground. It's going to be wrapped in rain. And that shot from Jim clearly shows that. All right, let's go to Lynx 1. And How many tornado warnings do we have now? The storms down south are getting stronger.
We have 3 tornado warnings. We have new showers taking off in Payne and Lincoln County. Right now, they're just that. They're showers going up ahead of the main line.
Well, the models had that, just had it further west.
Yeah.
So
right now, under severe limits, but we have multiple severe storms with 3 tornado warnings.
Yes. Okay. All right, let's go back here to Brandon real quick. Okay. Let's get an update from Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, your storm is getting better organized. Obviously, a supercell. It's now merging with the cells to your north over Butler and Foss Reservoir. And Brandon Pennell, I think we have you in here. Let's get an update from Brandon Pennell. And go ahead, Brandon, give us an update on the base there. What do you think? It looks like to me it's getting stronger. You have storm mergers going on right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're just north of Clinton Lake, just on the west side of Foss. This is looking back to the north. So when these storms first went up, what you're looking at to the north is we had a pretty what was becoming a well-established, almost a real lowered base, almost a wall cloud, and the storms came in from the southwest and kind of disrupted it, and it kind of shoved it off to the northeast. What we're looking at now, as I turn my truck, is we're noticing that back to the west northwest, we're starting to get what we think is maybe the new mesocyclone on the southwest flank of the old one. I can see it turning left to right here in front of the shot. It's still well elevated. You know, there's no imminent threat of a tornado, but this is the cycle that these things continue to go through. This is what our old storm, not the old storm, but the main updraft, it looked like this when we first got to it in about a matter of 7 minutes. It really took shape, defined itself, and then the storms came in from the southwest. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait to see if this thing takes over and if the storms to the southwest get pulled in and if this thing can get its act together. There's quite a bit of movement. It's not chaotic and hectic. It's just kind of variable, but there's a lot of scud being lifted, and you can tell that this storm is starting to interact with probably a little bit of the low-level jet and the dynamics and the moisture as it's finally starting to get in to all those ingredients that for what we've been fearing all day. So we're literally right underneath it. I-40 is a great route. It's going to hug the north side of I-40. So we're going to be right underneath it the whole way. Back to you, David.
All right. Nice job, Brandon. So he's on the far western storm that is severe, that probably will certainly try to become tornadic. Let's go to Links 3, control room. And Cassie, I want to talk about the Metro. I know it's been all out here, and this is pretty much what's going on right now. This is Future Next Gen Live. And again, this isn't live radar. This is high-res model data that we use, one of many, but here in Oklahoma City, we're quiet now. Here's the line. Now watch what happens here. 7 o'clock. Okay, this is a problem. That's going to be a tornado, or at least close to it. Near Clinton and Weatherford, these are all going to be rotating storms. Big storms in here, all capable of tornadoes. And then we have what's going on down in here in Lawton we got to keep an eye on, and south of Lawton down into Cotton County. But go ahead and take this through 9 o'clock.
And David, I'm going to go ahead and show you this, but the latest data that's not quite in the computer yet, it actually keeps those storms going farther south into El Reno, Canadian County, even farther south, and then eventually into the Metro between about 9 and 10 o'clock.
Okay, so
we're just not caught up just yet
on this. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's just do a storm track.
Yeah.
Do a storm track, bring them east into Oklahoma City here. So folks in the Metro, we're going to give you a timeline on this and bring this from west to east. And again, we said it would be well after 8 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. And we do have showers in Payne County, Lincoln County, and Pawnee County we got to watch out for. But the big storms up here continue to make their way. And what's your speed on that?
I'm adjusting.
Okay. And is this exactly where the data brings it through Tuttle and Norman? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so this is a storm track for the entire Metro. And we'll get back to the tornado warnings here in just 1 second. So Clinton at about 7 o'clock, Stillwater 8:14, El Reno, you folks in Canadian County, that's El Reno 8:32, right? And we'll clean this up here.
I'm trying to clean it up a little bit.
And let's see, if we'll move it across the city here. Let's get Oklahoma City, I don't see it. Okay.
There we go.
Oklahoma City at 9:12. So West Metro, let's back it up here a little bit. Clinton at 7:14, El Reno 8 o'clock, so that means Western Canadian County at about 8 to 8:15, 8:30 is downtown El Reno. Edmonds at 9 o'clock. Moore, 9:25. Chandler, 9:31. Wow, look at that thing on radar. And Chandler at about 9:30. So 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, these storms come into Oklahoma City. Come right into the metro, okay? Come right down I-40. Between 8, after 8 o'clock, through the 10 o'clock hour. Large hail, damaging winds, and there will certainly be a tornado threat for Oklahoma City. All right, let's go back to the northern storm here. Let's jump up north, check in with our trackers up north now. Who's up north? And this is that far northern storm. Let's back out of this. Is this my far northern?
That's down Bob.
Okay, yeah, let's jump up here. And we have Marty and Brandon. And what do they have on this? Still a hook, back over Pond Creek. Yeah. And I'm looking at Hank's shot here. I'm looking through trackers. Let's go to Marty Logan. Marty's looking off to the west-southwest here towards Pond Creek. Marty, I see rising. You're right there. You're looking right at it. I do not see a tornado on the ground now, but tornado warning continues for you folks now east of Pond Creek, or Pond Creek now to the north and to the northeast. If you live in Pond Creek, Jefferson, or down near Lamont, lowest level, safe spot, up to Deer Creek, up to Narden. You got to be watching this. Go ahead, Marty, give us an update.
Yeah, we got out of Pond Creek. We were on the east side of Pond Creek about 3 to 4 miles and started noticing this rising motion just on the north side of the highway. And again, it's right over the top of us, rising motion all the way along here. So we're going to have to get out ahead of it again and turn and take another look because this was well advanced of the storm that we were watching. So it's kind of a surprise right now. We're going to get up here ahead of it, take another look.
All right, nice job, Marty and Brandon Wells, again on the northern storm. Back to Lynx 1. That's the area of rotation. Brandon and Marty are here together looking off to the southwest. Big hail over Jefferson. That big hail is going to go to Numa. That big hail is going to go to Sumter and you folks in northwestern Grant County, and then eventually moving into Kay County, northeastern Grant County, northwestern Kay County. Brayman, Blackwell, you are now in the tornado warning down to Tonkawa. Will be the southern sides of that. Take your tornado precautions, lowest level, center part of the house. I'm looking at their shots. No tornado on the ground right now, but that can certainly change. Okay, let's go back south, down the line again. Let's go to the next tornado warning storm, and that's going to be, look at that ball on that. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, look at it on velocity data.
Wow.
North of Cato.
Man, that is a substantial tornado right there. That is on the ground, folks.
This is our live, so you can kind of see the hook here.
Yeah.
Watch how it's evolving.
Yeah, I mean, that is serious stuff. That's a big storm, and there's going to be a tornado in there. All right, here's Val, here's Bob. You folks in Hennessy to Bison, lowest level, center part of the house. If you live in these cities or west, the tornado is going to be right here. What does shear rate look like on that? Yeah, there's your S shape. It's right here. It's right there.
And I keep looking for a debris signature.
Yeah, I see that.
I haven't seen anything substantial, so hopefully this is not doing major damage at the moment.
No, it looks like if it is on the ground, it's very, we'll call it low-end tornado damage right now. It doesn't, EF0 damage. We don't see EF1 damage right now, at least not, or EF wind strong enough to become an EF1 tornado. You know what I mean? All right, but this is going to come out of Highway 51, or it's actually crossing 51, but it's going to move up into Garfield County. And ooh. Man, it is right here. It is right on the county line. Basically on the Garfield, Kingfisher County line. There's the tornado. Look at the winds here. What are those winds? Those are 70 plus.
They were 60 to 70 just a moment ago. Yeah,
yep, 71. That's a northwest wind. And here we have a ripping southeast wind. So it's a fairly broad area currently, so it might not be on the ground. But if I'm living here or if I live northeast of Cato, I'm lowest level, center part of the house. There's no way I'm going to gamble that this thing not going to, oh, wow, look at this.
1 mile west of Lacey, where we did have that debris on radar, report of trees uprooted, power lines snapped, and a single home structure damage. 1 mile west of Lacey. So that was debris that we were seeing when it was back to the west before it crossed Highway 51.
Yep, for sure. Okay. And Kylie, did you hear that? Okay. So we have damage there. Could be worse than that. We know we have that, and that's bad enough. Look at the ball. Look at the ball wrapped up. There's your tornado. Again, this whole thing is wrapping up. Look at it right here.
And Val had it when it first initially formed. I know we have that video.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
If we have the video here, this is what it looked like from Valcaster, and he was looking off to the southwest, and it wasn't quite that dark. It was getting darker. I know, I got you. Okay, so, but here's the tornado, and we have Bison here, Wacomas, big hail coming into Bison back to Barr, okay, and we're going to go back to Jim Gardner here coming up, and that's with the middle storm, and then we have the other storm back to the west, tornado warning on this. Jeremy's right there. Let's go to Jeremy Carter. That is not as tight. Tornado warning, though, running from Roman Nose off to the east. Jeremy, great job. There's your shot. You're right on it. You're right where you should be. Area right there is lowered, but not on the ground, but it continues to spin. Go ahead, Jeremy, looking back to your west-northwest. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So this thing did kind of get to where it was really looking disorganized. It's trying to get organized now, and it looks a little less good as what it did, or it's better looking about 2-3 minutes ago. But anyway, you can see these areas of rotation. We're going to continue to follow this. This is just southeast of Hitchcock, and honestly, guys, David, back to you.
Nice job. So Jeremy, again, is on the other tornado warning storm, which is going to be between Hitchcock and Butcher. All right, back to Lynx 1. This is what that looks like. So here's Jeremy. He's looking back to the west-northwest, and you saw his shot. And again, no tornado on the ground. And the circulation here is fairly broad right now. You still got a tornado warning out of it. It's going to keep moving east. It's going to go over towards Loyal. And from there, it's just going to keep chugging east. So Loyal, Hitchcock, and it's going to go north of Omega right now. At least this dangerous part of the storm is where the possible tornado is. But Jeremy's there. He doesn't see it. Look at this incredible shot from Jim Gardner. Let's go back up top. And Jim is going to be looking right up into the Hennessy storm. Look at the plates. We are having breakfast. The pancakes are stacked, my friends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Big plate here. Big plate here. That is the mesocyclone that's going up and tilting to the northeast. That is the mesocyclone going up right in front of Jim Gardner and going to the east. Jim, great shot. Tells us exactly what this storm looks like from the air. And that is simply amazing. And Jim, that tornado is wrapped up and tucked back in there. If it's on the ground right now, it looks like it's either close or it's on the ground. Go ahead, Jim.
That's right, David. Right now you're seeing the Hennessy. That's Hennessy just on the left side of the screen. We can go back a little bit and just show you, but that storm is kind of tracking just to the northwest side of it. But you can see all the hail and the rain and the front of that mesocyclone. It is impressive, David. It is a big storm. And if there is a tornado in there, it's wrapped up in there. You cannot see it. You definitely don't want to play with this. If it's coming towards you, you want to get underground or get somewhere where you're safe. But again, we'll keep tracking it, David. Jim Carpenter live from Bob Mills. Got his 9. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Jim. So, Jim, again, on the tornado warning storm that has produced the tornado, look at the supercell. Again, look at all the plates in here from the ground up, right? I mean, Jim's looking back, and the tornado is going to be... And this tells you, this is just, look at this as a big donut, right? And you have, it's like taking a whole thing of donuts, stacking them on top of each other, or pancakes with a big hole in the middle, and you got 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels, 4, all the way up. And this whole thing is rotating around. That's the hook, right? And then here, this is a big feeder band coming in from the northeast. And look how, when Jim pans up, look at that. It's incredible. I mean, if you love weather, you know what this is, and if you don't love weather, you got to respect that, because only in Oklahoma can you get things like that, and that is simply incredible. That's why we have chasers from all over the world here right now for that shot right there. That's it. They travel around the globe to see that shot. And you folks at home, you don't have to go anywhere. It's right here. But the good news is that it did produce a tornado. That's the bad news earlier. It is still rotating strongly and certainly could produce another tornado here. That's our bad news we're talking about. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Look, oh my gosh, man. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, as the hook's kind of tightening up right there, you're starting to see the hole in precip. It's now going to be to the west of Bison, west of Val by about 4 miles, David.
Okay, if Val goes farther north, he might just see the tornado. So see this inflow notch right here? Okay, see that? Let's go to Valcaster.
He has that shot.
Yep, let's go to Valcaster. He is, look at the inflow notch, folks. Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
Val, it's got to be on the ground. That is a tree hugger inflow notch coming in from the northeast. That It's on the ground. That's incredible. Val, it looks like it's on the ground just to the left of your shot. Oh, my. Just an update.
Look at that. Look at the motion. We've got, just a massive inflow band on the right-hand side getting sucked in, just a big mass of clouds getting pulled in, and this rain right in front of us is wrapping around hard. There's a monster on the ground right in there. That's the strongest motion I think I've seen in a long, long time, and it is due west of us, wrapped in the rain. Very, very, very dangerous situation because it's hard to even see it coming. People that might not be watching right now might not be, privy to what's going on. Good night. If you live in Bison, or anywhere around Bison, take cover. This thing is headed towards you. It's going to cross Highway 81, probably somewhere to our north, I'm thinking. But, I don't think I've seen motion.
Okay. Hey, Val, if you can hear me, here's the deal. There's two areas of spin. The strongest is just to your west. You're looking right at it. And there's another area that's going to be about 2 miles to your south. You have two areas, two mesocyclones, two areas of spin basically coming out of this. Look at that shot, folks. Look at the color of that. And if you were there in person, you'd be like blown away that the color of this blue-green is. It doesn't do any justice on TV. It still looks amazing. But look at see this cloud ripping it off the ground into it. The tornado's right here. And there's a guy out here taking pictures. I think it's a photographer right here. This guy right here. And by the way, not a good idea. Get struck by lightning, all for a picture. Never worth it. Stay in your car. He didn't have to get out of his vehicle to get a picture. I get it, but it's just dumb. I don't like it. All right. Anyway, I'm just saying. All right, so here we go. Look at the inflow notch. Very, very, very fast-moving inflow notch now. Bison, safe spot, lowest level, and you've got about 5 minutes in Bison. If you live in and around Bison, it's going to Douglas after that, and then Douglas to the south. We'll see if this thing continues to kind of pivot to the north, or is it going to make more of an easterly trek. But if you live in between Douglas and Marshall, lowest level, center part of the house, there's the tornado. It's looking right back at us. Let's go back up to Jim Gardner, and Jim's right here, and get an update from Jim. And Gardner, looking off to your north here. What city are you above? Are you down by Dover or Hennessy?
I'm 3 miles east of Hennessy, David. 3 miles east.
Gotcha. Great spot. I gotcha.
And then, man, you talk about some lightning coming out of this thing now. We are dropping some huge lightning out here. But again, you can see all that hail and rain and just that huge donut come back to your right. Come back to your right. And we'll pull out a little bit. We'll show you that entire mesocyclone. I may be a little too close there for him to get a really good shot, but as we pan up, David, I mean, this thing is just impressive, man. It is just a monster. But anyway, I'm over 51 going eastbound. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jim Gardner in the air. And again, along with Bob Mills, Sky News 9. And this is a very large storm. We think the tornado is on the ground right now, but it's wrapped in rain. That's the problem, and that makes it even worse. You're not going to see it. All you're going to do is hear it, and then that's going to be it. If it hits you, okay, you're going to hear it, and it's going to be over with. But look at that shot from Jim. Look at the plates. Wow, boom, 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 boom. And you can see the whole mesocyclone turned over there. All right, back to Lynx 1.
Radar, very impressive, David.
Here's
about 15 miles, just about 15 miles south of Enid.
Yeah.
About to cross Highway 81.
Yeah, and this is going to go south of Enid. The tornado is crossing 81, coming up. Here's Wacomas. Big hail for Wacomas. If you're in Wacomas, I'm going to my safe spot. Tornado's right here. It's going right to Val. And Justin, what's Val doing? Going back east?
Yes, he found an eastbound road, and I believe that's what he was taking.
Okay, because
that's the last I heard.
It's to his north, folks. This is going to be a fairly significant tornado. And what do we have on debris? Anything?
I keep checking.
Okay.
And nothing as substantial in tornadoes in the past that we've seen. There are some areas where it's a little negative, a little lower, where we do think we have debris.
Right.
And it's in the right spot. But
okay.
Nothing too wild with that.
Okay, zoom in on this. Let's just show everybody at home. Here's Bison.
Okay.
Okay, here's the tornado. It's right here. It's coming in on Bison right now. There goes Val running for his life. Right? And he's headed southbound. He's going to find another road and go back east.
Yeah.
He's going to stay out ahead of this. Go ahead.
David, he's heading southbound. He had no good eastbound.
I get it, yeah.
And with the strength of that and the blinding rains, he got hit with a west wind over 80 that pulled his truck into the ditch. He was able to come back, but that's how strong of the wraparound.
Hey, hang on a second. Let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick. Let's go to Bob. Let's find out. I think Bob's in it right now. Let's go to Bob. And Bob, give us an update. What kind of wind do you have there?
Hey, David, we're in Hennessy again. We had to drop back south. We couldn't see anything with the rain. We've been getting 65-mile-an-hour winds plus on the rear flank of this storm. This is a powerful, powerful cell, and we've had blinding conditions. Power's been on and off again down here in Hennessy. So we'll probably have people out back to the north. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Bob. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1 and talk about, here it is. It's going to go right over Bison. The green, the orange, tornado. Just southwest of Bison. We'll see what it does. It might strengthen a little more. It might weaken, but it's crossing Highway 81 right now. It's crossing 81. You folks in Bison and south of Bison, the least you're going to get in Bison to the south is going to be damaging wind. That's the least of your problems, and you might get a tornado out of that. Your wind 70 to 80, maybe a tornado with winds obviously much higher than 100 miles per hour or whatever. I don't know. Nobody knows, right? But right now we know what we're looking at, and this is a dangerous storm, potentially a deadly storm now. Tornado now is coming into Bison. Let's go to shear rate, see what it looks like, and then we're going to jump back down the line. There's the tornado. It's crossing 81 right here. There's the tornado, and it might have leaped a little bit to the west.
Yeah, it looks like it almost lunged a little bit.
Yeah.
Still coming in next will be Douglas. So between Bison and Douglas, right now, that is where the circulation is located. You can see the hook kind of lunged a little bit there, David.
It did. It was kind of, and then it just did a big shove right at the end. So that's when Val got into that wind and craziness going on. So that's crossing 81. Moving east-northeast now towards Douglas, Marshall. You guys got to keep an eye on this. There might be a small weakness here.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at.
Maybe a little bit of debris, maybe some debris lofted between Bison, possibly some. Okay. All right, so Douglas, Covington, Lucene, Marshall. Lowest level, be thinking about it down the line. Technically, you're not in the tornado warning in Covington yet, but you're close enough. I'd be thinking about it, where we're going to go, what we're going to do. Let's do this, okay? All right, let's come back south now.
Okay, we have the storm up to the north.
Oh, yes, let's go to the north. My bad, thank you.
Up near Lamont. So Brandon and Marty are still with that storm. This thing's been tornado warned for hours.
Yep.
It's still not very tight, but I know that warning still continues for Nardin, Bremen, Blackwell, all the way down to Tonkawa.
Okay, tornado warning continues. It's going to Eddy, it's going to Nardin, it's going to Blackwell. And you folks up here in western Kay County, it's coming, and we'll see. It could hold its own and maybe weaken. It could ramp up. Right now, the conditions are favorable for this thing to ramp up. And we have some new cells coming in from the south.
Yeah,
sometimes
Marty can see under it.
That can energize it. Sometimes it can weaken it. But when they're small enough, sometimes they'll energize it. Let's go to Marty and get an update from Marty Logan. Marty, there's the bowl. You're looking right at it. Tornado warning now for your storm. You are near Lamont. You are in just east of Lamont, looking off to the northwest there. I don't see a tornado on the ground. What's your wind? What's the motion? Give us an update.
Yeah, well, Kyle zoomed in on that about 3 minutes ago and thought he had a funnel on the left side of that base. Keep it back up wide. And we've been watching that. See the tilted base to that? We are 2.5 miles east of Lamont. You're looking straight north. In fact, it looks like, I know there's rain falling. It almost looks like there's plates in that base now. Can you see that? It looks like it's real hard to see because I think we've got rain up there. But it looks like there's some plates, and he had a very small shear funnel off on the left side of that base, but it's north of us probably 3 or 4 miles, I would say. So we're still watching it. Brandon's up here with me. We're leapfrogging along with this thing. I can still hear the sirens going off in Lamont. So we're up here with it. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job. Okay, so this is the far northern storm. Tornado warning on that. Back to Lynx 1. And this is what it looks like up north.
Okay.
And then, no, you're fine. We'll come back to that. But this is Marty's storm, and Brandon Wells, they're on this, tornado warned. Bremen, Blackwell, Marty and Brandon are right there. They don't see it on the ground. Strong rotation, fairly strong, headed to Blackwell, but not crazy strong. Right now it's like, okay, it might do it. It could go either way, okay? That's going to Blackwell. That's going to Bremen. And that storm right now is going to go probably just west of Ponca City. Now we have additional storms coming in from the south. I'll have to keep an eye on those and see what they do to the hook and if they redevelop the hook farther south. That could happen, and that's a whole different game for Blackwell and Tonkawa. All right, let's come back south here. And a big hook, tornado producer. This has produced multiple tornadoes north of Hennessy with damage to trees and a home back earlier. Big hook, big hail going in now south of Enid. You folks in Enid are getting rain right now and probably some hail. But the dangerous part of the storm is in southern Garfield County, northern Kingfisher County. That's going to Covington. Vaughn is to the east of it. All right, we have Val right there. And let's go farther south now. Let's talk about the storm out here. Okay. And these are beginning to lift a little farther north. Now, here's what some of the data say, that this lifts farther north, and then we get additional thunderstorms down near Bessie, Cordell, that produce big storms that come into Oklahoma City after 9 o'clock. So we are not out of the woods yet in Oklahoma City. We will see storms in the metro. They're going to be strong. They're going to be severe, and they could easily be tornadic in the metro. That's the concern. Dynamics are still in place. As a matter of fact, some of the dynamics are getting stronger as we get into this evening. We still have plenty of heating. The low-level jet is beginning to ramp up because it's beginning to become dark out, or at least sun is beginning to set here shortly. So Brandon is right here. Let's get an update from Brandon. And Hook, now west of Arapahoe, and the meso is getting stronger in that. Brandon Pennell, western Oklahoma, you're going to be north of Clinton. Actually, you're west of Clinton. Looking off to your north and northwest, you're actually on I-40. You're in Clinton right there. Storm there going up. It's getting stronger. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're we're in Clinton on I-40. We're about to make the turn north to Arapahoe. The storm continues. It kind of went through a cycle stage. You know, I was talking about the storms southwest were disrupting it. And now those storms have kind of went away, and it's feeding itself. It's becoming a lot better organized. I wouldn't say well organized yet, but it is in that process, and we know what that means. And one thing I can tell you, that I probably have the strongest south-southeast winds that I've experienced all day feeding back up into this. So the environment out in front of this is prime. We're going to continue east with it. It's going to hug basically right on the north side of I-40 from what we can tell right now. It looks to me to be moving maybe just a hair north of due east, but more due easterly at the moment. And it's slowed way down too. So I don't know that the forward speed, I don't know that it's moving 45 or 50 like it originally was, but we're literally right underneath it. We're going to turn north right now in Clinton, probably have a better shot of it here in about 3 to 4 minutes. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Brandon Pennell. He's on the southwestern storm. These will be part of the storms that come into Oklahoma City. These will come into the metro. We've talked about this all last week. Over the weekend, we have been hammering this system home for well over a week. And we just kept saying May 6th, May 6th, May 6th, and here we are. And we've already had, it looks like the count maybe 2 or 3 or 4 tornadoes so far. The strongest was the one that Val was on and Bob were on. That was earlier, and Brandon's he's in Clinton. There's the grain elevator there on the right side coming into Clinton.
Yeah, that storm's becoming a classic supercell with kind of the wings and the beak, David.
Yep. There's your screaming eagle, big wings. There's your beak. Tornado's going to be back here in the beak or the mouth right here, looking right at you. It's not developed there yet, but look at velocity. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming. Oh, wow. What are you out of?
That's Frederick.
Okay, how high up's that?
That's about 6,700 feet.
Okay, pretty high. Well over a mile, but still, it's right where it should be. So.
Right.
Yeah, it's developing mesocyclone. It's already developed. It just continues to get stronger. Brandon's right here. So he's going to go north up to Arapahoe. And again, see these back here? This is what's going to try to turn into whatever, and then these are going to make their way, combined with this, down I-40. All data still has that, right? We're still good. What's the timeline here in the metro?
Right,
like
that's on Lynx 3.
Okay, Lynx 3. Is this the latest and greatest on Lynx 3?
Yes. Well, it's our track.
Okay, gotcha. That's perfect. All right, Watonga, 746. El Reno, 9 o'clock now, a little bit slower. Have you slowed the speed down a little bit? Go ahead, Cass. Nope. Okay. Hang on, now say it.
Okay. East at 40. I've got it moving east at 40.
That was a long wait for that. I got you. Okay, moving east at 40. So, and it might slow down even more. So right now, we'll say west. Okay, El Reno, that's downtown. That's at 9 o'clock. So it's like 8:20, 8:30 into western Canadian County, out near the Cherokee Trading Post. Guthrie at 9 o'clock. Edmond about 9:20. Downtown Oklahoma City about 9:30. So 8 o'clock, the West Metro, 9 o'clock, 9:15. Downtown Oklahoma City, 9:20, 9:30, downtown Oklahoma City, give or take. And then Southeast Metro, Tinker Air Force Base, Midwest City, Del City, Choctaw, at about 10 o'clock.
And
so
David,
between 8 and 10 o'clock, moving into the metro, large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat. Andrew Adams?
And speaking of all that, the Clinton storm is becoming tornado warned. Just FYI, that's coming shortly.
Okay, that's Brandon's storm. All right, so tornado warnings across the line, and a lot of them. Too many of them, to be honest with you. Let's back out. Now remember, we were just talking about some of the numbers here off air when the trackers were talking, just discussing what's happening. Remember, folks, there's no script for this. There's no script. This is all live. We're just running and gunning through this whole thing, looking at data, analyzing data, trying to pinpoint exactly where we're going to get the maximum tornado highest potential. And it's still east of this line because the low-level dynamics are ramping up. They're increasing. Moisture is more than enough. Low-level jet above our heads is ripping from the south right into these storms. All right, so let's start up north again. Tornado warning continues. Again, coming into Kay County now. This storm up here, I like what I'm seeing with it. It continues to get what we call stretched out or elongated, and that's because it's showing some signs of weakening, at least a little bit up north. Okay, it doesn't mean it won't come back. Don't lay down yet. But from Bremen to Blackwell, back down to Lamont, right here is where it's trying to develop, or where the hook's been the whole time. And Marty's right there. Area of circulation now, it's going to be just north. It's going to be, turn on shear right here, Cass. Let's see if it has it in the right spot. Yeah. Okay, let's go to Marty Logan. And Marty, the area of circulation is going to be just to your north, up towards and just west of Narden. Marty and Brandon, just to your north, west of Narden is where the strongest area of spin is right now. It's going right down Highway 11. It's going to go on or just north of Blackwell. Go ahead, Marty, give us an update.
Okay, so we are looking north right now, and we are 7 miles east of, what town is we were in? Lamont. We're 7 miles east of Lamont, and you're looking north at this storm. And we were just noticing there's bands feeding. I'm going to widen that out, and you can see the bands feeding into that thing up to the north. So it is elongating, but still there's a lot of motion in the base of this storm, especially right here in front of us. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this thing. I don't think we're done quite yet. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Marty. I know you're watching it just to your north. You're heading off towards the east. The circulation's right along Highway 11, just like you were saying, near Narden. And eventually this will cross I-35, likely between Blackwell and Bremen, heading into the northern portion of Kay County. So Brandon and Marty right there with it, watching it. Marty's been on this storm since it first developed way over in western Oklahoma and has brought this thing all up to the northwest. So we've got that tornado warning to the north. A little farther south, the tornado warning that's south of Enid. The storm is coming in across Garfield County now with a couple of areas of circulation. And then we've got the other storm that is tornado warned just north of I-40 that Brandon Pennell is on. So those three tornado warnings continue. The strongest storm with the tightest circulation is still the one that Bal is on, the one that Vaughn is on, and that area of spin. Every now and again, we've had winds. We've queried, David, up to 90 miles per hour with that.
Yeah.
Not seeing that at the moment, but just to the west of Douglas by, 4 or 5 miles now.
Douglas, you got to go right now.
Yeah, 6 miles.
It's right here. Here's Vaughn to the east of it. And, Lacey, I mean, this is, what is this? What is this right here?
That was 70.
Yeah.
We had 90
Okay, saw
a
that.
couple scans ago.
Yep. So you have 70 on the wrap. This is on the back side, right, of the tornado, and then here's the southeast side. The tornado is going to be right in here. It's going to be right in here. It's still fairly broad. It's not tightened back up like it was, but man, it's not far from it. At least you're going to get out of it. Douglas in this area from, again, from here to Covington to Hayward is going to be wind damage. I mean, you're just going to get a swath of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right under this big green right here. You don't want to be under the green, I'm telling you that. And that's it right there. And that's going to Douglas. That's going to Covington. And look at the hook, folks. Look at the swirl on radar. I mean, it clearly is a problem. And it's a big one if you live in Douglas, because the tornado is going to be trying to develop right back here. Rain wrapping around. Ooh. Okay, is that real?
I think it's in the wrong spot.
I think it's off barely. Okay,
Yep.
It's off. All right, let's go back up top and get an update from Jim Gardner. And Jim's on this storm, looking right back at it. Jim, it's a little dark. Your picture there is a little bit dark again, but we're looking off to the northwest. If maybe your photographer there can give us a little more light in that, but it still looks pretty impressive, Jim. No doubt about it. Big storm. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, right now I'm 10 miles, exactly 10 miles south of Douglas, shooting back to the north following this storm, and it's still just a tremendous amount of rain, lightning. I mean, it looks kind of ragged on the front, but it is still a huge storm. There is a tornado in there. We can't see it because it is rain wrapped in there, but a tremendous amount of lightning. There is a lot of stuff going on with this storm, David. Winds, hail, rain, and the tornado possibility that's inside that rain wrap. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jim Gardner. And Jim's looking right at it. But again, folks, it's wrapped in rain. So this is what he's seeing from his view, and it's just a wall. It's just a wall of rain, and it's an impressive storm for sure. It's a huge storm. All right, back to Lynx 1, and let's jump back into southwest Oklahoma. We're going to leave this for Covington. You're in line next, and Covington and Douglas. It's coming for you. Safe spot, lowest level. Okay, other storms down the line are no longer tornadic. Okay, they are producing, by the way, there's flooding going on in here. We've had so much rain.
Flash flood warnings are in effect as the storms were training. Some of those hardest hit areas from Canton to Tologa, the storms have ended now in that area.
Yeah, but just, I mean, tons of rain running from, okay, turn radar back on here. Let's see what we have as far as it's out of Canton Lake. All right, but heavy rain to the east, O'Keene. And these storms are all severe. Winds in here, 60 to 70, nickel dime, quarter-size hail. There's 2 to 3 to 4 inches locally.
Right. From
O'Keene. Back down to Oakwood, so some big rains in there. All right, well, let's go back down to the tornado warning storm. We'll check back in with Brandon here. There's your hook. There's your hook right there. Big hail over Custer City. And what's the movement here? Is it more northeasterly or?
It's very easterly. Very easterly.
Yeah.
Just kind of hugging the road there north of Arapahoe.
Yeah, it's paralleling I-40, north of I-40.
And that's what the latest data has been suggesting, is these are more easterly as a low-level jet kicks in, and these are the ones that...
Yeah, they want to get it.
Yeah, come into the metro.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's go to Brandon Pennell. And Brandon's right here. Tornado warning now is going to be from Arapahoe, points east. If you live in northeast of Arapahoe, lowest level, center part of the house. If you live south of Custer City, lowest level, center part of the house. Let's bring Brandon in here and bring his shot in. We'll get his shot turned back around here. And Brandon, we have your shot. We're looking at the lowering there. Go ahead and give us an update, Brandon. Take it. It's yours.
Okay, David, we're on Arapahoe Road. It's probably about, I'd say, 1.5 miles north of I-40 doing due east. We are literally directly underneath the circulation.
Okay, go ahead. I don't hear you either.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay. Brandon, he cut out. He's in a bad cell area. I can see his windshield wipers are now moving again, so maybe he got back into a better cell area. He is now east of Arapahoe by about 4 miles, and he's directly under the circulation. Brandon, it looks like your shot is no longer frozen. Go ahead and tell us what you were seeing as you're looking straight up. I got you, Brandon. Okay. Brandon is moving east, and let me show you what road he's on, just to kind of turn this on for you. He is east of Arapahoe, and he is going to be moving very
Brandon's
quickly.
there.
Brandon?
I'm here. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, so I'm at North Road 2310, East-West 990, which is Arapahoe Road that runs east and west out of Arapahoe, moving east with the circulation. It's directly above my head. You can probably barely see it in the shot. This storm continues to go through a growth stage. It's becoming well organized. The circulation is really broad, but I can see it starting to pull and feed in the, just above my head in the mid-levels. That hasn't worked its way all the way down to the surface yet, but as we're continuing to get into a better position, I can just tell you that this storm, for what it was 20 minutes ago to what it is now, it's continuing to evolve and change shape, and I have a feeling that just the longer that we go, it's going to continue to mean more business. Everything that I can see visually is starting to go for it. As far as in a bad way, as far as possibly producing a tornado, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Everything is flowing in. There's a lot of movement in the cloud base above my head. I'm trying to get further out east of it to where I can turn around and give you a visual shot of it. Trying to punch through it, that the shot really doesn't do it justice. So probably 2 or 3 miles, I'll be able to turn back around and look back to the west at it. It's literally moving due east right on the north side of this road, or right over the top of this road that I'm on, just on the north side of 40, probably a mile to a mile and a half, maybe 3 miles, give or take. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Brandon. And again, Brandon Pennell now. He's going to be well north of Clinton. This is going to be for you folks, and Justin, you're hot. This is going to be for eastern Custer County. And let's go ahead and take a look now. Back to Links 1. Tornado warning continues for eastern Custer County right here. And this is going to be where Brandon is. Tornado warning. It's moving off to the east. So you folks in western, southwestern Blaine County, this is moving your way. This is going to move almost due east. And I think it is. It's really
Cassie
moving.
has the track on it, bringing it into the East Metro.
Okay. Let's go to Links 1. Links 3. There it is. There's your storm track. And we've widened it out, so it does include areas farther south, but this might try to build in from the Clinton storm, the other one, and then try to build farther south. But for this storm itself, you can see your cities here, your dots, and the closer the dots are back to here, your earlier time of arrival, right? So Hydro at 8:15, Hinton at 8:36, Geary at 8:37, that's going to be just north of I-40. Cherokee Trading Post, 8:45, Calumet, 9 o'clock, and Fort Reno, 9 o'clock, and Concho at about 9:05 as it moves right down and along and north of I-40. Cassie, go ahead and take this out. Let's bring it into the city and do your storm track. Go ahead and take it on in. Let's just do this again. We did this earlier, but let's take it all the way through, at least get it through the heart of the city.
To get it through the heart of the city, I have to redo the track.
Okay, go ahead. Update that.
While she's doing that,
go
David,
ahead.
I just want to update.
Go
Bob
ahead.
is in. He was searching around bison, and if we take his shot, he has a hay bale along with some power lines that were pushed over. That's what he could find near the bison area there on Highway 81. Again, that
He's
is
rim 124.
the most damage that we were able to see. Go ahead, Lacey.
I was thinking he's rim 124, so they can punch up his shot to see that. We can see his location there.
But they had winds 60 to 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Val experienced those, and also Bob there on Highway 81. But they went through the bison area, did not really see anything substantial, but there was some localized. Let's go out to the field and talk to Bob. And Bob, I see the localized damage, and you said you saw some high winds going up and down 81. Go ahead and give us a report.
Yeah, we're real close to the area Val and Amy got blown into the ditch. And this is Highway 81 and West Marshall Road. We've got all the traffic signs blown down to the ground here. We haven't figured out yet which location this bale of hay came out, but it's obviously blown out in the road. So we had a very concentrated amount of wind right here at this intersection. Best we could tell, there probably was not a tornado on the ground up in Bison, but we definitely had very strong winds there. Power's out. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Bob. So that's some of the damage as that circulation passed right over that area. Now let's go back to Lynx 1 and show you where that area of circulation is. This is the tornado-warned storm, and this is Douglas. The circulation in the couplet is going to be just to the south and west of Douglas. We're getting some winds measuring 70 to 80 miles per hour kind of on the wrap around it. And it looks, David, like it's trying to become a little bit more localized, a little bit tighter of a couplet just to the west of Douglas. And Vaughn is just to the east of Douglas.
Yeah, I think we said this earlier. Douglas, I mean, you are, okay, here's the inflow notch. This is where the storm is breathing, and it's wrapping up around where the tornado is. So let's go back to, like you were looking at there, shear rate.
Velocity,
take a look.
okay.
Either one is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, their shear rate right here just west of Douglas. And what about velocity data? Okay, yeah, I mean, folks, this right here, I mean, this thing is, what are our wind speeds right here? What do you have on any one of those?
That's base. Trying to see where you're pointing. Okay,
80,
let's see.
yeah, 80, I'm just.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a second. How is that not on the ground?
Yeah, it easily could be. And Vaughn's getting right kind of in the bear's cage there in the inflow.
Okay, what is Vaughn? I'm looking for his shots. Oh, I see his shot. Let's go to Vaughn Castor. He's right here. Vaughn, wow, there it is. That's the bowl. Vaughn, that is it. You're looking right at it. Nice shot. That's it. You're looking right at it, Vaughn.
Yeah,
if it's in there, it's on the ground. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I tell you what, this has continued to have this rotation with it all the way up to here. And I'm looking back in it. If it's in there, it's in the rain, David, because I cannot see anything visually to say there's a tornado on the ground. I haven't seen any power flashes, which is good. Been looking for those. But that could change in a moment's notice, David.
All right, Vaughn's right there. He's in what we call not quite the bear's cage, but you don't want to be in the bear's cage. Not too many people do, except for storm trackers. Let's go back to Lynx 1 here, and this is it. Look at the hook. It is just spinning. I mean, it's just a bowling ball. It's a mesocyclone. It has not weakened yet. Val's to the east of it. Vaughn's to the north. Let's go to Val Castor, and folks, it's going to Perry. It's going to Lake Perry. You folks downstream, is Val shot? Oh, wow.
You can see the lightning there.
It's just so dark, yeah. Val, it's not even that dark outside, but your shot is really hard to see. It is really, really dark. Go ahead and give us an update. And more the hook, Val, is just to your west, the northwest. Go ahead.
Yes, so that's right, David. What we have done, we've come north on 74, and so I would say that the couplet is west-northwest of us, and we're going to try and approach this a little bit different way. We're going to let it pass to our north. We're going to circle in behind it. A lot of times you could see it if you come in behind it like that. So we've done that before in the past, but we're going to let it go north of us. And I would say, look out eventually Perry. It looks like it's headed in that general direction. But right now, David, we're
on. Let's go to Vaughn Castor here. Let's take Vaughn's shot. He says he has the tornado now. That's going to be the Douglas tornado. Go ahead, Vaughn. Show us the tornado. There it is, right there.
Yeah, this is 4 miles east of Douglas, right there. Tornado on the ground. It's east of Douglas, just now crossing over the highway. What is it, 71 or 74? Yeah, 74. Right there it is. It's been on the ground. I can see the condensation all the way to the ground for quite a while. It just crossed this road, and I'm getting strong RFD right now.
Okay.
Strong. So it looks as if, I'm still on the ground. Still on the ground. Just to my, it's maybe less than a quarter mile to my northeast right now. So
3 miles south of Covington.
It's going to pass. Yeah, it's going to move south and east of Covington. But it is still on the ground. I'm getting ready to get covered up in rain here. I hear won't have. Okay, there it is.
Yep, there's the
Back on
tornado.
the ground again.
It's right here.
Yep.
I know it's hard to see. The video's a little bit grainy. Everybody and their grandma's got a cell phone right now in Oklahoma, and they don't live here. Okay. Vaughn, it looks like you lost it. Well, you didn't lose it. It lost you. It just got wrapped. You're in the wrap now with all the rain. But that was on the ground for, 20, 30 seconds?
Oh, at least. Okay. Yeah, at least. I was trying to get to you, and I couldn't get to you. It's about a minute on the ground.
Okay, about a minute on the ground, south of Covington. Okay, 3 miles south of Covington, tornado on the ground, but it looks like it's either lifted or it's still wrapped in rain. All right, great job, Vaughn. We'll keep going east. It's going east, no doubt about it. And you saw that live right here on News 9. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. And this might be debris right here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Certainly
3 miles
does.
south of Covington, right where Vaughn is crossing. And I'll take it back here and show you.
Does it ramp up? Yeah.
The velocity right there.
Yeah.
Is where Vaughn had it. I'll lapse this for you.
Yeah.
And show you. It came right up over, and it was very close to Vaughn.
It was.
Just ahead of him. So.
And he was looking to the south, wasn't he? Barely.
Maybe barely. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not very far, but.
Right.
Okay. So what did shear rate? I mean, excuse me. What did CC look like?
We'll go back and I'll lapse that so you can kind of see that area.
Yeah.
Right there.
It might. Yeah. That might have been debris. Okay. So south of Covington. This might be a debris signature there, but we know we had the tornado. We had it live on the air. We saw it with your own eyes. Tornado on the ground, south of Covington. Not a huge tornado, but it doesn't matter. Still an elephant trunk look-alike, and was on the ground for at least a minute, Vaughn said. And we had about half that life cycle on the air for you. All right, that's going to Hayward. If you folks, again, east of, look at the swirl here. Look at the swirl developing in the reflectivity. How you go from the purples and blacks to the purples, and you see this clear slot right in here, and it wraps around. There's your tornado, and it's wrapped now in rain and hail. And Vaughn is, Val is, I can't see anything at Val's shot. It is so dark. Okay, let's go back up top. And Jim Gardner's over here in Stillwater, and he's looking right back at this thing. Let's get an update from Jim Gardner, and look at the mesocyclone now. And folks, that's the problem, is that you don't see this tornado or any of these tornadoes hanging out. That's what they look like. It's wrapped in rain. That's the mesocyclone. This is the front lip of the mesocyclone, and it goes around, and it's just a big circle. It's that circle I was showing you, the big swirl, right? The big swirl, and that's wrapping right around there. Jim, we just had another tornado in there near Covington. You're looking back to your northwest. It's going to be just to your northwest now. What do you think? What do you see when there's a little bit of lightning? Anything at all back in there?
No, we tried, David. Like I said, I'm about 10 miles southeast of Covington, looking back right at it. And it's just wrapped in rain and hail, David, and you can see the front lip of that. It's just a massive storm, and you just can't see anything. There's just so much rain and hail in there. You just can't, I can't get a visual of it at all, but we'll keep tracking it. We've got a tremendous amount of lightning out here, David. It's just a massive, massive storm. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garbrone live from Bob Mills, Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jim. And that's that big northern storm, and it's a monster. The storm itself is huge. Let's go back to Bob real quick and get a damage update here. We won't stay on this long. Let's go back to Bob. And Bob's going to be remote. There he is. Bob, what kind of damage do we have? That's pretty much where the tornado went through. Go ahead.
We're on East 590 Road, just west of 81 on the north side of Tennessee. We've got a barn that was destroyed, and much of the debris was pushed towards 81. We've got trees and power poles bent at this location. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Bob. So that's going to be, that's significant damage. That roof's gone over that barn, and he said he has power poles down. So this is in the small community of Bison. Okay, that's in southern. It's right there on the Kingfisher, Garfield County line. So we have tornado damage there. That is tornado damage, or at least significant wind damage around the area of circulation. We'll have to go back and look and exactly see the path of this, but pretty close.
Yeah, it was going very close to the south side of town.
Yeah, and that house seems to be okay. I see lots of, power pole here leaned over. Power pole, so yeah, and wouldn't surprise me at all, folks. This thing was pretty serious when it was coming through here. Power pole. All right, so we have some damage for sure. All right, let's get to it. Back to Lynx 1. Tornado continues, at least intermittently, off and on, running from south of Covington, east of Douglas, and it's right here. It's just southwest of Val. Let's go back to Val and bring him back in. And Val, you are on.
He's not on.
He's not on?
Not on.
Okay.
Yep.
We have a shot. He's trying to make his way through. He is on the outer lip. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Let me show you where he is. Let me show you where Val is. And Amy.
I'm going to turn off all these boxes for a second.
This is Val. This is the tornado. This is Val and Vaughn. Oh, they're both there together. Nothing could go wrong there. 2 casters. Okay, and then let's go to shear rate. Yeah, it's right there. It's almost, they're inside. They're basically under the mesocyclone. That's where those guys like to live, which is great. If you're a veteran storm chaser, if you're not, don't do it.
You can see the wind in Vaughn's shot for sure. Val's is really dark, but you can see the wind.
Yeah.
In both their shots.
Hey, Justin, have Val check his camera. It seems awful dark for where they are.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a contact with him.
Okay, it's really, it's not quite that dark out here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely darker than normal.
We're getting there, okay. Okay.
And we saw the other tornado warning storm north of I-40.
Yeah, let's jump back to the southwest. So 2 tornado warnings now, am I right?
3, the one up north.
Oh, the one up north, that's right. Marty's
yes.
on that still. And they don't have anything crazy. We'll check back in with them. But let's go back to Brandon here. This is going to be, there's your hook, north of Weatherford. We've had some storm mergers going on. The flanking line is becoming lit up here, so that might energize this thing to ramp up. Let's go to Brandon and get an update from Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, the new cells have come into the back part of this thing. The flanking line have come into the backside of your storm, so that might energize it. We'll see what it does, but give us an update on the rotation now. It's going to be just to the, south of Thomas, about 7 miles. I see where you are. And the hook's very pronounced. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So I think we're probably about 7 miles south of Thomas, headed north. Our road is right here. We kind of get blocked off by the river. If there is a tornado, I really can't even make out the circulation. I think it might be buried up in the rain just off to my west-northwest, or I literally just drove underneath it. There's a lot of chaotic motion going on in these clouds. It's kind of like what the storms up north were doing earlier. There was multiple areas of spin, and they're kind of fighting each other, trying to figure out their way. So I can't tell you that there's a tornado on the ground by any stretch right now. We're actually coming into the rain right now. So our plan is to get north and then get back to the east and then drop back to the south, because that was basically the only option I had with the river right here. So we might be out of pocket for about 15 minutes, but Hank's just off to my east. Back to you.
Plan, Hank will take it when roads aren't the best, and we get that. Let's go back to Links 1. Here's the hook. Clearly see the hook. Tornado warning now continues. This will be moving into Links 1. This will be coming back into southwestern Blaine County, and this is where the tornado is going to be. And there it is. There's your hook right here. Brandon's right there. The hook is on and crossing 54. There's Fay, there's Thomas, there's Custer City, and there's nothing south of I-40. Am I right?
Correct. There's
Nothing
a couple
south.
showers near Dill City.
Okay.
Everything's struggled south of I-40 so far.
Need to watch that, though. Need to watch that. That might turn into something here and try to make its way off to the east. So we got to keep a close eye on that. All right, so this is moving easterly. This comes in to at least the North Metro. We can say that for now. And some data suggests that we get other storms to develop south of I-40. South of I-40. And again, we're going to keep bringing this off to the east. All right, so Hank's coming in from the east. And let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's a little farther north. I want to get a quick update from Tom. Look at the plates on this supercell. Wow, yeah, there comes the mothership. There's a UFO. Good luck. Look at that thing. I mean, that thing is big. That is a large storm. And Tom, up near Perry, that's a supercell up there. You're looking back to the west. Tom, we've had multiple tornadoes out of this thing. But a lot of them have been fairly weak, at least for now that we've seen. We've had some strong winds over 100 miles per hour, but look at that storm, Tom, coming right at you. Look at that monster. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, it is a mean-looking storm. I'm looking towards my southwest to see any power flashes or anything down there, but, you know, it's rain wrap, whatever it is down there. It is a mean-looking storm, though. That whole thing is rotating really quick. It's throwing out lightning. I got strong inflow winds going into it. It's going to be a big mess here in Perry. If you're in Perry, you really need to take shelter right now. I can hear the sirens going off. So we're going to be here as it's coming through, and I will let you know if I see any power flashes or any tornadoes to our southwest. Back to you.
Okay, so what we've done is, just because of the road structure and all that, we just stacked trackers out ahead of the line. So look at the left side of this. Look at that. I mean, folks, this is going up, 20, 30, 40,000 feet. I mean, right? Your airplanes fly at about here. I mean, this thing it's incredible. Look at all the plates on that stacked. I mean, stacked. We are looking right at it, and she is doing it. That is incredible. And again, this whole thing is spinning. This whole thing is spinning from left to right. And it's a little hard to see sometimes in the video. If you pick out little pieces, little features like this, you can watch it. And if you're standing there out in it, you're like, oh my gosh, because the motion is so pronounced. I mean, it's more than obvious what's going on, right? It's moving at him, but the storm is rotating from left to right. Okay, let's go back to links 1, power outages. And at least 1,500 up in Garfield County, 100 in Major County. This is where we've had the severe weather, some of the tornadoes up here, at least some of the winds. So.
Yeah, in total about 2,300 customers without power. Like you said, the bulk of them Major and Garfield counties, and I'm sure we're going to see that down the line, especially with that one big supercell that Tom was just showing you, that shot up, because the wind with that thing has been tremendous.
Yeah, winds of over 100, right, or close to it.
Yes.
So,
yeah, we haven't had any measured winds that high, but velocity has been that high from time to time.
Yeah, so here's the deal. Noble County, Perry, you're going to get hammered. And I mean Perry, Lake Perry, Lucene. Lucene, it's coming in right now. And this is going to be a big damaging wind event. What are the winds in here? What are these numbers right here?
This is a little higher up.
81, 62. So conservative, low end 60, high end 75, 70, 75. Lucene, Lake Perry, Perry, it's coming right at you, and it's right at your front door, and it's going to go right through the house. Right? Moving from almost due west or moving due east from west to east. Tornado's going to be in here. It's not as localized as it was. It's a big wind bag right now. Lots of wind in here. Still a dangerous storm.
It may not be on the ground. I don't see as strong of a couplet as what we had.
No.
So we'll have to take it very seriously. Look at the hail core, though, coming towards Lucene as we speak.
Yeah. Yeah, if you live in Lucene or north, let's see the hail sizes here. What do you think? What's the hail sizes showing us? Golf ball, baseball?
Tennis ball.
Tennis ball. And no baseball.
Not with that.
Not with that. But tennis ball size hail. Right here, where you see the black, that's going to be some of the largest hail that the radar is pinging. Smaller hail is going to be in the purple. Still, again, hail that's going to do something to you. It's going to put some dents in your house or your car or whatever. But the big hail is going to be a lot where the black is, and that's going to be up to tennis ball size hail.
And the storm to the north has weakened substantially that Brandon and Marty were both on. So no longer tornado warning for folks in Kay County.
Yep. Okay, so good news there. The tornado threat, look at there. There, it goes right there. Wow, it tried to, what's the last little thing?
Yeah, right across the Highway 77 as
right
it's
there.
crossing into Kansas.
It tightened up right there as it was moving into Kansas. So, wow, that was crazy. All right, so this is just a severe storm with wind and hail, and winds to 60, nickel and dime size hail, maybe some quarters, maybe some golf balls still hanging around, but nickels and dimes and quarter size hail. All right, and then you get down here where the storms have a lot more teeth in them, running from Perry. Here's your bowling ball, the strongest storm, Big Hook. Mesocyclone is right here, now over Lucene. There's your mesocyclone. There's Vaughn. There's Tom. There's Val. And Val is eastbound and down along with Vaughn, making their way through this thing.
Hope his windshield holds up. He's in the core.
Right? Ooh. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's find out what he has going on around him. And Val, there you go. Picture looks great. Now, have any hail yet? Because if you don't, you're about ready to. What do you think?
So we haven't hit the hail just yet. We're headed east. We had a little bit of hail earlier, and we had, oh my goodness, man, on the outer edges of that circulation, I'm going to guarantee that wind was 90 miles an hour. As we were coming south up near Bison, where the tornado was, I mean, it literally pushed us into the ditch. Luckily, it wasn't a bad ditch, and we were able to drive through it and then keep on driving and drive right out of it again. But that is some serious wind pushing us from the side. So now we are headed east over here. We just left Covington. There was a sign or two blown down right near Covington, and I think I heard my brother say we saw a car off in the ditch where that tornado might have went past, or at least the strong winds. So right now we haven't had any hail just yet, but you're telling me it's up ahead of me. So we're going to ride this thing. Well, I spoke too soon. We just had sounded like a golf ball hit the top of the truck. So I think we're about to drive into the hail again, David. We're going to ride this thing over to Perry. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's going right into Perry for sure with teeth on it. So if you live over Lake or around Lake Perry up to Perry down Highway 64, it's not quite to I-35 yet, but Val and Amy, they're in it. Tom's in it. And let's go back to Links 1 and look at the hail core now. Look at the hail. This is going to be
Tom's reporting power flashes southwest of Perry from his location there.
Okay, Tom's right here. He's seeing power flashes. It's either going to be the tornado or wind damage. Let's go to Tom, or just straight line winds. Tom, what do you think? It's coming right at you. And we're looking at velocity. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, David, I'm going to have to pull out here pretty quick, but I've had 4 power flashes just southwest of Perry. My winds are blowing from the south over 50 miles an hour right now. It is getting really rough. It's almost on me. I was looking for the tornado. Can't see it. Did have those 4 power flashes in succession. I'm going to have to move. Our winds are gusting over 50 right now. Back to you.
Okay. All right. We'll just go through Perry. Keep going east. So, Perry, be nice to Tom. He's coming through town, and he's going to make his way through town. All right. Let's go back to Links 1. Here's Tom. Here comes the trash cans. We're blowing it around now. Let's do this. Here's Tom. Here's Perry, and this is going to go right down 64. Right?
And the couplet's a little bit to the north of Tom, what I'm seeing, David. Do you see that?
Yes.
Kind of to the northwest of Perry.
This is just the bowling ball of wind
right.
and the wrap. This isn't the tornado here right now. Now, it doesn't mean that something won't form up on the southeast edge, because that can happen. But right now, this is a big ball of wind headed towards Perry and Lake Perry, and the tornado, the circulation's back up here. Am I right?
Yeah, it looks to me like it is, definitely north.
I think so.
It's going to cross I-35 north of Perry.
Yeah. 1, 2. No, I'm doing that wrong.
Lapse it and see.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. About 3 miles north of Perry.
Now, yeah, it could develop further south, but.
Yeah. No. Any and everything's on the table. But right now, here's the deal with this. Tornado warning continues. If I live in Perry or north of Perry, up to Red Rock, lowest level, center part of the house, I'm just talking you out through this down the road here, is that this storm has produced at least 3, 4, 5 tornadoes. This produced a multiple vortex tornado a little earlier that Val had. And this thing is going to go right into Red Rock and right into Perry. Get ready, Perry. You're going to get lots of wind. Probably going to have some power outages here shortly. And I know they're happening right now in Noble County. And this is going to go right through Perry, and then from Perry up to Sooner Lake. If you know anybody that's out fishing thinking, oh, fishing's great in storms, yeah, it is. But not on this deal. You don't want to ride this one out on the water or camping out or whatever. And this is going to go, so in between 412 and 64 is where the brunt and the bullseye of this storm is going to be. Then eventually it's going to head north of 412 and get up into Sooner Lake.
And David, you mentioned the storm's history of producing tornadoes. We have some video on Links 4 of some damage from Lacey. We've got a couple different videos.
Okay, Links 4 control room.
Links 4. From Lacey, and you'll see when you kind of look over, there's some metal right there on the fencing, and then it's going to pan over and look across the road, and you can see some on the other side of the road as well as on the road itself from this first video. So that's branches, pieces of what looks like probably tin roofs or so, and then similar look from this other video that was sent in, same person, same area.
Yeah, and it's not just tin. There's big pieces of wood, and so. That's Lacey. That's where we were, right? So that's probably tornado damage.
Yeah, that's right where the circulation was. We know we had damage right where the circulation crossed on the west side of Lacey.
Yeah, so that's it. I mean, this is tornado damage up near Lacey. So at least another tornado there. Half dozen today. I don't know. We've lost count. We'll see. Luckily, we've not had any strong to violent tornadoes today. It's only 8 o'clock. We know that things can pick up, but right now. We've had EF0s, we've had EF1s, maybe EF2s. Val's tornado was pretty impressive. That might have been an EF2. We'll see, after surveys are done. All right, so jumping back to the west here, Hank. Okay, let's go to Hank. He's got a nice shot. He's got a clean shot in Geary looking off to the west. There it is, Hank. What do you think? There's your lowering in Geary looking off to the west. And Hank, your storm it's moving east. At the same time, it's moving slightly north of due east. Go ahead, Hank. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, this is actually looking just a little bit northwest of Geary, and this is moving it's moving to the east northeast, like you said. It's slowing here. Doesn't look really organized. We've been watching it for the last several minutes. You can sure see that it's there. It's hanging down, but I don't see any rapid rising motion or rapid rotation with it at all. But this storm seems to be kind of morphing a little bit. I think actually this is kind of that little inflow notch that's just west of Greenfield. I really think what I'm looking at, and I see some more circulation kind of back up north and west of this circulation or to the west. So I'm just kind of staying back just a little bit to see which one of these is going to take over. But right now, as you can see, that there's a pretty ominous lowering there, but I don't see any rapid rotation or anything like that with it at the moment. Back to you.
All right.
All right. Thanks there, Hank. As, again, continue to track those storms off towards the east. As let's go to links 5 here, and we'll see the big picture of those showers and thunderstorms and severe weather that goes all the way from the northern half Newkirk, Ponca City, down towards Perry, Hennessy, Watonga, and a couple showers off to the southwest. Still, latest data says this area still gets going and pulls right to the east towards the metro by 11 midnight. So we can't drop our guard here in the metro just because everything's staying off towards the north.
No, and Justin, we were talking just off air, and again, winds are the low-level winds, the low-level jets kicking in. So data says Oklahoma City, and we'll show you some of the model data here, what we're looking at, 11 o'clock, midnight here in Oklahoma City. Storms build all the way down to the southwest. So here's future rotating storm. There's future next gen, and this is 8 o'clock. And see what happens here? Look at 9 o'clock. What time is it now? It's 8:16. That may be a little bit overdone, but see what happens. And then some of the data, we develop this second line in behind the main line. So again, there's a lot of time left to have problems. We don't want any, but there's a lot of time left to get big hail, tornadoes, and damaging wind. And we're going to have either one or two of those or all three of those.
Yeah, the trend is there for storms in the metro. It's just the timing, and if they're individual or we get that big line, is varying from hour to hour with our data set. But all indications are we see severe storms here in the metro at some point later on this evening, no matter what.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Oklahoma City, you're still good. You're still in the clear. You got a little bit. Let's back this up one more time. And I don't know which one of you was running this, but let's. Okay, so take it back to 8 o'clock. So it's 8:15 right now. So this is obviously a little bit ahead of schedule. It's got it right here, but it has the storms into Canadian County a little bit ahead of schedule. Not by much, by about 30, 40 miles. So there's 9 o'clock, then they're into Canadian County, right? And then 9 to 10 is when they start to move across the city. So this first wave is going to come through, again, close to 10 o'clock, starting in the west at 9, moving across the city between 9, 10, and 11. And then we might get this second line trying to develop after that, running from Stroud back down to Shawnee. And these also could be tornado producers. Okay, so the tornado watch continues until 11 o'clock tonight for big storms producing large hail, damaging winds for every square inch of our viewing area. So, and there's some of the models here putting out where the model thinks we're going to have rotating storms, and that's about as bad as it gets. That's called a helicity streak, and that is right down I-40. Another one goes through Moore, Norman. Am I saying that's going to happen? No. The computer is saying that's going to happen, but you don't exactly like, well, it's going to Norman, tornado warning. I mean, you can't do that.
Hey, David.
It's going to be pretty close, though, to where we think things are going to happen. Yeah, Andrew?
David, throw links 4 up again. We just got this video in from near Covington where
links
we had
4?
that tornado earlier.
Okay.
Where you can actually see the condensation on the ground. You're going to see it swirl up here in just a few seconds.
Okay, and this is...
Unless this is the back end of the video, in which case you can see it right there. But right at the beginning of this video, I'm going to actually stop it and restart it from the beginning because you can really see it.
Yeah, there it is. And that's exactly what Vaughn was looking at.
Right.
Yep. And there's the tornado. There's the tornado right there. And you're thinking, why is there no condensate up to the top of that? Because there's all kinds of crazy physics going on where the top of the tube, the middle of the tube is trying to break down. At the same time, it's trying to form down to the south. A tornado is just water. It's fluid. but at a high rate of speed. And so you get these little, especially when they start to develop, you'll get little things like that. You'll get little vortice breakdowns, and then finally, sometimes it goes away like this one did, but that's condensate. That's all water vapor, right? And notice how fast it goes up and goes away. There's nothing on, but it is on top of this. It does go from here all the way, but you can't see it. It's invisible. But the condensate, the pressures are low enough down here that we're actually able to see condensate. And there it is crossing the road. All right, so boom, there you go. Okay, that was with that.
Yeah, that storm still continues. It's approaching. It's just moved through Perry, getting a lot of wind in Perry. Tom is now just east of that.
Okay, let's go back.
Coming down the highway on Links 1 towards Morrison.
Yep, power outages up in Noble County.
Let me check. There weren't any reported as of yet. I don't know if that's updated.
Let's go to Val. Let's bring Val in
Tom's
here.
getting some big inflow winds ahead of it, and Val's on the backside getting winds as well.
For sure. Let's go to Val and get an update from Val. Val, wind and a lot of wind and a lot of rain now as you are west of Perry, not very far. You're almost I-35. Go ahead and give us an update.
So west of here, David, we came through an area of golf ball, ping pong to golf ball size hail. We're out of the hail now. We're coming into the very far western edge of Perry at the moment. We are getting, I was just telling Justin, we're getting winds, probably between 40 and 50. So it's not nearly as strong as it was earlier when we were getting whiteout, basically, or what Tom has right now. We have not seen a power flash over here. I think the stronger winds must be a little bit to our east. But I'm thinking that Perry's probably getting the strong winds right now as we speak, David.
They've had it for about 5 minutes, Val. You're right. But, Perry's in the wind right now. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's out ahead of it. He's running eastbound and down on Highway 64, headed towards Morrison, just east of Perry. Let's bring Tom in. And Tom, what was the strongest wind you've had here in the last 10 to 15 minutes since we spoke last? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, as I was going into Perry, the winds kind of overtook me, and going to about maybe 4 miles to the east of Perry, damaging winds up to over 70 miles per hour. I had power lines that were flashing, power flashes that were just all around me. So it's a damaging wind right now. I can't see any tornado. It's a wind from the southeast. So it could be feeding into something to my northwest. We keep looking, don't see anything. But, yeah, it was kind of scary there a little bit. We had debris kind of going all over the place. It was blowing my truck, but we just got out of it.
All right. Well, we have a shot, but we lost him. Okay, well, let's go back to, nice shot. He's headed eastbound. Yeah.
He's coming up to Pete's Corner and then eventually Bill's Corner there on 64.
That's right, Pete and Bill. We keep talking about them this year. They've had
a lot going on.
They've had some big airtime, haven't they?
Yeah.
All right. We got to get up there someday. Got to get up there. I've been through there before. Just when I was always chasing, I was never stopping for anything. Like these guys, they don't ever stop, right? You stop to get fuel, and that is about it. All right. Let's go back to Links 1. Let's talk about...
There's the circulation up north. You were asking about near K County.
Yeah, it's up. Okay, no, the old one's gone.
Yes, gone.
Right, and now what's going on with our storm down here? Now this is west of Newkirk. It's severe, some wind, some hail. Brandon's on that, Marty's on that. Nothing crazy up here. Wind 60, nickel and dime quarter size hail. Let's come back south and find our meso, which is going to be a little further south.
You talking about what's south of Tonkawa? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's a whole other area.
That's the whole area on the north side.
Yeah, there's no tornado warning on that, but there might need to be.
No, there's no tornado warning on that. Marty's closing in on that.
Yeah.
And that's heading up towards Ponca City.
Yeah, Ponca City, this isn't good right here. That little thing on that front northwest lip, see that on the wrap? It's becoming a little bit of a book in here. See the little wrap right there? That's going to head up towards Ponca City. All right, so let's go back to shear rate on that.
Okay.
See what it looks like. Yeah, there it is. It's right where it should be. Justin, Marty needs to be going east to Marlin and then north. I know he just came from there, but this thing is starting to tighten up. It's going to Ponca City.
Yeah, the rotation on that northern end of the wrap is definitely...
I'm just saying that the river's going to hose him. If he goes west, he's going to have to get back east or come in behind it. But that's spinning. That's spinning right there. Now, what do we have further south? I just don't see a tight area of spin in here.
No, it's almost all outward now. And where it does have inflow, it's not a tight couplet like it was for the first time in hours.
Yeah, there's your inflow notch, but okay, you go in, and then where is it? And it was back here, and then I see winds over Vaughn and Val right now are pretty intense. But I don't see anything crazy. All right, tornado warning continues. But we, at this point, don't see a really strong area of spin.
Yeah, the circulation has moved outside of the tornado warned area, so that's dropping off.
For sure. Okay, so that's good. Circulation now is east of that. So a lot of wind, a lot of hail, and we think we're going to have more tornado warnings here coming up over the next little bit. Let's go back out west. By the way, here's your hail track. This is where your hail has fallen, and your hail path running from south of Red Rock back to Covington, Douglas. We've had some big hail in there. Okay, so the line extends coming in on Dover and Kingfisher. Here's Oklahoma City again. This storm is, let's go ahead and lapse that. What's it look like when you lapse it?
Let me switch radars for you.
What's our live look like?
There's our live.
Can you lapse that?
There we go, hang on.
Okay. Is that on the new mode? It is, isn't it?
Yes, so that's moving east and, lifting north. If you look at the back end, though, north of Weatherford, I mean, that's moving almost due east.
Another hook.
And then we're watching the showers. So far, still struggling.
Yep.
Down in Ouachita County.
Yep, those are having trouble. Okay, so the plan is this moves east, tries to come into the west-northwest metro, and then we try to get a secondary line of fire up after that will run from Oklahoma City back down towards Chickasha. That's the plan. Let's go to Hank. Justin, let's bring Hank in. He's right here. He's looking right at this new hook, now developing. And Hank, a new lowering just northwest of Hydro, and you're looking right at it. And it is spinning. It does have a mesocyclone in it, and it's actually getting a little bit stronger by looking at radar data here. What do you think? What do you see there?
So, David, we've been sitting here north of Geary. We're about 3 miles north of Geary for quite some time, and we had the couplet go over us, the east couplet, and we were getting hit with outflow. We went ahead and stayed because we were seeing some rising motion. So this here is looking northwest of Geary. There is a new lowering that is formed here, and there's quite a bit of rising motion. We keep getting some scud tags that form and then they dissipate. But this lowering here on the right side of the screen has really increased here in about the last 10 minutes. And this is that hook or that couplet that's back up, the tip of it's back up towards Greenfield. So you can see the sky is just red with heavy rain behind it. So there's wind and rain, and I would assume some hail in there. But the updraft base itself, this lowering is, I'm going to say it's south of Greenfield, just a mile or two, and it's north of Geary about 4 miles, and it's moving to the east is what it looks like to me. So, downstream, we're looking at maybe Calumet or Okarche if it keeps moving east. So we're going to stay with this, drift east with it, and just kind of see what this does. But, yeah, it's certainly on the uptick. David, back to you.
Yeah, and a little bit of a lowering there. And again, we still have many of the components in place to give us more severe weather. We've already had, maybe a half dozen tornadoes today. Most of the tornadoes have been small, short-lived tornadoes, which is always a good thing. But that shot now is of the Geary storm. It's going to be north of the Cherokee Trading Post. Well, let me just show you. So that right there, let's go to links 1. Is going to be this right here. Here's Hank, and he's looking back over here. Brandon now is making his way through it. And Brandon's shot appears to be frozen, but Brandon's up in here in southern Blaine County. Hail sizes aren't too horrible in here, nickels and dimes and quarters, nothing too crazy. And again, this is moving almost due east. Let's go ahead and lapse this.
Okay.
Let's see what it's doing. It's still going to Okarche.
Here, I'll take it back 30 minutes.
Okay, it's going to Deer Creek. Now, it could lift. It's for sure going to Guthrie, and it's going to be close. It's going to try to go to Edmond. Basically, I-44 might be the cutoff for this. Might be the cutoff on this way, but we're going to try to bring additional storms down into the metro as your evening moves along, and those certainly could be tornadic. All right, so big line of storms now running from Canadian County all the way to the Oklahoma-Kansas state line.
Shower going up south of Hobart. Still
see
just
that.
a shower.
Yep.
So
we got to watch that.
Yeah.
And David, I do have a track on the line of storms for the scenario that it did build further south and make it into Oklahoma City.
All right, let's take a look now. Links 3, and we'll get a storm track going on this. And again, I think we can, with confidence, we can say Okarche, 840, right? It's just to your west. It's 830. You know, I think for sure Guthrie, 907. Edmond will throw in there. You're kind of on the southern end of this if it just keeps moving due east. But we'll say Edmond at about 927, especially North Edmond, Waterloo Road. You're going to be in this. Now, the question is, the plan is for these storms to build farther south down to I-40 and then come through. And if that were to happen, downtown Oklahoma City at 941, but those storms, they've got to go on, and they need to hurry because it's 8:30, and that's only just over an hour away. It may be a little bit later than that. But a lot of the data say that this moves through, and then we get additional storms developing just to the west and southwest metro, and then from there, really all the way down towards Chickasha and Point South with another line. Flash flooding still a concern from Garfield County into Kingfisher County. The water's beginning to let up in Blaine County and Dewey County, which is good. So less water there falling, but still some flooding going on here up to Sooner Lake. All right, well, let's get, let's see, I see Brandon's shot's good. Hank's making his way east, and let's get an update from Brandon. And Brandon, a little bit of a hook there, not too far from you. And your storm is getting stronger as it makes its way east-northeast. Go ahead, have your shot up. Give us an update. Brandon, do we have you? Well, we have a shot. Shot looks good. All right, let's go back to links 3. Excuse me, links 1.
If you go to links 1,
okay,
David, there's a shot there. You can see I just took the storm trackers off, so you can actually see the storms. Currently, no tornado warnings in effect. The circulation to the north, as we were showing you, it's still a big, strong storm, but there's not a tight circulation for a tornado in Noble County. And then down the line, we know the damage near Lacey with that storm, and really the tightest circulation, if you will, which isn't tornadic at the moment, is going to be the storm that Hank and Brandon are both on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely the one near Greenfield.
Yeah.
And I'll turn back on reflectivity and velocity here, and it's that area of spin that just crossed 270.
Yeah, it's right here. It's not that strong.
No, it's not that strong.
And it's moving east-northeast.
And in fact, is that?
And
No,
there's
okay.
what do we have here?
And see, that is kind of pushing to the south a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to ride the county line.
Yeah.
For sure, but not quite tornadic strength yet, but
No.
it's trying to, it's thinking, we have an inflow notch here. We have an inflow notch here. And technically we have one here and we have one here. So we have 3 or actually 4 areas, almost 5, but we have 4 areas that we can call legit inflow notches, right?
Correct.
Okay, so no tornado warnings right now. We have a wind event unfolding coming into northwest Canadian County up to Kingfisher. Here comes Jeremy down I-35. These storms are headed to Crescent. Damaging winds coming your way, Mulhall. Winds in this line are going to be 60 to maybe 70. And hail sizes are going to be nickel and dime and quarter and maybe some golf balls. But right now, we could be much worse.
Absolutely.
I mean, man, some of the data lately, the last couple of days, has been a little scary as far as what could happen.
Right, and it's 8:30. I mean, it's kind of now between now and midnight that the low-level winds are the most favorable. But right now, it's kind of good, I think, that we've got this congealed line of storms instead of these big isolated supercells.
For
and
sure.
they're kind of struggling.
Yeah, it helps us. So as long as we still can easily get more tornado warnings here, and again, I think over the next half hour to 45 minutes, we're going to know. But having these storms, again, compete for moisture and for what's left of the energy and all that, this is a good thing, having them all line out. And this is a good thing. But west of Jeremy, little cell here, a little bit of weak spin going up near Kingfisher. And what does that look like on velocity?
Yeah, that's the one we were just looking at.
So it's right there.
Yeah.
It's there. He's right there. He has some wind. Let's get an update from Jeremy. He's on the Dover, we'll call it the Dover Bend, north of Kingfisher. They're going over the river, just south. He's now south of the river. Jeremy, what do you think? What are your winds right there? You have a meso just to your west, just barely to your west, a small meso. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're dealing with winds probably about 50 to maybe gusts of 65, but really the rain's pretty intense. And I don't know if you've seen my shot from a little bit earlier, but this is, even though there's a little meso kind of backed off into this, there was a huge well's mouth to my east. We're probably dealing with some pushing 70-mile-an-hour winds right this second. The winds are really all outflow, so not too concerned about any tornadoes or anything like that right at this point. Back to you, David.
Nice job. Jeremy, just listen up. There's a good ball of wind now west of Kingfisher, about, what is that, 10, 12 miles, 15 miles?
Yeah, let me put a
let's go back to Lynx 1.
It's about 10 miles.
10 miles. And this is a big ball of wind right here. And right now, this is going right down 33 to Kingfisher. Not tornadic, but it's winds in here of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, so, and it does look like it may be sagging to the south just a little bit.
Okay.
But definitely an area of concern with damaging winds right there over the small community of Alpha.
Yeah, and there's other wind up in here where Jeremy is.
Yeah.
Winds up here are going to be 50 to 60, so obviously horrible driving conditions tonight. Look at the hail core back here, guys. I'm telling you, this thing that's the one to watch.
Yeah, that's the very
Telling
far
Charlie,
south end. Yep.
It's got nothing south of it, nothing impeding on it. There we go. There we go. Yeah, go ahead.
Hank says he has a lowering in his shot.
Okay, let's go to Hank. And yeah, Hank's looking right back at it. Hank, boy, that storm is really coming up. It's at Telling Charlie back there, Hank. The lowering is going to be north of Hydro. You're not looking that far west. And the hail core is coming up. The Vills are coming up. The Mesocyclone is getting stronger. We see all of that now. Just north of Hydro, it's going to be southwest of Greenfield, moving almost due east. What do you think, Hank? Go ahead.
Actually, David, this lowering here is the one that's east of Greenfield. So this is northeast of Geary, east of Greenfield. And I think what's happening with this, we keep getting hit by outflow, and then it turns back around with inflow. So I think the storm is fighting itself a bit to take in that warm, moist air. It keeps getting undercut by some core outflow. But you can see this big, large lowering. This is what just moved just east of Greenfield. So right now I'm kind of on an edge here where I keep getting hit with outflow winds, and then I get hit with inflow winds. So like I say, I just think it's battling itself right here. But, yeah, you can see that pretty large lowering that's, attached to the base, kind of laying on the horizon there. And that's going to be east of Greenfield, David.
Okay, so two areas. And here's what Hank's talking about. Great job, Hank. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And he's looking up into this inflow notch, which is right here. He's looking off to the north-northwest, which there is an area of spin here.
Yeah, you can tell that's a separate supercell.
Yeah, completely, but they're touching.
Right.
But yeah, and that's the break. And then here is the other one that's coming up, and the hail sizes are coming up, reflectivity is getting stronger, and this whole thing just continues to ramp up. So there's the hook on that. Moving easterly, trying to lift a little bit, but still almost due easterly here. Coming into Okarche. Let's go to, okay, so there's that velocity. There's spin there, right? East of Greenfield, southwest of Omega. Little area spin right there. And then this. And that's another meso. So one meso and another meso right here. So we have two areas that we're watching right now. They are not tornado warned, but they certainly are worth watching. Okay, and then back to the west, a little shower near Clinton. We need to watch that. Could go up, could go big. But right now it's struggling. That's a good thing. But a solid line now of storms, and they're all severe. running from basically south of Watonga, north of Hinton, north of I-40, all the way to Kingfisher, all the way to Mulhall, blasting through Perry, and then from there all the way up to Newkirk and Ponca City.
And we talked about those showers, David, taking off ahead of that main forcing. That is now a tornadic supercell, northern Osage County, our sister station in Tulsa, on that. But that formed out ahead of the line and kind of had that backward C configuration as it was lifting up to the north. So over 4 acre now.
Yeah, what I worry about is this right here.
Right, the next one down the line, coming into Jennings, crossing 412.
Oh, boy.
Right.
That's not good. What does shear rate look like on that from here?
It's rotating.
Yep.
So there's velocity.
Yep.
Circulation over Oulton, or
Yep.
just to the west of Oulton, heading up towards Jennings.
Yep. It's going to try to pivot north. That's tough chasing in there. Roads aren't bad, but man.
Yeah, you've got the river and...
Yeah, get them off the main highways. And okay. All right, so big line of severe storms, a long line of severe storms. Tornado warning now for northern Osage County. And that'll be lifting into Kansas here shortly, moving north at about 40. That storm looked like it was moving faster than ours.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's got so much more of a northerly shove. So.
Yeah, and it doesn't want to get eaten by this. It knows this is coming. It's trying to get out ahead of it. It won't make it. It'll get eaten alive across Kansas at some point. All right, so strong, severe storms running from Marlin down to Morrison, where Vaughn is and Tom's located. Let's go back and get an update from Tom. And Tom, what do you think? You're over Leela. And what have your wind speeds been over there? Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, David, so we got ahead of this storm right here, and it's right behind us. The lightning is fierce. Now, I have seen a persistent lowering to my northwest a few miles, but I haven't seen any power flashes. There's a lot of trees over here. The terrain isn't the best for viewing, but we are going to go to Pawnee, where it's coming in here pretty quick, and then we're going to cut south a little bit. We're getting out of our viewing area, so we will be able to sample these winds. But the winds were definitely damaging as it was coming through Perry, and then right now it's probably coming into Morrison. Probably at least 70-mile-per-hour winds coming in right now. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, that'll seriously do some damage with the power lines and trees and things like that. So let's go back to Links 1 and power outages. And, you know, we've got a few, but, man, Garfield County, and that's going to be southern Garfield County, has 1,500 customers,
yeah,
100 major.
2,700 total.
Okay, yeah. I mean, considering how today looked, I'll take that.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'll take
definitely
that.
you never want to lose power, don't want to lose electricity.
No.
But this is pretty sporadic, all things considered.
Yeah, yeah. Just make sure your phone's charged. So if you lose power, you can still watch the streaming on your phone, right? Make sure your phones are fully charged right now. And okay, so here's an entire line of severe storms running from Blaine, Canadian, Kingfisher, Logan, Payne, Noble, Garfield, and up into Pawnee and Osage County. Tornado warning now, northern Osage County. Let's go back to Links 1, and that little area there is getting stronger north of Hank. This little inflow notch is. Brandon's back to the west, and a big hail south of Greenfield. There's a mesocyclone. That's an area of spin.
Look at it spinning up south of Omega, about to cross Highway 3.
Now that's
Watch how
getting
it's lapsed right
Yeah,
there.
look at that.
You can see it pivot.
Right? Wow. Man, that didn't take long. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
right here. Little area of spin going to Omega or Alpha. It's going to make its way. It's going to cross Highway 3 or 33. Lots of rain now coming into Kingfisher. Big wind for you. Going to Guthrie and maybe Cass. We can do another storm track just on the storms we have now. Moving easterly.
It's ready on 3.
Okay. So an area of spin here, an area of spin here. And they're moving, well, this is moving a little more northeast. This is moving almost due east. And it's not super strong, but it's strong enough we need to watch it. Wouldn't take much for that to ramp up. Okay, let's go to Links 3, and we'll get a storm track. And this brings it through the North Metro at Orlando at 8:45. That's obviously on the north side of this box. Crescent, 9 o'clock or 8:52. Pawnee, 8:53. Guthrie, I almost said Gullhall. That's not right. Mulhall, 856. Guthrie, 912. Stillwater at about 917. And as we come down the line, how about Cleveland, 923. Perkins, 938. Edmond, about 942. And Arcadia, about 10 o'clock. Skytook, about 10 o'clock. And Cushing at about 10 o'clock as well. Okay, let's go to our city cam box, and let's see what this looks like. And we're looking off to the south, so we're not going to have any lightning in that shot. But looking off to the northwest, there you go. No, you're good. There's all the lightning again looking northwest in that storm, and look at that. That is what is out in Canadian. Look at Guthrie cam, looking due west, all the lightning there. And that's coming for Guthrie. So all the cameras are all faced to the west and northwest, and man, there is a ton of lightning for sure. Look at that shot, Northwest Expressway and Hefner Parkway there. So there you go. Lightning, big storm, severe storms. Okay, back to links 1. Cloud tops, and that's fine. What do we have on those? How tall are we?
Yeah, I was really looking at what's going on in the southwest.
Oh, yeah, the 20,000? Yeah, those are coming up.
Yeah, to see if showers are trying to, grow a little taller. So 25,000 foot cloud tops. So not substantial, but we're seeing those showers. So.
And some of the data still says that storms, it comes out of here, it kind of just bubbles up, and then storms eventually take off and then try to build into the city, right? And that's what the data has been having nearly all day today, really since yesterday. So right now, the severe storms are in northern or central eastern Blaine County, all the way down to the Canadian Kingfisher County line, west of Guthrie, just barely west of Crescent. Solid line of storms in here. No tornado warnings in this line right now. They're all severe, moving east-northeast, and they are lifting a little bit.
Yeah, they are.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is. It's trying to lift a little bit to the north. So Hank is on this circulation. He's going to watch this.
Look at that circulation that raced up towards Highway 3.
I see Brandon's shot. Brandon's got this lowering right here. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update. Brandon, there's your lowering there. It's kind of hard to see what's going on above. Is it attached? Is that whole thing, I know you're looking where you should be, but that whole thing's spinning slowly or moving a bit, I guess?
Yeah, David, that's right. So this whole area is continuing to spin, and then you look back here, like it's all trying to congeal together straight to my west. We're going to be about 2 miles southeast of Greenfield, looking due back to the west and just a hair to the north. It's coming literally straight down the road at me, but this is continuing to develop, and I mean, you can see in the shot there's some tags. I can't really tell if there's organized rotation, but there's definitely a lot of rising motion and a lot of chaotic movement going on, even on the south side of this road. So this whole area continues to develop, and we're literally right in front of it. So it'll probably be on us in 3 to 4 minutes. Back to you.
All right, Brandon, here's the deal. The hook is getting more pronounced on your storm, like west-northwest of you. I mean, like 280 from you. The hook is really starting to come up. I mean, it's getting tighter and tighter. Hill sizes have come up. The vills or the strength continues to come up some. And we're not that far away from possibly getting another tornado warning out of this. So, all right, more wind and hail with that tornado threat continuing for sure. All right, let's go back to links 1, looking at the area of spin north of Hank, just north and west of the Okarche Grain and Feed Store, which is right about here. This is going to be right in here. This is west of Okarche. There's Okarche. Jeremy's coming in from the north. This is spinning. And Brandon's looking at this right here. This is spinning. See the hook? And put my finger here. Now let's drop some shear rate on it.
Okay.
There it is. Right where it should be. So 2 areas of spin now. Okay. Let's go back north. Anyway, so northern Canadian County, maybe northern Oklahoma County with this line. But right now, these are kind of pulling away from Oklahoma City. I mean, slowly. They're not really screaming out of here. But this cell is just kind of lifted a little bit north into Kingfisher County. And also want to point out, we're going to have some flooding going on here. We've had a lot of rain. Rain rates are crazy. Lots of moisture. So
There's the flood watch that's in effect.
Yep. For all the counties
area.
in the light blue.
Yeah.
Flood watch through tonight.
Yeah, because these storms have just trained over the same area, as you mentioned. Eventually, they get to shove out of these areas, but for a while, they dump 2 to 3 to locally 4 inches of rain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to keep hanging around. All right, and just giving you too much water. We need the rain, but too much is a problem. All right, so Bob's coming in now to Orlando. What kind of wind does Bob have in his shot? He's got some.
Radar estimates are close to 60.
Let's do that. Let's go back to Bob.
Okay.
He's west of Orlando. He's in northern Logan County. And bring Bob in. Bob, we have your shot. Looks like a lot of wind and a lot of rain. What are your wind speeds right there? What have you had in the last 10 minutes or so?
David, we're getting about 55-mile-an-hour winds in here right now. And you can see some of the rain sheets coming across here almost horizontal. And we have torrential rain. Like you said, there's a lot of water ponding out here, and the roadside ditches are filling up with water. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, and great job, Bob. What'd you say, Lace?
I was saying that storm we were talking about earlier, going up towards Keystone Lake, crossing Oilton, Jennings, it is severe.
Mm-hmm.
That formed out ahead of the main wave.
I hate to see that.
Yeah, that storm's out by itself, so this one's racing to the north, almost moving to the northeast. We'll lapse it. It's not tornadic, but it is circulating. It is spinning.
Yeah, it's trying to get away from, because it knows. It doesn't want to get into that. That'll eat it up. This is a much bigger mass of wind and rain and energy and all that, and it knows if it gets pulled in, it's going to die. So it's running for its life. It's going to head up towards Hominy and Winona, Skiatook, and then make its way up towards Barnsdall and all through there. Didn't Barnsdall have the tornado early this year? Was that January or February?
Yes. Yep.
Barnsdall?
Yes, Barnsdall. From Winona to Barnsdall. Yep.
Yeah. Tornado up there earlier.
Yes.
This year. All right, so this is again leaving Jennings, going to move across Osage County. And not tornadic, but it does have some spin with it. Right here, a little bit of a hook northwest of Manford. We're going to watch that. And then just a wall of rain and severe storms now on the backside, running from the north. Looking at our tracker feeds here. Right now, just severe storms producing, again, nickel dime quarter. What's the largest hail you guys have seen up in here on radar?
Recently?
Yeah, just...
Recently has been golf ball.
Okay.
Now it's more of quarter.
Okay. And that's because the updrafts are weakening some because they're interaction with each other.
Yeah, it's big complex almost now.
So what does storm strength look like? Take a look at that. Coming back into Morrison, you had the other storm. Perry storm again is pretty strong. And
I'll turn off the trackers for a second.
You what's that?
I just turned off the trackers so you can kind of see the broad view.
And Perry had the first storm. Now they're getting this other coming through there. Strongest storm in the state now is back here. And that's the one that Brandon and Hank are on. And that's right here. Those are both two big supercells. Those are rotating thunderstorms now. Blaine County and, yeah. Is it starting to gust out? It's got a little bit of a bow to it, it looks like, more to the south. But no, it's still hanging on.
The circulation on shear rate is getting close to Brandon now, along 270.
Okay, I see it.
I don't see any signs of it weakening at the moment.
Yeah. Okay, where's Brandon on this?
Here, I turned it off so you can get a better view. There he is.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, that's what his shot looks like. Okay,
right.
So there's Brandon. He's looking at this right here. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And he's going to be just north of Gary. Brandon, there's the lowering right there. You've got it. And I tell you what, there's a heck of a hail core just north of you. And the wrap, the mesocyclone, is going to be just to your west-northwest. I'm talking, like I said, about 280 degrees from you right now. But it is getting stronger currently.
Yeah, David, that's right. We're continuing to watch this thing slowly try to get its act together. It almost has a look to it. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you can hear me or not. It almost has a look to it that it was trying to possibly get a little gust front on it on the northern edge, but now I think what that gust front is it's kind of being pulled back into that meso, so it may be starting to latch on to some pretty good inflow. Our winds right here are due out of the east, and they're picking up. So I know that it's starting to get a fetch of inflow. So we're going to stay right here in front of it and continue to, I mean, honestly, try to figure this out. Everything's kind of chaotic out here. There's just a lot of movement in a lot of different areas. So we're trying to figure out if one place is going to localize compared to the next. Back to you.
All right. Well, nice job. Brandon, their hook, again, live radar here, continues to get more pronounced. That's it right here.
And tornado warning coming for that storm.
And there it is. Brandon, tornado warning now is I see a lowering here. Tornado warning now for northwestern Canadian County. This is this storm we've been jumping up and down about. And it just kept getting stronger and stronger. Brandon, go ahead. I see it hanging down. Is that on the ground? Right there, Brandon, what's that cone there on the right? We have it in your shot. What's that cone right there? Is it on the ground or is it just above the ground? Brandon Pennell?
Continuing to be where it's...
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not on the ground, or at least not that I can tell, but that's the area that just continues to organize, and that's where all of the inflow is starting to feed. So, I mean, I can't see that anything's on the ground. It's really hard to make anything out above my head, too, because it's just pitch black right above my head. The only reason we can even really see that is because it's just backlit enough from the sun. So from what No, I mean, it's a pretty broad area of circulation, I think, still. It's still trying to localize because this lowering really stretches back to the east and the northeast from this. But on the southern edge is where it's trying to figure itself out right now, right here on the left side of my shot. So we're right here in front of it. It is probably a mile or so west of the highway, moving almost due east. David, back to you.
Brandon, it's getting stronger each time the radar beam comes around. It's definitely getting stronger. All right, so let's leave his, make sure of all the shots. Let's make sure his shot it's up. This is a tornado warning now, and this is going to be Canadian County right here. This is the West Metro. This is Kingfisher County. This is southern and southeastern Blaine County. Brandon's on 270, looking back right here. He's looking right at it, and this is where the circulation is. Still broad, but it's definitely tornado criteria. Right, the speed is, so it's strong enough to get a tornado warning on it, and look at shear rate.
Yeah, it's just south of Greenfield, just south of kind of that bend.
Yeah.
Where 270
right
takes
here.
the diagonal to Geary.
It's just west northwest of him. That's what he was looking at in his shot, and his shot is going to be this down here, bottom left. We need to change the title on that when we can.
And David, we do have a track on that storm on Links 3.
Okay, let's go to Links 3. We're going to bring this into the far north metro, but it's still the metro, and again, coming right across northern Canadian County. Tornado warning for you now. Lowest level, center part of the house. Brandon's right there. Does not see the tornado on the ground. And no, you're fine. And that's going to go. Let's put Okarche at 935 in it. The Okarche grain and feed at 919, which is this. And then farther east, we're looking at Piedmont at about 10 o'clock. And again, northern Canadian County, lots of homes in here. Tornado safe spot, lowest level, right? You've got time if you're on Okarche, around Okarche. It's 9 o'clock now. And Okarche is at 9:35. So you have a good solid 30 minutes in Okarche. So if you live in Okarche or over to Piedmont, you've got time, but the tornado is going to be right back here where Brandon is, and it's going to be what we call the spur in between Greenfield and Geary as it makes its way to the east. So here we go. All right, let's go back to Brandon here. Let's bring him in, talk about his shot, and we'll get another update. Brandon, anything else change? Your wind? Lots of lightning back in there, it looks like. And this thing Brandon, it's still broad, like you said. It is still a broad area of rotation. We'll see if it can tighten up. Go ahead. Do we have Brandon?
We're starting to get into the rain. The lowering continues to look more impressive. We're getting around on the back side of the wrap, and our road network out here is pretty bad, so we're trying to figure out exactly how we're going to go east with this. So I know that Jeremy's just off to my east and my northeast, and then Hank's off to my east. But we're going to try to reposition to stay with this due to the roads. Back to you.
All right. Nice job. Now, here's the deal, Brandon. If you drop south, it looks like I see some of the roads. Okay, let's go back to Links 1 here. Yeah, if you go back east, Brandon, go straight east 4 miles, then you'll turn north, and then back east again. You got to do a little finagling, but you don't have to come all the way back down to I-40. You can keep going east, and Justin will help you if you need some navigation going on here. But
yeah, Methodist Road goes north. That's what you're saying.
yeah, Methodist Road. He can take that up, or even whatever. I mean, there's a million places to get back north. Yeah, man, look at the hook, folks. Look at this right here. Look at that. I mean, clearly it is tightening up. And I'm looking at other velocity data here. We have all of our radars. You can't see them, but they're all. So sometimes when I pause, I'm just checking everything else out. All right. Anything up north of a concern? I see you guys poking around up there. Anything?
Yeah, a new tornado warning going to come up for northern Oklahoma. I'm looking at the circulation.
That storm in Osage County went tornado warn.
Yeah, which we were afraid of that was going to happen.
Yep.
And then you can see the storm that's going up into Kansas north of 4 Acre.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. It just right there. Okay, moving into Kansas, northeast of 4 Acre. Let's go to links. What are we on here? 3? 2. Links 2. And we'll come back to this. Tornado warning now, once again, for northwestern. This is now county line. Northwestern and northern Canadian County. That's the metro. Northern, northwestern Canadian County. And we'll zoom back in here. Tornado warning now northeast of 4 Acre. That's up in Osage County. That'll be lifting into Kansas in the next, I think it just did it. I think the area of, yep. Okay, that's gone. That's out of Oklahoma. And then the storm over here, this is not in our viewing area. But it's not far from it.
Yeah, Pawnee County going up to Cleveland.
This is going to be south of Cleveland. Tornado here, right here, and that, we're pretty high up, but I mean, tornado's going to be either on or just barely south and east of Cleveland, and then from there going into Osage County, going to Barnsdall again. Oh, wow.
There's a better look at it.
Yeah.
Just cross Highway 412, kind of on the northern finger there of Keystone Lake, up the river, up the Arkansas River.
Yeah, and that's bad. Okay. Leaving Pawnee County here. It's going to, like I said, go on or south of Cleveland.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's the tornado warning up north. Brandon Wells is on that one, right over the northern finger of Call Lake.
Okay, that's that.
So that's Call City, and there's just a little area of circulation there, but tight enough. And we know this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. See kind of the backward C configuration there.
Yep.
And there it is.
Yeah, that's it. It's not super strong. It was stronger. Yeah, it's still there. It's almost going to Hardy. So this is well east of Ponca City. This is well east of Newkirk. This is north of Caw City. It's right here. See the tornado? It's going to be right there. It's that little tiny green and red together. And no, we don't like that. Yeah, green and red together is a problem.
Brandon Wells is shot. He's just south of there.
Do we have Brandon in the...
Brandon is in, but Hank has a shot of the lowering.
Okay.
The lightning.
Is Brandon Wells in up north?
No, he's at KO.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's already switched over.
So he's in eastern K County. This is going to go to Hardy. If you live in between Call City and the lake and Hardy, safe spot, and it's wrapped in rain. Again, you're not going to see this tornado. It's wrapped in rain as it makes its way towards Hardy, lowest level center part of the house. You got to go now. This thing this thing is produced all day today. It leaves damaging winds, tornadoes. This is the leading edge of just craziness. Okay, eastern K County, tornado warning for you. Eastern K County, lowest level, center part of the house. From Call City, just north of Call City, the circulation again's right here. And it's going to head up towards Hardy. Okay, let's come back to the metro. The other tornado warning. Links 1. And Links 1, and I'll show you what's going on here. Big line of storms. You'd rather see them in a big line than isolated.
Yeah, you can see the Gus front approaching Guthrie out of Logan County.
That's a great sign. Storms being undercut. So the air is not rushing into these at the lower levels. At the upper levels it is, or mid levels it is. But on the surface, we have a northwest wind with that green line right there, just now poking its head out. Coming through Langston, that's a gust front. That means these storms are being undercut by the wind or by the rain and the hail and everything else behind it, which means they've kind of lost their supercellish, big time wrapped up things. This area has. This is not. And by the way, new storm's going up near Hitchcock.
We were talking about the flooding. The emergency manager there in Garfield County said there was a water rescue with no injuries south of Covington. They keep talking about the flooding, that whole area from Covington down to Marshall, back over to Perry, you know, back to Hennessy, where they got 3 to 4 inches of rain out of the system. But it is exiting those areas now.
Yeah, and that's great, but the runoff will take a while. By tonight and overnight, tomorrow morning, there'll be water in the ditches for a couple of days, but the flooding will subside because the rain is going to end there. So this is not going to be an all-night rain event. This line will make its way east. Look at the hook on this. Okay, let's go back to Hank. And Hank is down here in Carnes, just east of Gary. There's the circulation, and it is getting a little bit tighter. Hank, looking off to your northwest, tornado warning now continues for far northwestern Canadian County. This is going to be west and north of El Reno, but this is Canadian County now in the metro. Go ahead, Hank. Give us an update on what you see.
Yeah, David, I'm in between Geary and Calumet looking to the north and just a hair west. And right above those lights, you can see that there's quite a lowered area there. You know, kind of one of the tricks at night when we're storm chasing, when we're looking for circulation, we're looking that if that lowering looks different each time we see it in the lightning. And you can see that there's some pretty ominous tags hanging down, you know, below that lowering. So I can tell that there's movement in there because it's changing shape. And sometimes we can see some of those points kind of coming down. Now, I don't know if it's scud tag or if it's actually trying to funnel, but you can see there right above those lights when it lightnings up that has gotten a lot more organized in the last 5 minutes or so as it's moved east of 270. East of Geary. So it's going to be, you know, just a few miles, probably 3 to 4 miles, maybe northeast of Geary, moving, looks like due east to me at this time. Back to you, David.
Side, along with Brandon. Hank's down a little farther south. Hank is on the south side of the storm that's rotating, and Brandon is back on the northwest side. There's a lowering right there. I mean, you can step out of the way here. Watch the lightning, nearly continuous lightning. Right side, right there, it's right here. He's looking right at it. There it is. Right there. There it is. So that is your tornado warning.
And not tornado warned, but the circulation coming over Kingfisher keeps pulsing up and pulsing down too. Jeremy's keeping an eye on that, but another hook there in kind of southern Kingfisher County near the town of Kingfisher.
Yeah, it's definitely broad, but
it's broad, yeah.
Let's take a look at that. Let's go back to links 1 and 2 areas. Hank shot. Shows a wall cloud. Brandon's on the backside making his way east. And right here, it's a big broad area, but there are some winds now coming into Kingfisher. Now, what are the wind speeds here? Is this 60?
Looks like it. Let me see.
So Kingfisher, you're going to have some wind.
Yeah, 45 to 50.
Okay, 50. Better than 60 and a lot better than 80. But there is a meso here, but it's broad. See how you can see the reflectivity? See the hook right there?
And a new storm going up south of Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Kind of right over Hitchcock.
That's got to be in a worked over atmosphere, which is what we don't want because it's going to try to head towards Covington. Hopefully not. We don't need any more rain up there. All right, so tornado warning continues for northern Canadian County. And this is going to be north of 270. There's your hook. The circulation's right here, right just east of Brandon. And Brandon's coming in from the west. It's right here. It's just to his east, 2 miles, 3 miles. So your roads there are going to be 220th and Carnes Road and Mayberry Road. So
is this where we were Saturday?
Who was?
For storms? Was that Saturday? I believe it was.
I don't remember now.
Okay.
Probably.
Not 2 days ago, like last Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, northern. Yeah, Hank was there on the spur. Yeah.
We've had so much in between.
I know.
Yeah.
Very similar area though.
Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, we've had so many days of, craziness going on. All right, so circulation again is going to be just north of Hank and just to the east of Brandon. It's right here. And there's your tornado warning now this is Canadian County. This is northern Canadian County. This is going to be the Angel Ridge Race Park, Concho, Okarche Grain and Feed. And this is Kingfisher County, right up in here. This is Blaine County. And that's moving due east, all right? So let's go ahead and zoom on in. Let's go back to this again.
And we do have a track ready for when you need it.
Okay, let's do that first, and then we'll go back. Let's go back to, look at the hook, man. I'm telling you.
I know.
This thing is, God, look at the inflow notch now. I mean, this is where the storm is breathing from. Southeast winds ripping in there. You can see the mouth. This thing is chomping up. It's eating all the moisture and
when Brandon was going east on the back side, he was stating how carved out the meso was on the back side.
I see it in his shot. Let's go to Brandon. He's right here. And yeah, Brandon, we have your shot. There it is. And you are right there on the back side. Wow, what a meso, right? It looks pretty good. Radar, it's very impressive.
That's our live, David.
Okay, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, David, that's right. As we're continuing east, you can really see on the you can't see it in the shot, but just on our north side of this road, this mesocyclone is completely carved out and is just it's just wrapping itself back around. This lowering continues to look better and better. It's pretty broad at the moment. We're looking for any localized funnel, anywhere there might be a funnel or anything like that, but we're still trying to navigate these roads and make sure I don't miss a turn. So I don't see anything on the ground at the moment, but we just crossed back into some warm air. My window's just fogged up. So we're on the backside of the circulation right now. I'm taking northeast winds back into my face that are being pulled back and around. So this thing's really breathing, and it's trying to it's trying to continue to grow and continue to get its act together. Back to you.
Yeah, and also, Brandon, pay attention to your wind. If your winds start to increase, she's starting to tighten up, and we'll see what we do out of this. Just so pay attention to your wind, and it won't take long. It'll be a short fuse wind event when the wind starts to tighten as this thing, if it's going to produce, it's going to. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and you're looking at NextGen Live. This is our 1,000,000-watt dual-pole radar, and look how clean and clear this is. Look at the hook right here. And Brandon's right inside, right here. He's right there. So Hank's down here. Brandon is going due east, and he's got great roads all the way. So you folks in Canadian County, once again, tornado warning continues for northern Canadian County. And it's going to be right here. It's going to be just east of Brandon, right here. And let's go back to shear rate.
Okay.
See what you think. And let's see what we've changed.
1 second. There we go.
Okay, right over and just east of Brandon. What about Max Rod? Anything? It's 220th and Cedar Road. Max Rod's a little bit behind their shear rate, okay? And yeah, it's just, there's his winds, and it's just to his east. It's right here.
Yeah, moving right down 220th to 206th.
Yeah. And for those that are farther east, it's Waterloo, Sorghum Mill, Coffee Creek. Coffee Creek out in Canadian County. And look at the hook, folks. Look at the hook, right? And moving due east. So if you live in northern Canadian County, northern Oklahoma County.
And that track is on 3.
Let's take a look at it here. This is going to go right across Okarche. It's going to go to Piedmont, Deer Creek, Oak Tree. It could lift. It could wobble like an eye of a hurricane a little further north, but right now we're bringing it eastbound and down at about, what do you guys have speed on this? What are you guys looking at? 35. Okay, moving east at 35. So we'll say Okarche at 932. Tornado warning for Okarche, 932. Piedmont, 954. Again, this is when the tornado circulation will be at your city. Okay, not the rest of the storm. It's already at Okarche. We've got it back here on the dangerous part of the storm where the tornado is going to be. Piedmont, 954. Cashion, 10 o'clock. Mercy Hospital at about 10 o'clock. Quill Springs, 10:13. Edmond at about 10:20. So far northern Canadian County, far northern Oklahoma County. This area of circulation is going right for you. Okay? And we've got Jeremy. He's coming in. I thought Jeremy was going north. Did he turn around?
He did.
Okay. All right. So, and the rain's starting to stack up now west of Kingfisher. A couple of inches up here already falling now west of Kingfisher. Heavy rain, obviously, Crescent back to Kingfisher. All right, so let's go back to Hank. I know Hank's trying to maneuver back in here, trying to get back in position. He's just making his way east. Hank, we have your shot. Go ahead, Hank Brown, give us an update. It's still a strong area of spin, Hank, and it's going pretty much from west to east, due east right now. Down, it's going to be Coffee Creek. It's going to be Coffee Creek out in Canadian County, or 220th. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, and what I was just talking to Justin about is even though it's moving east, this wall cloud, this lowered area, has kind of expanded back to the west. It's gotten bigger. I don't see anything hanging down. It's just a real lowered base. I don't see any bowl shapes or any tags or anything like that leads me to think there's a funnel, but the base itself has gotten very mature. I do have one lowered area. It's going to be just a little northeast of me, almost due north of Calumet now. I do have one area it's not quite a bowl-shaped lower, but it's kind of the start of the bowl-shaped lowering. It's kind of got that appearance. So I would say that is the area of business at the moment, and that's going to be probably due north of Calumet, right over Methodist Road. 4 or 5 miles. What I think you said 220th. Right there is kind of the area that we're watching. One other thing I noticed, I was telling Justin, our inflow winds really picked up about 10 minutes ago, and the air out here is just thick and humid. So where we were fighting some outflow with the first notch on this storm, this back notch is not fighting that outflow. It is getting very humid air being sucked up into it from the south and the southeast, David. So we're going to move over to Calumet and move north with it and get a little closer to it. Back to you.
All right. Well, there it is. So Hank's there. Brandon's there. And this thing is, again, in northern Canadian County, moving east. We're going by lightning flashes and wind speed and radar. And, we see a lightning flash and you have a lowering, you kind of look and see what you got, and then you go from there. But lightning's pretty intense. Let's go back to Lynx 1, just kind of the big view here. I want to point out there's nothing in southern Oklahoma right now. It's all west of northwest of Tulsa. The line extends back down to Kingfisher County, showers back to the west. And what we're talking about here is that the data still says that we get additional storms running from Oklahoma City. They go back down towards Chickasha still, all through there?
Yeah, and it's kind of the showers that are going up now, I think, that tried to develop.
Okay.
They developed basically down to Hobart, east of Hobart, so down to Lawton, basically down to H.E. Bailey.
Okay.
Yep, Chickasha.
So this area takes off.
Yes.
Right in here. So Caddo County, Kiowa County, Comanche County, Grady County. This is where data says this whole area erupts with thunderstorms, and this comes into all of the metro.
Between 11 p.m. and midnight, so
yeah.
We're still a couple hours away from that.
Yeah, but just give you a heads up, and there still is going to be a tornado threat out of that. Low-level jet it's strong, and that's a problem. The good thing about this map right now is that, let's zoom in here to Logan County and to Payne County, to that gust front, and see this green line? That green line is a northwest wind coming out of these storms. So these are all undercut from Guthrie, north and east. These have all been undercut with the north wind. You're not going to get a tornado out of that. Now, if this stops and these winds subside and the winds come back around south and east, but right now this is just a lot of wind from Mulhaw to Orlando, over to Stillwater to Perkins to Meridian. Winds 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, but no crazy bullseyes of 70 to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds in here. We can confirm that on radar, and also after a while you start looking at power outages, and we don't have that many up here. But radar doesn't really lie. You just got to know what you're doing when you look at it. But it's doing a pretty good job of these winds being 40 to 50, maybe 60 up here. Nothing crazy. Can you get a gust of 65? Sure. But the strongest storm now in our viewing area is going to be into Canadian County, hook on it. Showers beginning to take off near Custer City. Thunderstorm taking off near Hitchcock again. And we have the one tornado warning here. Look at the VILs on that. What's that done? It's kind of maxed out and then might have come down some.
Yeah, still almost trying to ride due east, as we've been saying.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's going right down
Kind of tell that with the hail swath too, from Greenfield right along the county lines, the hail core.
It's trying to lift a little bit to the north.
Slightly, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I say that, then I go back to going, no, it's still moving east.
I'm just trying to pick out even like a parallel road to the county line, and it may be jogging slightly north.
Yeah, it might be a little bit. So here's Waterloo Road, or this is Kingfisher County. This is Canadian County. This is going to be Sorghum Mill. This is going to be Coffee Creek. Sorghum Mill is 234th. Sorghum Mill is 220th. Circulation's right here. What does shear rate look like? Okay. So it's at Heaston Road and 220th. Area of spin, right just east of Brandon, just west of Jeremy. And Jeremy, God, the lightning is just about continuous. I mean, it is a loud, bright night out in Canadian County right now.
Yeah, you think that alone will cause some power outages in the metro, especially the north side as that comes through.
Yeah, sure.
Kingfisher County has about 411 customers without power.
Okay. It's gone up.
We'll see what happens Canadian County as this continues to roll through.
Yeah, and you can see the hail in here, by the way. This is all hail. All this purple. You'll have some small hail in the red, but when you see the purple, that's pretty good size hail running along and north of County Line Road into Kingfisher County, into Logan County. And again, not quite to Logan County yet, but we're thinking about it. Got a little ways to go. But back to the west, this is Highway 81, but it's going to Logan County.
Yeah, the cell coming up, David, now in Custer County, back to the west. I just want to show you that.
Oh, there it is.
And also a couple showers near Geary.
So here's the beginning of the Metro fun. Not that we haven't had a lot of fun, because we have. I'm just saying that this is probably going to be the beginning of this whole thing unzipping down the line and the wave continuing to evolve. And again, building through Caddo County, Hinton, Binger, Chickasha, down to near Lawton, and then making its way east. So this is kind of the wind up here at 33 is pretty good wind going out 33 now.
Yeah, I'm going to turn on our live here.
Not crazy, but.
Yeah, it'll get your attention for sure.
58.
Maybe some 60.
Yeah, 58. This is live data off our Next Gen Live megawatt radar. So east of Kingfisher, this is a wind bag right here, north-south line of wind. The green is the wind moving east, right? Going right down Highway 33, going to Cashion, going to Reading, going to Cedar Valley, going to Crescent Springs, going to Guthrie. You folks in Guthrie, it's coming right down 33. And winds are going to be 50 to 60. It's not 80. We're not going to tear roofs off, but you're going to lose some power. And you're going to have some wind damage as it comes down 33. That's not a tornado. That's just wind. Okay? Now, where it's a little more serious, tornado warning continues. Look at the hook. Wrapping up now. You're looking at Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt radar. If you're flipping around, you'll notice a big difference. Our data is not delayed. It is live. And other data you're going to see flipping around is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes late. Ours is live. And you got to have a live radar. All right, so it's right here still. It's still there. It's not crazy strong, but it's strong enough.
Yeah, Brandon's right on it.
Yeah, he's
you can see it in his shot as lowering.
Yeah,
okay, let's go to
Heston or Heaston, whatever you say it, road.
What'd you say?
He's on Heston, or I'm not sure, Heston or Heaston road.
Yeah, Heaston. There's an A in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, zoom in on that. I think so. Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, Heaston. Yeah, not Heston. I was thinking of Heston, Kansas. Yeah, Heaston. Yeah, Fort Reno Road. It's right here. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from him. Brandon, what do you think? You're right there. You are right underneath it. Right underneath it. Area of circulation.
Yeah, David, that's right. The lowering is well pronounced. I mean, it looks pretty good. I haven't had a chance to really stop yet and sample what the winds are. We're getting gusted. I feel like they might be out of my west. Here, I'm going to stop at this intersection right here. Hang on one second. Yeah, my winds are out of the west-northwest, so the circulation, is just, literally on my front bumper. So we're probably fixing to get the wraparound as this thing is lifting off to the east-northeast. I haven't seen anything on the ground. There are some tags it's almost impossible to tell just how much motion or how much rotation there may or may not be, because even whenever the lightning flashes, it's so bright it almost blinds you. So we're right underneath it. If it was to do something and put down a tornado, I'm probably going to be on my bumper, on my front bumper. So we're going to stay right underneath it. We're going to go east in 1 more mile and stay right with it. Back to you.
All right. Well, here's the deal. It is still rotating, and we're looking at the strength here of this. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and you can see the hook. Once again, this is northern Canadian County, and Cassie, holler when you have you probably already do, storm track on it.
Yeah, I've got that.
Okay. And, you got this. Okay. All right, let's take a look. What, is it, how you Lynx 3?
Yes.
Okay, Lynx 3. And there it is, and we're bringing it east. We're bringing the most dangerous part of the storm east. Okarche, 9:31, Four Corners, 10 o'clock. And I assume everybody knows what Four Corners. Right? Does everybody know? I just always assume everybody knows what Four Corners is.
I think we all know. You assume all the viewers know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Surely. I don't know. Do you think?
It's the very clear Four Corners area.
Canadian, yeah. It's where all the counties come together, and it's just right there. Everybody know that? I don't know.
She's looking around this. Everyone agree.
Everyone
agree.
Now we know.
I looked over to Amanda. Okay.
She said
anyway,
yes.
We call it Four Corners, and yeah, it's just because of all the counties that come together. So, all right, moving east, and tornado warning continues. This is going to be north of the Angel Ridge Fire Park. Here's Chester's Party Barn. Still got to get out there someday. Right here, this is actually going to go. It's no doubt about it. It's lifted a little farther north. It's just pulled to the north, right?
Still, yeah.
Barely.
Maybe a mile north.
Maybe.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, but the magic number is still 220th or Coffee Creek. Coffee Creek.
Yeah, it's getting close to 81, getting close to Okarche now.
Yep. Okarche's right here, right? As long as it doesn't hit Ishans, we're good. I'm kidding.
About 6 miles to the southwest of Okarche.
Yeah, and I want to point out there's no tornado on the ground right now. It is rotating. It is rotating, but it's strong enough for a tornado warning. We get it. But right now, it is not on the ground. Jeremy's to the northeast of it.
Yeah, it looks like a strobe light in Jeremy's shot.
I know, it's crazy. Let's go to Jeremy here. Let's bring him in. And he's going to be at 234th, which is going to be Sorghum Mill out in Canadian County, or 234th. And get an update from Jeremy. He's looking off to the west. Jeremy, it's just right to your west. I mean, literally like a mile and a half. There it is, right there.
Yeah, David.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get a take on what's going on. So right here where I'm sitting, I'm trying to feel the winds. I got cold outflow right here, David. I've got cold outflow. So, but I can see the lowerings back behind me, and really I'm just right on the edge of the meso. Let me step out here and take a look where I can see with my eyes. The wind's blowing pretty hard. So the lowering, the best lowering is right to my north. I will show you here. Let me show you here. Right there. That's where it's at, David. Right there to my north.
Yeah. Okay.
Back to you.
Yeah. No, there it is. I mean, yeah, we can see that. I mean, wow, look at that shot. Look at the lightning. I want to point that out. So once again, tornado warning continues for northern Canadian County. This is going to be just southwest of Okarche. Right now, there's no tornado on the ground. That could change. It is spinning. It's rotating. All of the above is, and he's driving back east, and he's got a camera shining back west here. And what a great camera. You can see all this stuff going on. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. And here's the hook. Here's the hail. Kingfisher County, back in the hail again. Pretty good size hail now. A mile to a mile and a half in. East Farm Road, 80-60, and then again from there over to Highway 81. Here's your hail core in here. Pretty good size hail. This is your hook. Go ahead.
David, while we're watching that, it's not on the ground. We do have the confirmed tornado that we know has done some pretty significant damage in Osage County. It's with that cell that moved.
You saw that?
Yeah, over to the east of Hominy. Just for folks, I mean, I know our sister station in Tulsa has this, but a lot of folks know people that live over here. This is Cross Skytook Lake.
Did it cross the lake?
Well, the circulation has. Let me show you. I'm going to switch radars here. and turn on Inola. You can see the hook, and it almost looks like a debris ball. And there's a lot of trees, the rolling Osage Hills through here, but it may have crossed the far, far east finger. There it goes. Yeah, that's a debris ball.
Yeah, right there. Right.
That's a large tornado.
That's debris. Okay.
That crossed the highway that goes right in between State Highway 20 between Hominy and Skytook. It's very hilly through there.
Oh yeah, roads. No roads in there.
Yeah, and that's close to the Black Dog kind of boat ramp there.
Right here.
Yep, over on the east side or the west side of Skytook Lake, and now it's north of Skytook Lake, heading up towards Barnsdall. We know Barnsdall. That's the area of the tornado.
Yeah.
I think, what month was that now?
I thought it was January.
Might have been January. Might have been January.
Yeah.
But that's a debris ball. That could be a significant tornado in Osage County.
It looks like, at least for now, the debris isn't quite as intense.
Not as intense.
What does shear rate look like? Okay, there it is. There's the tornado. And back that up just a second here.
Okay, here, let me lapse that.
Just take that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it crossed Highway 20.
And it crossed the lake. So for those that, again, I still hear this. Tornadoes don't cross water, rivers, lakes, mountains. I'm like, really, what's left? I mean, yeah, they do. They don't care what's on the ground. That crossed the north finger of Skytook Lake, right there, right across the water, with damage.
Yeah, that's kind of the river area. It's hard to get a boat even up that far, up that finger, but
still
it can be done.
Yeah, it's a valley. It's a yeah, no problem. Well, now this is going to Barnsdall. So if you know anybody that lives in Barnsdall or west of Barnsdall, that's the tornado, and they don't have much time. Look at negative.
Yeah, that's it.
There's your debris. Okay, all right, there's your debris going to Barnsdall.
And that's likely the strongest tornado
of the day.
Yes.
So far. Yep, hopefully it is. Okay, not good. That's debris lofted, so that's not good. All right, look at that. Yeah, look at that stinger hanging out. It's like a scorpion tail. And anytime it wraps up like a scorpion tail comes over, never good. That's another place you don't want to be, right?
No.
A beak or a scorpion tail trying to sting you. It's a bad idea. All right, let's go back to Oklahoma County now. Down the line, these storms are all severe, coming into Stillwater, nothing tornadic. You're behind the gust front. It's just wind and hail and a lot of heavy rain. Stillwater, Lake McMurtry, Lake Carl Blackwell, Orlando, Mulhall. We're behind the gust front up here. So these are wind, hail, and flooding producers. Okay? Nothing tornadic in this line right now, in this part of the line. Now, as you get back south, obviously we have our tornado warning in effect for Canadian County. All right, let's go back down here. Now, a little bit of wind going through Cashion. That green blob, that's going to go to Cedar Valley, Crescent Springs. Cedar Valley, going to go to the golf courses, going to go to Guthrie, make its way right down 33. Nothing crazy, but some wind, 40 to 50, right, going down 33. And see the gust front? So the gust front now has come out of Guthrie, that green line right there. So that is undercutting all these storms. So what's that tell me? Well, that's what we were talking about, that the wind is cool, rain-cooled air has undercut these storms from the north. So that will cut off any chance of getting a tornado. Now, can you get a tornado back here? Yes. Can you get a tornado out of that? You bet you can, because that is not, and see this?
Cassie was just pointing out, yeah, north of Hobart, which the data has been so consistent, those storms take off down in Kiowa County, and that is now happening.
Okay, so here comes, yeah, and by the way, it's going up.
Cyclonically sheared.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's got spin on it already. Northwest of Hobart. Ooh.
That's what it looks like from this is a 15-minute lapse, so that thing went from non-existent.
It's exploding.
To rapid development.
Yeah, it's exploding. This is going to be severe.
Yeah, in this area, David, as you know, we've been talking about, but any storms to the south and to the west of the metro are in a very volatile area and air mass right now.
Yeah. We look at different computer models give us different what we call significant tornado parameters. And if this thing hadn't lined out, I think it would have been a bigger day to the north of us. But the fact that these are going to be isolated storms, and I've said this my whole life, an isolated storm is a lonely storm, is a scary storm, because it's in an environment where it's not competing with other storms. Storms don't like to have anybody around them. They like to be loners, and they like to be by themselves, and that makes way for a dangerous storm, and that's a problem. And this is a problem. This one especially, though, there has been nothing down here today except a low-level jet, instability, and it was very warm down here today. Lots of sunshine, so this is in an air mass that is ready to go, okay? And data keeps suggesting, we've been saying this for the last couple of days, that we get this first little wave that teases the metro, and then we get this taken off to our southwest. All right, so let's go back to the metro here for our storm out in Canadian County. It has weakened some, and no longer tornado warning with that. Still has a hook on it, could ramp back up. And the hook is all around Okarche. It's coming right into Okarche right now. There it is. Okay, there's Okarche. But we got to watch this. So there's Brandon, there's Jeremy. We're going to bring this thing in. And the hook is still moving pretty much due east, but the circulation has weakened with that. No longer tornado warning now for that.
Yeah, you can see in the shots there, Okarche in the top left-hand corner of your screen. I believe that's Brandon, or that's Jeremy. Well, now it's me. But that was showing you the base of that storm, and you could see there was clearly nothing on the ground.
Yeah. And by the way, severe weather coverage, there it is. We're streaming on Tyler Media, all those stations there. When it comes into the metro like it is now, they will often play us continuous on those radio stations. So check out Tyler Media. They have, they've got everything. You want country, you want whatever you want. It's all there. All right, and we're there too on days like today. All right, so again, this is now becoming a concern.
Yeah, that's beginning to develop a bit of a hook on Highway 54.
Right here. Here we go again.
54.
Is it fair to say that our storm, has it been undercut?
Which one?
Our supercell, the Okarche tornado warning storm. Is it undercut by this? Or did the gust front stop up at Guthrie?
I'm trying to see. I know it comes into Oklahoma County.
You know what? It's right here, Lace.
Yeah, I don't see it in Canadian County
it's
yet.
Not. So it wraps back in. So anything from like Kingfisher County, Canadian County, Oklahoma County.
What does it look like in kind of north of Oak Tree there?
Well,
because it is trying to tuck in.
I don't see it.
No.
I don't know. There might be a north wind in Oak Tree. Oh, wow.
Right now, no. There's no north wind in Oak Tree at the moment.
Man, the hook on that storm in north of Tulsa is a monster, by the way. Whatever links I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, that's the confirmed tornado. Oh, the debris ball. Can we go to that real quick? Let's go over to links.
Links what?
Links 2.
Look at this. You want to see?
Oh, man.
This is bad, folks. That is a debris ball.
Coming into Barnsdall.
Barnsdall is going to get hit again by another strong tornado. It's going to Barnsdall. It's right here. Watch.
Oh, man.
See that? See the reflectivity go from that to the black? There's rain in there, sure. There's some hail in there, but this is debris. This is what we call a debris ball. Let's go to CC and see what it looks like.
It's a very rural area. People live out there, but there's so many trees and hill, through there.
Yeah, lots of debris can be lofted. What does debris look like?
It's gonna take me just a second. Okay. I'm gonna switch radars here.
All right. And ooh.
There you go.
Oh
yeah, that may be a large tornado.
Okay, that's gonna absolutely go right. And Barnsdall is not a small little. It's a small town.
Here, I'm going to take off the warnings just to give folks an idea of the population and what this is heading to.
It's a pretty good sized little town.
It definitely is.
And David, you can see the debris from the Oklahoma City radar. That's shooting almost 10,000 feet up into the air, so that debris is getting lofted quite a lot.
Okay, and Lacey, you're out of Inola?
This is out of Inola, yeah.
Okay, so that's the debris. It's coming into town right now. It's moving at 35 to 40. So it's happening right now as you and I are talking here. This is coming into Barnsdall. They're going to get hit. They're going to take a direct hit from a tornado.
They dealt with damage April 1st.
It was
April 1st.
April 1st.
Oh, it's been a long month.
Okay, EF1.
Yeah, it's been a long couple of weeks. Really? Wow. Thought they had something back in January. Huh. All right, so coming into Barnsdall. Okay, this is it. There's your tornado. Here's your debris ball. If you know anybody that lives in Barnsdall, and they're sleeping or whatever, you got to call them now. Tell them lowest level, center part of the house. This is not technically in our viewing area, but we're so close to ours that people are friends and all that are watching, and somebody knows somebody, right? Everybody knows somebody. So Barnsdall, tornado coming into town right now, Barnsdall. You have no time left. Tell them that. Call them, text them, tell them to wake up if they're in bed or whatever. It's coming to get a Barnsdall right now. Ugh, that is horrible to see.
Yeah.
That's as bad as it gets. Okay, we're going to have damage there. Go back to CC again. Oh, I tell you what, get a velocity data. Let's see what kind of. Yeah, see that. I know it's a little ways away. Yeah, there it is. It's now entering town right now. It's moving through town right now. Right now.
I'm looking here
Okay.
at switching radars and getting.
Is that out of ours?
There it is. That's INX. That's Inola.
Okay, what's TLX look like?
And then.
How high is the debris on? That's TLX?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's, yeah, like Andrew said, that's about 9,300 feet. So about 10,000 feet up.
Yeah. We're seeing it. So we're seeing debris from the ground being carried by the tornado. That's the debris being hit by the radar beam at 10,000 feet up. That's a significant tornado.
And from there, it's heading up towards Wool Rock. Everyone's familiar. Hopefully you've been to Wool Rock. And
Fight, I guess, eventually?
yeah, and then maybe Bartlesville.
Wow, Bartlesville. That's not good.
And this may be one of those long track scenarios that we were fearing for today.
We hadn't had anything long track like this, but now moving through the city of Barnsdall, and then from there going to Bartlesville, or maybe west of Bartlesville. We'll see. You're going to go that far south? We hopefully it dies.
That took off ahead of the main line. The main line's getting closer to it. Maybe that'll catch up with it. But
yeah, and it will. Because the gust front's out ahead of this. So it will stop it. This gust front that's right out ahead of this is going to undercut that tornado, and it'll shut it off. It'll still spin until the cows come home, but it'll cut off the tornado as long as we get this gust front underneath it. And Bartlesville, for the folks up there, that's what you need to happen, or west of Bartlesville, or you're going to get that. Okay, let's come back to central Oklahoma now.
It's in tornado emergency tornado warning.
Okay.
Yeah, for that area.
That's not good.
Yeah, because of the fact that it's coming right into
a city,
into town. Yeah.
And it's a strong tornado. Strong or violent tornado emergency for Barnsdall. Okay.
And there it goes. It just did it. So.
What did it?
It just went right over town.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Now it's left town. So whatever damage we have in Barnsdall. Okay. All right, for Oklahoma County, our storms are severe but getting stronger. Here comes all the storms. They're going to come into Oklahoma City and running from Greenfield up to and south of Watonga. And then another severe storm, not quite severe yet, but getting there from Rocky back down to Hobart. And these are the ones that we're worried about. These are the ones that are going to try to ramp up and possibly produce more tornadoes in central Oklahoma. Okay? But this is starting to spin back here near Rocky, near Hobart. It's going up as a supercell. That's a rotating thunderstorm. And just like the Barnsdall deal, you do not want to see a storm by itself. Again, an isolated storm is a scary storm. And they do things that other storms will not do that are in a line. And that's the big problem with this. And this is going to move east-northeast right now. This is pretty much going to Godebo, Carnegie, and Cass, let's get a storm track on that. Let's just kind of give you a wide, but to me it looks like it's going to Norman. And again, it's going to look a lot different. I just want to kind of give you some heads up of what's coming your way into the metro, into the South Metro. And this whole thing is going to fill in right here. We'll get storms all through here, and
just
possibly
want to do
tornadic.
that Rocky storm.
What's that?
You just want to do that lone storm.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. Just give me a, take it to Norman more, and make it. I tell you what, a little further southeast, or south, if you will, because to me it's almost moving due east, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still adjusting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
I mean, have it go all the way down to right in there is fine.
While you're looking at that, I'm still just looking at the reports. Pinehurst Fire Department confirmed large wedge tornado went right through Barnsdall. They're estimating possibly EF4 threshold with the velocity data and the debris that came through Barnsdall.
Okay, do they have a portable Doppler on that?
I don't see that, no. Nope, that's Steve Piltz. So.
Well, they might be looking at a different radar from out of Tulsa then, because Inola didn't show that.
Well, not from out of Inola. No, definitely not from out of Inola.
Okay, so they might have had another portable or some kind of another radar. So the wind speeds on that, they were saying EF3, EF4?
Yes.
Wind speeds? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's your violent tornado, the first one of the day then. Man, poor Barnes dog. Good gosh, hit twice. And the second one really counted. Okay. All right, well, we might have injuries. We might have fatalities. We hope they were paying attention, right? And not everybody pays attention, right? People unplug, and that's what we say. You just got to plug in. You can go about your life. You can do what you got to do. We get it, but you just can't unplug because things happen. And if you were in Barnesdall 30 minutes ago, that storm was way south, you were like, eh. And 30 minutes later, you have a ramped up, violent tornado moving through town. Literally 30 minutes later is about what it took to get that. All right, so Binger, this is this storm here. It's going to become severe. It's now over Rocky. Fort Cobb Lake, 1021. Minko, 1107. Amber, 1124. Moore, 1145. Norman, at about almost midnight. Okay, so we're just a little over a couple hours away. And this is going to come right into the South Metro. And again, this is a storm by itself. There's nothing undercut it. There's not been any storms down here today. This is a concern. It is in an environment where the shear or the spin is strong, the low-level jet is strong, and this could certainly produce a tornado. Could certainly produce a tornado between 183 and over near Carnegie and Gracemont, whatever. Highway 81, watch what happens when this thing gets a little farther east near Highway 81.
Yeah, it's developing a little bit of shear now as it gets close to 183. Trying to get a new shower to go up between Lake Aldous and Blair.
Yep.
As you mentioned, that's kind of unzipping down that way.
Yep. Okay, trackers are fanning back to the west. Justin, everybody good? Getting west and southwest?
Yeah, I have Hank and Val.
Okay. Yep. We're bringing the arsenal back in. So, yeah, these guys, I mean, they've been going all day, right? And so these storms in the North Metro are all severe. Guthrie, wind and hail is the big threat right now. That supercell we had earlier, it is still there, but the spin has come way down. And now we're going to bring our trackers in and we're going to intercept this because this is going to fill in. This whole area is going to turn into a big glob of storms, for sure. Lace, are you out of FDR or TLX?
Frederick. Yeah,
Okay.
FDR.
All right, let's go to shear rate. Let's just see what it has back.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of weak shear.
Right there. Yep, there it is.
And the hook's trying to become a little more defined. And I just want let me show you the VIL on this. That's what I was just looking at.
Go ahead.
To see how quickly it went from absolutely nothing. This is a 15-minute lapse.
Right.
So from nothing to strengthening, and where does it end? We don't know, but it may end up pegging the meter because it's all by itself.
Yep.
And it's in a very favorable environment to get, a rotating storm, and it is rotating already.
Yeah. So if you can we can kind of draw a box here. So from these storms back down to this storm, new storm going up.
Right, the one just north of Blair.
Yep, that just popped up. And then back in, what's this down here? Another one?
Where are you pointing?
Go down south of El Dorado.
Oh, yeah, there's a new one. And there's lightning with that. Wow, that thing has lightning with it before it barely even shows up on radar.
Okay, yeah, this is not good. Oh.
This is really going to potentially threaten, obviously, southwest of Oklahoma City, but folks south of Oklahoma City as well.
Yeah, so again, Lawton, Rush Springs. Let's bring up one of the models if we can. And let's just bring up one of the models, kind of show the folks at home what the latest is on some of that. All right, so heavy storms again moving through Logan County. We still have rotation now north of Piedmont, a little area of spin. It's not strong enough to get a tornado warning on it. It's going to Four Corners. Then from there, it's going to head over and it's going to go through north of Deer Creek. Right, it's right here, area of spin, but nothing crazy. Winds will be about 40 to 50 along that. And that's going to go right down Waterloo Road or County Line Road from west to east. Now let's go back to reflectivity, just see if anything, see if we can find the gust front. Raining now. Look how that dipped into North Edmond. And look at the hook on that, folks. I mean,
the hook has not gone away.
No, it'll be there until it's not there. I mean, these things spin for hours. And it's been alive for 2 hours already, and it still has a hook on it and all the above. But this is going to go on and just north of county line. And big hail running from Cashion, wrapping around the Meso. Some pretty good hail in here. And that's going to make its way up towards Guthrie, Cedar Valley, Seward. Cashion right now is getting some hail. And that's going to make its way east-northeast, and then additional storms back to Greenfield. A little bit of some shear back here, but nothing crazy right now, nothing off the charts. I don't see anything nutty in here.
No.
And David, I do have the HERB pulled up on Links 3, and it's not seeing those storms in southwest Oklahoma right now. It's actually more delayed later this evening. Eventually, it starts to see those storms.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has them going at 11, but they're going now. They're taking off right now. So it's kind of been off about 2 hours today. So, so right now we know what we have out here. So by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, it's going to look like this. It'll be close to this. It'll be close to this, but maybe just a little bit farther east, down into Grady County. So this is future radar here, so you can kind of see what the radar is going to look like. That's at midnight tonight. It's probably going to be from here and a little farther east. And these could be tornadic. See how these are isolated, right? That's not good. And see how this is a continuous line? That's the line we have going through northern and central Oklahoma right now. And see how we have this one lonely cell up here by Bonita? Actually, pardon me, that's in northwest, southwest Arkansas. But that came out of northeast Oklahoma as an individual cell, which is horrible. And look what's going on down here. 1 o'clock in the morning. Look at Garvin County. Pauls Valley, supercell, Hook in Pottawatomie County, possible tornado. If these storms stay isolated, again, talking about 11 o'clock, midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have nighttime tornadoes. So don't just turn us off and walk away. Turn us up and then walk away. All right? But keep your TV on here. Don't go to bed on me yet. All right.
And while you're showing that, David, the tornado emergency continues for Bartlesville. This is north of Tulsa, Osage County. It may have weakened a scan or two on Links 2. Vaughn Castor, who's chased for us all day today, is like 5 miles from that debris ball. You can see it there now. He's coming up the highway.
And I believe we still have him on rim 123. If that's his shot,
that's what they were just saying.
He's been able to see it within the lightning strikes.
But this was a wedge tornado that went through Barnesdall, a life-threatening situation. May go on the south side of town in Bartlesville. Bartlesville, for folks that don't know, it's like 40,000 people live there.
Yeah, it's a big city. It's a big petroleum, oil city, been around forever. Big city. Movies, books, it's really well known. There's your debris ball. Debris ball's back. So it cycled. It slammed Barnesdall as a violent tornado. It cycled. And now it's another strong to possibly violent tornado going right up the highway here to Bartlesville.
And the main line's catching it. Look at it. I mean.
Right now. Oh, it's trying to outrun it.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
That's what I said earlier. Bartlesville, pray for the cold front. It'll undercut it and it'll cut off the tornado. It'll still spin and it'll spin right over Bartlesville, but man, you need the cold front or the outflow to undercut this. If it doesn't, this is bad. And there's debris. What does debris look like? Anything?
Yeah, let me switch here.
Showing up in debris. Okay, we're going to switch radars here. Nope, there it is. Debris.
Yeah, going right up the highway, which is 123. May go again south of Bartlesville or south side of town, but it's about to get into a very highly populated area. Yeah,
lots of people live out here because you're close to town. All kinds of neighbor, you got more farms and because you're closer to towns. There's the tornado, there's the debris. So that's actually about right here right now. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles southwest of town, give or take.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the tornado. There's the debris from the tornado. And it's going to Bartlesville. If you have any interest, family, friends, even somebody you don't like, give them a call. Tell them you got problems. And the problem is a large and strong to violent tornado.
And we're keeping a look on Vaughn's shot. I mean, it may cross to Vaughn's north shortly.
Let's go to Vaughn's shot. He's right here. That's his shot. He's talking live to our sister station in Tulsa, but we still have his stream. And he's making a turn there. I guarantee it, he's trying to, that's just a horrible, gut-wrenching feeling. You know that a city's been hit. And you know what those people are going through right now, right?
Yeah.
People are trying to get in. People are trying to find people. It's horrible. It's horrible. And that's what's happening right now in Barnsdall. And it's close to Tulsa. They'll have plenty of help. They get plenty of, but it's just far enough away that there'll be people there to help, but it's a mess. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. I don't see anything in his shot, but he's also facing north. So new storms now increasing from Hobart back down and just south of Altus, lifting to the northeast. New storms going up near Greenfield. These are becoming severe. The whole line of storms. Let's jump back to the metro here. Let's talk about anything crazy.
I'm going to switch to our live radar. There you go.
And there's the hook. Not tornado warned anymore. Jeremy's right there. It's right here. And it's moving, again, pretty much east, east, northeast. Just barely slight above easterly. Like if 90 degrees is easterly, that's moving 85 degrees. It's just kind of moving east, but it's kind of pulling to the north. So nothing in here of a tornado threat right now. The gust front has made it all the way down to nearly Waterloo Road. That might push it a little bit. And this might push it too. Deeper into Oklahoma County. Maybe. But that also will give those storms maybe something to ride up on too.
Yeah, the wind definitely pulsed up for a minute.
Yep, Cashin.
Right over just south of Cashin.
Yep, right here. And then back here. It's still a broad area. I mean, it's still there.
Yeah, the meso has not gone away.
No, that meso's right here, coming into Cashin right now. Watch it right here. That's it. That's the mesocyclone. All right, so what are the winds here? What do you have? What do you have back in here in your green?
Let me
There's a
clear
little
that.
blue.
This is our live.
Northwest of Brandon.
Maybe 60 to 70.
Yeah, a little pocket of 68, but a lot of 50 to 60. Southeast Kingfisher County, going to Cashin, going to Nevina, going to Seward, and then eventually it's going to make its way up towards Brahms.
The one place on the map.
It's going to Brahms.
That does say Brahms over
It's
your
going
head.
to Brahms. Well, you know what? There is a great Brahms up on Highway 33 and I-35 in Guthrie. I'm just saying, it's been there forever. Well, just west of the highway. Yeah.
You're 7 hours in, and you did read it correctly. It does say Brahms.
No, I know. But I took it as a town. We need a town in Oklahoma named Brahm, right? I mean, come on. All right. What, Justin, you got something?
No, I was just saying ice cream does sound good.
Okay, well, there you go. Somebody's going to deliver some now. There you go. Is there a 24-hour Brahms or ice cream place open? They deliver ice cream? Is there really? There's not an insomnia ice cream. I learned my lesson on that. I'm not saying that again. They do have ice cream, insomnia? She just told me in my ear they have ice cream. Anyway.
Wow.
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay. We're kidding, but I didn't know that. All right, I'm learning a lot here lately. Okay, that's going to Cashin. And this is going to go, again.
I'll zoom out.
Yeah, back out. It's going to go on right now it's going to Guthrie. It may go on the south side of Guthrie. Let's see here. Yeah, it might miss Guthrie. You might miss the winds of 50 to 60. Cashin, Nevina, Seward, Guthrie Lake, Lakeview. You're going to get the wind. You're going to get this wind back in here. There's the hook. No tornado warning on it. It's just not strong enough to get a tornado warning. But man, look at all the rain. A little bit of some shear back here. A little bit of shear back here. I mean, each one of these storms are supercells. They're rotating, but not strong enough to get a tornado warning. Okay, so here's what's taking off back to the southwest. Again, severe weather, North Metro, Logan County, Kingfisher County. And this is coming out of Rocky. This storm is just about severe now. Moving off to the east. What are the capes down here? Just curious. What instability numbers?
I'll have to look.
Still over 2,000, 3,000?
4,000 to 4,500.
4,500 still down here?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
With a bulk shear of 60 to 70.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the STP goes to an 11, so a lot of the parameters are significant.
So if we could draw a circle from these storms and then all the way, even down through southern Oklahoma, I don't want to say it, but even down I-35, Pauls Valley, Sulphur, Marietta, Ardmore. I know this is a long ways away, but there's a chance that these are going to try to make it here, and the tornado conditions are favorable in this area that she has circled. Strong low-level jet, lots of moisture. Low-level jet strong from the southeast. Mid-level jet from the west and southwest is very strong overhead.
I'm gonna put that up.
Running in from the southwest. So lots of spin in the atmosphere. Remember, there's been no storms down here today. This atmosphere is not worked over at all. It is prime. It is ready to go for whatever it wants to give and whatever these storms will take.
We're going to switch out one of the shots here. The control room's working on it, but Brandon Wells, who is also chasing with us all afternoon, is in Barnsdall, and so we'll be getting his shot here very soon as he's coming into the damage where we know a violent tornado went through town just a little bit ago. So we'll let you know which shot that is.
All right, and I just hate that. And you heard Brandon on our station all day long on News 9, and he chased for us, and then he goes back and chases for our sister station in Tulsa. And so so now he's in big time tornado damage. So yeah, holler when we get it swapped. Top box. Okay, let's take that full control room. This is Barnsdall, where, he's now, again, he's not talking to us, he's talking to Tulsa. There's no power. And
Starting to see some debris. Emergency vehicles.
He's coming up on debris, power poles down. You see lightning flashes. You'll see trees that are either shredded or scarred.
He's on State Highway 11, on the south side of Barnsdall is where he's at right now.
He's coming in from the southwest?
I'm not sure what direction he's coming from.
Okay, there's somebody.
He's heading on State Highway 11.
There's a person carrying a dog. Okay, this is hit. It looks like some damage here. So obviously, we'll know a little bit more here. Brandon is in town, Brandon Wells, and we'll see what we get out of this. But we know there was a strong to violent tornado that either went in Barnsdall or the southeast side or whatever. And this is blocked off. So there's what we can't see is right behind all these lights. And here comes another police officer over here. Okay, so anyway, if we see anything crazy, we'll bring his shot back up.
And just down the line, we talked about Bartlesville. Vaughn is closing in on it. The tornado is about a mile north of Vaughn, and it is going through Bartlesville. The signature is a very far cry from what it was when it came through Barnsdall on Links 2.
All right, let's go back to Links 2 and just talk about that here quickly.
Okay.
And we'll come back and
I'm going to lapse it so you can see velocity data as it crossed Osage County into Washington County.
It's right here.
Yeah, and that's Highway 75.
So
there's Vaughn.
It missed Bartlesville, but, well, it went on the south side of town.
Yeah.
And now it's going to go just south of Dewey. Yeah, it's close. It's nothing like what it was, but it's still a tornado. I mean, I think here's the debris. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it still has either debris lofted or it's still doing damage actively.
So either it hit Bartlesville or there's this debris lofted from Barnesville that is just suspended in the strong updraft that the radar is seeing it, right? This is all debris in here at 5, 10, 15, 20,000 feet up that the radar is seeing. So this is either the tornado or this is debris that was lofted from the tornado that went through Barnes. I think it's the tornado.
It sure looks like it.
I think it's still going. It's going too long.
And that is a highly populated area. South side, east side of Bartlesville.
Yeah. So Bartlesville looks like might have taken a hit now tonight. Okay. So that's not good. All right. So, yeah, not good. East side of Bartlesville. There you go. Tornado. Right here. Okay. That's going to be obviously Bartlesville, well north of Tulsa. But obviously lots of people know where Bartlesville is. Big part of Oklahoma. All right, that's bad. Okay, so our storms, all severe, North Metro, Guthrie, Logan County.
Just had a gust of 50 in Guthrie out of the northwest.
Okay, there's your gust front. You can see it here. The question is, how far south is it? So that's what we've been saying, winds 40 to 50. You might have a gust close to 60, and that's going to run from Yale back down to Cushing, back down to Guthrie. Anywhere along this line, winds are going to be 50 to 60. We still have our meso right here, but not strong enough for that tornado warning. That did weaken.
Let's go to Lynx 1.
Lynx 1. And we have now supercells developing in southwest Oklahoma. Hooks developing in southwest Oklahoma. Who's remote 124?
I believe that's Brandon Wells.
That's Brandon? Mm-hmm. Okay, who's running?
Somebody carrying something.
That's a dog.
I think it is, yeah.
Okay, somebody's carrying a dog running to the house. This is when you got to be careful, because what happens is you have a tornado, you have power lines down, things are hot, and things that they don't have to be hot and popping and arcing for you to get electrocuted. You can step on a hot wire and it's good night Katrina. So, and you got to be careful when you have tornado damage, that when people are going in to help, there's always a risk that you get hurt by still tornado related. And hook developing here, and down here. By the way, you are watching News 9 at 10 o'clock. And, okay, there's some damage. There's some kind of damage, it looks like. I don't think he's made it to the big damage yet, because that's not crazy, but it is damage. Okay, so hook developing now to Goaty Bow. By the way, the models, the latest, does it bring all this farther east towards I-35, Pauls Valley, Sulphur, Davis, Falls Creek?
You can see the circulation there coming in on Goaty Bow.
Mm-hmm.
Not tight.
Nope, but it's there.
And then the next one down the line, I mean, they're all rotating
turning
now.
Yeah. So 3 supercells. These are going to be rotating storms going up in an environment that's going to produce severe weather. Large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes are certainly possible in this line down here. Okay, these are individual storms, and these are going to make their way east-northeast, right? These are going to try to build into the city.
Yeah, latest data brings them as far to the south as Sulphur. And cross I-35 and keep on going.
Yeah, Pauls Valley, Wynnewood, Pauls Valley, Holdenville. You're all going to see storms again tonight. We just don't want them to be tornadic. All right?
And David?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's been some heavy rains up there in the Stillwater area. Marty Logan's there, and he has a stranded car and some localized flooding that's happening in Stillwater right now.
Okay, yeah, they've had lots of rain for sure. All right, let's go to Marty here, get a quick update on our friends up in Stillwater. And Marty, too much rain, still pouring there. Looks like they've had a good solid 1 to 2, maybe locally 3 on the west side of town.
Yeah, we just got a guy got out of this car. It's over in the bar ditch. There's water up around it. Evidently, he's the only one in it. Very heavy torrential rain. We have a sheriff's deputy or a police officer right here in front of us. We thought we were going to have to rescue, but he slid off in the ditch on the south side of this 4-lane road. We're across from the Honda dealership on the north side. And it looks like everybody's going to be okay, but vehicle off in the ditch and a lot of, I'm going to turn it just a little bit. I'm going to put some lights on this. Yeah, the police officer is also. They're going back to the car. Surely that's nobody else is in there. He's just getting back in his car. So looks like everybody's going to be okay, but the car isn't. Back to you, David.
Well, there you go. That's one way to take care of it. All right. I don't know if I'd be getting back in it. Rain's not quite over yet, but it doesn't look like it's too deep, at least now, so that's better news. All right, nice job, Marty. Folks, there's a lot going on tonight. Remember, don't drive into water. If you think it's 6 inches deep, it could be 6 feet deep. It could be a hole. You don't know where the water is washed out the road. You drive off into a hole and we'll just let it go, because that'll be about it. And that does happen.
A couple of storm reports for you, David. The Deer Creek Fire Department confirmed structure fire, Northeast Penn and Charter Oak in Logan County. They think maybe possible lightning strike. Yes. Okay. And then Val actually texted me from a buddy of his from, I think he's a deputy in Morrison, said a large transmission line, there's multiple down 5 to 6 miles south of Perry on Highway 77.
There you go.
Big power lines down.
Wind
that was what the circulation
plus.
Went over.
Yep.
Yes. And appears to, some damage there. Appears to may have been a weak tornado. So that's where the circulation crossed that they were on earlier tonight.
If not a tornado, then damaging winds around the mesocyclone.
Right.
So it doesn't matter how it happens, right? You got wind, and that's what we were talking about, ripping through Perry. So, okay. Rain amounts, look at all the rain amounts so far. 1 to 3, 4 inches. Lots of water. Runs all the way back out into western Oklahoma where we need it, even northern Oklahoma back in on it. But lots of good rains, which has been fine, but we paid for it with tornadoes, damaging wind, and hail. Okay? All right. So, severe line. Man, look at the hail core now. Goodness.
That storm developed with the hook. Where was that? Way out near Clinton.
Yeah.
And now here it is coming into Logan County.
Yeah, right over
Still severe.
Yeah.
So we do have long track supercells, that's for sure.
Yeah. And there's the mesocyclone. Still spinning right here, right there. The green and the red, that's the meso. Going right north of, well, just barely north of Guthrie right now. Nickel and dime, quarter-size hail scattered from Guthrie. Big hail core now. Northwest of Guthrie Lake. This is going to be some quarters in here. Guthrie, you're going to get some hail. A lot of it's going to be small. There's your hook right there. There's your inflow notch right over Nevada. Shear rate, let's show that.
It does look like it's outflowed, like undercut.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Went the gust front here earlier.
Mm-hmm. But it's actually created another one that Jeremy and Brandon were talking about here the last couple of minutes.
Right.
Cool northwest flow where their location is.
They have a north wind where they are?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they're close. To me, it looks like the gust front has made it through at least, well, into northern Oklahoma County, right? Over to Deer Creek. Question is, how far south is it going to move?
Right.
Yeah, that convection has been pretty stationary or slowly lifting back to the north.
Yeah. But man, there's still a lot of water up here pushing a lot of wind.
Yep.
But I'm surprised it hasn't come farther, you know. Okay, here's a problem. Here comes that supercell out of Godebo. All right, new storm taking off at Hinton. So turn on the lightning here.
Okay.
Let's just see how many lightning strikes. Lots of lightning in that. Lots of lightning southwest of Hinton. And this is going to come into the metro here. So let's go ahead and lapse this. And then, Cassie, let's get a storm track. And kind of move it east-northeast, bring it into the metro, bring it to I-35, kind of give us a big storm track of the whole line. It's going to be an arc. I get it. It'll be an arc, you know, from, you can start it from like Colony, out ahead of that, and then kind of move it to the east-northeast. Okay, look at all the storms in here. And these are going to be severe. They're just taking their time right now, but they're taking off. I mean, these are all some big storms. Lots of lightning in these. And these are rotating. That storm is rotating at Godebo. That's rotating here, crossing the river, now coming into Kiowa County. And the storm, not as organized, near Elmer, a little bit of a hook down south on the red, or hugging the red right now.
David, that track's ready on 3.
Okay, and links 3, we can kind of take a look at the track here. And there it is.
They're moving at a pretty good clip.
And so we'll just bring it in here, but the data has it going into Sulphur, right?
Yes.
The storms?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the southern tip. So
Yeah.
Murray County is kind of the southern tip of it with the latest.
All right, so we'll do the north side here first. Snyder, 1221, Anadarko, 1119, Lawton, 1135. We'll say Mustang, 1150, Chickasha, midnight, OKC, downtown, at about midnight, give or take, about midnight, as these will develop and come in from the southwest, okay? So it's just under 2 hours away as they make their way to the northeast, okay? But the other part of the line, some of the data have these going east and then coming up through Wynnewood and Sulphur.
You want me to do a different scenario?
Yeah. Well, what's one of the latest models have? Does
it kind of looks a little different than what's actually happening right now.
Okay, well, go ahead and take it to Sulphur. Yeah, just take it all the way. Put sulfur in it.
I'm going to.
You're fine. I just want to. I'm going to put sulfur. Do we have sulfur? You have to go a little further. Yep. Okay. We're going to get there. Okay.
There it
Sulfur.
is.
1:43 in the morning. There it is. All right. So Sulphur 143, Ada 144, Holdenville 146. So after 1:30 in the morning, there's a decent chance that you get supercells or a squall line, depends on what these turn into, that make their way down Highway 7, over to Duncan, over to Sulphur, over to Ada, right? So down in here right now, these are not tornadic, but they are getting stronger, and they're coming off the dry line. These are beginning to turn into, that one's a supercell, but they're all going to turn into, this one's getting stronger. They're going to turn into supercells and move easterly. And the threats are there for large hail and, again, damaging wind. All right, let's go back to remote 124. This is going to be, I assume, Barnsdall. I'm assuming. Power lines down, some tree damage. Again, we don't know how bad the damage is a block away. I don't know. But this is obviously tornado damage in the city, and you can see all the people there helping out. So lots of help. Lots of help going into Barnsdall, but they had a significant tornado down there tonight. Okay, let's get back to it here. And severe storms, again, North Metro taking off and still going strong. Logan County, Kingfisher County. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. Let's just jump back to Oklahoma County here.
Okay.
And this is along and north of Waterloo Road. Going to have some flooding up here. You can count on that. Down Highway 33, Kingfisher, up to just south of Crescent, over to Guthrie, over to Langston and Meridian. They've had a ton of rain in here, 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rain. Going to have flooding in Langston back to the west. And then, again, here's your hook on the supercell from earlier, still spinning, but it's now, the hook is north of the outflow boundary or the weak cool front generated by the storm. So that will not produce a tornado, not unless it begins to pull this boundary back into it. And it's not doing that right now. There's a lot of water out here pushing out a lot of cool wind from the north. So if this were to actually come through Oklahoma City, it would make us more stable, and that would lower our severe weather threat here in the metro. But that boundary is not really moving through. All the mesonet sites in Oklahoma City, the wind, the north metro.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer and Yukon all have a south wind.
Okay, so it's not moving south.
I mean, Guthrie has a southeast wind.
Okay, it's already come back around on Guthrie? Surely
Or maybe
not.
that's just what that's influenced from the storm itself, maybe,
Wow.
but
Okay.
yeah.
That's possible. All right, wow. Okay, so this is lifting again north of Oklahoma County, north of Canadian County, all severe, large hail, damaging winds. Winds are going to be 50 to maybe 60, and hail sizes are going to be nickel and dime and quarters, right? And here's the old meso from earlier near Seward. And then look at this ball of wind coming out of this thing. What do you have in that?
Looks like 50 to 60.
64, 69. Okay. So there's another ball of wind crossing Highway 81 between Kingfisher and Okarche, moving due east. And that's going to be some damaging winds in there. Yeah, there's a punch of wind coming with that. All right. Let's talk about, Yep. Let's talk about what's going on down south.
Okay.
And notice how these storms are increasing. And right now they're not severe, not yet, but they're going to be there shortly, it looks like. I wouldn't mind it, wouldn't hurt my feelings if they didn't come severe. But coming out of southeastern Ouachita County, you folks in Cordell, this is to your east and southeast. And also it's going to be south of Hobart. And this storm has shear on it. It's becoming V-notched. See that? There's a hook on the backside here. Not quite severe, but we're just about there. And that's going to Binger. That's going to Gracemont. That's going to Minko. That's going to Mustang. Cass, let's get a storm track maybe just on that one cell. Let's lapse this. Just see what it looks like on laps. Get our direction straight here. And
there we go.
All right, let's see. East-northeast. And bring that thing right into the city. Yeah, and just do it on that one, but start out the front edge, whatever, the county line, Caddo County line, or maybe a little farther east, I guess out near Binger or something like that. You know how to do it. Anyway, bring it east, just kind of bring it east-northeast into the metro here. Center line's going to be Mustang, Moore, South Oklahoma City.
I've got it on 3 if you want to look at it with me.
And yep, there it is. That looks good. All right, so Fort Cobb Lake, 10:30. Binger, 10:33. Coger, 10:56. Minko, 11:28. Yukon, 11:32. Mustang, 11:45. And Oklahoma City downtown, midnight. Will Rogers Airport, about midnight, give or take. And Del City at about 12:16. Okay, so that is that. That's a big sell. It's definitely coming up. What does shear rate look like on that?
I don't see it like it was about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
It may be in kind of a cycling phase at the moment. Little shower tried to go up on the north side of that storm up to the Tinton. That's kind of struggled.
It did. Okay.
But the storms are just kind of holding their own. The storm may be increasing actually just to the west of Cooperton.
Right.
That hill core is increasing.
Right. And then
switch radars here.
Yeah, and then yeah, those are all. Okay, what about strength? What's that look like?
Let's look on this.
Just curious. Okay. They're going up. They're strong, but they are not exploding right now, which is good. Maybe they won't. Conditions are certainly favorable. Now, it is nighttime, but you know what? That doesn't always mean. And we know what that meant last Saturday, 2 Saturdays ago, right?
Yeah.
So nighttime tornadoes occur. It's about dynamics and low-level shear and things like that, low-level spin. And, man, it only takes one tornado. We say that every event. It only takes one to have a bad day. And that Saturday before, we had a bad day. And then tonight we had a bad day with the Barnsdall tornado. We'll see what the damage is. And, wow, look at this stuff here, guys. Let's go back to...
That's Barnsdall. We know it came into Bartlesville as well, but that's Barnsdall.
Okay, let's look at this shot here. Let's take that shot full screen. That's Barnsdall. Roof gone. What's all this?
Maybe.
It's like, yeah, it blew off the whole front of the house.
Was that a rock facade or something at the bottom, maybe?
Yeah.
It's probably the resident there.
Yeah, the roof's gone. Back to his west, I thought I saw a lot of damage back here. The window's blown out. Okay, gone. Damage.
That was some sort of structure, maybe a mobile home, because there's the porch and cinder blocks.
Okay. Just told that the Hampton Inn in Bartlesville has taken a direct hit. Is that right? Okay. All right, so this is Barnsdall, and look at all the folks that are coming to help. That's good. We need it. They're going to need it. Barnsdall is a small community, a small town, but they're going to need help. They've got damage for sure. Okay. And we'll just keep watching this shot. This is Barnsdall. This is in northeast Oklahoma, northwest of Tulsa, up in Osage County. And we'll go back to this shot. He's not talking with us because he is talking to Tulsa. But they definitely had a fairly strong tornado, it looks like right now. All right, back to Lynx 1. And our storms are going up, but they're not exploding right now. They're strong, but they're not severe. You folks in Binger and Gracemont, they're knocking on your door. Quite a bit of lightning and thunder. Val's going to come in from the east, and Val's going to bring this in. He's right there. And Justin, do we have Val still in? He's still good, right?
Yeah.
Let's get an update from Val, just what he's thinking. And I know what he's doing. He's parked and regrouping right now. Val, you and Amy, what do you think? Conditions are still very favorable. Those tornado numbers and severe weather numbers are still high from Oklahoma City south. So, Val, what do you think? Looking at this, coming at you.
Yeah, David, I mean, you're exactly right. When we're parked and regrouping, we're sitting here looking at the radar, trying to figure out radar trends and where this storm is going. We're kind of looking at that storm that's near Eakley and Carnegie, down in that area. It looks to me like it's slowly coming up in intensity there. And, you know, you can just look at the weather conditions. The parameters are all very favorable for, you know, pretty much explosive development down in this area. I mean, after dark, you know as well as I do, the low-level jet ramps up. These got to be watched very, very closely. So we're right now we're kind of figuring out a plan of attack on this. And then when we do, we're going to get on it and follow this right, probably into the South Metro or the West Metro. David?
Yeah, and Val, you're right. You're dead center line on this thing. I mean, it's moving east-northeast. If we take it right to the east-northeast, you're going to be right there. And looking at velocity data here, Val, it has a mesocyclone in it, but it's not got into overdrive yet. It may be waiting to get a little farther east. And then maybe it'll wake up.
And the roads, if we were to
Go ahead, Val, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we were to drop south to Pocasset, the roads west of Gracemont are really no good. So, all the way down to Chickasha might be a little too far south. So we're just trying to figure this out.
Well, I can tell you that the hook now is going to be just northwest of Carnegie, Val. And right now, again, you're going to be on basically the southern sides of this. This now going through Eakley, but the hook is back by Carnegie, northwest of Carnegie, just a few miles, the way it looks right now.
Headed to Gracemont, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. All right, let's go back to radar here. That's Val and Amy Castor. This is our next supercell. See, just in the last couple of minutes how this was kind of like this. And see how it's kind of tightened up right here? Just looking at reflectivity, just north of Carnegie. Inflow notch developing. Let's go to shear rate. And this is starting to ramp up now. Shear rate's increasing. Northwest of Carnegie, it's what I just told Val, between there and Alfalfa. Again, right here, the meso's trying to get a little stronger, starting to tighten up. It's going to Swan Lake, it's going to Fort Cobb Lake, it's going to Albert, it's going to nowhere. And there really is a nowhere, Oklahoma. Yep, nowhere to be found. It's right there. Just north of Fort Cobb.
Yep.
And it really is a small little tiny community. All right, so
gas station and everything.
yeah, no, it's got it. It's legit. All right, so this is definitely getting stronger. Hill core now is doing what it's supposed to do, intensifying on the northwest side and west side, wrapping up. There's the hook. This is going to go along and north of Highway 9. It's going to go right over the lake, and it's going to go to Gracemont. Val's going to come in from the east, and roads. Here's the problem, though. The roads are just horrible in here. You can't even, you got main highways, but you get over here and you get boxed in, you can't actually see it because you're boxed in because the roads are right in here. They're bad. You just can't travel through here. It's beautiful. It is pretty, but not good for chasing.
David?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, if you want to take links for Marty Logan texted me a picture of the tornado that went through Barnsdall earlier.
Okay, let's take a look at it.
It's a view from Diamond P Ranch looking toward Barnsdall. That's just the name that was on his phone. Drew sent it. I asked for a specific, but I haven't gotten it yet. But nonetheless, that gives you a very clear picture of what we were dealing with that was moving into and through Barnsdall and eventually Bartlesville.
Yeah, and that's a substantial tornado. That's a strong to possibly, again, violent tornado. Diamond P Ranch looking towards Barnsdall. So I'm just by looking at this here, it's backlit by lightning. That means the core is on the west and north side. To me, they're looking off possibly to the northwest, Lace, from that shot.
Yeah, I would think so.
What it looks like to me.
Yeah.
And it was probably moving from left to right, and they pulled up and caught it in a lightning flash. But that is a significant tornado. And that's the one that pounded Barnsdall, then went all the way to
Bartlesville.
To Bartlesville, yep. All right, our storm down here is getting stronger now. Let's come back to Lynx 1, and our supercell is ramping up. Hail core is becoming more pronounced north of Carnegie. Hail sizes are getting bigger. We're going to start to see some quarters in here. And that's going to cross 58. Inflow notch beginning to develop too. We'll have to watch that. It's going right over Fort Cobb Lake right now with a little bit of wind. Winds 50 to maybe 60. And circulation is still broad. Still broad, but it's definitely trending up. God, there's a lot of water in Logan County. Crazy amounts of water. All right, so this is what we're watching now. And that's headed toward the South Metro. That's headed towards Southwest Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, right? This is headed towards you.
There's a severe warning for it.
Yep, finally. And going from Binger to Gracemont. And then other storms. This one's coming up now near Cooperton. It's got an inflow notch on that. And then other strong to severe storms developing down to 183 between Snyder and the Red River. and over Tipton. These are all going to become severe. All right, this is the beginning of it right here. All right, so this will be the Metro's fun, whatever that means when it gets here. Tornado parameters are still high in the Metro. So we got to watch this. Okay, go ahead.
Are you?
Okay.
Someone's talking to him in his ear.
Sorry.
It's hard to see.
Okay. Getting a report. Lots of people pouring into Barnsdall, but
Okay.
getting a report at that nursing home. Might have
wow.
been hit.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I just saw that, and they're doing a search and rescue. That's going to
Okay.
be starting shortly.
Okay, and we haven't seen the nursing home yet. We've only seen
Yeah, some homes.
3 or 4 or
and-
5 homes that had damage, so we don't know yet. Okay, let's go back to the Metro here, and let's talk about. By the way, anything going on up north? I think we're all clear. Everything up here has moved into Osage County, where they've got all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
Barnsdall.
The hook is the big thing still going on.
Look at this thing.
And you can see the outflow, the kind of the colder air from Kearney down to northern.
God, man.
But I mean, where does it wrap back up?
I don't know.
You know?
Well, it's right here, so it's still south and east of. Well.
Yeah, and the outflow is kind of stalled out.
Oh yeah.
And the Ville's kind of gone up
Coming
with
up.
that storm. So Brandon's going to stay on it. He's going to go east on 66.
Yeah, perfect.
Just in case
Yep.
it kind of wraps back up and gets into that juicy air closing on Kearney.
Yeah. No, it's going to Kearney. Look at the hook now.
And there's not been anything in that area.
No, they haven't had any storms down here. What are the winds over here in Luther and Wellston and Chandler? Are they still southeasterly? They should be.
You mean, okay, let me look.
I'm sorry,
I thought you meant on
surface.
radar.
No, surface.
Yeah, they're southeasterly. Yeah, Chandler's southeast, all the way up to Bristow.
What's our temperature in Chandler?
76 over 70.
Golly. Folks, 70 dew point.
Bristow, 76 over 70. So,
Right. So
folks
here's
up the Turner Turnpike, this is going to probably hug the Turnpike.
Yeah, all the way. And Highway 66, both. Yep, all the way. Okay, there's the hook. But this green line is what we want to see. It has a gust front, but it might try to tie back into it, which is not good.
Yeah, how many times have we seen that?
And it does it. Yep. Yep.
I mean, the circulation's tighter there.
Yeah.
On radar, velocity would suggest it is getting inflow. But
Yeah, it's right over, just went right over Lazy E Arena, going right down Forest Hills Road, Simpson Road. It's right here. So Brandon's going to get back on this because this might move far enough east and be far enough south that it does actually start to tap into the warm, moist, unstable air that has not been touched by other storms. Okay.
there's the hook on our live. And I'll lapse that and you can kind of see
Man. Yeah.
it's holding its own.
Is this a gust front right here?
No.
No, it's not. I kind of thought it was for a second. Yeah, we got to watch this. This thing is still, it's not messing around. It's still hanging on. God. Yeah.
And also the storm down there in Fort Cobb Lake, south of Eakley, is showing signs of strengthening, and it is now severe.
Yeah.
And I am starting to notice a little bit of an RFD starting to develop on that. So it's starting to get a little bit more better rotation to it.
Yeah, we saw it go severe, which it kind of already was, but yeah, it was definitely tightening up. We can go back to that. So this is in eastern Logan County. This storm is severe, but this is the old mesocyclone, and it's actually getting stronger. There's the hook now.
Yeah, look at the hail core has a V-notch in it again.
Yeah, big hail core, V-notched. There you go. It's a screaming eagle, but it's embedded in a big storm, but it's hanging out south of the main line. See how this is all a pretty continuous line? Right? And then right here you have the hook hanging out. If this can tap in to moist air that doesn't have a north wind, we have a south wind and stable air, that's going to try to do something. All right? It certainly can, and it's happened in the past, so we got to watch this. If we had a north wind behind all this, I'd be just saying some wind and hail, but I'm not saying that right now, not with this. All right, so that's going to keep going up towards Kearney, Avery, might go probably north of Chandler, but Stroud, keep an eye on this, and Bristow, keep an eye on this. Okay, so more rain back into Kingfisher. Let's go back to southwest Oklahoma. You folks in the far, far west are out of it. Retrop, Willow, Mangum, Elk City, everything's to your east. But the cores on these are getting stronger, The hooks are beginning to develop. What does shear rate look like? Okay, velocity data. Okay. Still hanging on. Still severe, big storm. And yeah, it's trying to wrap up over Carnegie. Oh, the flanking line is actually filling into it. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's still developing for sure. I mean, the flanking line, when you see a thunderstorm, you see the towers down the line that are smaller, that's part of the whole updraft region. Those start to fill in and become absorbed by and become part of that storm. And that's in the growing, developing, building process. So, and that's what's happening right here. We're getting the flanking line is again coming into this to this storm. So, okay. All right, Cass, let's get another storm track on that one, on the Gracemont storm or Binger storm.
The Cooperton one's pretty much severe also.
Yep, it is. It's severe. Inflow notch developing. Okay. All right. And Justin, we're going to have to get at least, if not 2 more people farther south, down towards Caddo and Grady County.
Yeah, I have Tom and Jeremy coming back down west side of the metro and then the south side of the metro.
Okay.
And then Hank and Val are going to pick their storms and catch them out to the west.
Okay. All right. You guys at the news desk? Yeah. You guys have anything, please? Yeah. Go ahead.
We are just keeping an eye on any damage reports that are coming in. We're keeping an eye on any damage reports from Barnsdall and also Bartlesville because we know there is concern locally for the Bartlesville area because of who is in Bartlesville right now.
We have some athletes in Bartlesville, the Division II NCAA Regional Golf Championships taking place in Bartlesville over the next 3 days, and there are teams like UCO is being represented there along with Rogers State, also Southwestern Oklahoma, and a golfer from OBU is also there in Bartlesville.
Right, so they are staying there. It happened today and tomorrow, and there are athletes from all over the region there right now. So as soon as we get any specific information on Bartlesville, we'll pass that along. We do know the Hampton Inn there did take a direct hit. That's the word we are getting. And also, as we've mentioned, if anybody's been just tuning in, that the nursing home there in Barstow has been hit and search and rescue is going on. We have not gotten our eyes on that yet, but we are hearing a lot from our viewers who are saying that. So as soon as we get confirmation on that or any more information on the damage or any injuries or fatalities there, we'll be sure to let everybody know.
Yeah, and we have also our crews in Tulsa there on the scene as well, so we're getting information from them as well.
Let's toss it back over to Lacey right now for the very latest.
All right, thank you so much, Carl and Amanda. I know that area was hit so hard. It was a violent tornado that hit Barnsdall and eventually up towards Bartlesville. Von Castor could see it, said it was a wedge tornado as it was going through the area. Now I'm going to show you kind of a broad view here of what the storms are doing. No tornado warnings in our viewing area. The storms are still very severe up to the north of Tulsa. And I'll kind of turn the radar on, switch modes here. You can see all the flashing counties are severe storms. So the isolated storms took off in northwest Oklahoma. They trekked all across north central Oklahoma. We had multiple tornadoes. All indications are they were on the weaker side. We know we have damage near Lacey. That was one of the hey Kylie, we had some of the more harder hit areas. We also have storms that move through the Tulsa area, and those storms are approaching the Tulsa area now with wind and hail. But we do have the storm that was tornado warned, did not produce a tornado on the west side of the metro, and it still has a hook with it. It still is trying to stay alive as it kind of hugs Route 66 north of there up to Highway 105. And if you take a look here on velocity data, Brandon Pennell is just to the south of it. That storm still, if nothing else, has some damaging winds with it that just crossed over the Lazy E Arena. The core of the damaging winds from Henney Road to Choctaw Road to Indian Meridian, and that's going to be between Waterloo and Seward. So that area, kind of in the southeastern corner of Logan County, and that's heading off to the east. So eventually that's going to come over towards Kearney. And if you look at it, winds 60, maybe 70 miles per hour there. And if you look at the hook with it, It's still pretty well pronounced. We're now starting to get some rain developing over Edmond, back over to Arcadia, and Brandon Pennell is right there. Brandon, I want to check in with you if we can. You've been tracking this storm since it developed out over Clinton, Weatherford. Right now, it's not tornadic, but I know that you've got a pretty good view in the lightning flashes. You're kind of in the hills and the trees there on Route 66. Give us an update. You have it, Brandon. Can you hear me?
Lacey.
Yeah.
He's actually driving, so he might be able to hear you now. He had made a stop to get gas.
Okay. All right. Well, he's right there. He's looking to the north of it. That's heading up towards Kearney. And pay attention to this in Tryon and Agra and Avery, back over to Parkland, then eventually up towards Shamrock and maybe up towards Drumright. We'll see how far to the north this goes, up towards Depew into Creek County, and then over to the east. So that's one area of circulation. It's a severe storm. It's not a tornado warned storm. And then we've got the storm coming in from the southwest, and it's kind of a broken line of storms from Binger down to Cooperton, down to Snyder, down to Frederick, all moving to the east-northeast. The most intense storm is the one that went up first out of this line, which is the northern storm coming in on Fort Cobb Lake. The hail core with it has come up still just a little bit. Quarter, maybe some golf ball size hail over Fort Cobb Lake. Will likely go north of town
and Lacey,
in Fort Cobb.
On that.
On the northern one?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's go over to Lynx 3. Cassie, go ahead.
Okay, so I do have that storm moving east-northeast, and right now it's actually starting to pick up a little bit more speed, so it's moving quickly off to the east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. And so if it stays on that track, it would put it at Minko at 10:55. We're at 10:40 right now, so we've got another 15 minutes to go. Tuttle at 11:04. And if it makes it this far as around a Yukon, well, we're talking 11:11, Moore at 11:25, Oklahoma City 11:25 as well, Tinker Air Force Base at 11:32, and down the line there, we're looking at Hera at about 11:48.
And if you look, Cassie, just the last scan, the hail core has come up. This is still a strengthening storm. It just fired up about 25 minutes ago, and now we've already got a severe storm. Now the hail core, potentially golf ball size hail. We said that, but the radar still indicating that that's increasing. With the shear rate product, which shows us areas of circulation, still kind of stretched out, kind of broad, not very localized, which is a good thing. But the area we got to watch closely is from Fort Cobb Lake back to Carnegie. If we start to get some tighter circulation, that's probably where it would be. But Hank and Val are just to the east of this. They've got eyes on it, and we'll check in with them here in just a little bit.
And Lacey,
go ahead.
If we can pop up Lynx 4 again.
Yeah.
I know we've kind of talked about that storm in Logan County that had the hook on it, and although the outflow underneath it could be causing some issues with any significant development, we're getting some pictures and also some videos of potential lowering in southern Logan County. And granted, like we've been talking about, that outflow near the surface could be causing issues with that to be able to try to reach the ground. But clearly, as we've seen with the hook on radar and some velocity signatures, there's stuff going out there.
And that could be a potential funnel. I mean, it's hard to say if that's actually rotating, but right there under the wall cloud, you can see it's trying to become more to a point. So Josh sent us that. That would be southern Logan County, that hook that we were showing you.
And on radar, it shows that that's back building off towards the southwest. Towards Arcadia, where Brandon is.
Yeah, we were showing those showers kind of moving down into the Edmond area, kind of on the back side of that. And I don't know if Brandon's plugged in yet again, but we'd love to hear from Brandon as he looks off to his north. He may be just behind it to where he's kind of getting more of the wraparound and the precip. But the circulation there, I mean, it was a little tighter when it was in Logan County, kind of south central Logan County. A little bit of a lowering there, not tornadic. May have had a brief funnel, but looking up to the north, the circulation is still there in Logan County, about to cross over into Lincoln County. Brandon's now east of Arcadia, so he's kind of navigating the roads there, staying right with that. Let me show you what it looks like on our live radar.
And he's able to talk now, Lacey.
Okay, the hook, you can see it just pulled a new shower into it. Maybe that will disrupt it. We'll see. Brandon, kind of a new shower going up just to your west that's merging with that area of circulation. For the first time since it developed, the circulation's pretty much discombobulated. How does it look to you?
Well, Lacey, as we're dealing with some tree issue right now, that it's still pretty far to our north as we continue east. But I can tell you that since we've came south on I-35 and now east on 66, we're back up to the low 80s in temperature and southeast winds feeding back up into that storm. Now, whether or not they're able to make it through that outflow or not, I don't know. I can't tell you that yet because I don't have good visibility on it. But before we stop to get diesel, I could see a large lowering to my north. I mean, it was a well-established, looked like a nice big wall cloud, so to speak. You know, I don't know if that's rotating or not. It's too far to our north, but we're continuing east to get a better look at it, as well as we're kind of starting to monitor what's developing back to our west, because I think that might be developing either on the old outflow boundary or maybe just ahead of it, and trying to get a fetch of this warm, moist air and these 80-degree temperatures that we're in right now. So we're going to stay east with it, east of the metro, and look back at it here in about 5 minutes. Back to you.
Okay, great update there, Brandon. I know you're staying with it. I'll tell you, just ahead of you, Brandon, in Chandler, there's a south wind. South wind, 76 over 71. So there is no outflow problems there as far as a north wind coming in and kind of making it more stable ahead of you. That's a south wind feeding into it. So all indications are that gust front has been pulled back in into this area. So David, just talking with Brandon there.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Okay, that area of circulation. And then the storm to the southwest is still coming up. Hill core continues to increase.
Yeah, and we're gonna get in touch with. That's what I was trying to work out.
Okay.
Coordinating with Tulsa to get them in to find out what's going on in Barnesdall and Bartlesville. And Brandon Wells is there. We're gonna get an update from him coming up here when we can, and hopefully that'll happen sooner than later. But because we know we have damage, Barnesdall, northwest of Tulsa, took a direct hit with the tornado. Rescue underway for many, many people, and it's a mess. And that's what it looks like right there. That's a shot, but you can't see a whole lot in that, but we know it was.
We do have wells.
We do have wells?
Talk. Yes.
All right, let's bring in Brandon Wells. Great job today, Brandon. You've been in our viewing area, back in eastern Oklahoma viewing area, and you've been driving around town. We've been looking at your shot off and on. What have you been told? What do you know right now? And how bad is the town, and what is the worst damage you've seen? Kind of give us a little bit of everything here if you can.
Yeah, absolutely, David. So right now we're just going to be on the southeast side of Barnesdall. There are multiple mutual aid, OHP, SkyTook, Hominy, obviously Barnesdall. It looks like the southeastern side took the worst hit. From the damage that we've seen so far, we are in the threshold. Preliminary, I would say strong EF3 to low-end EF4. That is the damage that is looking like right now. There's a lot of power lines down. There are homes that are completely, I wouldn't say removed, but are just completely leveled. It's a very, very sad situation here. They've set up a triage. Haven't heard of any injuries yet, but search and rescue is still ongoing here in Barnesdall, and they are combing through all the homes that were leveled. So this is definitely going to be a strong to potentially violent tornado, David.
Okay, so one more time, Brandon, when you say you've been by homes, have you seen the homes that, I mean, like there is nothing left, just foundations? And I know that can range on strength, but you're right, it's got to be an EF3 or greater normally. I mean, like slabs left, like nothing left on the homes that you've seen or you've heard about?
No, I wouldn't say the slabs are white, but there is considerable damage. I'm saying strong EF3 to low end EF4. It's just so hard to see right now, but the damage that we've seen, we've got trees that are completely completely shredded. So the kind of damage that you would see with a strong to potentially violent tornado, David.
Yeah, for sure. And one more time, anything on the nursing home that we keep hearing about? The nursing home was hit. Do you know anything about the nursing home in Barnesdall?
David, there is so much law enforcement here. They're still trying to set up. There's just so much chaos right now. You've got multiple agents here. We have not heard anything yet on the. We have not heard of any injuries, but we do know that there are ongoing search and rescue operations being implemented as we speak to try to find some of those people that have been hardest hit there on the southeast side of Barnesdall.
Okay. All right. Well, great job today. And, you go out, you chase, you love weather, and wow. And then suddenly you end up with a day like this, and this is what you don't like about it, right? So he's had a long day. Brandon has had tornadoes in our viewing area, and now he's over in Tulsa's viewing area, where the city of Barnesdall took a direct hit by a strong to violent tornado. And he is there live, and you just heard the latest update from him on what the damage is and what we know so far. Still a lot of questions to be answered. The surveys, I mean, they're going house to house, they're going street to street. And they're trying to figure out who's accountable, who's not, where are people, and all that. So anyway, Brandon, great job today. Stay there, and if you find anything else out, would you please jump back in on News 9 and help us out when you can. I get it, brother.
Absolutely, David. And like I said, the damage, there's so many lines down, and you just can't get down there to where the main area has been impacted.
Yeah.
But there's natural gas lines that are just spewing, and it's just an awful situation for Barnesdall, especially since they were hit just a month ago.
Yeah, right. That's what we were talking about earlier, and the EF1 a month ago, but today, yeah, it's a whole different level. So, but to have a city get hit twice in a month, it's pretty rare. I mean, it's rare to get hit by one tornado and to get hit by two. So anyway, all right, great job today, Brandon. Keep us posted. Thank you, my friend. Great job today, as always. Running and gunning. Good job. All right, so there's the latest, and he knows what he knows, right? They're trying to find out what's going on in Barnesdall as far as, where people are, where they're not. And he said there's heavy, heavy damage on the southeast side of Barnesdall, and that's going to be, I assume, pretty close to where the nursing home is. So we'll find out more, hopefully, and we'll go from there.
I know in town, the school is on the west side of town.
Okay.
I've played many a basketball game over there.
Oh, you did? Okay.
In Barnesdall, and from my memory, I'll have to look of where a nursing home is, but great little community, and it sounds like the southeast side is not going to look the same at daybreak tomorrow morning.
No, and the fact that they're reporting no injuries, which tells me there's a lot going on right now that they can't even
get to that.
Come up with a So hopefully it'll turn out all right. But man, thoughts and prayers.
The nursing home is southeast of town.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there one nursing home? Maybe two.
I'm assuming there's just the one. Yeah.
Okay. Is it on the far southeast side?
It's a small town, but it's on the southeast side of town. Yes.
Okay, and that's looked like really kind of where it was going. Okay. All right, so that's what's happening in Barnesdall, and if we hear more, we will pass it along. And another city a week later in Oklahoma taking a direct hit due to a strong to violent tornado. We've done this now for 10 days with crazy weather.
David, coming back to the metro, I'm getting some reports of phones going off for Kingfisher, Lincoln, Logan, and Payne counties because they still have that flash flood warning, but they added a considerable tag. And on Links 3, I have the rainfall totals pulled up. I mean, they just keep getting those training storms.
And which makes sense. And again, the Cottonwood Creek runs through Guthrie. They made it better a long time ago, but it can still flood. We all know that. So west side of Guthrie, back along the Cimarron backs up, and that backs up into the Cottonwood Creek in Guthrie. But down Highway 33, back to Kingfisher, 4 to 5 inches of rain. There might be some spots that have picked up locally 6. So there is flooding going on in Logan County and Kingfisher County and up into Payne County. The rain continues to fall up here. These are rain estimates just from the last 3 hours. I'll tell you what, Cass, turn on the last 6. Yeah, I did. And so remember, all this water that falls to the north up near Hennessy and Marshall and Orlando, it all runs downstream. So all these rivers and streams and tributaries that come out of Garfield and Major and Blaine County all flow into the Cimarron, and the Cimarron flows eventually off into southeast Oklahoma, and then we all know all that water ends up in the Gulf of Mexico, Mississippi, and then the Gulf. But flooding, again, Logan County, Kingfisher County, Garfield County, Noble County, Payne County, and now far northern Lincoln County.
David, I'm just seeing a report of power flashes reported at Highway 177 and 860 Road.
That's where Brandon is. That's
right.
that circulation.
Let's go back. All
southwest of Kearney.
Yep.
The winds have definitely ramped up there. That's where we've been watching.
Okay, so Brandon, how close is he?
Can you see him? He's
yeah,
right.
He's still got a ways to go.
He had to stop and get gas, so that's what's happening right now. So
brother. Okay, yeah.
I'll show you the circulation.
Yeah, hey, I don't see the gust front anymore. Okay.
No, that's what we were talking about. No, we do.
Okay,
this is southeast wind feeding into this.
This might be another tornado now. This thing has worked itself out ahead of the gust front, which means it's alive, it's breathing again, it's not getting rain cooled, cold air coming in from the north, and there it is right there. So this is going to be probably a tornado right here. Okay, let's zoom into these streets. This is going to be south of Kearney and south of Kearney.
60. It's East 860 Road, approaching Highway 177.
Okay.
So somewhere between that and Hamner Park Road.
Yeah.
On the south side of Kearney.
Let me grabbing a clicker.
You got it?
God.
It's a habit, you know?
I know it is. All right, yeah, like you said, East 850 Road, 177. It's right here. There's the tornado. It's really starting to look at what's the wind doing right in here? It looks to me like it's really punching in.
That's our live.
Yeah, it's
and
making
you
a
can
punch.
see shear rate right there on our live radar.
Yeah, there might be a small, weak tornado here right now.
David, there's at the very least, probably some incredibly strong winds in there. I'm reading reports of power flashes near Highway 177 and 860 Road, which is quite literally. Oh, did you just say that? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
I was busy catching up readings.
Say it twice.
Yeah, so Highway 177 in East Road 860, exactly where that shear is really boosted.
Yeah, no, nice job. No, you guys are both right on. No, this is where the power flashes are.
And power lines down on a storm shelter in Cashin.
That's what I was looking at here. The wind ball coming in behind this. It's got to be some wind in here. It's got to be some wind. But see the inflow notch? There's Tryon. And again, inflow notch, Belle Cal Lake. So if you live in Belle Cal Lake or to the north up 18 to Parkland to Kendrick, you guys need to be thinking about your safe spot. Where do you go if this thing really ramps up and starts to produce a tornado? Because this storm is now out ahead of the cool front that was kind of undercutting all the other storms. And this thing is now breathing. And
yeah, there's the last 30 minutes, David. Watch how it just erodes away.
Yeah, the boundary it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's flowing into it. So this has gobbled up the boundary. Okay, so there's your hook on that. It's going to go on and it's probably going to go north of Belle Cal Lake. Right? But look at the inflow notch here. Brandon's coming into Warwick. We're going to get Brandon to the east. He'll keep moving up 66.
Yeah, it's a good network going east to Chandler on 66.
He's got good roads in here. 73, wow, in Kearney.
Yeah, if nothing else, you're getting the power flashes due to the strong damaging winds coming in.
Crossing 177 right now. Crossing 177. The wind is moving from west to east. And where's it going to go after that? Let's back out of here. How kind of back out. It's going to, going to Kendrick, going to maybe Stroud. Well, it's going to try to run up the turnpike, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll say north of I-44, it looks like. So Stroud, you might miss out on this. But see this? New storms are taking off back here. So this is all new, and these are all going to be severe storms. Okay, so north of Luther, nothing crazy in here, but these are severe storms now taking off north of Arcadia and north of Luther. There we go. Yeah, eastern Logan County. A little bit of wind, and obviously the wind field. So we've got pockets of 50 to 60 now. South of Merrick, near Fallis, southeast of Meridian, just into southeast Logan County. That's going to go to 177 again. You folks in Kearney and Tryon, you're going to have more wind. It's coming out of the west. But the front slope, what am I trying to say here? Front lip. God, it's been a long day. You think I've been doing this a while. That's going to cross 177 and move east, right? And the front part of this is now crossing 177. Winds are going to be, again, 70 plus. And that's going to go on and just north of Belle Cal Lake. And then from there, it's going to keep pressing east through. And point out the hail sizes in here. Look at the hail cores come up.
Yeah, that may be overdone, but I mean, it's strengthening for sure.
Yeah, so we have golf balls, maybe some tennis balls, maybe not baseballs yet, but It's definitely getting bigger. Notice new hail core coming up over Four Corners. It's going to be moving north and right along Waterloo Road. All right, so what's our stuff doing back to the west now? What's our...
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. Let me show you. Moving kind of in the southwest metro now. And there's wind and hail for sure within that.
Yep.
And there is still an area of circulation kind of on the southwest side.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. It's there. Hail sizes aren't crazy. Nickel and dime, quarter.
Yeah, right now, it's not a damaging hailstorm coming into the metro.
No, but it's severe.
Change.
And so now your phones are going off. If you have our News 9 weather app, your phones are going off.
The Mesonet site at Fort Cobb had a 59 mile per hour wind.
Okay. Yeah, so these are going to produce 50 to 60. Yeah. And again, those are going to keep moving northeast. So Lacey, take this for a second. I need to...
Okay. Yeah, this is moving in. So there's the latest. Cassie's getting the storm track on that. But the severe thunderstorm warning now for Oklahoma City, down to Westmore, down into West Norman, includes Newcastle now. So you're going to start hearing that go off on your phone on the News 9 app. Not a tornado warning. We've got Val right there. We've got Hank right there. We've had significant, we know at least one significant tornado today up near Barnsdall and Bartlesville. But as far as tornadoes in our area, we've had maybe a half dozen, and we do have some damage in north central Oklahoma. This storm is still moving into a favorable environment that a tornado is possible, which is why we're on and we're updating you with it. But right now, it's not showing an imminent threat of a tornado. In fact, Val is getting very close now. He's now east or west now of Pocasset.
Lacey, I do have the track on that storm that you're talking about, but we also have a new tornado warning coming for Lincoln County near Chandler.
Okay, that's going to be with Brandon's storm. So this storm, not tornadic,
Nope.
as it's making its way into Oklahoma City. If it starts to do that or go that way, trackers are right there. And the storm that, man, this storm, when it started firing
I know.
up, David, Clinton,
Clinton.
Weatherford with a hook on it.
Long track.
And here it goes,
Yeah.
again, north side of the metro
Yeah.
and now over to the east. And the circulation's just getting tighter.
At least a long track circulation. So tornado
Yes.
warning now coming for where Brandon is, just north of Brandon. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's to the south of it, looking to his left, looking to his north. Brandon, tornado warning now coming. The circulation is going to be just north of Belle Cal Lake. It's going to be your north-northwest. And not easy tracking at night, my friend, but go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, David, as we've come east on 66, about the time we got to Wellston, maybe just on the east side of Wellston, as I was looking back to the north-northeast at the time, I could see what looked like the right side either of a large bowl, but you know how it is at night, especially looking up in there. It looked like they had wrapping rain curtains, but it was a well-defined vertical line. It was either just a complete wall of water in the dark, or there was definitely a large lowering up in there, and that would have been right around probably just south of Kearney. So we are right now. I can't see anything to my north. I'm in the trees on 66. So we're going to get into Chandler and then get on the north side of Chandler, kind of up around the turnpike, to where I can maybe see just a little bit looking back to the northwest, and then we're going to take this east on basically parallels the turnpike and see what we can see looking back to the north. If I can find some open areas to look back to the northwest as this thing continues east. And I might be wrong, but it kind of looked like it was maybe trying to take just a little bit of a lunge to the southeast at one time, but that may have been when it was chasing the moisture to try to get that fetch to overcome that outflow. And now that it's done that, it'll continue on an easterly track. Back to you.
All right, nice job. And Brandon, when you go into Chandler, as you go by the Armory, then you make a big right, you'll go back right, and there's a Mazzio's Pizza there, and then there's a Walmart, and that is a high point in Chandler.
You can see.
If you can get back through Chandler, get on the east
exactly
side.
where that's at.
You know where that is. So you can, you know where it is. So you get on the east side, you have some visibility from there. So anyway, great job.
I can tell you I can tell you this too, as we're coming into the west side of Chandler, we're probably taking, I would say, 30 to 35 mile an hour sustained winds out of the south, feeding back up to the northwest. So it's definitely getting a good surge of moisture, and we're still sitting at 80 degrees. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So plenty of inflow, and again, the moisture is more than enough to be pulled into this storm. Strong jet stream overhead. We talk about that low-level jet. It is strong. And once again, that whole thing is wrapping up, and it's going to continue to do that. So once again, this is going to be a tornado warning for, we're talking about Lincoln County. This is going to be north of Belcow Lake, and that's going to keep making its way off to the northeast at a pretty good clip right now. That's the same storm that we've been tracking forever.
Yeah. And it may be moving a little bit more easterly, and like Brandon mentioned, maybe even a little bit more to the south. It kind of lunged in the last scan, so getting close to Highway 18. And that area of circulation is now just to Brandon's north. He's coming into Chandler, and it's going to be north on Highway 18 at about East 870 Road, East 870 Road, crossing Highway 18. And that's why Davenport is also included in this tornado warning. It may keep going almost due easterly, but it's trying to make a little bit of a jog down to the south. So somewhere between Kendrick and Davenport, and this may end up crossing the Turner Turnpike eventually down the line. And it's on a track to Stroud at its current trajectory, David. So on a track to Stroud, if it keeps kind of moving in that east-southeasterly direction.
Well, that changed because we were talking about it moving like...
I know, but see how it kind of lunged down?
No, you're right. It's a solid east-southeast. So, Chandler, it's going to go right on top of Brandon almost, and then over to Davenport, and then, it's going to be close. Okay, so what does shear rate look like in this? And then we'll go back to the Southwest Metro. So, okay, here it is. Hang on, go back to velocity data. Is it clear back in here right now? Yeah, it is.
That's a new area. That's a new area.
Yeah, the other one was up front.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we have the original one, which is right here. And then we have the new one. This is coming back in here. So, folks, 2 areas of spin. The back one, actually, now, that's going to go right over and just west of Belcow Lake. See the green and the red right here? The center of that is where the vortex is.
And just west of Belcow Lake.
Is. Yeah, just west of Belcow. That is going to Chandler, or maybe west of Chandler, and not very far, maybe a couple of miles or a mile. So Brandon's in Chandler, and he's making his way through town, and he's going to go north and back east. And again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Lincoln County. If you live in Chandler, over to Davenport, back west of Chandler, and then north of 66. For now, lowest level, safe spot, center part of the house. And I'll tell you this, it would not, at this point, at this moment in time, it would not be a strong or violent tornado. It would be a low-end tornado, but that can certainly change, and it can change in a second. So that's what we're worried about, is that, remember, the atmosphere is still set up to get tornado warnings, and that's exactly what we're doing. We talked about this all day, that we would have tornado warnings into the evening, and here we are at 11:05, and tornado warning now for Lincoln County going on with this. All right, so nothing for you in Meeker right now, nothing in Prague. Sparks, you're far enough north that you might have to watch this, because this thing is really starting to make a lunge down to the east-southeast, okay? Severe storm, your phones are going off. If you have our News 9 app on your phone from Union City down to Minco, Val is right there. Let's get an update from Val and get an update from Hibbett Amy, and we'll jump in with Hank too. Val, we have your shot. What do you think looking back at it there? What's your wind there right now? Probably don't have the wind yet, I would imagine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just as you started talking, the wind is starting to get up, and it's from the south too. So that's inflow. That's pretty significant. We're probably getting 30-mile-an-hour south winds. I mean, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but if it's inflow, it is a lot. We're also, David, just now starting to see the base coming into view. Nothing really stands out at the moment. We're not seeing any crazy lowerings yet with the storm. A lot of lightning, I'll just tell you that. This lightning is getting pretty continuous, but this storm is definitely moving at a pretty good clip, and it is definitely headed towards the west and southwest sides of the metro. And just as we're speaking now, the wind's coming out of the southwest and ramped up to about 40 to 45. Yeah, it's starting to crank. I mean, we're getting 40 to 45, maybe even getting closer to 50. No hail, just light rain at the moment, but the winds are starting to get up. So I think this is RFD or probably outflow or something like that.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it's still, yeah, you can see the wind on radar, Val, and it's on and just west and north of you, it looks like. But this storm goes all the way back to Gracemont. I mean, it goes all the way back. So, all right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Tom's farther east. Jeremy's in the metro. This is now coming into Oklahoma City, West Metro, from El Reno down to Union City, down to Minco. This is our live radar, Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt dual pole radar. And clearly has the storm here, and it's making its way to the northeast. This will oversweep all of Oklahoma City. And in this line, we're looking at winds in the metro of 50 to maybe 60 miles per hour. So, Lace, what do we have on velocity data? Have you seen anything back in here? Val had 45, he thought.
Yes, some of the radar estimates are 260
Okay.
south of Minco,
Yeah.
but I know that just went right over Val, and he didn't have quite that strong of winds. So,
Right.
TWR has a good look.
Okay.
yeah, it was also a little overdone, too. Plus,
hot.
Val's winds have picked up because that's what he was in.
Yeah, what's just northwest of him, though? What, like, it's not quite, yeah, that's hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, he's got to, can he go a little farther north? Justin, can Val?
Yeah, he can go.
Okay, yeah, get him north.
He has northbound
The
road.
stronger bands of winds are going to be just to his north. They may not be 76, but they're going to be stronger than where he is, at least for now. That's the plan, but man, it looks different.
Yeah, that's our live.
Yeah,
And I'm checking the Mesonet.
but we are a little farther away from it
Uh-huh.
than TDWR, which is going to be here. So quite a distance away from it. So Val is, again, this is going to be Grady County. This storm is now severe, running into southeastern Kingfisher County, southwest Oklahoma City. The storm is moving east-northeast. What's our speed? Are we still doing 25 to?
On that one,
Yeah.
one's going like 60.
She said 60.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's ramped up.
Man, this thing is really moving. Okay, so this thing is it's a mile a minute. I mean, you almost can't outrun it, right? This thing is hauling. New storm's going up. Let's go a little farther north here, up near Richland and Piedmont. So these are going to overspread all of Oklahoma City. We're going to get some nice rain out of it. New storm's taking off now over the north metro here, up on the north side of Oklahoma City, right? Up near the Kilpatrick Turnpike and I-35 and the Broadway extension. New storms going on there. And then the other activity going on in Lincoln County as well, and Logan County. The rain's beginning to wind down, though, in western Logan County, which is great news. Okay, let's go back to the tornado warning. And so severe storms coming into the south and west metro. Not tornadic, but winds 50 to 60. Trackers are there. Winds 50 to 60. And then we have the tornado threat where Brandon is. He is now east of Chandler. Brandon, circulation is going to be just to your north and northwest. And this thing is moving in on top of you. It's now moving southeast. What do you think, Brandon? Pennell, give us an update as you look back to your northwest. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're taking, I think the circulation is going to be just off to my north, maybe just a hair to my northeast. We're taking south. Oh, hang on just a second. My wind just switched again. We got a big gust out of the west when I first pulled up here, and now my wind is just ripping out of the south straight to the north, probably at about 35, 40 miles an hour. And then you can see off on the right side of the shot, I know you're not going to be able to see this motion, but the clouds, right when it lightnings, you can see the bank of clouds. They're ripping from the southeast back up to the north. So that circulation is going to be just to my north. I think our winds are switching as I speak. Yeah, now we're getting west winds at probably 60 to 65. So the circulation is going to be just on. Oh, that might have been a power flash. It was really green. I think if there's a tornado, it's going to be just to my northeast right now, probably maybe a mile at the most. I mean, it's hard to see structure because looks like it's going to be embedded up in the rain. But I can tell from the southeast side of it that there's just a tremendous amount of motion being pulled in from the south and the east. And then we're on the back side where the wrap's fixing to come around. So the circulation, if it is moving to the southeast, is going to cross Highway 66. Just to my east, probably, I don't know, maybe 1 to 2 miles. So now we're getting northwest winds, it looks like, and here comes the rain. So we're going to get east on 66 just a little bit and see if it can cross in front of us. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So, yeah, the circulation then, it's to your northeast, but not very far, though. I mean, it's knocking on your door for sure. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Look at his visibility there. Can't see anything. So he's right here. Here's the hook, and it's just, there's the wrapping hook coming in, and the tornado is going to be right in here. But let's go to velocity data. And let's kind of switch radars. Let's see what we have here.
This circulation is going to cross the Turner Turnpike if it hasn't already, around mile marker 166 or mile marker 167.
Okay.
If anyone's listening to us on the radio and you're looking at your mile marker, hopefully no one's driving on the Turner Turnpike oblivious, but that's what you're approaching at those mile markers.
Yeah, and you can't see anything. Our visibilities are, I just don't see anything super tight
It was the tightest over Bell Cow Lake, for sure.
For sure. And it was, and that went away. And now it looks to us like there is an area of spin just by looking at reflectivity, but it is certainly not screaming tornado right now. But folks, it can change so quick. We all know that. But again, okay, here's a gust front.
Yep.
Okay, I think it's gusting out right now.
It is trying to lunge out from Chandler to Davenport.
Yeah, it's going right into Davenport. I mean, right into. And there's going to be winds in here. There'll be winds 50 to 60. Big hail, northwest of Parkland, Avery. I mean, there's some decent-sized hail up in here. And here's the hook. But see this green line? Look how that's accelerating.
Yeah.
So the gust front has undercut this again.
And that's what's come into Edmond. You can kind of see that's kind of developing storms on the gust front.
Yep. Storms popping up now across the metro. How many lightning flashes? Is it loud? Do we have a lot of lightning up in here yet? Yeah, it's getting there.
David.
Yeah.
Still seeing the couplet trying to tighten up northeast of Minco with Hank's storm down off to the southwest.
Yep.
So I just wanted to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, we were getting back to that.
It's sort of embedded, but it is there.
Okay. Yep. And
it's near the Brahms Dairy Farm.
Okay. Man, we love Brahms.
I know. Another plug for him.
Yep. All right. Okay, so here's the Brahms Dairy Farm. Here's Hank. And what about Shear? I don't see
a little weakness there north of Minco.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. I see it. Shear rate, yeah, it's there. Okay, a little area of spin. Let's bring Hank in, and he's in rain. And okay, see right here?
Yeah, you can almost see the swirl in the precip.
Right there. Okay, it's weird. It's like a bookend on the north side of that, right? I mean, it's kind of in a weird spot. Let's go to Hank. And Hank, not a tornado warning for your storm. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it does have a little spin going right now just north of Minco, moving almost due east. Go ahead. What do you think looking back to your northwest? I know it's just a wall of water in there.
Yeah, the visibility is pretty tight right now. I can't really see much of anything. So the best plan, we're just going to kind of let it run over us and see what the winds do. So, like I said, there's quite a bit of lightning with it. You can see a little bit of the base in my shot when when lightning strikes, but we can't make out any features or anything like that. This particular area that Justin's been telling us about too, it's wrapped up, it's embedded back up in the rain, so that makes it really difficult. Now, the good thing about it is that it's not out in front, getting good air and all that good stuff where it's spinning. So it's more like a little miniature bookend vortex comma head back up in here. So we'll let it hit us right. On my radar, I'm showing winds of like 70 around Minco right now. So I think that might be a little hot, but we're going to let it hit us and we'll see what them are. Back to you, David.
There is an area of spin. We need to watch that. Tornado watch. The first one we had, it's expired now. Is there a new watch out?
Yeah, it has been extended till 1 a.m.
Okay, all right, of course, and it should have been, just making sure. All right, so by the way, the Oklahoma wheat looks pretty good right now. We've had some rain.
We've seen it in so many shots.
I know.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Harvest is, a month away, starting whatever, getting to June and July. All right, what's that?
Val south of Minco got into that wind.
He's got it, yeah.
On 81, he's seeing 60 and nickel and dime hail.
Let's go back to Val and get an update from Val. And folks, this is going to Norman. All right, we'll get a storm track on that. More Norman, yes, this is moving your way, okay? Right now it's not tornadic. It is wind, it is hail, but we got to watch it. Let's go to Valcaster and get an update from Val. Val, go ahead.
Yeah, look at our shot right now, David. So right now we're going north on Highway 81. We're getting 60-mile-an-hour wind. That's about the peak gust we're getting right now, but we're also getting dimes and nickel-sized hail that's falling, basically falling sideways in this wind. So this is a west wind, and I mean, it is really sustained at between 50 and 60. I haven't really seen any gusts higher than 60, but it would not surprise me if that happened somewhere up here. So this is really ramped up pretty fast. Back to you.
Val, I want to point out the strongest winds now are along that line you're on, and then just to your east, now the winds are really, really pegging it. So let's bring this thing in. Tom's in West Norman, and Hank's going to be in Tuttle here, and Hank's going to go right down Highway 33, or 37, excuse me. Okay, let's go to Links 1, and here's the wind. The blue, the green going to the blue, that is going to be wind of 30 to 40, 50 to 60 plus, and the blue we have in here is going to be a little bullseye. It says 78, might be a little overdone, but I think 65 to 70 is a good bet.
Yeah, and that's what Val's he's had.
Yeah. And what he said, he
60 to 70 estimates. Yeah, nothing higher than that, but that doesn't mean it's not possible in pockets. Yeah. This is coming into Newcastle.
Yeah, it's going to Tiger Safari, it's going to Newcastle, it's going to Moore, it's going to Norman.
And we've got a track on 3.
Okay, and look at the ball of wind. So you folks in Norman, get ready. Winds will be 50 to 60, some gusts to 70, and there might be a few pockets, neighborhoods here and there, left, right, north, south. You might see a gust close to 75.
I just looked at power outages, David. So the number really has gone up, of course, with what happened north of Tulsa, but about 20,000 customers across the state, 4,500 of those in Caddo County with this storm as it came through.
Yeah.
So just kind of heads up down the line for folks in the metro. We might start to lose some power as this rolls on in.
Yeah, let's show that real quick.
Okay, it's on 2.
Links 2, control room. And the tornado bringing out, obviously, a lot of power up into Osage County. And that's with that. But, folks, we've got more folks without power down in Caddo County right now from this storm that's moving through. So 4,500 customers without power. Again, multiply that times 3 to get your number of people. And it's a lot of folks in the dark in Caddo County right now without power. All right, back to Links 1. Damaging wind event now coming through. Grady County going to Tuttle. You folks in Tuttle, it's coming, and it's moving east at a high rate of speed. You still have the speed on this at 60?
Yeah, so I haven't moving at 60.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look how fast. It's a mile a minute.
That track is on 3.
Okay, and we have Hank shot up in the lower left. Let's go to Hank and get an update. Hank's in Tuttle. And Hank, go ahead, give us an update on the wind now coming into the West Metro here shortly. Moore, Norman, prepare for damaging winds. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're coming into the west side of Tuttle, and we got hit with those winds and probably 60-ish miles an hour, 60 to 65. We're taking some small hails and probably 50 right now. I'd say it sounds like probably pea-size hail. It doesn't sound very big, but I think the biggest is just between me and Val. I do have some leaf litter blowing around, so, not that's a big deal, but there is leaves blowing off in front of us. I don't know if you can see it in the shot.
Yeah,
or not.
we can.
So there is some light tree damage, and this, like I said, this is coming into the west side of Tuttle. So Tuttle, be prepared. 60 to 65 mile an hour winds are coming into town on the west side right now, David.
Yeah. Okay. Nice job. And also, it's going to keep going east, and then after that, that it's going to go to Moore and then north side of Norman the way it looks. So, okay. Nice job, Hank. Keep going east with it. Let's just bring it east. Let's get back to Links 1. And then we'll jump back to the tornado warning up here. But we're back to our base here, and it's looking at 40 to 50 with some gusts close to 60, little pockets of blue, and the winds are going to be, there's a 72, but not many places are seeing 70 plus. That's really in small areas. What we're looking at here is mainly 50 to 60, and going right down Highway 37, going to Moore and Hayday. Southwest Metro still could see damaging winds coming into Will Rogers, and then even up into the Edmond area. The whole line is severe now. Let's kind of back out and kind of jump north here a little bit.
Okay.
And we'll get a storm track, Cass.
Yeah, these storms should be in Moore by 11:30.
Okay, all right. By 11:30, we'll jump into that. So storms taking off in the Edmond area. These aren't severe yet, but they're thinking about it. Other severe storms, again, these are the ones coming out of Canadian County, will move out across the city. And this whole thing is lifting. Let's go ahead and lapse this, see what it looks like. Lifting from the southwest. Well, kind of moving east-northeast pretty much. I thought maybe these were going to try to lunge north. But rain breaking out. Again, North Metro. Thunderstorms taking off Arcadia to Luther to Lake Hiwassee. And these are all potentially severe. And we have the tornado warning storm over here that Brandon is on. And I want to point out, it's now moving through Davenport. Brandon's right there, and he is in, wow, he is in a hurricane right now. Let's get an update from Brandon, and let's talk about this.
Also, just south of Avery, David, it kind of lunged to the north, a new area of circulation. Not this tight. Well, actually, it's weakened now in the last scan.
Yeah, it did, but it was there.
Yes.
It was there. Okay, Brandon, your shot, it's almost impossible to see now. You're making your way into Davenport. Big wind. What do you think? What do you see right now? And the circulation is nothing like what it was. Go ahead, give us an update. But still there.
Yeah, okay, David. So we're going to be east of Davenport, probably about 5 miles west of Stroud, and it's just torrential rain. We're probably got, I'd say nickel and dime-sized hail. There's probably a few quarters mixed in. Sustained winds, probably 45 to 50 with gusts of 60 to approaching 70 at times. And what's crazy is I was just telling Sammy and Justin that the wind is switching directions quite frequently. Like, it'll come out of the north, and then we'll get a gust out of the southeast. Then we'll get another gust out of the north, and then it comes back out of the south-southeast. So, we're dancing on probably right on the back side of the circulation. I can't quite catch back up to it just because of the blinding rain, and I can only do about 35, 40 miles an hour right now. So there's a pretty hefty storm coming into the south side of Stroud, I'd say, right now. Back to you.
Okay, well, and that's the one, again, that's had the tornado warning on it. Circulation is not as strong as what it was. It was really strong back by, again, near and west and northwest of Belle Cal Lake. But, man, it's a hurricane of wind and rain for sure. It's a ball. Let me show you what it looks like here. And if you don't believe me, take a look at this shot on Links 1. And look at this ball. And this is the meso. It's still back in here. There's the inflow notch. The circulation is going to be basically on top or pretty close to Brandon. But it's just not that strong. A lot of heavy rain. It's making its way, again, off to the east-southeast. Stroud, you're going to get hammered. And then from there, it's going to Welty. It's now into Pew, in Bristow. Not tornadic up here. These are just severe. But the only area of spin we have is right here. And see the gust front? See this green, yellow line? That is a sign that this is gusting out. And so, but the problem is that it wraps back into here. So we got to keep an eye on that.
Right at Stroud.
Go back to velocity. What did you see on velocity there? Yeah, it's definitely there, but it's not super tight or anything. Shear rate doesn't have it. It has it, but it's just weak.
Yeah.
Okay, so the tornado warning does continue.
Yeah, and it goes off into Creek County, northern Okfuskee County, as this is still pushing to the east-southeast.
Yeah. Okay.
And the new severe thunderstorm warning includes all of Moore and Norman in the south metro with the storm that's coming in from the west.
Okay, so I think the tornado threat, at least for now, is a little bit lower with this. It doesn't look like what it did, but still, leaving southeastern Lincoln County into Creek County, safe spot, lowest level. It's going to go right. It's going to go south of, well, let's go ahead and lapse that again. Is it moving due east?
No, it's got a little bit more of a southerly jog.
Yeah, it's still moving east-southeast. So it's going to go south of Bristow. The storm's not. You get the storm, you get wind and hail, but the tornado threat is going to go on Stroud, it looks like, or just south of, it's pretty close to Stroud. Let's go back to Brandon. He is in Stroud right now. Let's go back to Brandon. And Brandon, you are now in the inflow notch. You're coming into the inflow notch right now that is in over Stroud. And so you have lots of a southeast wind ripping back to the northwest. And I hear the hail. Go ahead, give us an update. Be careful.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're coming into the west side of Stroud. I can tell you, we're taking the occasional golf ball. It's mostly quarters, but there are some golf balls mixed in. And the closer we get to Stroud, the bigger the hail is starting to get. Our winds continue to just switch from the north west at times, and then they just slam us back from the south. So, I have a feeling that every time I bump up against the circuit, and then I have to back off a little bit because it's just like driving in a hurricane and I can't see anything. So we're literally coming into the west side of Stroud right now. I've kind of driven out of the hail. What's radar look like? So unless my radar we're coming into the notch right now, which should be basically right over Stroud. Our winds are sustained out of the north right now, probably 35 to 40. I haven't had a south wind for probably a mile, so the circulation may be either way off to my north or further off to my east, and I just can't quite catch up to it. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Brandon. So let me show you where Brandon is, and this is a white knuckle ride. He's coming into the inflow notch right here. See this void of any precip? This is where this thing is breathing and pulling in all the moisture right here. And he's coming into Stroud, and on the backside, so this is all flowing in. So he's pretty close to where the meso is. What does shear rate look like? Let's see if it's updated or changed. And yeah, it's just it's not crazy anymore.
Very broad.
Very
it looks
broad.
more intense on reflectivity than it does when you look at the actual wind field.
Yeah, but again, Stroud over to Gypsy. You know, I get it, but man, it's certainly not screaming tornado. I mean, it's rotating, but it's definitely not as strong as what it was.
And while you're looking at that, David,
let's go ahead.
The Minko storm produced a wind of 59 miles per hour.
Okay, let's
and
jump
the
back
severe.
south.
Okay, let's go to it. The severe warning coming into the South Metro for 60, possibly as high as 80-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay, let's do a storm track, Cass, and let's get that set up. You probably already have it, but
Yes.
damaging winds now. Hank's right there. Hank's coming down 37, and so this is going to include everybody in Moore down to Norman. Winds 60 to 70. There might be a gust. We're showing 65 on our live radar right now.
Yeah, and if you look at this, it's definitely hotter and higher values. But
70.
The winds, you know, we told you the 59 in Minko. So this may be a little overdone. We hope it is. This may be a little high up, but
Yeah.
not out of the question to get 60 to 70.
Is this TDWR?
That is, yes.
Yeah, it's a little hot, I think. I'm with you.
So it moved over Minko. Just, you know, the strongest winds were just south of Minko. Minko had a 59.
Okay, well, we could have had, yeah, okay. But maybe a little bit hot, but I think 60 plus up to 70 is reasonable. All right, so let's, there's your storm track on the ball of wind. And Moore at 1139. That's moving into, that's downtown Moore, so it's going to be in the West Moore area here shortly. Tinker Air Force Base, 1147. Norman, 1150. Twin Lakes, 1208. Pink, 1208. OBU, Shawnee, 1217 in Shawnee. And Tecumseh at 1222 in the morning. Earlsboro at 1230. All right, so the ball of wind is right here. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1.
Yeah, and you see that kind of orange flashing. That's more of for a significant severe weather warning.
Wind event.
Yeah, so that's going to make folks' phone make that, you know, loud sound, and it's a more significant alert.
Yeah, and
so
it just
more
means
folks.
Phones are going off, like you
Yes.
said. You're awake. You're like, oh gosh, what's
Yeah,
going
it's
on?
11:30, just so you know, David. I
Yeah.
just looked. It is 11:30, so some folks may be just waking up.
Okay, that's right, or just getting home.
Or
I
just
don't
getting
know
home.
what's going on. But it's not a tornado warning. It's a extremely severe storm with winds in excess of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you doing all that. Yeah. And again, this is coming on in. Let's go back to Hank, and let's get an update from Hank and find out what he has going on here as it comes in now to Norman and Moore, West Moore. He's just leaving Tuttle. And a little debris coming off the trees. We're getting some wind for sure. What do you think, Hank? I got wind right behind you. I mean, it's a wall of wind like a half mile behind your back end. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we just went through it. So we're coming up on the west side of Newcastle right now, and from the Brahms plant all the way to where we're at now, we've been taking, I'm going to guess 60-mile-an-hour winds with horizontal rain curtains. I couldn't even hardly see a few feet in front of me. Now I'm kind of coming out of the rain a little bit, but I'm coming into the wind again. Yep. So this is coming into the Tri-City area, Country Club Road, Newcastle, Tri-City area. Winds are screaming out of the south, probably 50 miles an hour. And sometimes some of them heavier pockets get up there, I would say, around 60 miles an hour. But the blinding rain that was, horizontal, and then some horizontal small hail. So, yeah, coming into the west side of Newcastle, it's just behind me. Expect some heavy winds, some small hail, and some very heavy rain. Back to you, David.
All right, there we go. So, yeah, the hail is not really the The problem right now, like Hank was saying, the hail he's had has been pretty small along with Val. The big problem has been just the wind. And this is a big wind bag, once again, coming through the Southwest Metro. The winds north of this up into the city are going to be 40 to 50, maybe some gusts to 60. The damaging wind event, let's go back to Links 1, is running right through Moore, down to Hayday, Orr Family Farm, Newcastle Casino, West Maxheimer Airport, and this blue you see in here. But notice how it's expanding north and east. So it's going to come into the Southwest Metro, now going through Mustang, Will Rogers, Lillard Park, everybody, if you live south of I-40, and then all the way through downtown, and then from downtown over to Choctaw. In this zone in here, South Oklahoma City, winds 50 to 60. There might be a gust of 70. And then the stronger winds are going to be down here in Cleveland and McLean County, all the way through Moore, all the way through Norman. Not everybody's going to get winds to 70 to 75. And there's not a tornado on this. Let me point that out. This is not a tornado warning for this area here. This is a high wind storm, okay? Producing damaging winds as it comes through. Go ahead.
Closing in on the Newcastle Casino and Highway 62. So that's where Hank is, kind of from 37 approaching 62. And this is about to cross the river, coming into the west sides of Moore, west sides of Norman.
Yep. And it's moving east at 60. Moving east at 60 miles per hour. So, by the way, I'm looking at Brandon's, trying to find a little spin up and where he is. Anyway, I'm looking at another radar here.
Yeah, south of Route 66 now.
It's there, but man, it's
moving into Southern Creek County.
Yep. Moving east southeast. Okay, we'll get back to that coming up. Okay, so it's coming out southwest 149th, southwest 164th, west Indian Hills Road, down to Franklin Road, and then we could take it down to the north side of Norman here. From there up to the north is where the strongest winds are. Kind of on this bulge right here. This is where the winds seem to be strongest, and that makes total sense. You can watch that green come ripping in. That's going to be winds 50 to 60. So the power outages.
Winds have caught me again.
Go ahead. Yeah, what are your winds there now, Hank? Go ahead.
They're probably every bit of 60. They've caught me again. I've come off of 37 onto I-44 north, and you can see it's just a wall of water and wind, and so it wasn't very far behind me. You were right, and I was doing 60. So yeah, the storm is moving fast, but this is I'm crossing the river right now, so it's coming into the west sides of Moore. You can see even with my lights on, the visibility is really tough. So southwest 149th Street is just about where we're at now, and yeah, we're no hail, or I hear a little something every now and then. I see a lot of leaves though, and a lot of small branches. But yeah, the winds here are every bit of 60, 65, give or take, where I'm at. And here's something to note. These winds are blowing out of the west right now. A couple of minutes ago, I had winds out of the south. So, that whole kind of area of spin, it almost reminds me of like a bookend vortex type spin and velocity, and the winds are just kind of changing around so fast. So we're going to keep moving east with it, David, and take it through more. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Hank. So Hank's in Moore. Tom is there as well, and we're going to keep moving. Justin might want to get Tom a little farther east and then maybe back south a little bit so we kind of spread out, not have him on the same east-west road or whatever. All right, let's go ahead.
As that wind field went over Minko, Cass just said there was a 71, so at the Mesonet site there. So
71 in Minko. Let's go back to
Links. That's
Links.
the strongest we've had.
Links 1 here, and 71 in Minko. So that will do some damage for sure. And that, again, is making its way east. Now, the radar is pointing out 90 to 97. If that happens, again, there's a ton of instability. Talk about how much instability is available for these storms. And, I don't know. We're not getting a tornado out of this, but we're getting damaging winds. And it's coming right into Moore, coming right into Norman. Damaging wind event.
David, I'm looking on our Norman cam. I can see what looks like power flashes right now on our Norman cam control room. If you can touch that up.
Tom is reporting that.
Yeah, right, power flashes on our Norman cam.
Okay, let's go to Tom. And there's Norman cam looking for power flashes.
It's right in the center of your screen. See it, David, right there?
Oh, there it is, right there.
Is that 149?
Yep, power flashes. Now, there's another one.
Plant over there?
Coming into Moore. Who's talking? Who is that?
Over there.
Okay. All right, so this, again, is coming right into Moore and Norman. Power flash.
I've got this pointed to the northeast from Tecumseh and I-35 in Norman, or the northwest, to the northwest.
Right.
The direction that stronger wind is coming in.
Okay, so folks, this is, oh, wow. Tom Pastrano, multiple power flashes. Tom Pastrano, multiple power flashes. Now, coming into, you are in Moore, on the in almost downtown Moore. Go ahead, just west of I-35. Damaging wind event. There you go. Take it. Go ahead, Tom.
David, multiple power flashes. I had probably at least 10. I haven't seen any in a couple of seconds, but yeah, there were some big time power flashes all in the same area. So the wind just hit me. I'm getting 50 plus mile per hour winds right now coming into Moore. So this is a damaging wind event coming into Moore right now. And yeah, it is coming from the southwest right at me right now. I don't see any more power flashes. Wow. But that was pretty intense there for a second, and that wind is. Oh, there's another power flash, and I'm starting to get some dime-sized hail too.
All right, Norman Cam and radar data showing 70 to 80 miles per hour. Tom, what are your winds there now? Greater than hurricane force, it looks like. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, they're over 60, and they are rocking the truck right now. Ow! I just got hit by hail. It is really, really rocking right now. Power is still on. I haven't seen a power flash in about 30 seconds, but it is really coming down with some dime-sized hail blowing sideways. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Okay, so Tom, stay with it. Keep going east. Moore, you're getting hammered. It's going to Norman as well, at least North Norman. And let's go back to Lynx 1. Let's take a look at it here. The big blue is what you don't want, okay? If you're in the blue and it's coming at you, prepare for this. It's going right down 37 or southwest 134th. And this is, again, well, basically, here's Newcastle. Here's Briarwood. This is Moore. The heart of this wind is going right through Moore right now. Winds of 70 to 80 plus miles per hour. And we might have some gusts to 80 in here. And the winds are just getting stronger as they come into southwest Oklahoma City. Some of the data showing 89. Now, Lacey, I believe that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's all lining up and ramping up.
Yeah.
It's not a tornado, but this is strong enough that it can do some significant damage.
Yeah. Hey, Kylie, we ought to get some thing about news crews down here, at least checking in.
Jeremy there's
going to be damage.
Tree damage in 104th.
Okay. All right, good. Okay, so damaging wind now. What'd you say, Justin?
I said Jeremy there on 104th has already experienced what he says over 70 mile per hour winds and has some tree damage.
Okay, let's go to Jeremy Carter. He's in the north side of this. This is coming into the South Metro too. So, Jeremy, give us an update. Give us a quick update here. What are your winds and your location now? You're going to be, well, you're still west of I-35. You're in northwest more, it looks like. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I pulled into the crest of 104th and May Avenue, and I mean when that wall of wind first hit, that was wrapping around the crest building, it literally looked like just a hurricane in there. Buggies were flying, and as I pulled out on 104th, there are a lot of these little decorative trees they got planted that are actually laying over, and just multiple power flashes, David. This is really, and the people in the parking lot, oh my gosh, I feel sorry for them. They were scattering, trying to get shelter, trying to get in their cars. It was really a mess. Back to you, David.
Want to be out in this. No. You don't want to be out in this. You need to know this is coming. Download the News 9 app. It'll give you a warning. It'll tell you what's going on. Storm approaching, severe storm approaching. It gives you plenty of lead time. And a big time severe storm now coming through the metro. By the way, the storm south of the lot, not doing a whole lot right now. The main weather event for the metro is coming through right now. Big wind, not much in the way of big hail. Let's go back to Hank. And this is now moving through Moore and North Norman and South Oklahoma City. All right, damaging wind event. Go ahead, Hank. What have you seen here? Wind, power flashes, or all the above? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, when Jeremy was reporting, we were seeing power flashes somewhere near the 12th and Santa Fe coming into, or in Moore. So we're on 19th Street coming up to Santa Fe now. And while Jeremy was talking to you, we were seeing power flashes just to our northeast. So somewhere probably around 4th Street, between 4th and 12th east of Western. So right in the heart of Moore is where we were seeing them power flashes. We're taking probably 60-mile-an-hour winds, give or take right now at 19th and where are we at? 19th and Santa Fe. I'm going to make this turn here real quick. Turn my lights back on so you can see it. But there's another power flash right in front of us. As soon as I turn north, you'll see it in my camera. This is going to be about 4th Street in Santa Fe.
Hey, Hank, this might be a developing tornado now in the South Metro. This might be a developing tornado, okay? It's going to be right over Valley Brook. Jeremy, it's going to be to your northeast, but that's what's going on. The low-level jet, or the jet on the backside of this storm now, is feeding into what's going on, and that's tornado genesis now in the Southeast Metro, okay? Tornado warning now coming for Valley Brook, and that's going to be southeast Oklahoma City, over towards Del City, Tinker Air Force Base, Del City, Midwest City. New tornado warning for you. There go the warnings, and here it comes. So this is going to be the new tornado warning now for the Southeast Metro, and it's going to be right down in here. Valley Brook, this is where the new tornado is, and what we have is rotation here, and at the same time, we have damaging winds on the backside of this storm. So let's back out of this just a second. Let's talk about the wind damage we have coming into the Southwest Metro, and let's back out just for a sec. Okay, the big blue, the light blue going to the dark blue, wind 70, 80 to 90 miles per hour. That's going to be a west jet on the surface, ripping down Highway 37 through Moore with a damaging wind event in Moore and on the very north sides of Norman. And that's going to Lake Stanley Draper. That's going to Tinker Air Force Base. And now we have the tornado now trying to develop near Valley Brook. Jeremy's closing in on it. And the tornado is going to be right here. It's right here. It's going to be crossing Highway 62 and just about on top of Crossroads Mall right now. On top of Crossroads Mall. And let's go to shear rate and see what it looks like.
Okay.
And take a look. Let's see how close. And it's, okay, yep, crossing Highway 62. And there it is at Highway 77. And here's Valley Brook, here Crossroads Mall, just a mile north, Southeast 59th.
Just came up even stronger,
and
getting closer to Del City.
Eastern Avenue. This is going to be a tornado warning now for Southeast Oklahoma City. And to Cassie, give me a storm track on the tornado here. This is it right here. This is going to be it. The tornado is going to be north of Valley Brook. This is going to be east of Highway 62 now.
Yeah,
and Southeast 44th, okay? Right here, southeast, between Southeast 44th and just between Southeast 59th and 51st is right here, okay? And Southeastern Avenue is right here. So this is the developing tornado, right? Coming into just west of the Oak Ridge Elementary School, right here. All right, let's go back to shear rate and see what it looks like. Tornado warning now for southeast sides of Oklahoma City. Look how fast that escalated. All that wind was a precursor telling us, hang on a second, it was more than just a thunderstorm moving through, right? This was the precursor to, this was telling us, hang on a second, the low-level jet coming in from the west was ramping up at 70 to 90 miles per hour, feeding tornado genesis, which has now happened down in southeast Oklahoma City. You folks in Del City, Midwest City, Tinker Air Force Base.
David, that track is ready.
Over through Nakoma Park, lowest level, center part of the house. If you live in Del City, Midwest City, or if you live east of I-35, just north of Valley Brook, look how fast this thing is ramping up. There's your tornado right there. All right, let's do a storm track. Let's go to Links 3. And storm track on Links 3 from the area of Spin. And there it is right there. There's the tornado. It's right there. Midwest City, 1148. Tinker Air Force Base, 1148. Nakoma Park, 1153. Hera, 1202. Meeker, 1216. Chandler, 1222. Prague, 1228. Stroud, 1235. So Choctaw, Midwest City, line of fire. Let's take a look at this, and you can see the spin right here, it looks like. And watch it one more time. Right there.
Yeah, it's on the north end of all the wind. And while you're talking about the tornado warning, David, I just want to show you the wind field coming over Moore. So all of Moore on Links 1 getting
Let's go back to it, Links 1.
Potentially 60, 70. There may be a gust close to 80 in there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a west wind.
Yeah.
Coming in across Moore.
Yeah, west wind on the backside of the tornado, okay? Damaging winds in Moore, not a tornado, but damaging winds on the southern side of the tornado, which is now in Oklahoma County. The tornado's here. This is a west wind ripping across Moore now at 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. Protect what you want to. You don't have much time now if you live in East Moore. It's already moving through the heart of downtown Moore Medical Center. Winds in here, again, are going to be 60 to 70. And this air is already now coming in on Lake Stanley Draper. Let's go back to the tornado.
Okay.
Let's talk about where that is. And let's go back to shear rate. And then
I'm going to turn on CC, okay?
Yeah. Yep. I don't see anything.
No, nothing.
Okay, what about SRV? Let's see what SRV looks like.
Okay.
I saw the little couplet earlier. Well, there it is.
Yeah, it's still there.
Still there.
Right over Bryant Avenue.
Yep, crossing Bryant and just southeast of the Trosper Park Golf Course. It's crossing Bryant Avenue right now. It's going to Sunny Lane. This is Del City. You folks in Del City, lowest level, center part of the house. And man, this thing is hauling.
It's moving so quick.
It's already pat. Look at that. Sunny Lane. It's crossing Sooner. There's a new update. Crossing Del City High School right now. It's going to Sooner. It's moving a mile a minute. It's moving a mile a minute. It's going to Willowbrook Elementary School.
And it is wrapped in rain.
And you won't see it. All you're going to do is hear it and then wham. All right. So lowest level, center part of the house. Tornadoes right here. If it's on the ground, we don't see any debris lofted in the air. It's right here. There's the tornado. God, that developed so fast.
That's a 15-minute lapse, David. So in 15 minutes, I mean, that thing
Nothing.
crossed I-35, and now it's already crossed I-40.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, it went from a big windbag to uh-oh, and we have problems. And there it is. There's the developing tornado now.
Crossing I-40, approaching Sooner Road, coming into the west side of Midwest City.
Yep, and this is going to be Northeast 10th. This is East Reno. This is Sooner, crossing Sooner right now, crossing Sooner, and basically East Reno Avenue, Sooner and East Reno Avenue. This is the tornado right here, if it's on the ground, right? Looking for any debris.
That may be
maybe
debris as it was crossing Del City High School.
Yeah,
potentially.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We might have had a brief tornado touchdown by Del City High School. Okay, so from there it's headed northeast. Okay, so damaging wind event through Moore, and then possible tornado now crossing Sooner and East Reno Avenue, hauling northeast at 60 miles per hour. It's a mile a minute. It's a mile a minute. Coming up on Highway 62. It's going to Dungy Park. It's going to Choctaw. You folks in Spencer, I wouldn't mess with it just to be safe. But right now, possible tornado, again, crossing Sooner, which is right here. And then this is Highway 62. This is Hara. Here's Horseshoe Lake. This is downtown Choctaw. And once again, moving. And look at the wrap. Everything is wrapping back into it right here. Watch this thing on the north side of this. I know it looks like a weird, hang on, that didn't look like we had it earlier today, the big hooks and all that. I know, it's a totally different animal. It doesn't matter. There's the tornado, possibly, right here, crossing Reno. If there it is, if it's on the ground, that's where it is. Now crossing Sooner. All right, let's go back to our trackers here. Who's closest? I tell you what, let's go back here and check in with Hank. Hank, give us an update on the wind. This thing is hauling. Tornado warning now. Just to your northeast. Go ahead. Give us an update on your wind right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, this thing is screaming. I can't keep turning back around to back up to these winds that are still coming through more. Of course, all the power out is out here around the Crossroads Mall area. There's some. Oh, that's just road signs have been blown around. But yeah, I was taking probably 65, 70 mile an hour winds and more. And we just kept having those power flashes and feeling the wind change. And as soon as you said, "Hey, I think you're in a tornado genesis," I was like, "Yeah, I think so." You could just feel that something had changed. So right now we're going to drop back down into more. We're on I-35. The winds where I'm at right now aren't all that bad relative. They're probably 40-ish or so, but I can see that there's some heavier winds still in the Moore area just south of me. I'm going to jump back in them because this thing's just running off too fast to the east. I can't keep up with it, David. Back to you.
All right, well, just try it. Luckily, there's not that many people out tonight, but there's a few. And, all right, big-time damaging wind. All right, let's get back to the tornado. Lynx 1. Tornado warning now for southeastern Oklahoma County. Here's downtown Oklahoma City right here, downtown Oklahoma City. This is well southeast of that. But there are two areas that we're watching. The northern area is now north of Midwest City. It's right up in here, just crossed Sooner. It's going to cross Highway 62. It's right here. Okay, it's right here, area of spin. And now just crossing Northeast 10th Street and Sooner. That's the tornado. And it's going to cross Northeast 23rd, racing northeast at 60 miles per hour. It's a mile a minute.
Yeah, coming into Spencer now.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer High School is right here. There's Star Spencer High School. Green pastures, oak lawn, a Memorial Garden cemetery up here. Again, this thing, Dungy Park, and here's the deal. Radar says it's not a violent tornado, but radar says it's still a tornado or the possibility of a tornado. We're not looking at a violent tornado, so let's just get that out of the way right now. Things can change, but right now we're not like, oh gosh, okay? All right, let's just bring that back into reality here for a second. But it's still a tornado, and it can still do damage, and it can still hurt you, okay?
And David, there is a track on 3.
All right, let's do a storm track. Let's go to 3. And wow, this thing is crazy. All right, so Spencer, 11:56, Jones, midnight, OKC Polo Club, midnight, Luther, 12:08, Wellston, 12:15, Bell Cow Lake again, 12:22, Chandler, 12:24, and Perkins at 12:31. Okay, and we'll see. This thing keeps moving. It might weaken, but right now it is still turning into churning as it makes its way northeast at a high rate of speed, again, a mile a minute. Let's go back to East Moore and get an update from Tom on his wind. Tom, give us an update on the winds now. What do you have down in there, again, down in the east side of Moore, making your way off to the east? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Moore is taking some very strong winds, some damaging winds. Seen multiple power flashes as we've been driving through Moore. Had a big power flash just right beside us. Saw the sparks flying, all wind-driven. Probably had winds over 70 at times. I mean, at times we couldn't see anything right in front of us. It was coming down so hard, everything's blowing sideways, along with some probably dime-sized hail throughout the storm. But I'm on the edge of the storm. Like everybody else is saying, it's really hard to keep up with. It is really booking it. We're on the south side of Lake Stanley Draper right now. And a lot of these winds, they've been coming from the south and from the west. So we are trying to keep up with it, catch up with it, but having a hard time. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Tom. So just keep going east. The wind field is not as big as what it was. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Don't get me wrong. There's still a lot of blowing and going on down in Moore right now, but winds are 60 to 70.
The leading edge of the wind has come into Woods and Newalla.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a resurge along I-35. Yeah.
Yeah, it's way over here. And there's still some wind back in behind this big wind bag that's coming through Moore and Newcastle and South Oklahoma City. But the winds here are barreling through Choctaw and Hera and Newalla with that possible tornado, again, crossing Highway 62. Right up in here. So what do you have on the winds in here? 63. And again, this is going to be a west wind. So move away from the west windows. This is a west wind coming in at you. It's going to be coming in from the west or southwest. There's no tornadoes down in here. This is all just a lot of wind, okay, in Moore. The tornado threat came right out of Del City, right out of Valley Brook, and was right up in here now. And it's not that strong. The rotation is not, but we still have wind in here that is. Look at this wind right in here.
I think that's the wind that hit Jeremy because he was so far ahead of the line. It hit Jeremy initially and then strengthened as that system crossed I-35.
Yeah, he got blasted.
You were talking about right here near Choctaw.
Yeah, what is this?
Let me see.
What is that wind speed? 75?
Maybe 75, just south of Choctaw, about to cross 23rd.
So 60 to 70, damaging wind, crossing northeast 23rd. There's Choctaw, southern and eastern sides of Choctaw. That's going to go to Horseshoe Lake. That's going to make its way in towards Jones, and then eventually it'll cross into Lincoln County. So damaging winds. The tornado warning continues for southeast Oklahoma County. Let's try to find this thing again.
Well, that's what I was just
left
looking.
of that couplet's going to run into the outflow boundary that's sagging off towards the south through Jones.
Okay, well, that would be good. Oh, they're right here. The boundary, yeah. But look at shear rate.
I mean, this is taking you back to show you where it was. Crossed Midwest City. Now it's up to Spencer.
Yeah.
And I will switch over here. And then, that is coming up south of Choctaw. I don't know if that's actually spinning or if that's one direction wind. Shear rate's coming up right there south of Choctaw as well.
I know. And I agree. As fast as this is happening, if you live down northeast 23rd, north or south of 23rd, let's say down to Reno, up to 10th, up to Horseshoe Lake, and then from there north, 36th Street up to 50th. You need a tornado safe spot because it's evolving so fast, and this is ramping up. This is what she was talking about.
Yeah, the north circulation that was heading into Spencer weakened.
Yes, that's that. That went into, it lifted kind of north, got forced to the north. Here's Spencer. This is what's coming up now. Crossing northeast 23rd, southeast side of downtown Choctaw. And let's lapse that. Let's see where that's going to go. This is where the new developing tornado is, more than likely now. And right here, that's going to lift north, cross the river. And it's kind of rural out here, but still lots of neighborhoods, lots of homes.
Yeah, kind of south of Choctaw, but then quickly pressing to the northeast.
Yeah, northeast. All right, it'll cross northeast 36. What's our north-south right here? Okay, Choctaw Road, right, northeast 50th. And Choctaw Road. And this is going to be it, crossing 23rd right now. Area of spin. And it's going to head up towards, the Luther Road, and then we'll see. But there is a boundary up here that Justin was pointing out that once that hits that boundary, it should weaken it. But then again.
Yeah, the boundaries.
These boundaries have not been very deep.
Yeah, and off to the south, east of Moore, Tom's still getting power flashes as he's going down towards Lake Stanley Draper.
Okay. All right. So area of spin now is north of 62. It's right here. We have a couplet right here. It's just not tied on both sides.
Yeah, on our live radar, you can see that it's definitely got towards and away, so an actual couplet developing
it's here
there.
Now. Yep. It's about 2 miles northeast of downtown Choctaw. Shear rate confirms it. There it is. So that's the new area. There it is. Oh, wow. Now it's ramping back up. All right, coming up on 63rd, and there's Wilshire. This is going to be, what's our north-south here?
All the way over to Luther.
Yeah, here's the turnpike.
And that's the Kickapoo.
Yep, Kickapoo's right here. This is going to be west of there, 2 miles, and again, going to be north of 62. So 36, and let's go ahead and zoom back in here.
Okay.
Take a closer look. This is Wilshire. This is 63rd.
I'm going to put on a CC.
There's the Kickapoo. We don't see any debris. Might have tried there for a second. But this is the possible tornado right here. Right here. It's right there. And it's lifting again northeast. It's going to cross the Kickapoo Turnpike at, north of 63rd, in between 63rd and Wilshire, which is going to be right about here. That's where it's going to cross. So if you live, again, north and east, where I'm pointing, lowest level, center part of the house, possible tornado.
I want to show you this, what the winds are doing here.
Yeah,
if this is actually reaching the ground, this is very significant.
Northeast of New Walla. Wow, goodness gracious.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, and this is the southeast metro here, obviously. What does this show here when you go back to base?
I mean,
still
80 to 100, depending on what you look at. Very significant winds coming out of southeast 29th, basically up
County
to
line.
270.
Yep, here's county
just
line.
northwest of McLeod.
Yeah, McLeod's right here. This is what, 1, 2, 3 miles, 2.5 miles west of McLeod. County line, damaging winds here.
Coming up to the Kickapoo Casino.
Yep. Lapsus. Let's see what it looks like. Make
Okay.
sure. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well,
This is 15 minutes, but it's just, that's how quick it's moving. And there's
yeah.
another kink kind of further down the line.
It's
so
going right over the casino, it looks like. Pretty much. Okay, so damaging wind, yes. Possible tornado. Damaging wind,
look
100%.
at the S-shape now, David, crossing the river on shear rate at 63rd, northeast 63rd.
All right, here's a problem. This is a problem. This could, there it is. It's tightening back up again. This is okay. So this is what we've been tracking the whole time. Now this is going to be coming up on northeast 63rd. What's the north-south?
It's
coming
2
up on,
miles west of the Kickapoo.
All right, 2 miles west of the Kickapoo. We see that, but do we know our north-south in here?
I'm looking.
All right. Anyway, that's going to cross the Kickapoo. I think
should
this
know
is,
it, but
It's XXX and 63rd Street.
Okay, Triple X is here. Okay, so it's coming up there right now, and again, making its way northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this is the tornado right here. Okay, let's go ahead and zoom back in.
Okay.
Let's get some of these streets on here. There's a little bit of a weakness right here, like maybe some debris. I'm not saying it is, but I'm not saying it's not.
the signature is very pronounced now that this could be a tornado on the ground.
Yep.
Near XXX and northeast 63rd, approaching Peebly.
Yep, this is Peebly, this is XXX, this is Peebly, this is the Kickapoo, this is North Luther Road and 63rd and Wilshire and Luther Road. That's what we said earlier. It's going to cross at the Kickapoo and Wilshire, or excuse me, the Kickapoo and Luther Road at Wilshire Boulevard. Possible tornado, lowest level, center part of the house, racing northeast at 60. This is the tornado right here. Okay, that's the tornado. And it's moving, again, at 60 miles per hour, folks. It's a mile a minute. It's moving. It's moving. You don't have much time. You're thinking, I'm moving at 25. It's not. It's moving a mile a minute. So the circulation again is going to be
very wrapped in rain.
Yeah,
Just
you
point
won't.
that out.
Yeah, you won't see it. Don't think you're going to go outside and look to the southwest. No, not going to happen. You got Niagara Falls in front of you. It's a wall of water. You're not going to see it. You're just going to hear it, and then hopefully it doesn't hit you. All right. So damaging winds coming into Midway, McLeod, going to Fowler, going to Jacktown, up and down to 177. Damaging winds. And then from there, northeast, well up into Lincoln County. Area of spin is back to the north here. Winds are 60 to 70. Okay? And this is that possible tornado now crossing the Kickapoo Turnpike at Luther Road and Wilshire. Looks like it might have weakened a little bit. Might have come down some.
Yeah, that kind of backward S that's very indicative of a tornado. We've kind of lost that shape and that feature. It's a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, it's great.
Constantly checking for any debris.
Okay.
And I still don't see that.
I don't see if it did touch down, it was weak, it was brief. And it wasn't strong enough to get that debris lofted up in the sky so that our radar could hit it. And that's a good thing. We don't want to see it, right? But damaging winds now, moving into Lincoln County, northwestern Pottawatomie County. So let's go back to reflectivity here and kind of back out just to kind of give people their bearings and what's going on. Edmond, you're out of it. Back to Yukon and Mustang, it's now to your east. Severe storms continue in Norman, up to Pink. And Brandon now is going to be in a good spot.
And also Hank has some damage there and more.
No more tornado warnings right now, except for the one we have in southeast Oklahoma County. Let's go to Hank. Hank has some damage here. Let's find out what he has. And Hank, power poles toppled over, down. What do you think? Oh, yeah, they're at least leaning. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David. So a little earlier when we saying, power flashes in Moore. So this is just west of 119th and Western. So this is Kingsgate Drive and 119th. It's the Kingsbrook addition. And, yeah, you can see those power poles leaning over, and that was very probable of the power flashes that we were seeing. Everything I'm seeing is going from south to north, so it was pretty well just straight line winds ripping from the south. Back to you, David.
Yeah, not good. And, man, folks, we had power flashes everywhere, right? And they were out of control, running through Moore. Moore actually got hammered with the wind. Again, it was a west wind at 70 miles per hour, has some gusts, maybe close to 80. All right, so you can see the power lines there. Obviously, they're not down, but close enough, right? Hanging at nearly a 45-degree angle, so not good. All right, let's go back to reflectivity. And, Lace, we were looking at this. What do you think? Circulation now, 102, and
it's not as tight as what it was before it crossed the Kickapoo Turnpike.
No, you're right.
But there's another circulation that's with that very strong wind field near the Kickapoo Casino. That's actually kind of the tightest circulation that I've seen in the last 5 minutes. And even it's a little broad.
Right here.
But there's definitely damaging winds coming into the Kickapoo, and this is getting a little bit more of that kind of backwards S shape to it. So that's two areas of circulation, or at least of damaging winds right now.
Yeah, we had there's the original, right over Choctaw we had earlier, and then this is, like you said, the new area taken off near the Kickapoo Casino. All right, so that's going to Fowler. Tornado warning continues for you folks in Lincoln County, Jacktown, Meeker, Sparks. Chandler, you're going to be on the north side of this, but you've already had storms, but it's not over. Now we do have, I'll say this, we do have more cooler and more stable air to the north, but this is a powerful piece of energy coming out right now, no doubt about it.
Yeah, look how it's kind of wrapped up back around Midway, back along Highway 62.
Yeah.
And that's that area of circulation that's still getting stronger.
Yeah, it's right over, just northwest of the casino by about, right there, 1/8 of a mile. It's right here.
And that may be another area, even just a little bit further to the northwest.
Yep, and that would show that. That would show that. So 2 areas we're watching here. This went right over the Kickapoo Casino.
Oh, look at it now, David.
Yep, getting stronger.
Brandon's coming in. He left the storm that pressed over into Tulsa's viewing area.
Yep.
and handed that off to them. Now he's closing back in on this storm, but man, it's moving quick.
Yeah, his roads aren't going to be in his favor. Justin, he might want to go up 18. Okay, because he won't make, by the time he gets to, he won't make, I'm sorry. He might not even make the 18 before it gets there. This thing is running with its hair on fire. There is no doubt. Wow, look at that. Let's go. Oh, wow. Now it's ramping. Possible tornado now is going to be just northeast of the Kickapoo Casino, looking for debris. And it lofted. If we would see it, it would be a yellow or a green or a blue. Nothing crazy. What does SRV look like? Yeah, still the best for now. Okay. What is this? Query that. What is that?
That's close to 100 whenever it's yellow.
120.
If it's real, yeah.
Okay, if it's not real, we still have 70 or
sure
around it. So that's the back side of the tornado, the wrap, and this is the north side right here. So it's all coming together right here. All right, so there it is. Another update. Wind's not as strong. Winds have come down a notch, which is good. Moving northeast, though, still at 60. And Cass, do we have a storm track on this front part?
Look how it's kind of bowed out and then wraps around.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I mean, this is all damaging winds coming into Twin Lakes, OBU, Shawnee. Get ready, Shawnee. I mean, you got, last year, and there we go again. No tornadoes headed for Shawnee right now. This is just a big ball of wind. Where you see the red, let's go ahead and zoom on in here and take a closer look for our friends in Shawnee. Twin Lakes is getting hammered. Over to Gaddy, over to Bethel Acres. This is Clark Heights. And US Highway 270, this is going to be OBU. And the blue on this are winds 50 to 60. And notice the wind's going to go 50 to 60. And then it's going to ramp up to 70. Right? Look at Twin Lakes. Look at the damaging winds over the lakes. Like 65 or 70. This may be a little hot, but there's damaging winds moving through that area. And that's going right to, let's lapse that and see what it looks like too. Is it going right due east? Pretty much.
Yeah, and so it's almost like a classic bookend because that's all surging out, bowing out, and then on the north end is where we're still getting circulation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
But the damaging winds that's coming to town, Shawnee.
Yeah, and Meeker, and OBU, and Shawnee, and Johnson, and Neal, and Centerview, and Prague. Everybody east of this bow, prepare for damaging winds all the way down to Tecumseh. Tecumseh's going to get some wind too.
Yeah, David, at the track.
I have a track on that whole
thing.
Okay,
let's take a look at it here. And let's go to links 3. And we'll get a track going. And this is on the worst part of the storm up north here, this whole thing. And this is nothing but wind right here. Now, we still have that tornado warning. We'll talk about that coming up. It's right here. But OBU moving in just about now. Meeker, 1212. Shawnee, 1213. You see your cities here. Tecumseh, 1216. Earlsboro, 1224. Prague, 1224. Peyton, 1231. Bow Legs, 1239. Okemah, 1246. Wewoka, 1248. And let's say Wetumpka at 1258. So the wind just goes right down I-40, and it just keeps going all the way to Okemah, north and south of I-40, 20 miles either side of that. All right, so let's go back to the possible tornado now. Tornado warning continues, and this is going to be leaving
on Links 1.
On Links 1 control room. And let's talk about, we are well into, this is no longer in effect for Oklahoma County, okay? This is all, it's an old warning. Only thing we have going on right now is, here's Brandon coming in. It's a lot weaker than what it was.
Yeah, the circulation's north of Fowler.
Yeah, but it's still, it's right here. It's here, but man, it looks better than it did. It's still there, no doubt about it. North of Fowler, maybe another area, Shear and Spin near Jacktown. But crossing, man, you can't see any of this. It is just heavy rain. What a crazy, weird-looking storm.
This is the storm that fired up near Hobart. Yeah. You know, it strengthened so quickly.
Yeah.
And then ramped up as it crossed over basically Grady County.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. All right, so you can clearly see the bow. And anytime you get a bow like that on radar, get ready. You're going to get some wind. I don't care who you are or where you are. You're getting wind out of this deal. And we've had 70 to 80 in the Moore area with power flashes. We have wind damage, power poles down in Norman, wind damage. No tornado damage in Moore, but wind damage in Moore. And we had some wind down into the Norman area, but it was definitely stronger to the north. I want to point out cell going into Duncan and Comanche. These are little supercells down here.
David, Amanda's got an update at the desk on power outages, pretty significant.
Yeah, go ahead, Amanda.
I thought this was interesting because OG&E just updated their numbers, and they have 11,805 customers in Moore alone without power. They are saying that's about 45% of their customers affected right now.
Wow, that's a lot. And look how fast. I mean, that thing was ripping through there at 60 to 70 with some gusts, maybe as high as 80. I mean, we had confirmed 70 plus. So, okay, so the storms continue. A couple of supercells going on. Back to Lynx 1, down into southern Oklahoma here. I want to point out down near Marlow and Duncan. This is a left split off this storm here, so you're going to have some hail in that. And this is the one we got to watch for the possibility of some severe weather, including tornadoes.
And that's what's headed towards Falls Creek and potentially Sulphur and those areas in south central Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think it goes all the way. So Hennepin, Falls Creek, Sulphur. It's not tornadic right now. It's not even severe, but it's going to become severe as it makes its way to the east, crossing Highway 81. And the hail sizes are getting bigger. See the purple showing up? So a little bit of weakness there. Quarter-size hail right now. But that's going to head, again, due east down Highway 7, going to Davis, going to Falls Creek, going to Sulphur. We're watching it. You need to be watching it too. All right, nothing tornadic out of this, but here we go. All right, so from Dibble up through Norman, up to Pink and Shawnee. I like the gust front here. Out ahead of these storms, at least some of them, or behind the gust front, which will certainly limit the tornado threat on those storms. But man, just an arcing bow of wind running from Shawnee up through all of downtown Shawnee and then west of Johnson. This is an interesting little feature.
Yeah, just north of I-40, north of Shawnee, another area where the winds are trying to get a little bit more of a spin instead of just one direction. But if nothing else, straight line winds crossing Highway 18.
Yeah, a little more localized. So 70 plus, now crossing 18. And we're trying to develop a little shear here, a little bit of spin. See how it kind of balls up? That's going to be, yep. Now, wow. Now it's, northwest of Johnson here. Okay, this is our next problem. We have several, but this is our next one.
Yeah, and behind that, along 177, wind 60, maybe 70.
Yeah,
from Hazeldale back to Clark's Heights, so south of I-40.
Yeah, it's still blowing in OBU
coming into Shawnee.
Right now. Any reports from OBU? Where's Brandon, by the way? Oh, Brandon's coming in from the north. Okay, he's on that up there. Okay. Is Jeremy, those guys are headed eastbound on 40. Okay, good. Okay. Any reports of any wind in Pottawatomie County? I mean, like Shawnee, anything out of Shawnee?
I haven't seen any reports, no. And the Mesonet site so far hasn't got there yet. So Shawnee's Mesonet site has a south wind. So, and looking up to the north in Lincoln County, I don't see anything as far as circulation. The tightest circulation is going to be just north of I-40.
Yeah, this. Yeah, and again, this is increasing, so we have to watch that. Here's Meeker. This is just a lot of wind. This red advancing east at 60 miles an hour are going to be winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, and there it is. Right there. Look how fast that shows up.
There's a area circulation south of Meeker also.
Yeah.
It's not as strong.
No, but still, right there. It's there. It's weak, but it's there, and this is the strongest one now. And, okay. For sure, this one is going to be, that's getting stronger for sure. Okay, so this is going to go, this is headed to Prague, right? You're going to get wind for sure in Prague, but you might have a problem if this gets any stronger. I don't see anything here that's scary. Okay, go back to shear rate.
Okay.
Okay, way back to the northwest. It's actually, okay. Well, I think we're good on that. I mean, it's definitely is I don't mean that in a, it's bad.
Right.
Could be worse.
Yeah, we don't see that it's on the ground at the moment.
We don't see that it's doing damage right now. It is a mesocyclone.
North of Johnson.
And it's going to rip up into, it's going right into Lincoln County. right out of Pottawatomie County. So you can see the wind here along the line. This is the leading edge of the damaging winds, right? Johnson down to Tecumseh, and the winds behind that. As you get farther south, the winds are going to be less, and as you get farther north, up into OBU and Shawnee, and then over to Neal and over to Johnson, the winds are going to be stronger, 60 to 70. But no tornadoes right now. Nothing showing up down here that I'm worried about.
Yeah, the Lincoln County tornado warning is going to be canceled.
Okay, that's good. Yep, should be. All right, and this is the only thing right here we're watching now, northwest of Johnson. As far as a tornado threat, it's that right there. That's a couplet right there. Shows up clearly, nicely on shear rate. All right, so what are the wind speeds back in here? We still have 60 plus. Yeah, not as high. 58.
It's weakened from what it was over Twin Lakes for sure.
Yeah. So the wind machine, the wind bag has come down a notch. Still serious, but not like what it was when this thing came ripping through Moore and all of Moore. My gosh, so half of OG&E's customers are without power in Moore. 11,000? Is that what the number was? That's ridiculous. All right, so if you're watching us on your phone from Moore, thank you. Hopefully you are. You had your phone charged, ready to go, right? Without power, you got to have the backup. All right, so I want to point out the storms down here in Noble and Dibble are just heavy or strong with some wind and some small hail, but certainly not anything out of control. Okay? Nothing crazy down there to Dibble. Shawnee, this is going to Prague, this is going to Little, this is going to Boley, and this storm is moving east, going right down I-40. And what trackers do we have in here? All right, who's this right here?
Brandon.
All right, let's
I was just looking. Is that a hook or no? I think it's just part of the new shower going up.
Oh, okay. Well, let's lapse it here. See what you think.
Okay.
I know these things look a little.
Because see, I can see the gust front coming up into that.
Yeah. It's kind of
just south of Shawnee.
It's kind of in a weird spot. I see it. I see you.
Yeah, it's still.
Yeah.
Tidal circulation is still going to be moving into far eastern Pot County.
Right there. It's there. I mean, that's there. That is what it is. That's a tiny little area of spin wrapped in rain,
it would be
right?
like the QLCS tornado kind of on the bow.
Yep, on the north side of the bow. And a lot of wind, but no tornado on that. Okay, we're watching it, and the tornado warning now has expired for Lincoln County. All right, so good news is that the only tornado warnings we have left now, at least for now, are south of Tulsa, where Bob and Vaughn are. By the way, Bob and Vaughn today, they were on air how many times today for News 9 for us? They were all over this out here.
Far western Oklahoma.
They were way out west. Now look where they are. Now they're over here on I-40, and with the tornado warning over here, I don't know how many miles they've driven today, but they've earned their keep. Man, they've been driving all over. All of our trackers. Marty Logan has been northeast. He's back in Enid right now. Probably having a cup of coffee. And then everything else here continues to move east. Brandon is here. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. And it's going to be, Brandon, what are your winds right there? Tornado warnings are now gone for now. We are watching an area of spin, but nothing crazy. What do you think? Little area of spin just to your south, down north of Johnson. What are your winds right there, Brandon? Give us an update.
The winds here in Meeker actually aren't that strong. They were stronger just a little bit to the north of Meeker. We came into Meeker and then went north to try to get in front of that old circulation, and then realized these were trying to ramp up back to the south. So now we're going east out of Meeker on 62. I'd say the winds are probably 15 to 20 in Meeker, and not even heavy rain, probably more like moderate rain. But we're blasting east to try to intercept this next little batch of wind or circulation, whatever's left of it, as it crosses 62 in between Meeker and Prague. Back to you.
All right. I'll tell you what, you guys have more at the news desk about some of the damage or lack of, or a little bit down there. We know for sure we have some damage, but give us an update.
Yeah, David, there was some concern, especially as you were talking about those really strong winds going through Del City and the possibility of maybe a brief tornado. And you mentioned Del City High School, so that was a concern of ours, obviously, right near the school. So we've had our crew go through Del City and drive around looking for any damage. some good news there.
Yeah, no, Del City Police, they're saying they have crews out there looking. No structure damage that they have seen in Del City. That's the good news. They are seeing some downed trees and power lines there. So that's the story in Del City. But and that's kind of what we're seeing, at least in Oklahoma City so far as damage goes, down power lines. And we're still at statewide outages right around almost 27,000. That's just continually kind of ticking up as we go here.
And keep in mind the 27,000 that Carl just mentioned, that's just OG&E customers. That's not even taking into consideration all the rural co-ops and the other providers across the state. We're waiting on those numbers to update a little bit. There's a little bit of a lag there. We know those numbers are going to grow too. So.
Numbers are going up and more. I know you mentioned that, almost 13,000 now customers affected just in more. So that was one of those, it's really just, OG&E customers and more.
Yeah, so we just wanted to give you a quick update as we do have crews driving through Del City, and we have talked with the police department there, the spokesperson who tells us right now. The good news, they're not seeing any structural damage. Of course, we're monitoring. You, our viewers, if you have any information for us because you live there and you see it, you can send us pics at news9.net or just send us a note on Facebook. We've been monitoring that as well. But for right now, we'll send it back over to our meteorologist for another update on what's going on outside right this minute.
All right. So, a little bit of everything. Power outages, folks in the dark. We've had a little bit of everything going on. This is now leaving a good chunk of the metro, still in the South Metro, Cleveland, down to McLean County, but not severe down here. Okay, running from Noble back down to Dibble, then over to Pink. But these are just strong storms, gusty winds, small hail, winds 40 to 50. But a far cry from this bowling ball that we had ripping through more with winds of 70 plus miles per hour and all the power outages. And what a mess. What a mess that was. But we still have a little bit of wind north of Sparks. These storms are severe. And again, they're moving east still at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So did you see that right there? Something caught my eye.
That went over Brandon?
Yeah. And see how it kind of went up and then kind of did a little bit of kind of pivoted. I was just looking at that.
It's kind of what's been happening along that entire bow. I'll turn on velocity here, and you can see kind of along that whole bow, little areas kind of lunge out.
Yep, east of Sparks. Yep. Okay, so finally, for the first time in a while, we don't have any tornado warnings in effect. Severe storms, yes. Going right down I-40. Going to Centerview, going to Little, Earlsboro, and here comes that wind coming on top of you. Tecumseh, you've already had the wind. The strongest winds are up here towards Neal, 50 to 60 to 70.
That's a white knuckle ride for anyone on I-40 right now. That's for sure.
It's horrible. I wouldn't want any of my family members on I-40 driving westbound or eastbound in this. It'd be a mess. Let's get an update from Tom. Real quick, he's back here in the Southeast Metro. Let's see what kind of wind he has. Wind should have come way down. Let's get an update. Tom, great job earlier, really all day today, going through the wind and everything else. Give us an update on what you found and what you're dealing with right now. What are your winds there? I know they've come way down, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm coming into Shawnee on 177 right now, going south. And right now the winds are fairly calm compared to what they were earlier, maybe up to 20. The strongest winds I ran across was in Moore, of course, and throughout all of Moore into East Moore. Saw a lot of power outages, lots of power flashes. So as those power flashes were happening, the power was just going out all over Moore. So right now in Shawnee, I'm not to the worst of it yet. I'm going south. I can see all the lightning, but I haven't seen any power flashes, and I haven't gotten any wind in the last maybe 30 to 40 minutes. So it's looking a little bit better. But yeah, I am heading to South Shawnee right now. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Tom. Great job today. Okay. So earlier tonight, we talked about the strong to violent tornado that hit Barnesdall, which is in Osage County. They had a tornado a month ago. It was an EF1. Tonight, Barnesdall had an EF3, possibly an EF4 tornado. We were tracking it live. It's out of our viewing area, but lots of people know everybody that knows somebody. So we were talking about it. And again, it hit the southeast and eastern sides of Barnesdall, and the news is not good. Let's check in with the guys at the news desk. And not good. Not good.
No, David, we've been checking in with our crews with our Tulsa station News on 6, and they are there learning more information at Barnesville. We do know of one fatality.
Sadly, that is the word from the Osage County Sheriff tonight. One fatality there in Barnsdall. If you're not familiar where Barnsdall is, if you drive about 45 minutes north of Tulsa, that's where you hit that small town. And devastation there tonight. We are still waiting to get word on the nursing home that was hit there. So no word there on any injuries or what the status is of that nursing home. And then, of course, Bartlesville, not far away, also hit. We know a Hampton Inn was damaged there.
Yeah, the Hampton Inn, it's a 3-story Hampton Inn. They lost their roof. We also know that we were talking about the Bartlesville hosting this regional golf tournament for college golfers, and we have universities here that have players in Bartlesville right now, but a lot more significant damage obviously in Barnsdall, where we're seeing a lot of homes damaged and debris everywhere, and it's devastation there.
It is devastation for sure. So one confirmed fatality so far in that area. There is damage everywhere. Search and rescue is going on right now. So they are telling people if you don't have to be in or around that area, don't get in that area, because they are trying to get emergency personnel from all over who are coming there to help out this small town to take part in the search and rescue as that happens.
And we're trying to learn more about the nursing home. As you said, there is a nursing home, and that was that southeast side of town, which is where the tornado in Barnsdall went through. I can't say if this is the right one we're looking at. I saw a picture of it's a single-story cinder block structure, which I thought was good news. Seeing the picture of that, hopefully that's what happened there. But once we learn more, we'll be sure to pass it out. Okay, we're going to try to stay with you here as we show you more damage in the metro with this. With this tornado that quickly blew through town.
This is Southeast 15th and Vicky in Del City. You can see authorities there on the scene. It looks like some down power lines right there. So this is where those really strong winds went through. At one point, our meteorologist, and I'll bring David back in because you can talk about the winds, David, as this was going through that area, because they were so strong, but you can tell they're trying to stop any traffic from going over these lines.
Well, and also, guys, there was a significant tornado signature moving through there. So if it wasn't, or if this wasn't tornado damage or a brief tornado touchdown, it was winds wrapping around that area of circulation along the gust front. So winds were easily going to be 60 to, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour. Went right through Del City, and it wasn't a huge area over there, but it was big enough that that's exactly what you got out of that, which is, power lines down and folks in the dark right now.
So we're keeping an eye on that as we have our crews out there in Del City looking at the damage there. One other piece of damage, and this may take a moment to show you the pictures I want to talk about, and again, I'll bring David back in who can maybe shed some light on this, but I'm going to be talking about going through Kearney. Either there were strong winds or tornado that went through Kearney, but this is from our viewer Samantha McSpadden. She said first they lost electricity and then they went outside to see that their barn had been destroyed. And she sent us in these pictures.
So, David, we're trying to figure out which storm this was.
Kearney.
I know it was a Kearney, but like when we were talking about when this damage was sustained.
Go ahead.
That's the storm that Brandon was on that went north of Edmond, kind of came across the North Metro, came right up to Kearney. There were some power flashes reported southwest of Kearney, so it makes sense that they lost power. And the circulation did go right over town. It strengthened as it got further east of there.
So it could have been.
It may have been a developing tornado or the wrap.
And that was about the time that we were starting to watch the South Metro.
The Southwest.
Yes. Yeah. That was the north. Yeah, the northern stuff took off first, and then our small storm became a big storm and went nuts as it came into more. And we all know what that did. So lots of damage, guys. Lots of damage, really scattered. Not everywhere, nothing like that, but enough for sure. Guys, let me show you a picture here.
Yeah, David.
And Andrew, let's bring this up here. And
switch over to links 4 real quick. I found this photo of the Barnsdall tornado.
Look at that,
and you're going to look at the picture and it looks kind of funny. That's because a lot of new cameras, new phones have that low light mode where it takes a longer exposure image. So with the lightning strike, the light makes it look kind of goofy, but You can see a tornado there. You can see debris at the base of the tornado, and you can make out right above where your finger's at, and you see it a lot in violent tornadoes, that horizontal vortex tube going from the front, wrapping all the way back around and even up into the kind of higher up on the tornado.
Yeah, those lights from maybe the football field or something. Those are
something in town.
Yeah.
Right. Or, and look how green, what is, this is, we're either on a golf course, a driving range.
Yeah, it looks like, on the left side of that, you can see puddles and what appears to be grass or dirt. So it could just be just a field next to the road.
Yeah.
But we also got this video that you see it right there at the beginning, and then you don't get quite as good of a lightning strike the rest of the way. But right at the beginning, you get that first cloud to ground lightning strike, and you can see how fully condensed it is and how large that tornado was.
Do me a favor, stop that and just run it by frame, and let's see the width of this tornado.
Sure.
Let's take a look, and it's wide. I mean, it looks like yeah, that's a bad tornado. Yeah, that's an EF3, EF4. Left side, right side, clearly, and see the tags hanging down. Lightning strike, right here, and that's a big tornado. Looks to me that's a good quarter of a mile wide, probably, maybe a little more than a quarter.
Some of the damage reports were half mile wide in town.
Yeah,
that's the preliminary reports anyway.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this could have, that's between a quarter and a half. That's a violent tornado. That's exactly what we thought. At least a chance of that happening today. We're so lucky we didn't have a lot of those today, because a lot of data was painting stuff like this, and right now it looks like that was the only one like that. So that's a violent tornado that went through Barnsdall. And as Amanda and Carl was saying, one fatality so far. We have to have injuries in Barnsdall. So we're trying to gather details. Yeah,
we can actually give everybody an update now on the Barnsdall nursing home, because we know that's a big concern as soon as we heard that a nursing home had been hit. Getting an update now straight from the nursing home.
Right, and it is that no one at the nursing home was hurt.
That's right.
They had to be transferred out of there. But the structure held up. No one was hurt. So that is great news.
What they're saying is that everybody, all the residents there, have been taken to the football field house because there was a gas leak right now going on there, and they can't get the gas turned off. So they wanted to get all the residents out there. But again, they said they are all safe. They're all going to be transported to different facilities, and all the families of these people will be notified. They said there's a lot of chaos going on right now, as you can imagine, just because of all the down power lines and trees and damage across town. But a little bit of good news there, as no injuries reported from the Barnsdall nursing home.
And that was one of the things that Brandon Wells reported when he first got on scene there in Barnsdall. He said it was total chaos, and there was law enforcement everywhere, and people were trying to, help out and rescue who they could. But he said that smell, that distinct smell of natural gas was in the air from the gas lines that had been ripped. So, it's a common thing that we see after a tornado comes through. But good news coming from the nursing home, for sure.
Yeah, David, we'll toss it back over to you.
All right, guys, here's the another update here, and just the power outages. These numbers, they're a little bit delayed, but they keep coming in. And Lace, what happened to Cleveland County there? Look at that. I mean,
16,000. That's close to the number Amanda was reporting. Most of that OG&E, she was reporting about 45% or something like that of more OG&E customers were without power. The number now across the state is up to, let me refresh it there because it's updating minute by minute, 45,000. So 45,000 customers across Oklahoma without power, and you can see a lot of that's in that swath where we had the high risk for today, where we knew we would have multiple severe reports. So through northern, central, and kind of down to the southwest metro, up the Turner Turnpike, up to Tulsa, and majority of those are in the south metro right now. Yeah, and a lot of that, like you said, it's more. So folks, I'll be honest with you, a lot of the data today was a little scary. I mean, there were some of the data were showing big. The atmosphere was set up to get strong tornadoes and long track tornadoes. We had one, and that's going to be the Barnsdall tornado. We had a bunch of small tornadoes today up in northwestern Oklahoma, right? And again, we had all that going on, but we did not, in our viewing area, at least back in western and northern or southwestern Oklahoma or northwestern Oklahoma, get a long track violent tornado. Now Val had that one earlier, and that was a multiple vortex, and that really tried, and it was producing a tornado. But for what the atmosphere was set up today, it just did not max out. I mean, it didn't hit it. Now, it did over here in Osage County, where the
tornado went through Barnsdall. That's a whole different animal. But for our viewing area today, we had a bunch of small tornadoes, yes, but we did not have any big, long track, violent tornadoes in our viewing area. Now, more, you got hammered with wind, but that was all tied to a storm system, again, trying to produce a tornado. But, all right, so here's the latest on the severe weather as far as watches and warnings. Tornado watch for the southeast metro from there south and east, and the one tornado warning now going on north and east of Okmulgee. And that's it. And we do have severe weather just to our east. Let's go back to Lynx 1 here and just take a look. And the storms in Shawnee are severe. And then from there over to Cromwell, but no tornado warnings in here. And the storms down here in Marlow and Duncan are moving east towards Sulphur. They're not quite severe, but you're going to have rain coming. They could become severe here at any time as they go right down Highway 7. And they're going to make their way to Hennepin, Davis, Sulphur, and Falls Creek, okay? But little hooks on here. There is a little bit of spin. But right now, it's not a big deal. We're just watching it, okay? These are going to head off to the east-northeast, it looks like, going to Velma, Elmore City, Hennepin, Wynnewood, Joy, Davis, maybe as far south as Sulphur with these. It looks like it. If they keep doing their same thing, and they'll keep moving off to the east, okay? So there's your two storms down here, and this was a split. Came out of one storm, and we both of them have a couple of hooks on them here we're watching, but nothing crazy. Back north, new storm going up near Payne, thunderstorms near Noble and Etowah, and then back to Pink at Tecumseh, Little, and hail sizes in here pretty much nickel and dime and some quarters. Winds about 50 to 60. Wow, there's some bigger hail, but notice it's gone down.
It pulsed up there for a little bit over the lake.
It did. God, we looked at that not that long ago, and it wasn't quite like that. And okay, let's take a look at that. We have producer Stalkin. There's some of the damage video out of Bartlesville, and take a look at that. Now that's at least I see trees standing, but remember this is one piece of video. Doesn't tell you what happened on the block over, but it looks like a roof has been peeled back on. Oh, that's the hotel.
The Hampton Inn.
Yeah, that's the Hampton Inn. There's the portico, and there's your roof that's been peeled back. So definitely damage there. And there you go. Nice job. So that was the same tornado that again hit Barnsdall that went up to Bartlesville and did this. So by far the strongest tornado by far today in the state has been the Barnsdall tornado. Okay, wind in here, nothing crazy. Winds are going to be 50 to 60 going into Centerview. Brandon's right there. Let's get an update from Brandon Pennell. He's in Centerview, making his way east. Brandon, good job today, my friend. It's been a long day. You've seen a lot. You've been all over the world and back. What do you think now? Winds, nothing like what we had earlier. Go ahead.
No, that's right. But I will tell you one thing. Right now there is just one well of a lightning storm going on right here on I-40. We've probably taken 4 or 5 close-range bolts here in about the last 2 minutes, and then just the biggest, loudest clap of thunder that you could imagine. Kind of shakes the truck. The lightning's so bright that, I mean, it makes you blink, and then you can't focus again for just a second. We're in blinding rain again. Probably 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds out of the west. But for what today could have been, and for what we've experienced, you know, we got off pretty easy for what could have been a really big May, and things are kind of starting to wind down on the far east sides of the metro as they push out. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So Brandon again making his way a little farther east here, but this is again a far cry from the wind machine we had going through Moore, and then the tornado warning we had for southeast Oklahoma County. And it seems like anymore, if it's a tornado day, Oklahoma County, the metro, we're going to, you know, well, it always, I take that back. It's always been like that. It's just where we live. I mean, we just have a lot of severe weather here. There are places in the U.S. that will go decades and not have a tornado warning in their metro area. And we're like, another week, another tornado warning, right? Okay, so Shawnee to Cromwell to Okemah. Nothing is spinning in here. Nothing crazy. It's let's take a closer look at Shawnee. Tom's in Shawnee right now. And what's his wind? I don't see anything crazy over him. 40. What do you have here? 48, 50. A little more to his north. let's get an update from Tom Pastrano. And Tom, you're in Tecumseh, a little stronger winds just to your north. But right now, what do you have going on in Tecumseh, just south of Shawnee over in Pottawatomie County? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, right now, the only thing I see is the heavy rain, and there's no wind, actually. It's almost calm. So it's just a heavy rain. It is starting to kind of train on this area. So I have seen some deeper water, but there's no real flooding. It's just kind of minor. So it's just the rain and the lightning that'll get your attention. But that's about it. The storm seems to be winding down in this area. Back to you.
Okay, all right, nice job. Hey, Tom, did you have some big hail? What did you have in Shawnee earlier?
I didn't see any hail in Shawnee. Surprisingly, I didn't even have pea-sized hail. So the only hail I've seen in all of this was in Moore, which was only dime-sized.
Okay, all right, well, nice job. Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, right, we were looking at radar earlier. We're trying to pinpoint where this hail was. And it looked like it was pretty close to Shawnee. So, hey, at least that's good. I didn't want Shawnee to get any kind of small, medium, or large hail. No hail at all. We don't want that. You might have had a little bit, but nothing crazy. Okay, lots of good rains. Let's talk about, again, what's going on to the south and east. This is the main line. It's about ready to move out of Shawnee and Tecumseh. It's going to Little. Still heavy storms, strong, severe storms in Little. Winds 50 to 60. And Brandon is in Little, but the winds up here, again, 50. Maybe 60 miles per hour. And what's Tom coming upon? I see a bunch of flashing lights right now. What's he looking at?
He's coming into Tecumseh.
Okay. And they're all going the other way.
And I've been looking down to the south for any area of circulation with this into the South Metro, not seeing anything threatening on the kind of the tail end of that. And still watching the storm coming through Stevens County. There is a little bit of shear crossing 81, headed towards Velma, Alma. And that's that storm that had split earlier.
Yep. This won't do it probably, but they've merged now, like they're trying to come together again.
Yeah, they might be, yep.
But yeah, the inflow notch is right here. So, okay, south of Velma, little spin, little inflow notch. Go back to velocity one more time. Yeah, there it is. It's definitely right there. There's shear rate. Okay, we got to watch that.
And that's what's still moving almost due east. So I'll zoom in, kind of like you said earlier, along Highway 7. That might bring it into Davis and Sulphur, possibly as far north as Wynnewood.
Yeah, it's moving pretty much. It might be a little bit north of east, but it's pretty much almost due east. So Hennepin, Davis, Falls Creek, Sulphur. This is moving your way. It's not severe right now, but it is getting a little bit stronger. Okay, back to the north. And what do we have going on up in here? Okay, back again. Storms in eastern Cleveland County, not severe. Still severe over Tecumseh and Shawnee, but winds are about 50, maybe 60 on the north side, over to Little. Let's go to Brandon here. And Brandon's back in it, just north of Little. Brandon, what do you think? What's your wind right there? You're on Highway 377, just north of Little, up on I-40. Looks like some pretty good wind, but not out of control. Go ahead, give us an update.
No, yeah, David, I'd say it's sustained probably between 40 and 45 for the most part. Gusts maybe 50. Maybe about 3 or 4 minutes ago, we might have had a couple gusts of 60. I mean, it was really trying to increase due out of the west. We're sitting here kind of wondering maybe there might be another little batch coming down I-40, so we're kind of holding our own. Right here, there's a lot of lights on I-40 at the casino, and then there's a couple gas stations just to see if we have any power bumps or, what this might bring as it moves down I-40. We're right here if it does. Back to you.
Stuff up top. Okay. All right. Nice job, Brandon. And nice rains over there. I'll say that. All right. So severe weather still ongoing east of Oklahoma City, moving away from us, from the metro, but still in our eastern counties here as it makes its way off to the east. So some wind now going through Little. And see the winds in here, far cry from 70 to 75 to 80. Still severe, winds to 60. And that'll bring down some power lines, some power bumps, some tree limbs, and things like that, okay? And what's Jeremy doing? What's going on in this shot? Just curious what he's doing. All right, so, but this is going to make its way to Cromwell, moving in right now. Wind in Cromwell, going to Waletka. Here's Okemah. And again, this is a big ball of wind going right down I-40, north and south of I-42, but the center of it is right down I-40. And then it goes back to Shawnee, and even back here, the winds are beginning to come down. And man, Tom's got some pretty good wind. Let's go back to Tom one more time. Tom Pastrana, what's your wind now in Tecumseh, just south of Shawnee? That looks like, Tom, pretty good wind there.
Yeah.
Give us an update.
Yeah, it actually picked up. We were calm just about 2 miles south of here, and I'd say we have gusts just right over 40 right now. And that wind or that rain is just blowing sideways. And I can tell you, it is starting to add up. A lot of the bar ditches are beginning to become full. And yeah, there was a gust right there. That was a pretty good gust. So yeah, that wind is starting to pick up here, and that rain is training over the same area. So they're getting some really nice rain down here. But yeah, it wind continues to blow. Back to you.
All right, great job today, Tom, by the way. You have been all over, and nice job. Okay, so Andrew, do we have some more pictures? And look at that wind. I mean, hi.
Yeah, David, let me give me 2 seconds to get this ready. I do have some damage pictures from around the metro, and even some areas north. But I'll go ahead and scroll through those. This was from Del City, pretty large.
Hang on, what box are you on?
Oh, 4, sorry.
Okay, let's go to box 4.
Pretty large tree here.
Yeah.
That knocked over there in Del City.
Okay.
Sent him from Silver Hawkins, Newcastle. This little video. You can see the tree through the fence there, and then it's going to pan over, and you'll see even more fence damage from more tree damage. So tree fell over, busted up that fence really good, all up and down that fence. And speaking of fences, here's a fence that was launched and also a trampoline.
Wow.
That was launched pretty good.
Yeah, 104th May.
This was just a time lapse with some lightning.
Some batteries I can
Once
grab
it settles, you'll see
my
them. These were.
Hang on, tell her microphone's on. Hang on. Kill her mic.
I killed it.
Okay.
But yeah, there's the absolute light show of thunderstorms that we had as they came through the metro. North Norman showing the power flashes. If you ever sent this in, Maddie Espinoza, we know we could see these on the Norman camera when they were coming in, and
Tom too.
We weren't the only ones that were seeing them. Yeah, Tom saw them too, and viewers saw them as well. Some of this, I know we've had flash flood warnings on a lot of these storms as they trained and dropped a lot of rain in one area. Perkins, street flooding there on that neighborhood road, and then a little bit more damage. This was just sent in from Ponca City.
Okay, Ponca City. I mean, way north. So we have a lot of damage. Whether it's not everywhere, it's not widespread, right? But we have a lot of pockets of damage from northern, central, western, northwestern Oklahoma. So again, and thank you for sending the pictures in. We'll keep putting them on the air from tonight. We hate to show that, but that's what we got out of this. Folks, I can't tell you, we're lucky because it could have been much worse. Now 8,500 without power in Oklahoma City. Those are customers. So that's over 25,000 people in the dark. And that's going to be over 40,000 people in the dark down in Cleveland County, 16,000 customers there. So that's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the dark and watching us on their TV right now. But and then the numbers just keep expanding into northeast Oklahoma.
It's about 46,000 customers.
Total, 46,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Customers, so that's 150,000 people.
Right.
3 times, give or take. Okay. That's a lot. All right. Who's found the flooding there? That's Tom over in Shawnee. Man, the fields are full. Wow, welcome to May, right? All right, so once again, severe weather, Shawnee up to northern. It's north of Holdenville. And the storm down south isn't too big and bad. That's going to leave Marlow and Duncan there.
Got it.
And that's going to be moving off to the east. But the storms that are severe, northern, northeastern Pot County, Seminole County, and Ofuskie County. Okay? All right, but we're clean and green now in Oklahoma City. No more severe weather for the metro for the night. That's it. More got hammered. And there's that little area of spin. It's still down there, but it certainly isn't going into hyper mode yet. So that's good.
Yeah, for what the environment has to offer for where this storm is moving into, it's significantly weaker than what you would expect.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
I mean, we don't have the heating like we had today.
Sure.
Okay. But you still have a lot of dynamics in place. And that's what's going on down south. But it's not exploding. It's just a strong storm and some wind and some hail. Right? Could be worse. All right. So one more time. Severe weather now out of the metro, at least out of the Oklahoma County area, still in the southeast metro. talking about Shawnee to Tecumseh, strong to severe storms running from there up to Little, up to Boley and Cromwell and Okemah, and moving northeast, all right, at a pretty good clip still, 40, 50 miles per hour. So moving at a good clip. And these will just keep pushing off to the east, northeast, but no areas of spin in here that we're watching. And we keep looking for them. This line could do something like that, but right now, that has not been the thing the last 30 to 45 minutes. And so that's good. But still wind in here, winds 50 to 60. And again, there's lots of wind. See the red on this map? That's a big ball of wind that runs all the way into Okemah, back down to Cromwell and Little and Seminole. You're going to get some wind right now coming into Seminole from the west. It's going to be a west wind, winds 50 to maybe 60. And it's coming in right now. And then you're going to get this bigger lunge that's going to come out of 177 in Pot County. It's going to go right down 270 into Seminole. But nothing tornadic, okay? It's all just wind. Nothing tornadic in there. Wind, a little bit of hail, hail sizes, or what's that look like, Lace? Anything crazy on the hail? Yeah, quarters, nickels and dimes and quarters. We can deal with that. But what a day. What was the tornado count today? 100. 6, 8, 7, 8?
North Central.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Half a dozen?
Yeah.
And then we know it well. Tulsa's going to be more than that, though. The other thing was up and down, so maybe 10 total. So could have been much worse. Could have been much worse. Tornadoes could have been a lot stronger today. They kind of got lined out, and western Oklahoma, and they were all competing, and I think it helped us. And some days it goes like that, and that's a good thing. Every day's not, not all horrible. Mother Nature, they are our safety valves that kind of keep things in check. When things look like they're going to be really crazy, some days Mother Nature goes, I don't think so. So, all right, Bearden, okay. All right, so winds over here, 50 to 60, nothing tornadic. And I know you guys have a lot more at the news desk. Take it away.
You. We're just getting our crews out and about, and they're taking a look at some of the damage around town from either the winds or tornado. Our Sylvia Corkill's been out there as well.
Yeah, some significant damage that she's going to show us here. She's at Southwest 104th and Penn, right around there. Sylvia, what are you seeing out there?
We're actually at I-240 and Walker Carl, where there are some dangling light poles right behind me. You can see this street sign that was actually ripped off of its base right here and toppled over. Traffic is still moving through this area. Police have just got on scene. But if you take a look at the street lights there, you see that they're just kind of dangling. And that's the same for the other side of the intersection. Again, just these street lights just shattered right there on the pole. No lights, of course, working at this intersection. And again, anywhere we've seen some debris in the area, but again, this sign just ripped off of its base. So far, the damage that we've seen so far has been limited to things like this. We did see one downed power pole and some power lines in the middle of the street, and police had that area shut down. We're going to continue to drive around and pass along any additional damage that we come across. Back to you.
Okay, I-240 in Walker. Sylvia, thank you. There also is some damage we're hearing. Again, Southwest 104th and Penn. This is a bank building there.
This is as you mentioned, Southwest 104th and Penn. Looks like a Mid-First bank right there with some damage from the storm as it went through that area. As we're taking a look at this, you can tell where it just ripped off that drive-through area, the ceiling there. As we take a look at this, I do want to update people because there is a road closed, not right here, but in Kingfisher County, Oklahoma 51 at Oklahoma 132 closed because there are lines, damaged power lines in that area. So just a heads up, if you have to, hopefully you don't have to get out at this hour, but just be aware, if you live around any of these areas that we've been talking about tonight, there could be lines across the roadway. Just be aware on that.
And this picture right here, I know that you know a little bit more about what happened with this tree here and where this is.
So this is going to be Dale City. Janeth Solis, she sent in this picture. We appreciate our viewers see the picture, but she told us that this tree fell right on her house. So unfortunately, that is some of the damage that we're seeing in the Dale City area. She's around Southeast 29th and Sunny Lane Also seeing near Epperly Heights Elementary School, near 23rd and Glen. Same type of thing where there's been trees that have been blown over, seen some carports bent back in that area as well.
Yeah, the other one, Southeast 65th and Shields, hearing about a lot of power lines down there. Also, some nets from fields, and that's close to a school right there and a park. So just kind of the debris that is on our streets now after these storms.
Yeah, so there's going to be some cleanup going on tomorrow without a doubt, and some people left with some damage they're going to have to take care of as well, David.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, daybreak it'll be a whole different world out there, especially in the Moore area. We'll see a lot more in the morning. Obviously, Barnsdall with the big tornado, violent tornado that we've had one fatality tonight that was up in Barnsdall. That's up in Osage County. Big tornado hit the small town of Barnsdall, doing a lot of damage, one fatality. The tornado left Barnsdall, long track, went up and hit Bartlesville with some minor damage, lighter damage there. But one fatality today, and that is one too many, and we just hate that. It makes our skin crawl. We hate it. This is why we do what we do and all that. But severe weather now, south and east of Shawnee, making its way north of Seminole, going to Cromwell, and these are going to keep moving off to the east-northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So we're tracking all of this. We're going to be here. We're going to do updates throughout the night with this line, but there's nothing tornadic in this line, but winds are going to be 50 to 60, and we'll have to keep an eye on this down here as it heads towards Elmore City, Wynnewood, and Sulphur. We'll keep an eye on this. A little bit of spin back here, but nothing crazy, but we're going to watch that carefully as we get into really all night, okay? We're just going to keep doing updates here. So we'll keep trackers out for a while longer. We'll keep bringing this stuff off to the east, and we're going to watch the storm down south. Not severe, by the way. East of Marlow and Duncan, not severe. Going to Sulphur, going to Murray County, and it's going to try to go on into Sulphur and back to the west, but it actually might be shrinking a little bit. So that's a good thing. But everything east of Shawnee, Huggin, I-40, down towards Henrietta. The only tornado warnings we have at all right now are north and east of Henrietta. Everything else is just strong storms here, going down I-40 from Prague, back down to Wetumpka, north of Wetumpka, and then back to, again, Shawnee. But Oklahoma County, Cleveland County, we're clear. Pottawatomie, Canadian, we are clear. Folks, we're going to take a break. We're going to regroup. As always, stay with News 9. We'll keep you advised.
For 5 seconds, and if I'm being honest, it was my eagle-eyed producer, Andy Reyes, who saw it.
Give Andy the love.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's talk about the big night for some of our CBS favorites.
Yeah, our heart breaks because it is the series finale
Yes,
for NCIS
indeed.
Hawaii. Those are our peoples, and it is also the season finale.